Some say he is a piece of mouse droppings in the cultivation world, ruining propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame, and disturbing the order of the Tao sect. Some say he is an unforgivable traitor to the righteous path, colluding with the demonic path, framing his fellow disciples, and committing every kind of evil. Others say he is the most dangerous flower thief. So take good care of your female disciples, for a single encounter with Fang Xing could ruin their lives. Fang Xing has never cared about what others say. He only knows that the major sects and noble families control the resources of cultivation, and if he doesn't seize them, he won't have any share for himself. He only knows that the power of discourse is in others' hands. If he can't argue with them, he will smash their mouths with his fists. He also knows that in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, among immortals, demons, and spirits, he will ultimately become the only one to break free and look down upon this world. Chapter 1. Apprenticing at Xianxian. This Taoist, I beg you, please take me into the sect. I come from a family of decent means, but I was slaughtered by evil men. My family of 300 souls perished under their swords, leaving only me and a younger sister, alone and helpless, wandering the rivers and lakes. Hearing of the Tao sect's prestige, I came here to beg for a place, hoping to be accepted as a disciple and learn the Tao. If you take me in, I will definitely. In the Nandan prefecture of the Chu Feng dynasty, at the foot of the Taiyang Mountains, one of the 9 great spiritual veins of the world, hundreds of young people were lined up in front of the Xianxian Tao sect's entrance, waiting for an inquiry from a plump Taoist. At the front of the line was a boy of about 10, with tear-streaked cheeks, crying out in distress. The boy's face was dirty, but his eyes were bright, and his pitiful cries drew sympathy. The plump Taoist glanced at the boy impatiently and asked with a sidelong glance, "Do you have a recommendation letter?" "No," the boy replied awkwardly. "Do you have any treasures to offer?" "No." "Do you have any rare physique?" "No." Upon seeing this scene, the long line behind burst into laughter. Everyone thought it was ridiculous that this boy, empty-handed, wanted to join the Xianxian Tao sect as a disciple. It is known that the Xianxian Tao sect is the Tao sect of the Chu kingdom, with a legacy of 3,000 years, a respected status, and profound foundations. Any disciple within is a top expert. Just recently, in the northwest of the Chu domain, a gang of bandits was rampant, causing havoc in the area, and even the authorities could do nothing about it. The true disciple of the Xianxian Tao sect, Xiao Jianming, learned of this and, wielding his sword, charged into the bandits' lair, the Ghost Smoke Valley. He single-handedly slayed 9 of the 10 most notorious bandits in the Chu domain, with only one escaping, instantly becoming famous throughout the Chu domain. And here was a boy with empty hands, resembling a beggar, wanting to come and apprentice. Truly a fanciful thought. The boy took a kick but remained silent, moving back 10 feet before suddenly jumping up and cursing. "I curse your head to fester and your feet to ooze pus, you dead fat pig with a cow's nose. Just because of your short stature and ugly looks, you dare to insult me for being poor? I'm here to join your Xianxian sect out of respect for you. Today, you failed to recognize a great man. Tomorrow, I'll set your broken temple on fire. You little brat, how dare you curse me?" The plump Taoist was furious, grabbing a long sword nearby and charging forward, while the boy, seeing this, fled, darting through the crowd with agility. The plump Taoist couldn't catch up, standing in place, sword in hand, cursing loudly. What was originally a solemn and dignified ceremony for accepting disciples at the Xianxian Tao sect suddenly turned into a scene of laughter. "A talent like me comes to your Xianxian Tao sect to apprentice, and you should be grateful. You better obediently take me in, otherwise, if I go to another sect and achieve unparalleled powers, I will definitely make you all weep." Seeing the plump Taoist unable to catch him, the boy grew arrogant, boasting loudly at him. The plump Taoist was furious, his face turning red, wanting to chase after him, but there were simply too many people here, and his fat body couldn't easily break through. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he shouted, "Whoever helps me catch this little brat will let him register first." Hearing this, the boy was taken aback and turned to flee. However, many of those waiting to register couldn't resist the temptation and rushed forward to capture him. These people had been waiting for a long time in the narrow mountain path, with no progress after half a day's wait. Upon hearing the plump Taoist's words, they couldn't help but act on impulse, hoping to catch this little rascal and save themselves from the misery of waiting in line. Some even thought that even if they had to catch this boy, It would be worth it, as making early connections with the sect's disciples was the most important thing. The boy was incredibly slippery. 4 or 5 youths couldn't catch him. Just as he was about to escape the crowd, a pale, thin young man with a cold gaze leaped out, sneering, "You still have some skills, but unfortunately not enough to be seen." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed the boy by the collar. Lifting him up, the boy struggled desperately, but in this young man's grip, he was utterly helpless, like a snake caught by its 7 inches. "Thank you, brother. May I ask your name?" The plump Taoist panted as he rushed over, delighted at the sight, and hurriedly thanked the young man. "Brother, no need for such courtesy. I am Ho Ching, just helping you catch a little monkey, a trivial task," the young man said politely, bowing respectfully to the plump Taoist. "Well said. I will teach this little brat a lesson first, and then I'll take you to register," the plump Taoist said with a smile, then turned his gaze to the boy, revealing a hint of malice. "You Taoists are merely an outer disciple of the Qingyan Tao sect. How dare you, the lowly little beggar, insult me? Today, I won't take your life, but I will teach you a lesson." With that, he jumped over, cracking his knuckles, grinning malevolently. However, as a disciple of the Tao sect, he naturally couldn't harm others casually, even if the opponent was a little beggar. At most, he would just give him a couple of slaps to teach him a lesson. Don't hurt my young master." Suddenly, a little girl squeezed out from the crowd and stood in front of the plump Taoist. She looked as dirty as the boy and seemed only 7 or 8 years old. Her figure was thin, but her features were very delicate. Her eyes were lively, and the most astonishing thing was that her ears were somewhat pointed, resembling a fox. Her eyes also had a hint of green, appearing somewhat otherworldly, suggesting she might not be purely human, but rather a mixed-blood barbarian. "You dirty little barbarian, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to stay hidden?" The boy, still being held up, immediately scolded her upon seeing her. "Young master, if I don't come out, he will hit you." The little barbarian maid said pitifully, stubbornly holding her hands out to block the plump Taoist. Your young master, am very capable. I don't need you to stand up for me. Hurry up and get out of the way." The boy was flailing his arms, looking comical. Although his capabilities were limited, his bravado was not small. Such a little beggar. And he even has a barbarian as a maid? The plump Taoist exclaimed in surprise, gazing at the little barbarian maid with a somewhat greedy look. In this world, such people are called barbarians, the lowest of the low. The demon race does not recognize them, and the human race looks down on them even more. Even if one were to raise 1 or 2, they would either be a cherished concubine or a lowly servant. However, even lowly servants are not something an ordinary family can afford. This boy, looking like a beggar, yet having a barbarian maid, was indeed rare. "Humph, filthy, lowly beings." Holding the boy, Ho Ching sneered coldly, and with a swift kick, sent the little girl flying. "You bastard! How dare you bully my little barbarian? I will definitely kill you." The boy screamed like a madman, kicking and throwing punches, baring his teeth. The barbarian little maid was kicked away by the young man with the surname Ho, flying over 10. Zhang, and crashing into a tree. Although the young man didn't kick with the intention to kill, the little maid still fell and was covered in blood, lying motionless on the ground. The onlookers were shocked into silence, but no one stepped forward to criticize anything after all. She was just a little demon. Even in the secular world, her life was like that. Of an ant, of no concern to anyone, that my younger brother in this life hates demons and barbarians the most. I must have embarrassed my senior brother, Ho Ching said with a somewhat embarrassed smile, feeling that he had been a bit too heavy-handed. No harm, no harm," the plump Taoist said awkwardly, feeling deep down that Ho Ching was ruthless, but it was inconvenient for him to say so. Meanwhile, the little boy struggling in Ho Ching's hands was met with no one caring about his cries and curses. That little demon girl's blood. How could this happen?" Suddenly, someone whispered, and the crowd turned to see blood flowing from the little demon's forehead, soaking into the surrounding wild grass, and they were astonished to find that several patches of wild grass, which had already turned yellow due to the autumn and winter chill, were slowly coming back to life, with new green shoots gradually sprouting, appearing as lush as jade, almost dripping with water, with spirit bloodline. This little girl actually has the rare with spirit bloodline. Among those who came to pay their respects, most of them were wealthy or noble, and someone immediately exclaimed in a low voice. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with discussion, some in awe, some in disdain, and some envious. The wood spirit bloodline was one of the extraordinary bloodlines in the world, possessing remarkable effects on the growth of plants. Such a bloodline was a rare treasure that the various Tao sects competed fiercely to acquire. From the earlier exchange between the plump Taoist and the little boy, it was evident how the Tao sect valued their disciples differently. Either you had a recommendation letter, meaning you were recommended by someone related to the Tao sect, and could thus be accepted as a disciple. Where you were extraordinarily wealthy, able to buy rare treasures to offer to the Tao sect, and could also be accepted. Or you had a rare constitution, and even if you had no money, you would still be valued by the Tao sect. This little boy had none of these three qualifications, making him the subject of a great joke among the crowd. But who would have thought that this little boy's demon maid actually possessed such an extraordinary wood spirit bloodline? Not long after, the discussions among the crowd drew the attention of the Tao sect, eventually reaching a significant figure within the sect. About half an hour later, a cold-faced woman in white appeared riding a giant white crane, which was at least 10 zhang long. With a flap of its wings, it created a tremendous whirlwind at the mountain gate, clearly a tamed demon bird. On the back of the crane, 2 horned little girls stood. Outer sect disciple Yu Sanliang pays respect to senior sister Lingyun. Upon seeing her, the plump Taoist hurriedly bowed deeply. The young people waiting to pay their respects, although they did not recognize this woman, quickly followed suit, calling her senior sister. However, the woman named Lingyun seemed to ignore them. With a glance, she spotted the demon maid lying in the grass by the roadside, gestured for the crane to land, and approached the little maid. She picked some grass nearby, then touched the little maid's blood with her fingertip and lightly sniffed it, nodding with a smile, as if confirming something. Add this quota to the disciples who were paying respects this time. Senior sister Lingyun picked up the little maid and stood up, not even looking at the plump Taoist as she instructed him. Yes, Senior sister Lingyun, your junior brother understands. Although she was just a demon girl, once senior sister Lingyun spoke, she would undoubtedly be considered an official disciple of the Qingyan Tao sect. Everyone gazed enviously, as going from a demon to an official disciple of the Qingyan Tao sect was akin to ascending to the heavens in one step. Even the little boy in Ho Qing's hand stared blankly at this scene, his mouth agape in surprise. As senior sister Lingyun prepared to leave on the crane with the little maid in her arms, suddenly the little maid stirred and softly called out, "Don't hit the young master. Don't hit, young master Fang Xing." Senior sister Lingyun paused slightly, her expression unchanged as she asked, "Who is young master Fang Xing?" The little boy was taken aback, then immediately raised his hand and shouted, I am young master Fang Xing. You give my maid back to me." Senior sister Lingyun glanced at him and said flatly, "From today on, she is no longer your maid." As she spoke, she waved her hand and tossed over a small piece of purple porcelain, small and exquisite. Primordial purple chi pill. The plump Taoist exclaimed, unable to suppress a gulp of saliva. Oh, help a demon made escape her servant status. She had directly produced such a spirit pill. The people around waiting to pay their respects had many eyes glowing with fervor, seemingly eager to swallow the little boy whole. The primordial purple chi pill was a valuable item for refining one's body. How could it be given so easily to a little beggar? At that moment, countless people were tempted with thoughts of snatching it away. The little boy looked at the primordial purple chi pill and couldn't help but swallow hard, but upon seeing the woman named Lingyun about to leave with his maid, he suddenly reacted and shouted, "You can't go. Who agreed to trade this broken pill for my maid? I won't trade. You take the pill and leave my maid behind." I don't want the pill." The little boy mustered his courage, stammering, unless you take me into the sect." Those who had been secretly criticizing the little boy for being ungrateful suddenly realized, thinking that he had been waiting for this moment. Senior sister Lingyun was also slightly taken aback, then smiled, somewhat dismissively, saying to the plump Taoist, "Count him in, but I see his qualifications are just average, and his temperament is a bit wild. Let him be tempered in medicinal fields for a while." Junior brother obeys. The plump Taoist was momentarily stunned, but bowed in agreement. Chapter 2. The 10th Great Thief. Qingyun Mountain, a renowned Taoist sect in the Chu region, has a history spanning 3,000 years, with profound heritage. In the Chu region, or rather in the southern Jianbu continent, every disciple of the Qingyun sect stands at the pinnacle of the mortal realm like a deity. The various sects and factions of the world seem no more formidable than mere chickens and dogs in front of them, easily crushed. just 3 months ago. The true disciple of the Qingyun sect, Xiao Jiaming, single-handedly eradicated the 9 great bandits of Ghost Smoke Valley, leaving only one to flee. The heads of the 9 bandits were displayed at the entrance of Ghost Smoke Valley, while Xiao Jiaming was tirelessly pursuing the last bandit in the Yendang mountain area. It is said that this bandit is the most mysterious one, known only by name, with no one having seen his face. Xiao Jiaming firmly believed he could find him and vowed to do so. However, unbeknownst to anyone, this 10th great thief had already joined the Qingyun sect 3 months later, becoming one of his junior brothers, if a Taoist boy could be considered a junior brother. The Qingyun sect accepts disciples every 10 years, choosing 1,000 each time, while Taoist boys are recruited at any time, with their total number exceeding 10,000. In name, Taoist boys are also considered disciples of Qingyun Mountain, but they differ from regular disciples in that they do not receive monthly spiritual herb distributions, nor do elders specially teach them. They must work tirelessly every day, only getting 1 day off a month. What they receive in return is a thin booklet entitled Qingyun Qi Refining Chapter. When Fang Xing was led by a plump Taoist to a row of small wooden houses and handed over to an 18 or 19-year-old man with a large black mole on his face. The young man grinned as he handed Fang Xing a stack of green clothes, a small booklet, and a name-engraved wooden plaque. Practice hard, you've hit the jackpot. Senior Sister Lingyun specifically requested you to join the Mountain Gate. However, you have no recommendation letter, no money, and no talent. So you'll have to start from the very bottom. This Qingyun Qi Refining Chapter is our Qingyun sect's secret, rarely seen by outsiders. If you cultivate it to the first level of spiritual movement, you can become an outer disciple. The plump Taoist left, and Fang Xing looked at the black mole youth, who crossed his arms and glared at him, as well as the younger Taoist boys nearby, each adopting an air of maturity. Fang Xing asked, "What level are you all at?" The black mole youth pointed at himself with his thumb and said defiantly, "I already have a sense of qi, while the others have nothing." Fang Xing nodded thoughtfully and asked, "How many years have you been here?" The black mole youth sneered, "I've been in for 6 years. These few have been in for 3 years. Fang Xing sighed, tossed the booklet aside, and lamented, "Looks like I've been fooled by that woman." The black mole youth was taken aback and asked, "Which woman are you talking about?" Fang Xing replied, "Lingyun. That woman said she would take me into the Mountain Gate, but who knew I was here to work? She only gave me this broken booklet. You guys have either been in for 7 years or 3 years and still haven't accomplished anything. Isn't that a scam, Senior Sister Lingyun?" The black mole youth was shocked and rushed up to grab Fang Xing by the collar, saying fiercely, "Shut up. Don't bring misfortune upon us. If others hear you curse Senior Sister Lingyun like that, it won't just be you who suffers. We'll be in trouble too. Remember, once you enter this medicinal field, you have to listen to me. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to catch bugs, you can't chase chickens. Right? From now on, the toilet is your responsibility, and you'll also fetch water every day to fill the water tank." A freckled Taoist boy chimed in, looking like he had done that before. "Humph, and from now on, you'll wash the clothes until new people come." Another Taoist boy, looking somewhat fair-skinned, added, "Clearly the one responsible for washing clothes." Fang Xing looked at each of them, nodding thoughtfully, and said, "So you're all bullying me." The black mole youth grinned menacingly and said, "So what if we are?" He then slammed his fist down on the nearby table, his muscles bulging, looking fierce. "You want to hit me? I can scream." Fang Xing pretended to be terrified, as if anyone touching him would make him scream. The black mole youth chuckled. "Don't be afraid, we won't touch you now. But come nightfall, when the door is closed, there will only be us within a 10-mile radius. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will care." Right. Every 3 months, a senior brother from the medicinal department will come to inspect. But for the rest of the time, this is our territory. Even if you report us, the senior brothers won't bother. They don't have the time for that. And you'll be the one in trouble. The days ahead are long. Once you become a Taoist boy, it'll take at least 10 years to leave the mountain. The freckled Taoist boy was excitedly threatening Fang Xing, as if it was his first time threatening someone, and he was a bit overly enthusiastic. "Oh dear, big brothers. I'm just an honest person. I'll do whatever you say." Fang Xing suddenly became submissive, pleading with the older boys. "Ha, softy." The black mole youth and his friends laughed, clearly used to dealing with people like him. On the first day of entering, Fang Xing took on the heaviest tasks in this medicinal field, along with the black mole youth. They had 6 people responsible for caring for the medicinal fields within a 10-mile radius. The little freckled boy responsibly taught Fang Xing how to do the work, watering, weeding, catching bugs, and loosening the soil. This medicinal field was called Qingrui flower, needing to be watered at the hour of the rabbit at night, while a plant called moling grass needed watering in the morning when the dew was up. Fang Xing learned quickly and had a very good attitude. After dinner that night, he fetched a full bucket of water and soaked the dirty clothes of the others, saying he would wash them all together at night, letting them dry overnight so they could wear them tomorrow. The Taoist boys were very satisfied with Fang Xing's performance, patting their chests and saying they would guide his cultivation well. Fang Xing smiled and said, Okay, thank you, brothers. That night, the Taoist boys all fell asleep, and the entire Qingyun mountain descended into silence. Fang Xing rummaged through his bag and pulled out a sharp dagger, which looked quite lethal, with a brass inlay and a blade that had tea-tasted blood. This was a gift from his third uncle, who also taught him a set of knife techniques for close combat, cunning and treacherous. His bag contained many good things: a cloth tiger from his uncle, medicinal ointment from his second uncle, a smoke pot that released mist from his fourth uncle, iron needles from his fifth uncle, a wild ginseng from his sixth uncle, a wine gourd from his seventh uncle, and most importantly, a book from his ninth uncle. As for the gold leaves from his third uncle, he had already spent them all on buying a maid on the way. Looking at these items in his bag, Fang Xing was momentarily dazed before tying his bag up again. He tiptoed to the black mole youth's bedside and softly called, Brother Wang Ji, Brother Wang Ji. The black mole youth was snoring lightly, and it took 3 shakes to wake him up. Irritated at being disturbed, he snapped, What do you want in the middle of the night? Looking for death? Fang Xing grinned, You're the one looking for death. With that, he plunged the dagger down, driving it deep into the youth's stomach. The black mole youth screamed like a slaughtered pig, but only cried out once before Fang Xing covered his mouth. Listening carefully to the surroundings, all was quiet. Just as expected, there was no one within 10 miles. Wang Ji struggled, but the dagger was lodged in his belly, seemingly pinned to the bed. He dared not move, as any motion brought pain. The others in the room were startled awake, hurriedly lighting oil lamps, and immediately saw Fang Xing standing by Wang Ji's bed, knife in hand, a fierce look on his face. The timid little freckled boy screamed in terror. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. Fang Xing spoke in a low voice that seemed somewhat immature, yet it sounded eerie and terrifying. Little Freckle abruptly stopped his cries, but liquid began to seep from his pants. Fang Xing slowly pulled out the knife from Wang Ji's belly, letting Wang Ji writhe on the bed, clutching his stomach like a large shrimp, howling in agony. He held the knife and slowly walked past the several Taoist boys. Whenever he looked at someone, that person would tremble in fear. The timid little Freckle had already covered his head with a quilt, making muffled crying sounds, but kept them very low, like a ghost. It had always been the young master bullying others. No one dared to bully the young master. You really have some guts. Fang Xing brandished the knife in front of each Taoist boy. I will say one thing, from today onwards, this place is under my command. Whoever I tell to go east cannot go west. Whoever I tell to catch bugs cannot chase chickens. Otherwise, this knife in my hand won't recognize anyone. You worthless lives, killing you is just killing you. Do you know who my sister is? The favored one besides senior sister Lingyun. Go find out, you blind fools. Fang Xing's voice echoed in the wooden house, and no one dared to refute, especially with the knife swaying in front of them. Fang Xing, what did you call me? Boss Fang, please bandage senior brother Wang Ji. He.s. about to die. Chapter 3, The Yin-Yang God Demon Mirror. Under the scorching sun, life was dull. It was noon. The sun was at its peak, and Fang Xing sat with his legs crossed on a cool chair in the grass shed. In the distance, Wang Ji and others were busy in the medicinal field, where some spiritual herbs needed to be treated for pests during the hottest part of the day because only then would their flowers automatically open, allowing the insects hidden in their petals to be caught. As the boss of the third medicinal field, Fang Xing naturally did not have to do such rough work. Ever since he stabbed Wang Ji that night, he had become the master of the third medicinal field, and even his stinky socks were washed and hung up for him every day. Wang Ji had thought about revenge. The next day, he looked at Fang Xing with a hostile gaze. Fang Xing just smiled and stabbed him in the thigh again, and from that moment on, Wang Ji completely submitted. Those stronger fear the ruthless. Although Wang Ji claimed to be the boss of the third medicinal field, he only bullied the little Taoist boys around him. He had never truly fought anyone. It should be known that despite being a Taoist boy, he came from 3 generations of good lineage to be selected. If one traced back 3 generations, they wouldn't find anyone more ruthless than Fang Xing, not to mention the others, who surrendered completely that night. Little Freckles still trembled upon seeing Fang Xing. It wasn't just him. None of the people in the third medicinal field could sense the presence of spiritual energy. Even Wang Ji's so-called sensing of energy was merely for self-glorification. Fang Xing had already forced the truth out of him. However, Fang Xing had not yet discarded the scripture, as he had heard from Wang Ji and the others that among 10,000 Taoist boys, some had cultivated the spiritual energy as described in this scripture and thus became outer disciples of Qingyun Mountain. Such people were rare, but rumors of 1 or 2 each year suggested it wasn't false. Perhaps I'm not cut out for cultivation. Fang Xing shook his head helplessly, thinking that the Taoist sect values talent, which is not without reason. Talent is indeed important. Having given up on further studying the Xianxiaaudiobooks refining scripture, Fang Xing took out the thin purple booklet from his bundle. This booklet was given to him by his uncle Gio. And it was also this book that led to the calamity that befell Ghost Smoke Valley. On that night, Xianxiaming descended from the sky on an iron eagle, wielding a cold flying sword, and wiped out the 300 bandits of Ghost Smoke Valley. The only one who escaped was himself, the little bandit. Xianxiaming always believed that the 10th bandit who escaped was a strong man like the others. He probably never expected that he was just a 10-year-old child. Because he was a child, while others were determined to fight to the death. Uncle Gio entrusted this book to him for safekeeping and then threw him into a secret passage. Fang Xing fled without hesitation and ran quickly, knowing he was no match for the cold and fierce man on the Iron Eagle, who could even crush him with a single claw. The purple booklet had 5 ancient seal characters written on the cover. Fang Xing had learned ancient seal script from Uncle Gio and recognized that it read, Yin Yang God Demon Mirror. However, upon opening it, he found the pages completely blank, even when held up to the sunlight. He was sure this was not a blank book. Otherwise, Ghost Smoke Valley would not have suffered such a disaster. Could it have been written with some kind of invisible ink? Like the treasure maps that second uncle used to deceive gullible sheep? Fang Xing pondered, but felt it didn't quite match. Those inks usually had time limits. While this book clearly showed signs of great antiquity, and such ancient traces couldn't be faked. Thinking this, Fang Xing placed the book on top of the Xianxiaaudiobooks refining scripture spread across his lap and sighed, feeling that he still had a long way to go. He had almost no hope of revenge. Just then, he lowered his head slightly and was suddenly astonished to find that a faint line of text had appeared on the Yin Yang God Demon Mirror, seemingly manifesting out of thin air. Xianxiaaudiobooks refining scripture, Qi condensation realm cultivation method, refine essence into Qi, can achieve divine power. What the hell? Fang Xing sat up straight, staring blankly at the lines of text on the page. At that moment, the previously blank pages were revealing a brief introduction to the Xianxiaaudiobooks refining scripture. It wasn't detailed, but it succinctly described the purpose, principles, and even the shortcomings of this cultivation scripture. After being stunned for a while, Fang Xing lifted the Yin Yang God Demon Mirror, and indeed, the text quickly disappeared. When he placed it down again to touch the Xianxiaaudiobooks refining scripture, the text reappeared. Fang Xing was thrilled and hurriedly glanced around. After some thought, he placed the half-eaten watermelon beside him on the book. No reaction. Could it be too ordinary? Fang Xing rummaged around and suddenly remembered the smoke flask he was holding close. According to what his 4th uncle told him when it was given, this was a good treasure. The mist released from it could overwhelm ordinary people and even knock over a cow. He placed the smoke flask on the book. And after a while, faint text indeed appeared. Magical artifact, can store mist, not classified. Just 10 simple words, and after waiting for a long time, no more appeared. It turned out to be a magical artifact. It really was a good thing. 4th uncle was indeed the most straightforward among the 9 uncles. Even though he was a bit, Boss Fang, it's so hot today, let us get some wine to cool off. Wang Ji walked over while wiping his hands, calling out from a distance. After being stabbed twice, he had completely submitted to Fang Xing, and their relationship had gradually improved. According to his words, it was a classic case of no fight, no acquaintance. Although he had received 2 stabs, he had met a real hero at just 10 years old. Fang Xing discreetly hid the book and jokingly scolded, "You only know how to drink. Have you finished your work?" "Almost. The rest can be handled by those few. I'm going to buy wine." Wang Ji came over, picked up a piece of watermelon, and started munching, but didn't he move. "You poor thing, how much silver can you have?" Fang Xing disdainfully scolded, threw a piece of broken silver over, and added, "Get some more pig head meat." "All right." Wang Ji beamed as he caught the broken silver, tossed the watermelon aside, and ran down the mountain. Although this medicinal herb field belonged to the Taoist sect, the ones managing it were all Taoist boys, which meant they were essentially mortals. Everyone was doing physical labor, so they weren't forbidden from drinking and eating meat. Moreover, about 7 or 8 miles away, there was a small town at the foot of the mountain where many things could be bought, albeit at higher prices than ordinary goods, mostly catering to the Taoist boys managing the medicinal fields. Fang Xing is not someone who only knows how to be ruthless. When it's time to give some rewards, he will do so, such as frequently treating these people to drinks. The Taoist boys receive a monthly salary of 3 to 2 silver coins, but before Fang Xing arrived, all that money belonged to Wang Ji. After Fang Xing came, all that money became his. Fortunately, Fang Xing is not someone who hoards money, although he took the money. After buying wine and meat, he shares it with everyone, unlike the previous Wang Ji, who would shut the door and enjoy it alone. To put it simply, he takes this money to show his status. After Wang Ji left, Fang Xing began to ponder the book Yin Yang Divine Demon Appraisal. The more he thought about it, the more marvelous it seemed. He speculated that this book should possess some kind of appraisal ability, but not everything can be appraised. From the current experiments, It seems to work only on things related to the Taoist sect or spirituality, such as cultivation scriptures and spiritual artifacts. Alas, it's useless. Am I supposed to become a treasure appraiser? After thinking for a while, Fang Xing felt a bit frustrated. No matter how powerful this book is, it doesn't help him much. I found a few room treasures again. If I find a way to sell them, it would be a small fortune. Little Freckles held a few greenish-purple herbs in her hand, her face full of smiles, very pleased with herself. This is a companion herb of the spiritual medicine field, called transforming essence grass, also known as room treasure. It is a type of weed in the spiritual field that must be removed upon discovery, as it is of little use to cultivators, but it is quite useful to mortals. The effect of this grass is to transform blood into essence, and after taking it, it can make a person become vigorous and powerful. This term is not unfamiliar, right? Therefore, mortals welcome this herb very much, and the herbalist often sells it after collecting it. Transforming blood into essence, refining essence into qi. Fang Xing originally just glanced over it and didn't pay much attention. He was only interested because his fourth uncle liked it. But suddenly, he thought of something and sat up abruptly, staring intently at Little Freckles. Boss Fang, I didn't slack off. Little Freckles was startled and almost fell to the ground. The hanging ghost was also startled, thinking he and Little Freckles had somehow offended Fang Xing, and was scared to move. Give me that thing. Little Freckles was stunned and handed it over tremblingly. Fang Xing snatched the transforming essence grass from Little Freckles' hand, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly put it in his mouth, chewing and swallowing it in large bites. Chapter 4. Refining the first wisp of spiritual qi. Under the terrified gazes of Little Freckles and the hanging ghost, Fang Xing chewed the transforming essence grass a few times and swallowed it down. Don't disturb me if there's nothing going on. Fang Xing's eyes were a bit red as he issued a stern command, wiped his mouth, and dove into the wooden house. Little Freckles and the hanging ghost were scared stiff, exchanged glances, and felt that Fang Xing had gone mad. That was the room treasure. Even an adult man could only eat a small piece of leaf at a time, enough to last a whole night. And here was this 10-year-old kid who ate 3 at once. Was he trying to challenge the heavens? Fang Xing entered the wooden house and immediately sat cross-legged as described in the Qin Yun Qi refining text, with his 5 hearts facing the sky. The transforming essence grass acted quickly. Not long after, Fang Xing felt a violent heat rising from his lower abdomen, and his pants felt tight and swollen. Fang Xing took a deep breath and began to operate the mystical method according to the incantation in the Qin Yun Qi refining text, channeling his qi and blood. At this moment, the operation of the mystical method was merely a state of mental clarity, as there was no spiritual energy in his body to circulate. The medicine's effect was intense. Fang Xing's eyes were even bloodshot, and his lips were extremely dry. The violent heat rushed around in his body, making him feel very uncomfortable and swollen. It must work. Fang Xing endured the discomfort in his body, maintaining a state of mental clarity, without any trace or force. Gradually, a stick of incense passed, and half an hour passed. Even his delicate skin began to swell and turn red and purple when, suddenly, a strange occurrence happened within Fang Xing. While he continuously envisioned in his mind a stream of energy circulating with his intention, that nearly violent heat within him suddenly split off a wisp, transforming into a cool and pleasant trickle, faint and elusive, flowing along with his mental command. Meanwhile, the violent heat in Fang Xing's body subsided, but his meridians were in immense pain. It worked. Fang Xing was overjoyed at heart, but immediately focused his mind, enduring the severe pain in his meridians, cautiously maintaining that wisp of energy. It was a small adventure, and he didn't expect it to actually succeed, which naturally made Fang Xing feel extremely excited. He remembered the explanation in the Qin Yun Qi refining text that appeared in the Yin Yang Divine Demon Appraisal. This method gathers the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine oneself, accumulating in one's aptitude, with few suitable candidates, allowing for the refining of essence into qi, compensating for deficiencies. Combining this with the appraisal language from the book, along with the insights Fang Xing gained from studying the Qin Yun Qi refining text over the past few days, he understood one thing. The first step of cultivation is to breathe and regulate one's breath to cultivate one's spiritual energy. However, this step is not something everyone in the world can accomplish. Some people's physiques are close to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, making their cultivation naturally more effective. But others, like himself and several other Taoist boys including Wang Zhi, are what Taoists call ordinary bodies, making it difficult to perceive the existence of spiritual energy. For example, Wang Zhi had been cultivating for 7 years and still had not sensed the presence of spiritual energy, which is not uncommon. In fact, for most people, even if they cultivate for a lifetime, they may never sense the existence of spiritual energy. However, is breathing and regulating one's breath the only method to condense spiritual energy? Clearly, That's not the case. Even ordinary bodies have hope of stepping onto the path of cultivation, which is to refine essence into qi. Essence is the fundamental energy of a person, which is not difficult to understand. Just think about how one came into being. Refining essence into qi is transforming one's own essence into spiritual energy for breaking through this first barrier. Fang Xing thought of this point and saw a glimmer of dawn. However, ordinary people cannot sense the existence of their essence. This also requires years of insight to experience. Yet Fang Xing was different. He was naturally bold and had a mind much more agile than others. When he saw the transforming essence grass, he thought of a method and decided to act after considering it for just 2 breaths. Since he couldn't feel it normally, he would make the essence flourish. After consuming 3 transforming essence grasses, Fang Xing truly felt this flourishing essence. The violent heat was the most direct manifestation of the essence, and at that moment, Fang Xing used the method of condensing spiritual energy from the qi refining text to channel that violent essence, successfully extracting a wisp of weak spiritual energy from within. Although it was not much, nearly negligible, it was indeed a significant step forward. Now it may seem redundant to explain, but in Fang Xing's mind, it was just a fleeting thought that he immediately put into action. Fang Xing himself did not realize how many dangers he had experienced. Using this method to condense spiritual energy was indeed a risky endeavor, akin to playing with fire. With a slight misstep, one could be consumed by desire, losing all rationality, which is referred to in cultivation as going astray. Fortunately, although Fang Xing was young, his determination was remarkable. He was harsh on others and himself, and he managed to endure it. Gulp. As this wisp of spiritual energy stabilized and spread into his meridians, the violent heat gradually dissipated. At this moment, Fang Xing felt an intense hunger, even a bit dizzy, as if he hadn't eaten for 3 days. This was inevitable, as Fang Xing had used the transforming essence grass to stimulate the essence and refined it into spiritual energy. But where did this essence come from? Nature is transformed from one's own vital energy, and although I have only cultivated a trace of it, my body is already severely depleted. The most direct manifestation of this is the dizziness and faintness from hunger, urgently needing nourishment. Damn it, I need to eat something. Fang Xing forced his weak body to stand up, his hand accidentally pressing on the book Yin Yang Divine Demon Mirror, and at that moment, an astonishing scene occurred. As Fang Xing's palm touched the book, a trace of ethereal energy, faint yet present, in his meridians suddenly stirred, and then a strange power appeared on the book, vibrating simultaneously with Fang Xing's ethereal energy. Fang Xing instinctively looked and was immediately shocked to see an incredible sight. The book had disappeared. At the same time, he felt a slight coolness in his mind, as if something had entered. Where did the book go? Fang Xing was taken aback, not thinking that a book could enter his mind. In a panic, he rummaged around, and just as he flipped to the qi refining chapter, preparing to toss it aside, an inexplicable piece of information appeared in his mind. Qi refining chapter, a cultivation method for the condensing qi realm, regulating breath and energy, can achieve divine powers. This Fang Xing was stunned. After a long while, he confirmed that the book had indeed entered his mind. He stood there dazed until his stomach once again made an embarrassing growl, waking him up. What the hell? A book that big crammed into my head. Won't it squish my brain flat? While muttering to himself, he rubbed his stomach and walked outside. At this moment, night had fallen, and outside the door, Wang Ji and the others were cautiously drinking and eating meat while keeping an eye on the wooden hut. They were afraid that Fang Xing would go crazy and suddenly burst out of the hut to attack someone, so they deliberately kept their distance. Did he really eat all 3 essence herb plants? Wang Ji took a sip of liquor and lowered his voice to ask. He had already asked 3 times and still found it hard to believe. It's just like a cow eating grass, chewed and swallowed all of it. Oh dear. Even 1 plant is too much for a single person to handle. I say this guy can't be addicted to it, right? He ate so much at once. He will definitely look for someone to vent his anger on later. Just leave it to you, Wang Ji said, eyeing the hanged ghost, who was the whitest among the group of Taoist boys. Hearing Wang Ji's words, the hanged ghost, who had just bitten into a piece of pig head meat, dropped it in fear and said with a mournful face, I can't do it. I'm afraid of pain. How about letting Little Freckle do it? How can that be? Little Freckle jumped up in fright. You have the whitest face. The legendary pretty boy is you. You're definitely the one. What pretty boy? Suddenly, a hoarse voice rang out, causing the 5 Taoist boys to shudder and jump back in unison. In fact, at that moment, Fang Xing was indeed starving. His body was severely depleted, feeling that no matter how much he ate, it was never enough. After a bout of wolfing down food, he finished all the meat and took a couple of swigs of liquor to moisten his throat. Only then did he stop, rubbing his stomach, feeling that it was still not enough, but his stomach was just too bloated. I have an announcement for you all. From now on, bring me 3 plants every day. No, just 1 will do. From now on, bring me one essence herb plant every day. I don't care where you find it. It can't be less than that each day. Whoever brings it to me first 1 tea have to work that day. Also, we need to improve our living conditions. This little pig head meat is not enough. From now on, double it. No, triple it. After hearing Fang Xing's words, the Taoist boys were all dumbfounded, not understanding what he was trying to do. After a while, Wang Ji finally said tremblingly, "But that has 5 pounds of pig head meat. And you want to triple it?" "Yes." Fang Xing nodded. "Let's do it this way first. If it's not enough, we'll add more." "But we don't have enough money," Wang Ji said with a bitter face. "Then go sell your butts." Fang Xing said nonchalantly, "After all, you were just fighting to be the pretty boy." Chapter 5, It's You I'm Hitting. In the 10,000-acre spirit field under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Gate, a well-known foodie appeared. For the past 2 months, Fang Xing had eaten more than 10 pounds of meat daily, not including rice, fruits, and various drinks, occasionally buying some tonics to nourish his body. In this environment, Wang Ji and the other 5 Taoist boys followed Fang Xing, sharing the benefits, each growing plump and rosy, even developing little bellies with double or triple chins. However, Fang Xing had not gained weight and had even lost some. Now his physique looked quite thin, like a piece of paper, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Yet, his eyes had become exceptionally bright, and his mental state was excellent. Every movement filled with a sense of power. The Qingyun Transformation Sutra was indeed extraordinary. I have only cultivated for 2 months and have undergone such changes. No wonder my 9 uncles claimed to be top-notch in the martial world, but were completely wiped out by an eagle and a sword. In the forest next to the medicinal field, Fang Xing sat in front of a bonfire, staring at a wild rabbit roasting over the fire. After 2 months of gluttony, the money he had scraped together from the Taoist boys had long been squandered. What to do without money? He couldn't really let these guys sell their butts. And with his appearance, it was likely no one would want to buy. Unable to find a way out, Fang Xing often took the Taoist boys hunting in the nearby forests. The forests around Qingyun Mountain were rich in wild animals, and they didn't restrict the Taoist boys from catching them. As long as they had the ability, they could catch some to improve their living conditions. Fortunately, after he cultivated a trace of ethereal energy, he felt his senses sharpened, his reactions much quicker, and even his strength had increased significantly. Usually, he would collect a bunch of small stones in his pocket, and once he spotted wild rabbits or pheasants taking off, he would throw them, hitting every target within 30 yards. There was even one time when Fang Xing encountered a wild wolf alone. After taking a couple of bites from it, he managed to grab its tail, jumped onto its back, and beat it to death with his fists. Since then, Fang Xing had become like a god in their eyes, and they were all on the verge of pledging loyalty to him. Fang Xing was naturally good to them. The heroic spirit cultivated in the bandit den had not diminished one bit due to his outward appearance. They shared meals and drinks together, and if they couldn't drink, he would pinch their noses and pour it down. Now, the title of Big Brother Fang had firmly taken root in the hearts of the 5 Taoist boys. No longer just a verbal expression. My current spiritual power can successfully circulate in a complete cycle. I wonder if that counts as reaching the first level of spiritual movement. Fang Xing thought to himself. According to the regulations of the Qingyun Mountain Taoist Gate, once the Taoist boys cultivated to the first level of spiritual movement, they could be promoted to outer disciples, raising their status by 1 rank, and no longer needed to muddle around in this medicinal field. It was said that there were other benefits, but the Qingyun Qi refining chapter mentioned how to cultivate, but didn't specify how to classify levels of cultivation. Because of this, Fang Xing now didn't know how to determine his realm. Not far behind a row of pine trees, Wang Ji and Little Freckle approached with smiles, each carrying a bundle of firewood on their shoulders. Since Fang Xing became the boss of this field, the biggest change was that Little Freckle and the others enjoyed better treatment. Previously, they were bullied by Wang Ji, although there were only 5 of them. There were clear hierarchies, with one bullying another. However, after Fang Xing arrived, it became much simpler. Everyone had to endure his bullying, and others were not allowed to act tough. They worked and ate together. Whenever Wang Ji instinctively tried to instruct Little Freckle or the hanged ghost, Fang Xing would kick him, and after 3 months of this, Wang Ji had become quite accustomed to washing his own stinky socks. Of course, besides his own socks, Fang Xing's socks also had to be rotated among them for washing. Chopping firewood and still dawdling. The fire has gone out. Hurry up and come here. Seeing Big Brother Fang getting angry, Wang Ji and Little Freckle hurriedly ran over, staring at the wild rabbit on the fire with drooling mouths. After admitting Fang Xing as the leader, the days of poverty in this place finally became a thing of the past, and life became quite prosperous. They were busy roasting a wild rabbit, just tearing it apart to share the meat, when suddenly a hurried figure ran over from a distance, shouting, "Not good, Brother Fang." Someone from above came to inspect the spirit herb field, and since you're not here, they are getting angry. Everyone looked up to see that it was the hanging ghost left behind to watch the herb field, running over with a worried expression. "Isn't the inspection day tomorrow? Why are they here today?" "I'm not sure. It seems a brother surnamed you passed by and thought to come take a look," said the hanging ghost. Wang Ji stood up in shock, his face a bit bitter. Usually, the 5 disciples only needed to tend to the 10 acres of spirit herb field, and they could be carefree without anyone bothering them. However, every 3 months, the people from the medicine department would come to inspect, checking the growth of the spirit herbs to see if the disciples were slacking off. If everything was fine, it was okay, but if any mistakes were found, their wages for the month would be lost, and there could be other serious punishments. Those unscrupulous Taoists from the medicine department often used this excuse to cut the disciples' wages. Now, it was broad daylight, and it wasn't a rest day. They had gone hunting in the woods, which was a significant problem. Hearing this, the little freckled boy became anxious, his face turning pale. Fang Xing disdainfully spat out the grass root in his hand and instructed Wang Ji to wrap the roasted rabbit in leaves. In front of the 3rd spirit herb field, 3 Taoists were coldly watching them as they emerged from the forest, their faces dark enough to squeeze out water. The leader among them was wearing a sinister smile, his small green bean-like eyes squinting. It was actually this guy. Fang Xing caught sight of him from a distance and couldn't help but feel amused. The leading Taoist was the fat Taoist whom he had scolded fiercely in front of the mountain gate. His surname was Yu, named Yu Sanliang, and he was an outer disciple of the Taoist sect. The other 2 were disciples, temporarily pulled in by the fat Taoist to support him. During your duty time, you sneaked off to the woods to wander around. What great audacity. Do you believe I'll report you to the brothers from the medicine department, and you'll all be punished?" The fat Taoist saw Fang Xing from afar, his face jiggling with fat as he sneered, "Especially you. You've just entered the mountain gate for a few days? You're already brazenly violating the rules of the sect. Do you want to be expelled?" The fat Taoist felt a bit pleased with himself. He didn't belong to the medicine department, but to the miscellaneous department, which basically meant doing odd jobs. This time, he was sent by someone above to handle matters at the herb field, and he suddenly remembered that he had sent a kid here 3 months ago. So he thought to come see if the kid had been dealt with severely. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a good opportunity. During duty hours, that kid had actually slipped away, which was a considerable mistake, enough for him to take advantage of and vent his anger from 3 months ago. "Ah, Brother Zhu, what a rare guest. Come take a seat." Fang Xing walked over with a grin, pretending to instruct the little disciples to show the fat Taoist to a seat. "Nonsense, who is surnamed Zhu?" "I'm surnamed Yu." The fat Taoist angrily pointed at Fang Xing, his face shaking with rage. Fang Xing smiled as he assessed the fat Taoist, contemplating how to deal with him, when suddenly, he felt a strange sensation, and an inexplicable piece of information appeared in his mind. 1st level of spirit movement cultivation. Weak constitution, energy content in the meridians. It was actually about the fat Taoist's cultivation level. All of his cultivation status appeared in Fang Xing's mind. Could that treasure mirror even see others' cultivation? Fang Xing couldn't help but be surprised, his expression changing. Seeing Fang Xing's face change, the fat Taoist thought he was scared and became even more smug, waving his chubby hand in the air, sneering. "What's the matter? Are you scared? If you kneel and kowtow a few times to me, I'll let you off this time." Fang Xing's expression was unpredictable as he slowly circled around the fat Taoist. The fat Taoist felt uneasy under his scrutiny and shouted, "You little brat, what do you want to do? Do you believe I can slap you away?" Fang Xing had a plan in mind, raising an eyebrow and asking, "Are you from the medicine department?" The fat Taoist was taken aback, replying, "What if not?" Fang Xing continued, "Did the brothers from the medicine department send you here to inspect?" The fat Taoist said, "I just passed by, specifically to see if you were slacking off." Suddenly, Fang Xing jumped up and slapped the fat Taoist in the face, shouting, "Screw you." Although he was not big, he had to jump to reach the fat Taoist's face, but that slap was indeed heavy. With a loud crack, a clear 5-finger mark appeared on the fat Taoist's plump white face, his nose turning red as blood began to flow. The fat Taoist, stunned, saw stars and felt dizzy, completely caught off guard. "You little bastard, you dare hit me?" After a while, the fat Taoist finally screamed. But before he could finish, he felt a heavy kick to his leg and couldn't help but fall to the ground, with Fang Xing stepping on his back. "A person from the miscellaneous department coming to show off in the medicine department? I'm gonna hit you." Fang Xing shouted angrily as his fists and slaps fell like rain, hitting the fat Taoist like he was a pig being slaughtered. The fat Taoist was making a ruckus, tears and mucus flowing together. Although he had some cultivation, he tried to use his energy to push Fang Xing away. Who would have thought that Fang Xing also released his energy, which countered the fat Taoist's protective energy, allowing him to continue the beating without restraint. Chapter 6. Framing. Nearby, Wang Ji and the others, even the 2 disciples who followed the fat Taoist, were stunned by this scene. The rules of the Qingyun Mountain Taoist sect were strict. When had a disciple ever beaten an outer disciple? Moreover, outer disciples had cultivated energy. Even if they were weak, they weren't people that disciples could approach. A single burst of energy would send even the strongest disciple flying. Let go of brother you. After a while, the two disciples finally reacted and shouted in unison, rushing over to rescue him. Who dares? Fang Xing suddenly stood up, his energy surging, releasing an inexplicable pressure. The two disciples felt a chill in their hearts. Frozen in place, too afraid to step forward. Wang Ji, the hanging ghost, little freckled boy, tie these two guys up. Rat spirit, crooked-legged boy. You two go to the medicine department to report, saying we caught 3 guys coming to the spirit herb field to steal herbs in broad daylight. Fang Xing coldly commanded, while pulling a handful of spirit herbs from the nearby field, regardless of what they were, stuffing them directly into the fat Taoist's arms. This isn't good, is it? Wang Ji and the others were terrified, trembling with fear, hesitant to move. What are you afraid of? These guys are neither from the medicine department nor on orders from the medicine department. They dare to flaunt their power here. I don't believe the people from the medicine department want to have a grudge against them. Hey, you, rat spirit, don't you have a gold hairpin? The one you betrothed to your fiancé, bring it here and stick it in his arms. Saying he brought 2 people here to ask us for a few spirit herbs secretly, and when we didn't dare to give, they tried to rob us, demanding bribes. The disciples understood Fang Xing's words and quickly started gathering ropes and the gold hairpin. The fastest to run was the crooked-legged boy, who was already preparing to go to the medicine department to report. Wait a minute. Fang Xing's words caught his attention. At first, he didn't think much of it, but the more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. Yes, after all, I'm not from the medicine supervisor's office. And coming here is inherently unjustified. This little brat falsely accuses me of stealing spiritual medicine, and no one would believe it. After all, the rules of the Qingyun Mountain sect are strict, and no one dares to openly steal spiritual medicine. It is a resource of the sect and strictly forbidden. However, if those from the medicine supervisor's office really think I'm here to solicit bribes, it would be very bad for me. It is only natural for superiors to enjoy the respect of their subordinates, but one must not overstep boundaries. Moreover, even if I clarify everything, being beaten to a pulp by a 10-year-old Taoist boy and then tied up like a fat pig and sent to the medicine supervisor's office would ruin my reputation for this lifetime. Even my own senior brother from the miscellaneous office would feel deeply embarrassed and might come to resent me. I absolutely must not let this escalate. The fat Taoist actually caught Fang Xing hunting during his duty time, thinking he could leverage that against him, believing that Fang Xing wouldn't dare to make a scene. But who would have thought this kid didn't know what fear was? Not only did he directly beat me up, but he also brazenly accused me. Spiritual medicine is as important as one's lifeblood in the Taoist sect. He just pulled it off without hesitation. This kid is too fierce and difficult to handle. I have no choice but to bow my head. The fat Taoist suddenly realized this and hurriedly shouted, "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. We were just playing around. Let us not alert the brothers from the medicine supervisor's office. Kid, let me go, and we can talk nicely." Hearing the fat Taoist's words, the other Taoist boys exchanged surprised glances, clearly taken aback. Only Fang Xing smiled coldly, having already anticipated this outcome. His earlier words were more for the sake of Wang Ji and others than for the fat Taoist. "Oh dear, brother pig, it's all my fault. I didn't know you were just playing around and hit too hard." Fang Xing suddenly changed his demeanor, cheerfully helping the fat Taoist up and even brushing off the dirt on him. "My surname is Yu, not Zhu." The fat Taoist sat up, feeling a stir in his heart. Although he had taken quite a beating, he wasn't internally injured and could still fight back. He had mainly been caught off guard by Fang Xing's sneak attack, and if he really wanted to fight back, he wouldn't necessarily be afraid of him. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt a glint in his vision, and a shiny knife was pressed against his neck. The cold sensation immediately made the fat Taoist more alert. Fang Xing's round and cute little face leaned closer to him as he whispered, "You fat pig. Don't take my kindness for weakness. I'm not afraid of anything. If this escalates, let us see who suffers. This little brat is a madman." The fat Taoist was startled and immediately lost the desire to fight back. "Fine, you win this time. I'll just accept my fate. Let us see how it goes." Hee, if we're going to see how it goes, who knows who will come out on top. "It was only after meeting you that I realized I could also become an outer sect disciple," Fang Xing said coldly, his gaze making the fat Taoist's heart skip a beat. He suddenly remembered how his spiritual energy was dispersed by Fang Xing, and his expression changed immediately. "You've also cultivated spiritual energy?" "Yes, it's not that difficult. I wanted to ask you how to define the first realm of spiritual movement." The fat Taoist closed his eyes in pain and said, all right. To reach the first realm of spiritual movement, your meridians must adapt to the existence of spiritual energy and allow it to circulate smoothly around your body." Damn, Fang Xing was quite surprised. He thought there would be some standard, but it turned out he had reached it a month ago, having witnessed the terrifying strength of the Taoist disciples. Fang Xing had thought the cultivation in the Taoist sect was exceedingly daunting. The yin-yang divine demon mirror can assess techniques, spiritual treasures, and others' cultivation. But it can't assess oneself, which is also Fang Xing's predicament. Bring me a basin of water to wash my face, the fat Taoist said softly, his eyes so swollen he could barely open them. Fang Xing finally reacted, quickly standing up and kicking Wang Ji, who was standing dumbfounded, saying, I'm talking about you. How can you be so clueless? Hurry up and get Brother Pig some water to wash his face. And you, little freckle, don't just stand there like an idiot. Put the meat out and bring out those jars of good wine hidden under Wang Ji's bed. Today, I want to drink and celebrate with Brother Pig. My surname is Yu, not Zhu, the fat Taoist muttered. The group of Taoist boys seemed to come to their senses and mechanically went about fulfilling his orders. After Wang Ji brought the water, he suddenly reacted. How did you know I had 4 jars of good wine hidden under my bed? Fang Xing shot him a glance and said, there are only 3 jars left. He felt a bit disdainful. He had no idea how to hide things. Why would anyone hide good things under the bed? Wang Ji let out a wail and ran to check on his wine. After the fat Taoist washed his face, he wanted to leave this nightmare-like place quickly, but Fang Xing had already set up the food and drink, warmly inviting the fat Taoist to sit down and enjoy. The fat Taoist was almost forced to sit down. He was originally a foodie, and seeing the roasted golden rabbit meat, along with the aroma of the 3 jars of wine, he couldn't hold back any longer. Besides, he realized that this kid Fang Xing was simply a freak. After only a few days as a Taoist boy, he had already gathered the Taoist boys of this area as his little brothers. It's worth noting that each of these Taoist boys was older than him, and now that this guy had cultivated spiritual energy, if he reported it to the sect, his status would be the same as his. There was really no need to make things too tense. With this thought in mind, the fat Taoist decided to take a step back, and his expression became less grim. After finishing a jar of wine, he was already glowing with health and was chatting and laughing with Fang Xing, looking just like brothers. After drinking a jar of wine with the fat Taoist, Fang Xing had already learned most of what he wanted to know. With bright eyes and thoughtful expression, he said, so, as long as I ring that Qingyin bell by the spiritual field, I can become an outer sect disciple? The fat Taoist, with a slurred tongue, said, that's right. Brother, you should go ring the bell tomorrow. Your senior brother will be waiting to celebrate your promotion. Chapter 7. The bell rings, cutting ties of dust. The Qingyin sect has thousands of acres of spiritual fields and 10,000 Taoist boys. With so many people, it's natural that talents emerge easily. Although the sect only passed on the simplest Qingyun Qi refining technique to this group of young Taoists, and there was no guidance or help in cultivation, every year, among these thousands of Taoist boys, 1 or 2 exceptional individuals who cultivated spiritual energy through their own comprehension would emerge. In the eyes of other Taoist boys, such people were nothing short of stunning prodigies, the chosen ones. Early in the morning, Fang Xing packed up his belongings into a bundle and bid farewell to the other Taoist boys. In the morning breeze, Wang Ji, Little Freckle, Hanging Ghost, Rat Spirit, and Loopy Ghost stood in a line in front of the wooden house to see him off. Their expressions were a mix of admiration and envy, as they never expected this fierce and overbearing kid could cultivate spiritual energy in just 3 months and was about to soar to the outer sect. Although they saw Fang Xing practicing hard every day, they thought it was just a common phase for newcomers to the Qingyin sect. Every Taoist boy entering the sect would desperately cultivate for the first year, or even 2, hoping to step into the immortal path and reach the heavens. But as time passed, they would gradually give up, recognize their own talents, and settle into being an ordinary person. Moreover, Fang Xing had always kept his intentions secret. And it was only yesterday, when he mentioned preparing to ring the Qingxin bell, that others realized he had already cultivated spiritual energy. Brother Fang, you truly are extraordinary. Once you enter the outer sect and soar to great heights, I hope you remember us brothers. Wang Ji said sincerely, his eyes seeming a bit red. While Little Freckle began to sob directly, Fang Xing kicked out with one foot, laughing and scolding. Crying like a woman. What are you crying for? I've leveled up. Not going to die? You bunch of idiots. Remember the secret method I told you yesterday? That's a non-transmissible secret I painstakingly researched. As long as you cultivate according to the method, you will definitely be able to cultivate spiritual energy, and when you enter the outer sect, I will still take care of you. The method is indeed a bit strange, but we will remember it, the young Taoist said awkwardly, some skeptical about the method Fang Xing had shared. Fang Xing smiled, but said nothing more. He had already told them the method. Whether they believed it or not was up to them. All right, brothers, I'm leaving, no need to see me off. Fang Xing waved his hand and turned to walk along the narrow path into the depths of the Green Mountains. Farewell, big brother Fang. Wishing you a bright future and a smooth journey. The congratulatory voices of the young Taoists came from behind, showing deep feelings and heavy parting. However, once Fang Xing's figure disappeared from sight, the group of Taoists suddenly straightened their backs, their eyes gleaming mischievously, wiping the tears from their faces. And sighed, "Heaven has eyes. It finally sent this little demon away." Following the narrow path out of the spiritual field, they could reach the back gate of the Qingyun sect. From there, one could glimpse the true appearance of the Qingyun sect, with immortal clouds swirling, strange peaks rising, and quaint, serene Taoist temples hidden in the valleys. A gentle breeze blew, lifting a layer of mountain mist, revealing a cultivation cave that looked like a fairyland. The spiritual field only reached the foot of the green mountain, where under an ancient pine tree, there was a stone platform made of blue stone slabs. Climbing up the stone platform, there stood an ancient blue bronze bell, looking very old, about the size of a grinding disc, but there was no wooden striker beside it. Next to the stone platform, there was also a steel resting on a stone-carved tortoise with an inscription, Qingxin Bell. And beside the bell were 2 lines of poetry written in a flowing script. The bell tolls, severing worldly ties, ascend to the clouds with ease. Is this the place? Among the thousands of Taoists, whoever cultivates spiritual energy can ring this bell and be promoted to an outer sect disciple. Fang Xing thought to himself as he walked up the steps and gently touched the surface of the bronze bell. The dew had not yet evaporated, and the bronze bell was chilling to the bone and extremely heavy. When Fang Xing pushed it, it didn't budge at all. Qingxin Bell, a lower-tier spiritual artifact. Struck by mundane wood or common bronze, it does not sound, but when struck with spiritual energy, the sound travels 10 miles. Focusing his mind on the bell, the yin-yang divine demon mirror in his mind began to spin, absorbing the properties of the bronze into Fang Xing's heart. Then let us begin. Xiao Jiaming. The 10th bandit chief of Ghost Smoke Valley has arrived. Qingyun sect. I, Fang Xing, have arrived. Immortal Tao, here I come. Fang Xing took a long breath. His internal spiritual energy surged, and suddenly he struck the bell. Boom. The heavy bell body trembled violently, and a muffled sound echoed, spreading far and wide, startling a flock of birds in the mountains. Fang Xing struck 3 times and then stopped, waiting for the sect to come and receive him. The Qingxin bell has rung. Has another Taoist cultivated spiritual energy? Hey, I wonder if it's truly a talent or just another waste. Amidst the green mountains, many people were awakened from their peaceful dreams. Some paid attention, some scoffed, and some turned over and continued to sleep. In less than 10 breaths, a green figure flashed like lightning from the front gate of the mountain, revealing a young man with a fair complexion and a slender figure. Dressed in a green Taoist robe, his hair tied up with a black wooden hairpin. He seemed spirited, but wore an expression as blank as a corpse. He approached and glanced at Fang Xing, as if a cold electric shock had hit him, and asked in a deep voice, "Are you the one who rang the Qingxin bell? What is your name?" "Senior brother, I am Fang Xing, a Taoist from District B. Number 3. I pay my respects to you." Fang Xing naturally wouldn't act arrogantly at this moment, bowing respectfully to the newcomer, appearing very proper. However, while bowing, he carefully examined the person and saw that he was at the 4th level of spiritual cultivation, not weak at all. "Good, come with me." The young man nodded, grabbed Fang Xing's arm, and shot up the mountain like lightning. Fang Xing felt the wind beneath his feet, the sound of wind whistling in his ears, the strong wind stinging his face, making it hard to open his eyes. He inwardly cursed this corpse-faced guy. Was he showing off his skills in front of him? But then he realized he was being foolish. Why not circulate his spiritual energy to resist? With a thought, he activated his spiritual energy and immediately felt much better. At this moment, the young Taoist was leading him towards one of the peaks. "Hi, elder, I've brought him." The young Taoist brought Fang Xing to a pavilion halfway up the strange peak, respectfully reporting inside. "Let him come in." An old voice came from the pavilion. Upon hearing this, the young Taoist gave Fang Xing a push on the back, and he stumbled inside. "How dare you push me?" Fang Xing instinctively wanted to curse, but before he could speak, he suddenly felt a stern gaze fixated on him. "How did you cultivate spiritual energy?" The old voice sounded again, heavy and solemn, as if sound waves were crashing against Fang Xing's forehead. Fang Xing turned to look, and he saw an old Taoist with a face like orange peel, his gray-white hair draping on both sides. Morning light streamed in through the window, illuminating half of his face while the other half remained in darkness. However, his eyes were equally bright, with a sharp gaze that seemed capable of penetrating any secret, instilling fear and preventing any hint of deceit. I can't see through his cultivation." Fang Xing boldly examined the old man, only to find that the yin-yang divine demon mirror couldn't see through his cultivation level. After entering Fang Xing's body, each time the mirror examined a treasure or someone's cultivation, it consumed a bit of Fang Xing's spiritual energy. The higher the cultivation of the object being examined, the more spiritual energy it consumed. The fact that he couldn't see through this old Taoist cultivation only indicated that Fang Xing's spiritual energy was still insufficient to activate the yin-yang divine demon mirror to assess his level. Disciple has consumed transformation essence grass. Fang Xing quickly decided it was best to speak the truth, feigning a look of trepidation as he answered. Sigh. Another one who took shortcuts with transformation essence grass. Well, being able to discover the wonderful use of transformation essence grass is also your fortune. I grant you the status of an outer sect disciple of Qinyan sect. The old man seemed somewhat disappointed. After confirming Fang Xing's name, he took a drop of his blood, fused it into a small black wooden token, and casually tossed it to him, dismissing him. That's it. Fang Xing stood outside the pavilion, a bit dazed, not expecting it to be so simple. Could it be that many people discovered the wonderful use of transformation essence grass? Fang Xing pondered, flipping over the wooden token to take a look, only to find it engraved with the character, Ding. Regardless of the circumstances, Ding is certainly not a good rank. Even the spiritual fields have a Ding-ranked area as the lowest. What Fang Xing didn't know was that while ordinary Taoists might not be aware of the wonderful use of transformation essence grass, the elders in the sect, who delve into Taoist methods and study pharmacology, certainly knew of it. However, the sect emphasized talent in cultivation, and Qinyan sect was even more typical of the talent over everything approach. Thus, although they had ways to help someone who couldn't cultivate spiritual energy to do so, they wouldn't go that route. After all, such individuals had too poor a talent. Even if they managed to embark on the path of cultivation, their future would be bleak. However, the sect also valued fate and understanding, so Taoists who cultivated using transformation essence grass, although generally of poor talent, would still be given the status of outer sect disciples by Qinyan sect. As for what achievements they would reach in the future, that depended on individual fortune. Chapter 8, A Little Outburst. Let me see your wooden token. A cold voice sounded, and it was a senior brother with a deadpan face, who had been waiting outside the attic. Fang Xing intended to hand over the wooden plaque, but he raised his hand, and an invisible force pulled it over, causing the plaque in Fang Xing's hand to slip away and fly towards him. The senior brother with the deadpan face took the plaque and glanced at it, immediately revealing a trace of disdain on his face. Ding level aptitude? Humph, another waste. He tossed the plaque back to Fang Xing and impatiently said, You can go to the Qingmu Pavilion by yourself. I have things to do and won't accompany you. Saying this, he pointed in the direction of the Qingmu Pavilion and turned to leave. Fang Xing was furious and cursed loudly, thinking to himself, what kind of virtue do these cultivators have? It was clear that this deadpan-faced senior brother actually had the responsibility of leading new disciples to the Qingmu Pavilion and handling relevant items. But upon seeing Fang Xing's poor cultivation aptitude, he couldn't be bothered to deal with him any further and left without putting on even a pretense. Fang Xing angrily descended the mountain, wanting to go to the Qingmu Pavilion but not knowing the way. The strange peaks and valleys of this place, along with the clusters of palace eaves, made him a bit dizzy. The deadpan-faced senior brother had only pointed out the direction casually. How could he know where the Qingmu Pavilion was? Brother Fang. Suddenly, a big pig-headed figure rushed down the small path ahead. Upon seeing Fang Xing, he stopped in his tracks. This pig-headed figure was the plump Taoist who had originally promised to wait near the Qingxin bell for Fang Xing and guide him. But he had drunk too much last night and completely forgotten about it. It wasn't until the Qingxin bell rang that he woke up, hurriedly got out of bed, and prepared to go wait for him at the Qingmu Pavilion. Just as he was halfway there, he happened to run into Fang Xing, who was cursing all the way. The two faced each other, and the plump Taoist felt a bit embarrassed. Although they had already become brothers and celebrated over drinks yesterday, he had been drunk then. Now, even though he wanted to befriend Fang Xing, he felt a bit awkward. Ah, my pig brother, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why have you only just arrived? Fang Xing caught a glimpse of the plump Taoist's thoughts and greeted him with a big smile. Ahem, my surname is Yu, not Pig. I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting, brother. The plump Taoist, seeing Fang Xing so enthusiastic, felt his reservations vanish and approached with a full smile. Why is brother Fang alone? Is there no senior brother to guide you? There was a deadpan-faced senior brother leading the way, but he had an upset stomach and ran to the restroom. I couldn't wait and decided to go by myself. How could a cultivator have an upset stomach? Who knows? Maybe his intestines are rotten. Fang Xing casually flattered and cursed the deadpan-faced senior brother as he hooked his arm around the plump Taoist's neck and walked away. He was shorter and could only awkwardly lean on the plump Taoist's shoulder, which required the Taoist to lean sideways. What level is Brother Fang's aptitude rated as? Haha. And you? I'm ashamed to say I'm rated as Ding level aptitude. Haha. Then we're about the same. The two, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, chatted and walked toward the Qingmu Pavilion. The plump Taoist did not change his attitude because Fang Xing was Ding level aptitude. First, because he was also Ding level aptitude, and second, He learned from Fang Xing that over half of the more than 1,000 outer disciples in the Qingyun sect had Ding-level aptitude. Among the remaining, half had C-level aptitude. And among the rest, half had B-level aptitude. Only a few had true A-level aptitude, which were considered treasures. With this in mind, Fang Xing felt a little more balanced. At least he wasn't at the very bottom. Before long, they arrived at the Qingmu Pavilion, which was a 3-story building made of wood that emitted a faint green hue. At first glance, it seemed plain and unadorned, but upon closer inspection, it was intricately constructed with no seams, simple yet grand. The surface of the building didn't have a single bug hole, and it seemed even dust didn't settle on it. Under the rays of the rising sun, it glimmered subtly, exuding a majestic aura. As Fang Xing and the plump Taoist approached, a thin old Taoist came over from beside the wooden pavilion. The plump Taoist quickly pulled Fang Xing and saluted him, referring to him as Senior Brother Qiao. Fang Xing took a glance at him and realized he could see through his cultivation level, which was only at the 4th layer of spirit movement. Although he appeared to be of similar age to the tall elder from earlier, their cultivation levels were vastly different. Senior Brother Qiao took a look at Fang Xing's wooden plaque and didn't say much. He arranged for Fang Xing to have a small room at the foot of the Yunin Peak as a place to cultivate, gave him a small-sized Qingyun sect robe, a thin booklet on the Qingyun Qi refining technique, and a small red, translucent stone the size of a goose egg, which was said to be the spirit stone used for cultivation. After that, he sent Fang Xing to the magic tool pavilion. Brother Fang, don't underestimate this spirit stone. Our future cultivation depends on it. As outer disciples, we have low status and only receive spirit stones every 3 months, treating them as treasures. In the secular world, each piece is worth 100 gold. The plump Taoist said as he saw Fang Xing examining the spirit stone repeatedly. Only 1 piece every 3 months? Is the sect that stingy? Fang Xing was somewhat dissatisfied. Oh, this is a resource for cultivation. Getting 1 piece every 3 months is already good enough. This is because we have low aptitude. Although we are all outer disciples, those with Ding-level aptitude can only get 1 every 3 months. Those with C-level can get 1 every 2 months, and those with B-level can get 1 every month. As for those with A-level aptitude, they are exceptional and can get 2 pieces a month, making them big spenders. Hee, if they are spenders, we should rob them of 2 pieces someday. Brother, you mustn't joke around. Those with A-level aptitude are not to be trifled with. If a dispute arises, even if they provoke us, the elders will certainly punish us. If you want to earn some extra stones, I can introduce you to the miscellaneous office for a position. Just work diligently. And you can also receive a spirit stone every 3 months, which is double the amount. Haha, that doesn't quite suit me. Let me think about it. The two chatted as they arrived at the entrance of the magic tool pavilion. Suddenly, the plump Taoist remembered something and whispered, Brother Fang, when you get to the magic tool pavilion, be sure to hand over this spirit stone to the guarding senior brother, and then select a magic tool under his guidance. Fang Xing was taken aback and rolled his eyes, saying, what kind of joke is this? Why should I give them the spirit stone, which I only get 1 of every 3 months? The plump Taoist was amused and said, this isn't just a fee for entering. In our Qingyun sect's outer magic tool pavilion, most of the items are old artifacts discarded by predecessors, and more than half are damaged. If you offer a little something, the guarding senior brothers will naturally guide you to a good one. But if you don't offer anything, they won't pay you any attention. How will you know which items are good or bad? Those black-hearted guys often polish damaged flying swords to a shine just to deceive people. Saying this, he took out a sword talisman to show Fang Xing. Look, I was lacking in offerings back then, and as a result, under their guidance, I took this sword talisman, which was said to release sword energy equivalent to that of a 4th-layer true Qi cultivator. At that time, I thought I had found a treasure and was overjoyed. Later, I realized that this sword talisman could only be used once. After that test, it was useless. Now I can't throw it away or keep it, and I feel like crying without tears. I can only keep it around as a mere thought. It seems you are also useless. No wonder you ended up flaunting your power among the young disciples. Fang Xing secretly mocked the plump Taoist in his heart, but smiled and said, thank you for your guidance, brother. The plump Taoist did not go into the magic tool pavilion with him, but waited outside. Fang Xing strode in boldly. How dare you? The Qingyun sect's magic tool pavilion does not allow idle people to barge in. Suddenly, a loud shout startled Fang Xing. He saw 3 people emerge from beside the artifact pavilion. The leader was a man in his 30s, with 2 whiskers on his upper lip, thin and small, looking even skinnier than a rat spirit. His small green bean-like eyes sparkled with light, and upon seeing Fang Xing, he understood why others said small eyes concentrate light. This fellow's shine was quite impressive. Fang Xing quietly assessed the 3 and recognized their cultivation levels. The rat spirit was at the 3rd level of spirit movement, while the other 2 were both at the 2nd level. He realized they were trying to intimidate him, and while he scoffed inwardly, he maintained a respectful demeanor and said, I am Fang Xing, a newly admitted outer disciple, here to collect my artifact according to the sect's rules. Here is the waste token granted by Elder Gao for your inspection. The rat spirit took the wooden token, glanced at it, and then sneered. So you are the new outer disciple. You don't know the rules. We'll let you off this time for barging into the artifact pavilion. But you just come here empty-handed to collect an artifact? His small eyes blinked, clearly hinting that Fang Xing should offer a bribe. What does senior brother mean? Fang Xing feigned ignorance, not wanting to give anything, especially since it was a spirit stone. Others needed their guidance to avoid picking damaged artifacts, but he wasn't afraid. Was the Yin Yang Divine Demon Mirror just for show? Rat, stop playing dumb and hand over the spirit stone, or get lost. One of the men beside the rat spirit suddenly lost his temper, openly reprimanding him without a hint of decorum, directly demanding the spirit stone. Fang Xing's expression changed. Initially, he hesitated to give it up, but considering the situation, he was inclined to part with the spirit stone, as he had just entered the sect, and didn't want to draw too much attention. However, he was someone who could be bullied but not pushed around. The man's harsh words ignited his temper. I worked 3 months for this spirit stone. Why should I give it to you, you bastard? Fang Xing shouted, his voice even louder than the man's, startling the three. You dare insult me? The man beside the rat spirit was taken aback, then his anger surged. They held positions in the artifact pavilion, unlike the miscellaneous duties of the fat Taoist, and were either well-connected or had paid a hefty price to get in. They wielded magical treasures, and any disciple who saw them would be respectful. It was precisely because of this that they had developed such arrogant personalities. However, they never expected that today, after merely scolding a new disciple, he would dare to curse back. Fuming, the man stepped forward, intending to slap Fang Xing. Seeing this, Fang Xing knew a fight was imminent. He stepped back and chuckled. You want to extort a bribe and still think you can fight me? Is there no rule in the Tao? The man's expression abruptly changed, and he stopped in his tracks. Although new disciples generally complied with the rules and quietly handed over the spirit stone, this was not something that could be made public. He glanced at Fang Xing, who, despite his young age, had the demeanor of a seasoned schemer, and feared that he might spill the beans. Ha ha, why are we fighting as soon as we meet? That's not good. The rat spirit smiled at Fang Xing. With ill intentions, this little junior brother is young, but has quite the temper. Forget it. We were just joking with you. You can go in and choose an artifact, but keep your eyes peeled. Thank you, senior brother. Fang Xing cupped his fists and ignored the underlying meaning in the rat spirit's words, diving into the pavilion. Upon entering, he was immediately taken aback. This was not an artifact pavilion, but clearly a junk shop. Rows of wooden shelves displayed flying swords, talismans, and spirit artifacts, dazzling the eye. Each item appeared quite extraordinary, with some labeled with names and brief descriptions, while others were just a jumble of talismans, flying swords, treasure vases, and even compasses, making it impossible to discern their quality. At this point, Fang Xing finally understood why every newly admitted outer disciple willingly bribed these three. There were simply too many artifacts here, and from their appearance alone, one could not tell which were good or bad, nor understand their functions. If he blindly picked one, the chances of getting a defective item were too high. Seeing Fang Xing's dazed expression, the three men sneered. They had encountered many who were reluctant to part with their spirit stones, but all of them had been scammed. Although the artifact pavilion only housed low-grade artifacts for the outer disciples of the Qinyan sect, there were still 2,000 to 3,000 items. Recently, a large batch of decent quality items had been taken, leaving behind many low-quality or even damaged items that were unusable. Some good ones had been hidden away in hard-to-see places. They didn't believe this defiant kid could pick anything good. Humph, these three bastards want to scam me. Today, I'll let you see something. This little junior brother. Each disciple only has 1 incense stick's time to choose in the artifact pavilion. I've lit one for you. The rat spirit said cheerfully, signaling one of his companions to light the driest incense stick for timing. The dry incense burned quickly, and since that man secretly broke off a small piece, Fang Xing barely had 2/3 of the time, probably not even enough to look around, let alone choose. Under normal circumstances, when a disciple offered a generous bribe to select an artifact, the guards would not only forget about the time limit, but would also provide guidance based on the bribe given. Low-grade flying sword, made of refined steel, inscribed with 1 formation, low spirit energy. Storage ring, made of tempered gold, 1 cubic space. Purple copper flying sword, inscribed with 3 formations, all damaged. Fang Xing ignored the little tricks of the rat spirit and the others, and focused on selecting artifacts. Wherever his gaze fell, he understood the quality and characteristics of the artifacts, feeling at ease. Just as the fat Taoist had said, many seemingly impressive artifacts were deliberately placed in plain sight, but their internal formations were damaged. If he picked any of them, he would end up with a pile of scrap metal. No matter how good an artifact was, If its internal formation was damaged, it became worthless because, for these artifacts, the internal formations were often more valuable than the materials themselves. Once damaged, it wasn't worth seeking repairs. After all, the cost for a craftsman to repair an artifact was quite high. It was better to buy a new one. Should he pick one of these flying swords or storage rings? Fang Xing pondered as he spotted several decent artifacts. However, Fang Xing did not rush to choose. He considered that with his current level of spirit energy, even if he picked a good flying sword, it might not be enough for it to fly a distance of 10 zhang. If used for defense, it would be less effective than the short knife he already had. Therefore, what he truly needed was not these weapons or storage rings, but rather artifacts that could genuinely assist him. Seeing Fang Xing stop in front of a high-quality flying sword that they had intentionally hidden among the other artifacts, the three men felt a pang of anxiety, fearing this kid might strike it rich and actually pick that flying sword. Cough, cough, little junior brother, time is running out. Hurry up and choose. If you're having trouble deciding, I can recommend something for you. Look over here. These are all good items. For example, this flag, when infused with spirit energy, can unleash intense fire intent. If you face an opponent, waving this big flag can send a fire dragon flying out. Absolutely a good item. The big rat spirit enthusiastically encouraged Fang Xing to choose a flag that looked quite nice. However, Fang Xing only glanced at it and immediately rejected it. The flag was indeed impressive, containing 7 magical formations, making it quite rare in the magic artifact pavilion. Unfortunately, all 7 formations were damaged beyond repair, leaving only some residual fire energy. The big rat spirit had ulterior motives. If Fang Xing were to take that flag and try it out on the spot, its power would be extraordinary. But once it was taken out of the magic artifact pavilion, it could no longer be used. Similar to the sword talisman of the fat Taoist. At that moment, Fang Xing's eyes suddenly lit up as he noticed an artifact near the fire flag. It was a blue ghost face mask, made of an unknown material, with some axe and knife marks on it. There was a notch at the top of the head, making it look like discarded trash thrown in the corner, covered in a layer of dust. It seemed like the most useless item in the magic artifact pavilion. But upon seeing it, Fang Xing suddenly flashed with several pieces of information. One Luo ghost face, containing 36 magical formations. This was actually a mid-tier artifact with 36 intact formations. Fang Xing felt a surge of excitement, and, after understanding the mask's function, his heart bloomed with joy. It turned out that the Wan Luo ghost face was a transformation artifact. Once worn, it could change one's appearance, voice, energy, and height. The 36 formations represented 36 different transformations, allowing the wearer to become 36 different people. This was simply an essential tool for killing and looting. Fang Xing immediately made up his mind. Haha, the little junior brother has taken a liking to this mask? Truly discerning. This mask is known as the 9 Nether Ghost Fire Thunderbolt Divine Mask. Once worn, it can harness the power of gods and demons, making it immensely powerful. The big rat spirit laughed, clearly unaware of the mask's function and even misnaming it. Haha, very good. It suits this little junior brother perfectly. Once he wears it, he will be very impressive. The other two also laughed, urging Fang Xing to hurry up and choose. Is this artifact really that good? My senior brothers wouldn't be lying to me, would they? Fang Xing examined the mask repeatedly, appearing indecisive. Of course, this mask is a perfect match for you, little junior brother. With it, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, and dominating the outer gate will be just around the corner. Even breaking through to the 4th level of true Qi and becoming an inner gate disciple could happen in just a year or 2. The big rat spirit said cheerfully, continuously encouraging Fang Xing to take the mask. Another person nearby echoed, appearing agreeable. Since all 3 senior brothers say so, then I'll choose it. Fang Xing pretended to hesitate, picking up the mask. Good, I'll record it right away. The big rat spirit was extremely pleased and quickly retrieved a blank jade plate from a pile, swiftly inscribing a thought, in the year of Gungzi. On the 1st day of November, Outer Gate disciple Fang Xing receives a low-tier artifact. Chapter 10, Penniless. The big rat spirit did not know the mask's name and couldn't write down a made-up name. So according to the usual practice, anything without a name was recorded simply as a low-tier artifact. After finishing the record, he placed the jade plate on the shelf, marking it as official. His expression darkened as he forced a smile, saying, "Congratulations, little junior brother, on selecting a treasure. You may leave now." The big rat spirit's face fell as he barked. "Nonsense. You have already chosen the artifact, and it is recorded. You cannot change your mind." Fang Xing opened his mouth wide, as if startled by them. "Change? That is not impossible, but it depends on your performance then." The big rat spirit sneered, his eyes gleaming with cunning. There had been others who tried to exchange items before, many of whom had suffered losses at their hands and later came pleading, offering all their valuables in exchange for another artifact. Through this method, they had reaped countless benefits. They recorded the vague name of the low-tier artifact on the jade talisman, not only because they genuinely did not know the mask's name, but also to prepare for when Fang Xing came back, intending to squeeze him for more. After all, the record simply stated one low-tier artifact, and if necessary, they could just swap it for another low-tier artifact later. However, if it had a specific name and characteristics, it would be harder to manipulate, as the Dao sect also had its own rules. Alright then, it's settled. Fang Xing seemed to have made up his mind, stuffing the mask into his robe and turning to leave. The big rat spirit and the two junior brothers exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. They couldn't believe he actually chose such a thing, as if he had found some treasure. Hee, having offended us, does this kid think he can get something good? Dream on. Waiting outside, the fat Taoist hurried over as soon as Fang Xing emerged, eager to see what artifact he had chosen. Fang Xing handed him the mask, and the fat Taoist examined it closely, puzzled. What is this? The mask appeared somewhat old, with visible damage, looking like anything but a good item. Seeing Fang Xing as confidence, the fat Taoist didn't say much more and led the way to the training area arranged by the Dao sect. As they walked, he introduced Fang Xing to the sites of the sect. Having worked in the miscellaneous office, he was quite familiar with the different places in the sect. Though he was not well regarded, he had interacted with many people and had various insider information readily available. That place is even more remarkable, where the disciples specializing in alchemy train, called Xixiao Ridge. It's named for the constant mist of elixirs that lingers there. And the disciples inside are not to be trifled with, as they all have impressive airs. After all, we ordinary disciples will eventually have needs from them. However, Xixiao Ridge has many female disciples, and you're not bad-looking, little junior brother. When you're a bit older, I'll introduce you to one. Having such a partner will bring many benefits. The road to the valley where the outer gate disciples lived at the foot of Yunin Peak was not short, taking over 2 hours to walk. The fat Taoist spoke nonstop, but he did indeed have a lot to share, with a mix of gossip and the sect's regulations. He talked for over 2 hours without repeating himself. Fang Xing, eager to learn about Qingyun's sect, didn't interrupt him and patiently listened, occasionally engaging. The fat Taoist was thrilled to have such a chance to show off, speaking even more animatedly. Little junior brother, look. That's the mountain where the inner gate disciples practice. You must never approach it casually. That's where disciples who break the sect rules are confined. Over there is the canteen office. Outer gate disciples must pay 100 taels of silver each month to receive meals. And over there is the Enlightenment Pavilion, where the secrets of Qingyun's sect's spells are stored, but only inner gate disciples can enter. This place is where you'll be living in the future. I live not far from here, so we can visit each other often. After talking all the way, they finally arrived at a valley at the foot of the mountain. Amidst the white clouds, there were several hundred houses scattered about. Because the valley was quite large, it didn't feel crowded and even appeared quite spacious. The surrounding environment was also pleasant, with a clear stream flowing through the valley and a large area of lush bamboo nearby, rustling gently in the breeze. At this time, the outside world had already entered deep autumn, but within Qingyun's sect, due to the abundant spiritual energy, it still resembled spring and summer. According to the fat Taoist, this was a valley where outer sect disciples lived, and there were over a dozen similar valleys in Qingyun's sect. He lived in a neighboring valley, about 2 to 3 miles away from this place. In fact, all outer disciples reside in such valleys. Once they break through to the 4th level of spiritual movement, they can be promoted to inner disciples and move to caves on the mountain where the spiritual energy is more abundant. If they break through to the 7th level, they can become true disciples and possess a valley or peak rich in spiritual energy within the Qingyun sect, enjoying the same treatment as the elders. After coming down with the plump Taoist, they found the steward of this valley, who was a slightly plump young man at the 2nd level of spiritual movement. He looked somewhat shrewd and was responsible for managing the housing arrangements and the kitchen. He was quite warm and, after verifying Fang Xing's wooden token, arranged a room for him near the clear spring for easy water access. He then asked Fang Xing if he wanted to dine in the kitchen. Junior brother Fang, if you want to eat in the kitchen, you need to pay 100 taels of silver each month, the plump Taoist kindly reminded. Fang Xing was taken aback. His pockets were empty, and he had no money. He casually patted the plump Taoist on the shoulder and said, "Then you lend me 100 taels first, and I'll pay you back another day." The plump Taoist was stunned. "You don't even have 100 taels?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Who says I don't? I just didn't bring any with me." The plump Taoist was helpless. He had brought Fang Xing here and had boasted to this senior brother in charge of the kitchen that Fang Xing was his good friend. Now that the senior brother was watching, it would be unreasonable not to lend him even 100 taels. Reluctantly, he had to let that senior brother note it down, saying he would bring the money over in a couple of days, as he didn't have so much on him either. That senior brother was polite and waved his hand, saying it was not necessary to note it down, just bring it over when convenient. However, His gaze towards Fang Xing had unconsciously turned somewhat disdainful. In the Taoist cultivation world, if one lacks exceptional talent, what matters is resources. Even immense wealth can easily be squandered on the path of cultivation. This kid before him couldn't even scrape together 100 taels, so he seemed unlikely to amount to much. Fang Xing then went with the plump Taoist to the room that had been arranged for him. It was a lonely wooden house that looked very simple. But although it was simple, it was not shabby. It was made of fine pine wood, which could ward off mosquitoes. And the interior was nicely arranged, at least much better than when he was a Tao boy, with a complete set of bed frames, tables, and chairs, although there were no utensils or bedding for daily use. Upon inquiry, he learned that these also required money, so he had to ask the plump Taoist again. Having already paid 100 taels, he naturally couldn't be stingy over 10 more. The plump Taoist reluctantly agreed. Chapter 11. Cultivation Resources. It turned out that after being promoted to outer disciple, the Qingyun Refining Qi Sutra received was actually the complete version of the Qingyun Forging Qi Sutra that the Tao boys held. The basic principles had not changed. It was just more detailed, containing not only methods for sensing spiritual energy and circulating it into the meridians, but also recording points to note during cultivation and teaching how to refine spiritual stones to enhance one's cultivation. At this time, it was already late at night. Dufang sat cross-legged on the bed. The room was simply furnished, but clean and serene. In front of him lay a thin booklet, which was the cultivation method he received after being promoted to outer disciple. This cultivation method was not much different from the Qingyun Forging Qi Sutra, but it was much more detailed. It should be the authentic Qingyun Forging Qi Sutra. Compared to this cultivation method, the one he practiced as a Tao boy was simply appallingly simple, as it only provided a brief introduction to the principles of cultivation, breath regulation, and the basic methods of circulating spiritual energy, nothing more. However, it was understandable. The methods in the hands of Tao boys were originally meant to test their spiritual aptitude and did not need to be too profound. Moreover, Tao boys were sent down the mountain after 10 years of work, and if they were given too advanced methods, it would be easy for the secrets to leak out. Outer disciples could cultivate in the Qingyun sect for 3 years, and if they could not break into the second level of spiritual movement, they would be sent down the mountain. After breaking into the second level, they could continue to cultivate for another 3 years, and if they could not break into the third level, they would likewise be sent down. Even disciples who remained in the sect received pitifully few resources, and to gain enough cultivation resources, they had to either spend a lot of money to purchase from the sect or take on tasks for the sect in exchange for rewards. Of course, there was also the option of entering various departments of the sect, like the plump Taoist, where they could earn meager resources. Fang Xing began to cultivate, operating the heart method of the Qingyun sect, allowing spiritual energy to flow out as he regulated his breathing. In front of him, a red spiritual stone floated gently up and down with his breath, appearing quite magical. Through this breathing method, the spiritual power above the spiritual energy was drawn into his body, permeating his meridians. After officially becoming an outer disciple, or more accurately, after realizing the wonders of the spiritual stone, Fang Xing no longer used the method of refining essence into energy for cultivation. That method was too damaging to the body. Although he had been compensating for the essence he lost through overeating during the 2 months he practiced that method, his body still inevitably suffered significant wear and tear. Now, at the age of 10, Fang Xing had already begun to show some gray hair, all from the refining of the past 2 months. If he continued to practice the refining essence into energy method, he might not even live to see 20. Unlike those with high talent, who could cultivate directly through breath regulation, he could only draw spiritual energy from the outside world. The spiritual stone he was using for cultivation was a special mineral containing spiritual energy. When practitioners regulated their breathing, the spiritual energy would flow into them, and then they could operate the profound methods to draw the spiritual energy contained within the stone into their bodies bit by bit. This method does not harm the source. Instead, it strengthens the body, prolongs life, and enhances physical strength. However, the speed of cultivation improvement is vastly different from the refining essence into energy method. One could be said to be running while the other is walking. But this was also a helpless situation. One could not sacrifice their life for temporary cultivation. Refining essence into energy is a shortcut to cultivation, but it is a life-threatening shortcut. Moreover, using spiritual stones for cultivation is very costly. Currently, Fang Xing was not very proficient in this method of cultivation, but he estimated that at most in 10 days, this spiritual stone would be exhausted. What would he do for the remaining time? Cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't move forward, you will retreat. If he doesn't receive a supply of spiritual energy for 50 consecutive days, the spiritual energy he had already cultivated might gradually diminish. It's like having finally eaten enough and gained some strength, but if he can't eat enough for several days afterward, his body will weaken. The plump Taoist had been in the sect for 7 years. Due to serious resource shortages, his cultivation had stagnated, unable to break through to the second level of spiritual movement. In fact, he had nearly been sent down the mountain twice. But he managed to stay through connections and by giving away the little resources he had as gifts, along with working diligently in the miscellaneous department. However, the more he struggled, the less resources he had, and with no time to cultivate properly, his progress was further stunted. This cultivation matter seems just like the outside world. The bold thrive while the timid starve. If I keep being so honest and straightforward, I'll end up like Brother Pig. Just an errand boy in the Taoist sect. After practicing for a while, Fang Xing stopped. The spiritual stone fell from the air and landed on his leg. He held the stone in his hand, slowly contemplating. Among the more than 1,000 outer disciples in the Taoist sect, many came from wealthy families. Although many of them had only D-grade talent, they had money. When they ran out of spiritual stones, they could simply buy more, spending hundreds of taels of gold each month without issue, which naturally supported their cultivation. But now, I am broke and need to find a way to make a big score. The Qingyun sect was quiet outside, with a bright moon hanging high in the sky. Under the Qingyun sect, the disciples were either cultivating or already asleep. No one would have expected that their 10-year-old junior brother was already pondering how to seize resources from them. Let's cultivate first, he thought. I need to be more cautious and test the waters. After making up his mind, Fang Xing resumed his cultivation. Is Brother Fang here? In the half-month since he officially became an outer disciple, Fang Xing had long exhausted the spirit stone he had refined and was now bored, staring blankly in his room. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He peeked out the window and saw it was the chubby Taoist, who was holding a pouch and a bottle of wine, seemingly coming over to find Fang Xing for a drink out of boredom. Other disciples saw a man in his 30s befriending a child who looked only 10 years old and secretly mocked him, but he was carefree, pretending not to hear. Brother Zhu, come in, come in. Fang Xing greeted enthusiastically, though he was too lazy to move. Hey, I've told you so many times, my surname is Yu, not Zhu. You never remember. The chubby Taoist walked in, familiar with the surroundings, pulled over a stool, tore open the lotus leaf, revealing a roasted chicken inside. He then took 2 coarse porcelain bowls from under Fang Xing's table, poured wine into them, pushed one in front of Fang Xing, and started to eat heartily. By the way, Brother Zhu, you mentioned something about a ghost market among the outer disciples last time? Fang Xing asked thoughtfully while tearing off a chicken wing. It's you, not Zhu. Look at my mouth shape, you. The chubby Taoist mumbled with his mouth full. But that ghost market is real. There are indeed wealthy people among the outer disciples, and they have good things in hand. Sometimes they don't need them, but can't buy what they want. So many have secretly set up ghost markets where everyone goes to trade their unwanted items. The Taoist sect prohibits this because there are regulations that all items needed by disciples must be exchanged with the sect. However, many disciples feel the sect is too exploitative, and some even have items of dubious origin that can't be exposed, which is why ghost markets exist. Moreover, those who go to ghost markets fear that others will leak their secrets, so they disguise themselves and agree to only look at items without asking about identities. The chubby Taoist said this while devouring a chicken leg. Fang Xing nodded and said, then keep an eye out for me and see when the ghost market will be. Why do you want to know? I know how poor you are. The 100 taels of silver for your meals you submitted to the kitchen supervisor this month were paid by me. What treasures do you have to trade? The chubby Taoist disdainfully said, raising his bowl to clink it with Fang Xing's. Just let me inquire. Why ask so much? It's just 100 taels of silver. I'll double it for you another day. 110 taels? Who said you had to pay me back? Come, let's drink. Chapter 12, The Taoist Ghost Market. About a month later, Fang Xing felt that the cultivation he had gained from refining that spirit stone had diminished significantly. Finally, the chubby Taoist brought good news. He had learned that a ghost market with about a dozen participants had set a date and location. Fang Xing was immediately excited and treated the chubby Taoist to a big meal. Of course, he still paid for it. On the day of the ghost market, Fang Xing prepared the items he planned to bring and put on the Wanluo ghost mask. After infusing it with spiritual energy, he felt a strange power surge from the mask, flowing throughout his body. His bones crackled, and he forcibly grew 3 feet taller, resembling an adult. However, since he was originally small, he still looked quite thin. At that moment, Fang Xing appeared as a sharp-eyed young man, about 20 years old. He wasn't handsome or ugly, just an ordinary-looking person, easily forgettable. Fang Xing tried speaking and found his voice was hoarse and deep, sounding like an adult, which satisfied him. He then donned the Taoist robe borrowed from the chubby Taoist and swaggered towards the ghost market. In the valley, people came and went, and no one paid attention to his entrance. The ghost market was located in a small valley about 10 miles away from the outer disciples area. When Fang Xing arrived, the moon had just risen. At the valley entrance stood 2 masked cultivators, both at the first level of spirit movement, looking ominously at the newcomers. Seeing Fang Xing approach, one stepped forward and whispered, What brings you here, brother? Seeing their tight security, Fang Xing was a bit surprised but quickly sneered. Who would come to this shabby place without anything to trade? We're all reasonable people, so stop pretending. I hope today's ghost market doesn't disappoint me. The two guards exchanged glances, and one whispered, Brother, keep your voice down. If the Taoist sect finds out about this, none of us will have a good time. Fang Xing laughed disdainfully. If the sect wanted to know about this ghost market, how could we hide it from them? It's just that the sect chooses to turn a blind eye. Why be so nervous? The two guards were astonished, feeling he was a reasonable person, and their suspicions faded. Allowing him to enter, Fang Xing sneered. This reasoning posed no difficulty for him, as he had already gathered enough information from the chubby Taoist. Although the sect's rules were strict, they never went to extremes. If the sect truly wanted to crack down on the ghost market, they could send an elder to deal with it, and the market wouldn't be able to continue operating. Most of the people at this ghost market were new disciples who had joined the sect 4 months ago, with only a few second-level spirit movement seniors joining in. Disciples with higher cultivation from the Qianyun sect looked down on this ghost market. In short, those who came were mostly novices, who appeared nervous as if facing a great enemy, but they could easily be deceived. After all, in such a ghost market, everyone was unfamiliar with each other, making it not too difficult to blend in. Originally, it was said that about a dozen people would attend the ghost market, but at this time, over 20 people had gathered in the valley. Aside from Fang Xing, several outsiders had also joined in after hearing about it. Everyone chose a corner they deemed safe, disguising themselves thoroughly, fearful of being recognized, their eyes sharp, watching the scene. A masked figure in black stood up, looking like someone in the know. All right, let me go first. To be honest, I know most of you are new disciples who just joined recently, and what you lack most is spirit stones. Conveniently, I have 6 extra spirit stones that I'm looking to sell. The sect's exchange rate is 100 taels of gold for a stone, but I'm offering them for 80 taels each. Who wants to buy? A thin man stepped into the center, placing 5 or 6 shiny red spirit stones on a large stone. Immediately, there was a stir among the crowd, as several people were quite tempted, since saving 20 taels of gold on a single stone was a significant deal. I want to check the spirit stones first. A masked fat man raised his hand, and everyone's gaze turned to him. Go ahead, check as much as you want. How could there be a mistake? The thin man chuckled, spreading his hands in a gesture of openness for inspection. Fang Xing heard his voice and felt it very familiar. Unable to resist, he used the Yin Yang Divine Demon Mirror to take a look at him and instantly felt amused. It turned out to be an acquaintance. This skinny man was none other than the big rat spirit he had seen a month ago at the artifact pavilion. It was no wonder that someone in such a lucrative position would have so many spirit stones to transfer. Then he used the Yin Yang Divine Demon Mirror to look at the others. No matter how these people concealed their appearances, their cultivation levels were unchangeable. Fang Xing quickly understood that most of them were at the first level of spiritual motion, with 4 or 5 at the second level, while the skinny big rat spirit was the only one at the third level in the venue. All right, spirit stones are good. I want 2. The masked fat man inspected for a long time, unable to find any flaws, then tossed down a small bag of golden leaves. A total of 16 golden leaves, each weighing 10 taels. Check them carefully. No need. I trust you, senior brother. The big rat spirit took a quick look and knew the quantity was correct, stuffing it into his bosom, saying, only 4 left. I'll take 3. Leave 2 for me. Soon everyone scrambled for it, and the 6 spirit stones were swept away. However, there was no need to worry. Seeing the big rat spirit's smooth transaction, others took out several spirit stones to sell. Fang Xing observed secretly and found that this group of people were mostly around the second level of spiritual motion. They must be senior disciples of Qianyun sect who had accumulated some spirit stones through some means and were now preparing to exchange them for goods with these newcomers. It's my turn. I have something here that I also want to exchange for spirit stones. I wonder if you senior brothers can take it. A masked young man stepped forward and suddenly raised his hand, revealing a sword shimmering with red light. Within the red light, there was also a hint of golden light, looking truly extraordinary. However, what surprised people even more was the way he drew the sword. It appeared directly in his hand. Observant people quickly noticed that he was wearing an ancient ring on his finger, and the sword was drawn from within it. That must be the Cave Heaven Ring. A newly admitted outer disciple actually possesses such a spiritual item. The sword was also not an ordinary item. Its spiritual energy was impressive, likely a mid-level flying sword. The crowd whispered among themselves, clearly astonished by this young man's extravagance. The young man scanned the surroundings and said solemnly, before coming to pay my respects as a disciple, I spent all my savings to buy this mid-level artifact, the 9-serpent golden flame sword. However, I didn't expect that I bought it too early. My current spiritual energy is not enough to fully exert its power. What I need most now is spirit stones. And my family's funds will take 2 months to reach Qianyun sect. I can't wait that long. So I'll exchange this sword for some spirit stones to cultivate. The crowd fell silent, all attracted by this mid-level artifact, but afraid they couldn't produce equivalent spirit stones. In fact, such a mid-level artifact could probably only be operated freely by inner disciples who had broken through the 4th level of spiritual motion. He himself was in charge of the artifact pavilion, so he was naturally a connoisseur, indicating that this sword was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 13, The Heist. After this minor setback, the exchanges among the crowd resumed. Everyone was cautious, and the exchanges went smoothly. Gradually, the atmosphere became lively, and some onlookers could no longer hold back and started to make exchanges. When everyone had exchanged almost everything, Fang Xing stood up and said loudly, "I also have something to exchange, but it's a fixed price of 150 spirit stones. Not a single stone less. Sigh, in fact, 150 spirit stones is already a loss for me, considering that this item was bought for 30,000 taels of gold by my old man before I entered the immortal sect." As soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The earlier young man had taken out a mid-level flying sword worth 100 spirit stones, which had shocked people. So how much more would a price of 150 spirit stones draw them in? Moreover, he claimed that the price was already a loss. Who wouldn't want to come over and take a look at such a rare treasure? Especially the big rat spirit, whose eyes narrowed into slits as he hurried over. What kind of artifact could be worth 30,000 taels of gold? Show it to us, Fang Xing said. This senior brother, seeing that you are also a connoisseur, I would like to ask you to appraise it and see if this item is worth 300 spirit stones or if we can add a bit more. As he spoke, he opened his palm to reveal a delicate and exquisite smoking flask, which emitted a faint spiritual light under the moonlight. Oh, the big rat spirit took a glance and felt that this was indeed a spiritual artifact, but he thought something was off. It didn't seem to be worth 30,000 taels of gold. However, hearing Fang Xing's confident words made him hesitate to confirm, so he leaned in for a closer look. Others had the same thought and also leaned in to look. It was indeed an artifact, but it didn't seem to be worth 30,000 taels of gold. Could it be that this senior brother was deceived? Hey, senior brother, are you trying to raise the price on purpose to trick us into offering a high price? Not necessarily. This senior brother, does this artifact have any extraordinary features? Could we take a look? The crowd whispered among themselves, and some wanted to see how this artifact worked. Of course. Those who say this artifact isn't worth 30,000 taels of gold, I won't even scold you. Your vision is truly poor. Today, just because of your words, I'll let you see what a real artifact is. Fang Xing pretended to be serious, spreading his palm over the smoking flask and whispering, "Everyone, open your eyes wide. The beauty of this artifact lies in its subtleties. You can't miss it." Hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but lean in even closer. Heavenly spirits, show your power. 30,000 taels of gold-s artifact. Manifest now. Fang Xing saw that everyone was close enough, so he whispered a command and slapped the flask. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke flew out from the flask. The smoke was light blue, and when inhaled, it smelled sweet and permeated the mind. The few first-level spiritual motion disciples close to the flask immediately swayed and collapsed to the ground. The few second-level spiritual motion ones also shook, wanting to struggle but felt weak all over, slowly falling down. As for the big rat spirit, being the highest in cultivation and having the strongest resistance, sensed something was wrong and immediately tried to escape. However, he was closest to the flask, and as Fang Xing released the poisonous smoke, it sprayed directly into his nostrils. Seeing him retreat, Fang Xing jumped forward, chasing after him, continuously spraying the smoke towards his face. You the big rat spirit's small eyes bulged as he pointed at Fang Xing, wanting to shout angrily, but he felt dizzy and his body slowly weakened. However, at that moment, his expression was clearly one of great unwillingness. He was usually cautious, and after arriving, he had been wary of those who looked like senior disciples of Qinyan's sect. However, he never expected that a newly admitted disciple would have the audacity to pull such a stunt. One moment of carelessness, he fell into a trap, and he could only admit his bad luck. Damn it, almost ruined me. Fang Xing kicked him hard and ground his foot into his flesh. Finding that the big rat spirit showed no reaction, which made him feel relieved. It was said that enduring such pain without any reaction meant he was truly knocked out. The smoke flask given to him by his fourth uncle was indeed good, but Fang Xing also knew he was taking a risk. Although this smoke was extraordinary, the higher the opponent's cultivation, the stronger their resistance. His fourth uncle had another one even larger than this. But when he sprayed it at Xiao Jianming and his Iron Eagle, the other party only swayed slightly before immediately slicing him in half with a sword. This showed that this smoke was nearly completely ineffective against true disciples of the 7th level of spiritual motion and above. Du Feng dared to take this risk because he had previously tested it on himself. He released a little bit of the smoke and immediately fell into a deep sleep for a day and a night. Based on this, He concluded that using it to pull off a job was possible. What happened? Someone nearby asked in a low voice, and Fang Xing's heart tightened as he realized it was the two guards who had heard the noise. Fang Xing was slightly startled and thought to himself that he had forgotten about those two guys at the entrance. "Don't you dare snatch it. I can't change my treasure," he shouted. "Get lost, I'm leaving." With a quick turn of his eyes, Fang Xing suddenly shouted loudly, startling a flock of birds into flight. The two guards were taken aback and hurriedly rushed in to check, only to collide with a figure. The person stumbled, and a small smoke pot almost slipped from his hand. The two guards instinctively reached out to catch it, but the figure spun in midair, pressed down on the smoke pot, and a stream of green smoke immediately sprayed into one guard's face. "You." The guard was slightly taken aback and hadn't reacted yet when he suddenly inhaled a rich, sweet fragrance, and his body went limp. "What are you trying to do?" The other guard was greatly alarmed. He had only caught a whiff and felt dizzy, but wasn't yet unconscious. Fang Xing coldly laughed and said, "Doing this." He swiftly drew his knife and lunged at him. The guard was startled and quickly dodged to the side, reaching for his talisman in his pocket. At this moment, the guard finally had the chance to pull out his flying sword, fighting through the dizziness in his head, but just then, Fang Xing suddenly took out something and hurled it at him. With a series of sharp sounds, silver light flew towards the guard, stirring up dust and creating a terrifying noise. "This thing won't feel good if it sticks to you. If you don't want to die, toss aside your flying sword." Fang Xing's voice rang coldly. In his hand was an iron tube from which the silver light was emanating. The guard was shocked and turned to look, only to see a row of silver needles protruding from the ground nearby, most of them already embedded, with a few even shot into the trees beside him, completely sunken except for a bit of head and tail showing. This sent a chill down his spine. Such terrifying silver needles would be lethal if they hit him. "Since you're seeking death yourself, don't blame me," Fang Xing suddenly called out, lifting the iron tube. "No, I'll throw away the flying sword." The guard, just an ordinary outer sect disciple who had recently joined the sect, was still dreaming of being a carefree immortal. He was unwilling to give up his life at this moment and immediately shouted, tossing aside his flying sword. "Hey, good for you." Fang Xing sneered, stuffed the iron tube into his pocket, strode over, and kicked the guard in the face. The guard's head swayed and slowly went limp, but suddenly he raised it again. Whimpering, "What are you doing? Why aren't I unconscious yet?" Fang Xing felt a bit awkward and had no choice but to spray the guard's face with the smoke pot again. This time it was settled. The guard fell down and did not wake up again. "Hee hee, what a big haul today, a good group of fat sheep." Fang Xing was delighted, dragging both guards to the middle of the valley, and then began to collect his spoils. First, he removed the storage ring from the young man who seemed to be from a wealthy family, then started searching each person for spirit stones. He had already memorized what these people had during their transactions, so he was quite adept at it now. Chapter 14, Big Harvest. It didn't take long. Aside from the spirit stones Fang Xing brought with him, the remaining items of others had all been exchanged among themselves. Then Fang Xing clapped his hands and walked over to the big rat spirit. Without saying a word, he began to beat him soundly. "Damn you, trying to swindle me. Today I'll teach you a good lesson." The smoke worked effectively. Fang Xing's hands were sore from hitting, and by the time the skinny rat spirit had turned into a swollen rat spirit, he was still unconscious. Not feeling satisfied, Fang Xing unbuckled his belt and urinated on the big rat spirit's face, looking at his bruised and battered appearance, then nodded in satisfaction and swaggered away. The valley was tranquil, the birds silent, the moonlight bright, and a pile of people lay scattered about. It was a full hour later when the most powerful big rat spirit was the first to wake up. Shaking his head vigorously, he recalled what had happened, shivering as he reached into his pocket for his gold, only to realize that his 480 tails of golden leaves, exchanged for 6 spirit stones, had vanished. He let out a mournful cry that abruptly stopped. Soon, however, he discovered that while he had lost the gold leaves, he had gained a flying sword instead. Taking it out, he found it was a low-grade flying sword, worth about 1,000 taels of silver if converted to gold. Compared to the gold he lost, he had actually come out ahead. He couldn't figure out how the flying sword had ended up in his possession, but since it was in hand, he naturally wouldn't spit it out and quickly stowed it away. Then he glanced around, his rat-like eyes darting about. Seeing that everyone was still fast asleep, he quickly grabbed some good items from a few people nearby and stuffed them into his pocket. When he noticed that the few disciples at the second level of spirit movement were stirring, seemingly about to wake up, he stealthily slipped away. The remaining people woke up, looking at each other in confusion. Their first reaction was to check their belongings, and they quickly discovered that all their spirit stones were gone. But they had some items that didn't belong to them. Although they initially wanted to raise the alarm, they suddenly realized that it would be unwise to do so at this moment. Seizing the opportunity, they also took some of others' belongings, leading to the situation where those who woke up later were worse off. When the fat sheep, who had lost both the cave heaven ring and the 9-serpent golden flame sword, finally woke up, he was nearly in tears, having suffered the most significant losses. However, at that moment, besides himself, only a few other equally impoverished individuals remained. Who did this? I, Luo Shi, will not rest until I find you. His sorrowful cries tore through the morning silence, startling a flock of birds returning to their nests. I struck it rich. Indeed, I made a small fortune. Fang Xing grinned widely as he peered inside. He was incredibly fortunate. Besides the 9-serpent golden flame sword, there were also some spirit herbs for muscle and marrow cleansing, along with dozens of tails of gold leaves, instantly solving all his cultivation and living difficulties, propelling him from utter poverty to a modestly comfortable life. Especially the flying sword, with its crimson blade inlaid with 9 vividly crafted golden little snakes, looked extremely lifelike, as if the 9 little snakes were coiled around the blade, ready to awaken and bite at any moment. Just the appearance was extraordinary. Using the yin-yang divine demon mirror to take a look, Fang Xing was astonished to discover that this flying sword contained as many as 9 intricately engraved magical arrays. The materials and craftsmanship, combined with the clearly superior magical arrays compared to other flying swords, were simply remarkable. Truly a treasure worth 10,000 taels of gold. However, when Fang Xing tried to exert his spirit energy, he found that this flying sword was like a bottomless pit. His spirit energy was simply insufficient. It was only then that he realized why the fat sheep had used the flying sword to exchange for spirit stones, as this flying sword was not something a disciple at the first level of spirit movement could use. Its quality was too high and would likely require at least the 2nd or even 3rd level to operate. Nevertheless, it was still a good item. So he decided to keep it. He would surely find a use for it. Fang Xing thought this as he happily placed it into the cave heaven ring. What a good person. After all, cultivation requires a continuous influx of resources to thrive. People with high qualifications cultivate quickly because, to some extent, they have freed themselves from the constraints of resources and can directly absorb spiritual energy with their own bodies. Even if resources are not readily available, they can still maintain their cultivation path. In contrast, individuals like the fat Taoist, who lack resources, are destined to stagnate or even regress. Of course, he cannot regress because he is already at the lowest level of cultivation, so there is no room to fall back, which is a good thing. After inadvertently hearing the fat Taoist mention this news, Fang Xing once again admired his initial choice of the W.N. Lu Gumian. With such a small fortune, Fang Xing did not make a fuss about it, not even telling the fat Taoist. Instead, he took out spirit stones in the dead of night, doubling his efforts in sleeping and refining. With ample spirit stones, his cultivation speed naturally accelerated, and he managed to refine a stone every 10 days. The continuous influx of spiritual energy into his meridians caused Fang Xing's spiritual energy to gradually increase every day. Gradually, as the spiritual energy filled his body and flowed through his meridians, Fang Xing could even feel that his muscles and bones were slowly becoming more flexible, solid, and full of vitality under the nourishment of spiritual energy. This change directly manifested in the fact that if he were to get injured in the future, his wounds would heal faster, his resistance would also increase, and more importantly, he would be able to accommodate spiritual energy better. Fang Xing even felt that the physical losses he had suffered from refining essence and qi before were slowly being compensated. By persisting in his cultivation, Fang Xing's abilities gradually increased, and 2 months later, he had already reached the 1st level of completion, just a step away from breaking through to the 2nd level of spiritual movement. This level of cultivation, even among the newly admitted disciples this year, was considered above average. After all, at this time, only those with top qualifications had just stabilized their 1st level of spiritual movement and had not yet started to push towards the 2nd level. Those with slightly worse qualifications had not even stabilized their 1st level of spiritual movement. After all, not everyone has Fang Xing's diligence and abundant resources. Even those with top qualifications only received 2 spirit stones each month, while Fang Xing received 3 without interruption. Of course, he couldn't compare with some who had good qualifications and whose families were not lacking in wealth. Moreover, those individuals had entered the sect 3 months earlier and could purchase a large number of spirit stones for cultivation. It was estimated that by now, the highest among them had already broken through to the 2nd level of spiritual movement. This was a rather helpless situation. Cultivation inherently required resources. Chapter 15. 4 Types of Disciples. The life of a cultivator is leisurely and carefree, and there are many such legends in the mortal world. This statement is both true and false. For 2 types of people, the life of cultivation is naturally carefree. One type is those with ample resources, who spend their days not only cultivating but also visiting friends for discussions, enjoying tea and wine, sharing cultivation insights, discussing contemporary sword immortals, greeting the rising sun in the morning and bidding farewell to the sunset in the evening. living in utmost leisure. The other type is those who have no resources at all and have given up hope, believing that they will never earn enough resources for cultivation. They simply get by, spending their days in their rooms with their heads buried in sleep or wandering aimlessly in the mountains and fields, hoping to accidentally discover a former sage's cave or to be valued by an elder of the sect and taken in as a disciple, thus continuing to live freely. Aside from these two types of people, life in the sect is tense and busy. In the early stages of cultivation, it all comes down to resources. With resources, one can make rapid progress, while without them, one will stagnate. The fat Taoist is such a person. Given his current conditions, others would have long given up, but he still runs around every day, striving for the meager resources of 2 spirit stones every 3 months. Although these 2 stones do not provide him much help, he tirelessly continues, living his seemingly hopeless cultivation life with a hopeful attitude. This is Fang Xing's overall understanding and evaluation of the fat Taoist. That aside, Fang Xing would not burst the fat Taoist's bubble of dreams about the cultivation path because he relies on that bubble to survive. Who knows how despondent the fat Taoist would become if he had no hope at all. But the fat Taoist is also an extremely enthusiastic guy. After considering himself a friend of Fang Xing, he not only pays the monthly meal fee of 100 taels of silver to the kitchen supervisor for Fang Xing, but also feels obligated to remind him, at such a young age, not to become so lazy. Sleeping all day in his room won't earn him any cultivation resources. It would be better for him to obediently accompany the fat Taoist to the miscellaneous office to get some work. The benefits are not small. Besides the scattered silver each month, there are other perks to be gained. Otherwise, where do you think the 100 taels of silver I pay for you each month comes from? Of course, more importantly, it's the spirit stones, which means you get double the resources compared to other disciples with D-grade qualifications. Brother Fang, are you really not tempted? Oh, don't cover your ears. The fat Taoist, while drinking, continued to chatter in Fang Xing's ear, adopting a tone of earnest persuasion. In his view, Fang Xing has now become a slacker in the sect, eating and sleeping all day without any urgency when his spirit stones run out. Other slackers, no matter how useless they are, often go out to mingle, look at the scenery in the sect, and think about whether they can strike it lucky. But this kid is different. He even skips going out to see the sights, staying cooped up in the wooden house all day without seeing anyone. Just get out of here, Fang Xing shouted, covering his ears, wishing he could kick the fat Taoist away. A young master with over 30 spirit stones doesn't he need to run errands for you at the miscellaneous office? Of course, he couldn't say these words to the fat Taoist, at least not for now. All right, I won't say anything more. The fat Taoist waved his hand. But after a moment, he couldn't help but ask, what about your cultivation resources? Fang Xing rolled his eyes. Isn't it almost time for the spirit stones to be distributed? The fat Taoist replied, 1 spirit stone every 3 months isn't enough. And it's not even guaranteed you'll get it. Fang Xing disdainfully glanced at him, thinking that even your 2 spirit stones every 3 months aren't enough. Seeing that the fat Taoist was about to say more, Fang Xing quickly waved his hand. Enough, don't persuade me anymore. I'm too lazy to go to your miscellaneous office. I know what kind of people are there. Last time you invited them for drinks, they were all low-level cultivators. Yet they acted so arrogantly. If it weren't for you giving me the eye, I would have smashed the wine jar on them. Work? Do you want me to go and flatter those idiots? Spare me. The only reason I would go to your miscellaneous office is to smash that wretched place. The fat Taoist was somewhat speechless, realizing that this little rascal, though young, had quite a temper. However, he still couldn't bear to see such a promising youth become despondent, so after a moment of silence, he muttered, you still have to earn spirit stones. Fang Xing scoffed, I'll show you how I earn spirit stones sooner or later. Things moved quickly, and soon it was time for the sect to distribute spirit stones. This was a significant event for the sect, and countless disciples were eagerly awaiting this distribution every 3 months. This time, the distribution was quite grand since it was a major release. All outer disciples, regardless of their qualifications, A, B, C, or D, could receive spirit stones. D-grade disciples receive 1 spirit stone every 3 months, C-grade every 2 months, B-grade every month, and A-grade 2 spirit stones every month. Among the 4 types of disciples, although the spirit stone distribution occurs on the 15th day of each month, due to the varying frequencies, it is rare for all 4 types of disciples to receive spirit stones at the same time. Brother Fang, are you up yet? Early in the morning, the fat Taoist arrived early, ready to go with Fang Xing to collect the sect's spirit stone distribution. Are you calling my soul? Fang Xing had been cultivating almost all night and only went to sleep at the hour of the dog. Now it was just dawn, and the sleepiness had not yet faded, causing him to curse in annoyance. The plump Taoist forcefully dragged Fang Xing up, putting a Taoist robe over his head and pulling the dazed him out the door. The place for distributing spirit stones was still at Qingmu Pavilion, 10 miles away. Although it was early, many outer sect disciples were already heading there, their figures bustling along the mountain path, most of them in a hurry. When they arrived at Qingmu Pavilion, a long line had already formed. There were 4 lines in total. The leftmost line was for disciples with A-level qualifications to receive spirit stones. Among the over 1,000 disciples in the entire sect, there were only about 10 with A-level qualifications, most of whom had not yet arrived. In a pavilion, an elderly man with gray hair was waving a fan and chatting with an A-level disciple who had come early. The second line from the left was for B-level disciples. But there were only a handful of them, looking spirited. Naturally, there were many more B-level disciples than A-level ones, around 100. Although they were slightly inferior to A-level disciples, compared to those with C-level and D-level qualifications, they were akin to geniuses. To the right was the line for C-level disciples, who numbered over 300 in the outer sect. At this moment, they had formed a long queue of dozens, with more and more joining in. Their outward pride was not as pronounced as that of the B-level disciples, but the disdain they directed at the D-level disciples was unmistakable. There was no helping it. D-level disciples were the lowest in qualifications and the most numerous, with over 600 of them. Even though it was still early, there were already more than 100 lined up, resembling a long dragon. Most of them had expressions of mild excitement, standing on tiptoe to look towards the front of the line, eager for their turn to receive the precious spirit stones. Those with C-level qualifications cast glances at them that they did not dare to meet, their inferiority evident. Overall, the situation was as follows. A-level disciples looked down on everyone. B-level disciples looked down on C and D-level ones. C-level disciples looked down on D-level ones, and the D-level disciples could not even look up to themselves. Of course, there were exceptions, such as those from wealthy families who used their wealth to buy spirit stones, possessing resources even richer than A-level disciples and being quite arrogant. However, these disciples naturally would not get up so early to queue for a few spirit stones. They looked down on that. What are you looking at? Want me to dig your eyes out? Among the D-level disciples, Fang Xing was lazily waiting in line, feeling bored when he noticed a person from the C-level line sneering at him, prompting him to curse back angrily. The C-level disciple appeared weak and scholarly, dressed in a Taoist robe, and he couldn't help but laugh at Fang Xing, who was small in stature, especially since he was standing among a group of taller individuals, with a particularly fat and tall person in front of him, making him look even smaller. At that moment, he was yawning and looked quite ridiculous. Unexpectedly, this little brat had such a temper and directly retaliated with harsh words. Although the C-level disciple was weak, he still looked down on D-level disciples. It was one thing to be scolded by others, but being reprimanded by a mere child from the D-level made him quite unhappy. He snorted and turned his head away, muttering under his breath, "Humph, a D-level disciple, so arrogant, truly ignorant of manners." Fang Xing hated this kind of sarcastic provocation and immediately snapped, "You sissy, what are you saying?" His voice was loud, drawing the attention of those in line. The weak disciple's face turned red with anger. "Who are you calling a sissy?" Fang Xing replied, "I'm calling you a dead sissy, you shady person, you eunuch." The weak disciple was furious. "You're also a disciple of the sect. Why speak so vulgar?" Fang Xing said, "Vulgar your sister, dead sissy." The weak disciple stomped his foot, pointing at Fang Xing. "You are rude." Fang Xing retorted, "Rude your sister, dead sissy." When it came to cursing, Fang Xing's skills were equivalent to 2 village matchmakers. Back in the Ghost Smoke Valley, he climbed a tree and scolded for bandit brothers in the valley until they couldn't speak, insisting on sawing the tree down to get him. Now, dealing with a clumsy-tongued weak disciple was as easy as drinking water or eating. Chapter 16. Fearing the world is not chaotic enough. The back and forth between Fang Xing and the weak disciple quickly attracted the attention of those around them, resulting in loud laughter. However, the weak disciple had a few close companions. Seeing him almost in tears from being scolded by a D-level disciple, they became furious. A burly disciple pointed at Fang Xing and shouted, "Stinky brat, clean up your mouth." Fang Xing was unafraid, placing his hands on his hips and shouting back, "Dead bear, what is it to you? Is he your lover?" The weak disciple was so agitated that tears nearly streamed down his face. Biting his handkerchief and pointing at the bear, "Look at him." This made it seem like the two had a secret relationship, provoking more laughter from the surrounding disciples. "Ha ha, they're indeed 2 rabbits." Fang Xing laughed heartily, pointing at the two. The burly disciple's face turned red with anger, and he stepped out of the line, approaching Fang Xing with a hostile expression. The moment he spoke, many D-level disciples felt their anger rise. Although they did not hear the weak disciple's comment, they had seen the disdainful glances from the C-level disciples and had already been irritated, ignited further by Fang Xing's words. Seeing the burly disciple stepping out of the line and approaching a small child in their group with the intention of violence only fueled their anger more. Is C-level really that impressive? If you're so capable, why not get a B-level qualification? We D-level disciples are also sect disciples. We practice the same way. What is there to flaunt? Every 10 years, a batch of disciples enters the inner sect, and there are not necessarily fewer D-level disciples than yours. In an instant, at least a dozen D-level disciples began shouting loudly, their momentum quite strong. The burly disciple turned pale at the sight and dared not approach any closer. Seeing this, Fang Xing felt triumphant. Now was not the time to let a drowning dog go. He immediately shouted, "Big Bear, do you still want to provoke us? Do you really think our D-level disciples are easy to bully? Beat him." As he spoke, he was about to rush in and start a fight. But he was grabbed by the struggling plump Taoist. The plump Taoist was truly amazed. How could queuing lead to such a quarrel? Moreover, they were eager to fight. This was simply seeking chaos. Many D-level disciples had also turned red with anger. Being young, they were naturally hot-headed, and having just entered the sect, they did not understand the hierarchy well. Seeing someone take the lead, they wanted to join in the fight. After all, there were many D-level disciples, several times the number of B-level disciples. No matter how the fight went, they wouldn't suffer losses. On the other hand, the C-level disciples suddenly changed color, feeling a strong sense of threat. Although they looked down on D-level disciples, believing that given time, their cultivation would far surpass these individuals, that was still in the future. Now that everyone had just entered the sect, no one was stronger than the other. If it came to blows, the outcome was hard to predict, especially since the D-level disciples outnumbered them by a significant margin. The weak disciple's face turned extremely pale, filled with fear. However, just as everyone was about to suppress their anger, an elder responsible for distributing spirit stones suddenly took a deep breath and shouted coldly, "Everyone, shut your mouths. Do you not want the spirit stones?" The sound waves rolled in like a river tide, suddenly crashing down upon everyone. In an instant, the excited crowd of disciples fell silent, their legs trembling. At that moment, Fang Xing quickly straightened his body, putting on a look of an honest person, pretending to be unconcerned as he looked around. Fortunately, after the elder's stern reprimand subdued the agitated disciples, he did not seek out the instigator but instead called over the next disciple to receive spirit stones, continuing to distribute them expressionlessly. The Tao sect has always taken a hands-off approach to such disputes. After all, for young people, being competitive is not necessarily a bad thing. A fight was unlikely to break out, as any elder from the Tao sect could prevent such occurrences. And since fights could not happen, how could the bloodlust of these disciples be vented? Naturally, they would focus on their cultivation. After all, regardless of a disciple's talent, as long as their cultivation improved, they could rise to great heights and be looked up to. After waiting for a while and seeing no elder come to scold him, Fang Xing felt proud again and started to provoke that weak-looking disciple by making faces. However, that disciple, having suffered a loss, was already scared and kept his head down in line, ignoring Fang Xing's taunts. The plump Taoist noticed Fang Xing causing trouble from behind and had no choice but to pull him to the front, urging him to restrain himself and not pick fights unnecessarily, as cultivation was still the priority within the Tao sect. After a while of provoking, that weak disciple finally received his spirit stones, glaring fiercely at Fang Xing as he left. Fang Xing scoffed and muttered softly, "Damn sissy." The weak disciple trembled with anger, but the bear-like man beside him held him back, whispering, "We'll make him pay later." Saying this, he dragged the weak disciple away. Fang Xing felt a bit bored, but fortunately, it was finally his turn to collect spirit stones. The elder distributing the stones glanced at him and suddenly said, "Young man, rather than wasting your energy arguing with others, you should focus on your cultivation. If you can enter the inner sect, someone will naturally help you improve your qualifications." Fang Xing was taken aback, realizing that the elder was well aware of his earlier actions. He chuckled and replied, "Thank you for your guidance, elder. I will definitely work harder to bring glory to the Qingyun sect." Smooth talker. The elder also smiled, took Fang Xing's wooden token, checked it, registered him, and handed him the spirit stones. "What does this mean?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes at him. "Just remember my words. Can your senior brother deceive you?" The plump Taoist's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness as he stealthily stuffed the spirit stones into his robe, as if afraid someone would snatch them away. Fang Xing didn't care much about them, as he still had over 20 stones hidden in his cave ring. He scoffed at this, purely showing off. Riding a flying sword. Theoretically, as long as one had spiritual energy, it could rise into the air with the energy infused into it. However, this was an extremely energy-consuming act. With the cultivation of these outer sect disciples, they would probably exhaust their spiritual energy before flying 30 zhang. It should be noted that even the renowned Sister Lingyun and Xiao Jianming of the Qingyun sect used a white crane and an iron eagle as mounts, respectively. Why didn't they use flying swords? Simply because this method consumed too much spiritual energy. Even Fang Xing himself now had a flying sword, but it was somewhat unsightly. Even more astonishing were the fierce-looking disciples appearing intermittently by the roadside. their cold gazes sweeping over the crowd. The plump Taoist lowered his head, adhering to the rule of not making eye contact and hurriedly pulling Fang Xing along. What are these bastards always staring at me for? Fang Xing muttered, unable to hold back his complaints as he was glared at fiercely by several people along the way. The plump Taoist was startled and quickly lowered his voice, saying, "My dear Fang Jr. brother, I know you can't stand being bullied, but now is not the time for you to lose your temper. After all, your cultivation is still low. To be honest, this group of people are the bullies in the sect, specifically waiting by the roadside during the spirit stone distribution to target and extort others. They are just itching for trouble, and if you make eye contact, they will think you are provoking them and will come over to beat you up and rob you of your spirit stones. Who will you complain to then?" Fang Xing's eyes lit up, trembling as he asked, "Does the Tao sect not intervene?" Chapter 17, Extortion. The plump Taoist, hearing the tremor in Fang Xing's voice, thought he was scared and felt somewhat relieved. A bold little devil like him had officially entered the Tao sect. Wasn't he relying on himself for protection? With this thought, he felt much more at ease and sighed as he shared everything he knew. The rules of the Tao sect naturally do not allow this, but those are just rules. If those exceptionally talented top-tier disciples are robbed, they will certainly take action. But who will care about us disciples with mediocre qualifications? Even if we are robbed, the elders will only think it's a minor conflict among disciples, not worth their attention. There was even a case where a new disciple with no background was beaten to death, and the elders only said it was an accident, punishing the perpetrator with a year of confinement. The more Fang Xing listened, the brighter his eyes became. The plump Taoist had no idea that he was not scared but rather excited. Such rules were simply too humane. However, Fang Xing did not act rashly. He knew he was not yet at the point of boldly robbing others. With only the peak of the first level of spiritual movement, he was still not sufficient to run rampant in the outer sect. No one would dare to rob others in the valley, which was also a rule within the Tao sect. Fortunately, it was still early, and not many disciples had come to collect spirit stones, so there weren't many fierce-looking people by the roadside. These bastards are waiting here to find trouble with me. Fang Xing immediately understood, flexing his arms and legs, preparing to teach that sissy a lesson. However, at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Junior brother, you're up early today?" The plump Taoist, who was about to persuade Fang Xing not to argue with others, suddenly froze, revealing a bitter smile on his face. He stiffly turned around, cupped his hands in greeting. "And, Senior Brother Lu, good morning." Yu Sanliang pays his respects to Senior Brother Lu. In the distance, the bear-like men who were preparing to cause trouble saw this tough-looking person blocking Fang Xing and the plump Taoist's path, and immediately stopped, looking on with suspicion. At first, they thought this person was a friend of the plump Taoist, but soon realized something was off with the plump Taoist's expression. They couldn't help but chuckle, deciding not to approach and instead standing by to watch the show. "Haha, Junior brother, it seems we don't need to intervene. These two are about to run into trouble by themselves." The bear-like man laughed, patting the weak disciple on the shoulder. The weak disciple also looked vengeful, saying angrily, "This is what we call evil will meet its match." The group laughed heartily, preparing to watch the plump Taoist and Fang Xing face disaster. However, upon seeing this Senior Brother Lu, the plump Taoist's face turned even more bitter, bending his body down and pleading, "Senior Brother Lu, please show mercy and spare me this time. Didn't you say if I give you the spirit stones I earn from the miscellaneous tasks every 3 months, I can keep the ones distributed by the sect? I already offered you the spirit stones the other day." Senior Brother Lu's gaze sharpened, coldly saying, "You dare to haggle with me?" The plump Taoist's body shook, hurriedly saying, "I wouldn't dare. Please have mercy, Senior Brother Lu." Lu Shixiang's gaze softened slightly as he glanced at Fang Xing beside the fat Taoist, coughed lightly, and said, "Indeed, I have said this before, but now the rules must change. In the past, you were alone, but now you have a little monkey by your side. So the amount of spirit stones naturally has to double. From 1 stone every 3 months, it will change to 2 stones every 3 months. The fat Taoist was taken aback and quickly pleaded with a sad face, "Lu Shixiang, Fang Shidi has only just joined. Please give my little brother some face and let him off." "Face? What do you think you are, that I should give you face?" Lu Shixiang's expression turned cold, and he suddenly raised his hand and slapped the fat Taoist on the face, shouting, "Leaving you a spirit stone is already me being lenient. If you dare to chatter on, I won't leave you a single one." The fat Taoist's chubby face instantly swelled up, wanting to say more. He met Lu Shixiang's fierce gaze and could only look at Fang Xing pleadingly, signaling him to obediently hand over the spirit stones and not to provoke the little temper again. "Ah, Zhu Shixiang, I'm not saying you. Since you know a good man like Lu Shixiang, why didn't you introduce him to me earlier?" Fang Xing had been watching coldly, but when he suddenly caught Lu Shixiang's cold gaze, he immediately put on a playful smile, complaining about the fat Taoist while taking out a spirit stone from his bosom. Grinning, Lu Shixiang, At a glance, you are a deep cultivator and a righteous man. My junior brother just joined and is eager to get to know the seniors in the sect. This spirit stone is for you. Please accept it. And don't be polite, otherwise, it would be looking down on me. Lu Shixiang was slightly taken aback when he saw the bright red spirit stone presented to him. Although Fang Xing's words were a bit incoherent, more like a mountain bandit than a disciple of the Tao, he still understood the underlying meaning, and couldn't help but feel amused, secretly thinking that this little monkey really knew how to please, treating him like a big figure in the Tao sect. Preparing to obediently hand over the spirit stones so that he could protect him in the future. In the distance, Mao Xiong and a few others saw this scene and felt somewhat disdainful, thinking this little brat was just difficult with his mouth. Once he saw someone fierce, he automatically offered the spirit stones. Such a person was truly despicable, and once that extorter left, they would have to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Fang Xing's smile was very sincere, and given how small he was, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would talk one way and mean another, making it hard for anyone to suspect him. Lu Shixiang immediately showed a broad smile and said, "This little shitty is more sensible than you. You shitty. Why didn't you introduce such a good junior brother to me earlier? Haha, little shitty, rest assured, Lu will definitely take good care of you in the future." While laughing, he unceremoniously reached out to take the spirit stone. However, just as his fingers were about to touch the spirit stone, Fang Xing suddenly trembled, causing the stone to fall to the ground. "Oh no, don't let it break." Fang Xing jumped in fright and hurriedly squatted down to pick it up. Indeed, he was just a beginner, having never heard that spirit stones could be broken. Lu Shixiang chuckled to himself, waiting for Fang Xing to hand the spirit stone over. The distant onlookers, Mao Xiong and the others, were even more contemptuous. They hadn't noticed that the fat Taoist's expression had changed drastically, as if he sensed something. "Lu Shixiang, my little brother's tribute, you must accept it well." Fang Xing stood up, chuckling softly, then extended his wrist forward. Lu Shixiang was about to say something polite when he suddenly felt a chill in his lower abdomen, instantly shocked. The spiritual energy within him instinctively rebounded. But at that moment, Fang Xing suddenly retreated, pulling out a shiny dagger from his stomach. Then with a strange leap, he punched Lu Shixiang hard in the gut with his small but solid fist. Ugh! Lu Shixiang immediately bent over, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Fang Xing's punch not only disrupted his protective spiritual energy, but also struck directly at his wound, causing an indescribable pain. Meanwhile, the three onlookers, Mao Xiong and the others, felt as if they had been punched as their expressions suddenly turned extraordinarily strange, a mix of shock, fear, and disbelief. The weak-looking disciple nearly fell over from fright. And judging by their expressions, they looked even more like they had been stabbed than Lu Shixiang. Chapter 18, Bandit. Using the motion of picking up the spirit stone as cover, Fang Xing pulled out the dagger and stabbed, simultaneously jumping back, drawing the dagger, and then stepping forward to punch Lu Shixiang's wound again to prevent him from using his spiritual energy to protect himself and to gain a counterattack opportunity. After all, this person was a standard practitioner of the second level of spiritual movement, and his overall strength was significantly higher than that of someone at the first level of spiritual movement. Even if he was stabbed, he could still be quite terrifying when enraged. Either do it or don't do it at all. Fang Xing had grown up with this philosophy. Even though Lu Shixiang was at the second level of spiritual movement, after taking the stab and punch, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and weakness in his body. "Lu Shixiang, how is this tribute?" Fang Xing chuckled, turning around and kicking Lu Shixiang in the back. Lu Shixiang fell to the ground, face full of dust, and the movement tore at his abdominal wound, causing even more pain, making him curl up like a shrimp, clutching his belly tightly, blood gushing out. "You little bastard, you dare to sneak attack me?" Lu Shixiang gritted his teeth and shouted, looking like a tough guy, not begging for mercy. "With such a little vigilance, you dare to act like a bandit?" Fang Xing sneered, preparing to search Lu Shixiang for any good items. However, at that moment, Lu Shixiang quietly stuffed his arm into his bosom and deliberately shouted, "You little bastard, today I admit defeat, but don't think you have me at your mercy. Be careful, Fang Shitty." Suddenly, the fat Taoist exclaimed, as he could just see Lu Shixiang's movements from his direction. Fang Xing let out a cold laugh, suddenly lunging forward, raising his dagger to pin Lu Shixiang's arm to the ground. Lu Shixiang let out a scream, and a small sword clattered to the ground from his hand. The small sword was about a foot long, engraved with exquisite runes, looking quite extraordinary. "So you want to cry until you see the coffin? You still want to use your flying sword to hurt me?" Fang Xing coldly laughed and kicked Lu Shixiang's abdomen twice, causing him to scream in pain. He was indeed a tough guy, but this little bastard's methods were too ruthless, constantly targeting his wound. Such pain was unbearable for even the toughest of men. Fang Xing picked up the small sword from the ground, examined it, and casually stuffed it into his bosom. He had already assessed that this was actually a flying sword with 7 magical artifacts, which was a good item, perfectly suitable for himself. Although the 9 Serpents Golden Flame Sword was of a much higher grade, it consumed too much spiritual power and was not meant to be used lightly. Fang Xing returned the sword to him. This was chosen for him from the artifact pavilion when he joined the sect, and it is not allowed to be seized. If you take it by force, the elders of the sect will definitely punish you. The fat Taoist hurriedly urged Fang Xing in a low voice. Lu Shixiang heard his words and gritted his teeth, shouting, "You fat bastard, you're in cahoots with this little brat to ambush me. Once I recover, I will definitely take your life." The fat Taoist's face changed drastically upon hearing this, as if he had already foreseen Lu Shixiang's crazy revenge in the future. Thinking of this, his entire chubby face turned ashen. "How ridiculous. Do you think I would give you a chance for revenge?" Fang Xing said coldly, a small sword gliding near Lu Shixiang's neck. "Why you dare to kill me?" Lu Shixiang was horrified but still forced himself to shout. The fat Taoist was also greatly shocked. Instinctively grabbing Fang Xing's sleeve, he was genuinely afraid that this little demon would kill Lu Shixiang out of anger. From his understanding of him, this little demon was indeed capable of such actions. However, the Taoist sect was, after all, a Taoist sect, not a demonic sect. Killing someone would result in a year of confinement, but that was only because the murderer had exceptional talent and a wealthy family background. If a Ding-level disciple without any background killed someone, not only would they be expelled from the sect, but they could also be killed in return. At this moment, on a peak at least 10 miles away from the forest, an ancient pine tree stood like a canopy. Beneath the ancient pine, 2 old men were playing chess. One had black hair and a youthful face, with a rosy complexion, while the other looked like a young man, but had a head full of white hair. They had been playing this game for a month. To be precise, it was the 33rd day, and the game was only halfway through. "How many of the new disciples did you notice this time?" the white-haired young man asked, holding a black piece and pondering for a long time before speaking softly. The black-haired old man smiled and said, "Not bad. There are at least 10 with A-level qualifications, which exceeded my expectations." The white-haired young man smiled silently. His eyes focused on the chessboard. Implicitly, he indicated that among the over 1,000 new disciples who joined the Taoist sect, he had noticed 6. The white-haired young man continued to smile, his gaze fixed on one spot, silently holding his peace. The black-haired old man sighed and asked, "How many did you notice?" "Uncle Master?" The white-haired young man smiled slightly and said, "1, and I just noticed him." The black-haired old man's expression changed, and he quickly focused his spiritual sense in the direction the white-haired young man was looking. He immediately understood who the white-haired young man was referring to and hesitated, saying, "He is still so young, yet he acts so ruthlessly. Uncle Master, should I punish him?" The white-haired young man placed a piece in front of the black-haired old man and said softly, "Let us play chess." At the moment he placed the piece, he seemed to glance up at the sky unintentionally. In the sky, 9 suspended coffins floated among the stars, unmoving, as if they were the guardians of this continent. Or perhaps the sword hanging over it. "I want to kill you." At this moment, Fang Xing faced Lu Shixiang's stubbornness and smiled. "But it will be hard for you to trouble me again in the future." As he smiled, his expression suddenly turned cold. He thrust his flying sword, stabbing Lu Shixiang's thighs, waist, and arms several times with a series of puffs. Blood immediately sprayed out, and Lu Shixiang screamed like a slaughtered pig. Fang Xing stood up, looking at the flying sword in his hand, lamenting, "What a pity, it can't belong to me." After saying that, he casually tossed it into the nearby ravine, where it clinked and clattered, not knowing where it landed. He then squatted down, stepped on Lu Shixiang's neck to prevent him from moving, and searched his body, retrieving 2 spirit stones without hesitation, shoving them into his own pocket. He then pulled out the knife embedded in Lu Shixiang's arm, wiped it clean on his clothes, and put it away properly. He clapped his hands and said casually, "Let us go." The fat Taoist looked pale and closely followed behind him, wishing to leave this pig-slaughtering scene immediately. Fang Xing's familiarity and composure in doing these things filled him with immense fear. "Brother Fang, you're not going to cripple him, are you?" "Cripple him? It's not that easy. It will just take him a bit longer to recover, at least 3 to 5 months before he can walk properly." The fat Taoist was stunned and quickly said, "Then after 3 to 5 months, won't he still come back for revenge?" Fang Xing smiled coldly and replied, "After 3 to 5 months, even if we have a direct confrontation, it will only be me bullying him." He spoke with such confidence that it seemed he was looking down on Lu Shixiang. However, upon hearing this, the fat Taoist couldn't help but feel distressed. In his view, Lu Shixiang was at the 2nd level of spirit movement. How could he be easily dealt with in just 3 to 5 months? At this moment, by the roadside, Mao Xiong and the effeminate disciple were trembling, wanting to sneak away, but Fang Xing called them over. "Oh, dead effeminate disciple, you're here too. What a coincidence." The frail disciple trembled and immediately started shaking all over, unable to even walk properly. Mao Xiong was a bit bolder, trying to maintain his composure, and deliberately put on a blank expression, saying, "We're just waiting for someone here. What do you want?" No matter how composed he tried to act, his voice still trembled slightly. Fang Xing chuckled, shaking off the fat Taoist who was clutching his sleeve, brandishing the knife in his hand, and stepped forward with a swagger. "Let's talk. Hand it over." "Hand over what?" The frail disciple hid behind Mao Xiong, who also wanted to hide, but the knife was already presented before them. His face turned pale, but he still forced himself to speak. "Hand over what? Don't play dumb. If I give you a little color, will you know what a hand over?" Fang Xing looked fierce, his gaze wandering over Mao Xiong as if looking for a place to strike. Mao Xiong still felt a bit unwilling, but the frail disciple was genuinely terrified, hiding behind Mao Xiong and not showing his face, but he threw out his spirit stones, shouting, "Take it. I was wrong to look at you earlier. I won't dare again." Fang Xing reached out and grabbed the spirit stones, then tilted his head to look at Mao Xiong. "What about yours? Do you want mine too?" Mao Xiong was panicking, and Fang Xing's expression changed, seemingly growing impatient. He swung the knife, ready to stab. "Take it." Mao Xiong trembled inside and hurriedly offered the spirit stones. Fang Xing accepted them and then looked at the third thin disciple, who was clearly dragged along by Mao Xiong and the effeminate disciple. This time, he didn't even need to speak. The guy obediently handed over his spirit stones, being very honest. Fang Xing was satisfied as he tossed the stones in his hand before glaring at the three of them, telling them to scram. Watching the three of them flee in a panic, Fang Xing proudly said to the fat Taoist, "See? This is how you get spirit stones." Chapter 19. The Taoist sect is a den of thieves. Fang Xing was very pleased with the gains of the day, while the fat Taoist was somewhat confused, feeling as if he was floating while walking. "Enough. It's no wonder you are bullied with such a timid demeanor." Back at the wooden house, Fang Xing washed his face and saw the fat Taoist still looking pale and absent-minded. Feeling annoyed, he splashed a basin of water on him, turning him into a drenched chicken. However, after being splashed with cold water, the fat Taoist finally came to his senses, sighed deeply, and said, "Brother Fang, after this incident, I truly admire you. Did you not admire me before?" No. I knew from the medicinal fields that someone like you would definitely not be ordinary." The fat Taoist chuckled, but he didn't dare to reveal his true thoughts. In fact, he initially became friends with Fang Xing out of necessity. After all, this little demon was audacious and ruthless. Although he was older, he felt he was no match for Fang Xing, so he simply made friends with him, thinking that with Fang Xing's character, if he didn't die young, he wouldn't remain under others for long. For now, he would spend a little silver to build a relationship, and later, once this kid became successful, perhaps he would remember their old friendship and take care of him. Thus, it can be said that the friendship between the fat Taoist and Fang Xing was more about utilitarianism or an investment mindset. However, this was not unreasonable. Minor figures in the Taoist sect also had their own ways of survival. Later on, the fat Taoist discovered that although this kid appeared fierce, he was not as calculating as other Taoist disciples. Moreover, despite his young age, he had considerable experience in the martial world and was quite easy to talk to, which made the fat Taoist, who had no friends in the Taoist sect, genuinely want to befriend him. Of course, the investment mindset still occupied the main part. However, Fang Xing's behavior disappointed him greatly. Once he entered the Taoist sect, the imposing demeanor he had in the medicinal fields seemed to vanish without a trace. He spent his days eating and sleeping, like a two-bit drifter. Such people often left the mountain after 3 years, which made the fat Taoist feel somewhat regretful. But due to Fang Xing's temperament, he didn't dare to vent his frustrations casually, until Fang Xing had a basin of cold water poured over his head. He finally understood what he was afraid of. Wasn't the reason for befriending this guy because he dared to think and act? If he didn't have such courage, there would be no need for him to befriend him. Moreover, he secretly sighed. It turns out this guy is a coiled dragon. He doesn't strike unless he has to. But when he does, it's ruthless. With a guy like this, how could he not have a bright future? And the friendship he formed now is capital. Once this guy becomes successful, it will be his good days too. Of course, even if the fat Taoist had twice the courage, he wouldn't have thought that this coiled dragon in his heart was not as stable as he imagined. In just half a month after entering the Taoist sect, he had already pulled off a big job. Small characters trying to understand a coiled dragon might think it is waiting for the right moment to strike, but in reality, the reason a coiled dragon lies low is mostly because it has eaten its fill and needs to take a nap. If he knew about that incident, the fat Taoist would probably not be excited but rather fearful. By the way, Brother Fang, you just robbed them like that. Aren't you afraid of their retaliation? Once his thoughts cleared, his mind became agile, and the fat Taoist cautiously asked Fang Xing about his next plan. As far as he knew, That senior brother Lu was not a newcomer, but had already been in the Taoist sect for 4 years, having started as a Taoist child. Such a person might not be as simple as Fang Xing thought. If I were afraid of his retaliation, should I just let him bully me and hand over this little bit of cultivation resources? Fang Xing scoffed. So, if I were afraid of Wang Zhi's retaliation, I would have to obediently work in the medicinal field back then, letting him oppress me? If I were afraid of you retaliating, when you came to the medicinal field to trouble me, I would have to kneel down and bow my head, begging for your forgiveness. Fang Xing ran his hand through his damp hair and shot an annoyed glance at the fat Taoist. Brother Fang, I didn't mean anything else. The fat Taoist, seeing Fang Xing's tone was a bit harsh, hurriedly stood up, shaking his hands repeatedly. Sit down, I didn't say you meant anything else. Fang Xing waved his hand, tossed the basin aside, and said, I'm just saying, I won't live like that. Old pig, you're just too stupid, and you're timid, ugly, greedy for food. And your cultivation talent is poor and lazy. By the way, I was going to praise you, but what can I say? You really have no merits. The fat Taoist made a bitter face and muttered softly, my surname is Yu. Fang Xing dug into his pocket, threw 2 spirit stones to the fat Taoist, and said, take these, even if you're this stupid, lazy, and ugly, at least you're my friend Fang Xing. I can't treat you poorly. The fat Taoist hurriedly waved his hands. No? No, you keep them. Take them, take them. I'm not short on this stuff. Fang Xing glared, forcing the fat Taoist to accept them. The fat Taoist looked at the 2 spirit stones in his hands, almost crying out of excitement. He had just been thinking about how this guy might help him after becoming successful, but unexpectedly, he got these 2 spirit stones so easily. After 7 years of entry, he had only been extorted by others. This was the first time he had seen someone else's belongings fall into his hands. For a moment, this feeling diluted his fear. It seemed even senior brother Lu's retaliation wasn't that scary anymore. This fat guy is just too timid, letting others bully him like a pig. After finally sending off the overly grateful fat Taoist, Fang Xing shook his head helplessly and took out the cave heaven ring to look at it. Infusing it with spiritual power, with a thought, a red flying sword over 2 feet long appeared in his hand. The crimson sword body, with golden flame patterns, had 9 small snakes coiling around it. It was the 9-serpent golden flame sword. I also need to familiarize myself with flying swords and the like. In the Taoist sect, I can't get by with just a short knife. He muttered to himself. In reality, the 2 incidents that happened during the day seemed effortless to him, but he alone knew the dangers. Lu Feng's real cultivation was above his, and being an adult. If they faced each other directly, he might be in serious trouble. Moreover, although Lu Feng had already been defeated by him, he had quietly taken out a flying sword. At that moment, Fang Xing felt as if he had been targeted by a venomous snake, and every hair on his body stood on end. His innate sensitivity made him aware of the terror of the flying sword. If it weren't for the fact that killing was not allowed in the Taoist sect, Lu Feng would definitely be dead by now. However, although he didn't kill Lu Feng, he didn't show mercy either, severing several major tendons in critical areas. With those tendons severed, in the secular world, he would be a cripple. However, the Taoist sect had healing secret medicines, so he could recover. But bones heal slower than flesh, and tendons heal slower than bones. Even with secret medicines, Lu Feng would need several months to recover. This gave Fang Xing ample time to improve his cultivation. By the time he leveled up, he wouldn't fear him at all. Additionally, Fang Xing realized that having several self-defense magical tools was indeed very important in the Taoist sect, and he thought of his 9-serpent golden flame sword, which was a standard mid-tier flying sword with great power, depending only on whether he could control it. Swiftly, Fang Xing tried to infuse spiritual power into the 9-serpent golden flame sword, letting out a low shout. In an instant, the sword body lit up, emitting dazzling golden light, and surprisingly, it floated in the air. Fang Xing had a feeling that with a thought, this sword would fly out and slay all enemies in its path. At the same time, a small snake on the sword raised its head slightly, seemingly ready to pounce and kill. Fang Xing's gaze hardened as he infused nearly all the remaining spiritual energy in his body into it. In a moment, the 9 small snakes flew out, transforming into 9 beams of golden light swirling around the flying sword, looking magnificent. Too forced. My cultivation is still too low. Fang Xing murmured. Although he had reached the peak of the first level of spiritual movement, it was still not enough to control this flying sword. It seemed he still needed to improve his cultivation first. In the Taoist sect, to put it bluntly, it was just another den of bandits. If you had the ability, you bullied others, and if you didn't, you were bullied. Chapter 20. Re-entering the Ghost Market. The days of cultivation are very dull. Drops of water gather into rivers, eventually becoming the sea, which is not easy to achieve. The simplest truth is that food must be eaten 1 bite at a time. How can one become a fat person from just 1 bite? Fang Xing was like this. He originally thought he would soon break through to the 2nd level of spiritual movement, But after starting this practice and cultivating for another month, he found himself still stuck at this bottleneck. He felt as if there was some barrier in between, preventing him from spreading his spiritual energy throughout his body. It was a very helpless feeling, clearly just a line away, yet he could never break through that line. However, in these few days, a major event happened among the outer disciples of Qingyun's sect, attracting everyone's attention. It was said that an outer disciple named Ho Qing had recently gone to Danxiao Valley to visit a female disciple, and the two seemed to be old acquaintances. However, when he had just reached the entrance of Danxiao Valley, he was stopped by 3 disciples at the 3rd level of spiritual movement. Seeing him alone, unfamiliar, dressed luxuriously, and with a rather extraordinary jade pendant at his waist, the 3 had the idea of extorting him. Ho Qing said nothing, smiled, but drew his sword without a trace, defeating all 3 in succession and leaving with a flick of his sleeve. In an instant, all the outer disciples were shocked. That person named Ho Qing had entered the sect at the same time as these people. Now, just 6 months later, he had the cultivation to defeat 3 disciples at the 3rd level of spiritual movement. In no time, Ho Qing's name spread widely, stirring up a storm, and he became the top outer disciple of Qingyun's sect. Some even asserted that within a year, Ho Qing would break into the 4th level of spiritual movement and become an inner disciple of Qingyun's sect. Ho Qing, is he the one who caught me back then? After the fat man mentioned that person, Fang Xing suddenly recalled and looked at the fat man with ill intentions. I remember you had a good relationship with him back then. You even spared him the trouble of waiting in line and helped him sign up early. The fat man was flustered by his gaze and quickly forced a smile, saying, Don't make fun of me, junior brother Fang. With my status, how could I associate with him? He was quite polite to me outside the mountain gate, but once we entered, he completely changed. Just recently, I ran into him at the Xianxia supervisory office, and when I went to greet him with a smile, he didn't even look at me. Hearing this, Fang Xing sneered. If he looked at you, would you obediently go and flatter him? The fat man chuckled awkwardly and picked up his bowl to drink. That bastard helped you catch me back then and even kicked Xiaoman. If I see him, I'll definitely make him pay. Fang Xing cursed angrily, his eyes blazing with fire. The fat man was startled and quickly tried to comfort him, thinking that this guy was young but held a grudge too deep. Junior brother Fang, calm down. If you're still angry about what happened at the mountain gate, you can vent your anger on me, but that person is not someone you can offend. Fang Xing jumped up and shouted, You think I wouldn't dare? He kicked the fat man twice in anger before stopping. The fat man, who had come to understand Fang Xing over the past 4 months, didn't mind and smiled. Though Fang Xing was ruthless and bold, he wasn't like a mad dog that bit anyone. At a young age, he was very loyal, having given him 2 spirit stones without a second thought, which not everyone could do. After eating and drinking, Fang Xing drove the fat man out and hurried to continue his cultivation. For some reason, after hearing about Ho Qing's deeds, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. He had been cultivating with spirit stones for 4 months, consuming 12 stones. Yet he still couldn't break through to the 2nd level of true qi, while that bastard Ho Qing was close to breaking through to the 4th level. Comparing himself to others was infuriating. Was he really that much of a fool in cultivation? No way. How could I be so much worse than that bastard? I must break through to the 2nd level today. Fueled by this resentment, Fang Xing took out his 13th spirit stone. After regulating his breathing, the spirit energy and spirit stone attracted each other, gradually infusing into his meridians. Soon, the same situation occurred. Whenever the spirit energy tried to spread throughout his body, it would become uncontrollable, leading to a failure in breaking through. However, this time, Fang Xing was determined. He slowly figured out the pattern of the energy overflow. And just as the next surge was about to come, he suddenly trembled, and the speed of circulating the spirit energy accelerated. The consequence of this was a rapid increase in the amount of spirit energy drawn from the spirit stone, flooding his body. Just like eating, there's a limit. If you bite off more than you can chew, you'll choke. The same goes for spirit energy cultivation. Fang Xing felt like he was choking, and his meridians were in agony. Nevertheless, he endured the intense pain and used the overwhelming power of spirit energy to crash against the invisible barrier. Boom. Suddenly, it felt as if something in his brain had been broken through, and a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body. This feeling was quite strange. If his body was hot, it felt cool and pleasant. If he was in extreme cold, it felt warm and comforting. This was the wonderful use of spirit energy. Finally, he broke through. Fang Xing thought to himself. He had finally broken through the barrier of the 2nd level of spirit motion, and the spirit energy filled his entire body. Now, with just a thought, the spirit energy could reach every part of his skin. Although it wasn't enough to defend against all injuries, if he got hurt, he could immediately direct the spirit energy to nourish the wound, and in necessary situations, he could forcibly close the wound with spirit energy to prevent excessive blood loss and conserve strength. Back then, when senior brother Lu got stabbed, he wanted to do this. However, Fang Xing immediately punched his wound, dispersing his spirit energy, causing Lu to lose his breath and making it difficult for him to gather spirit energy again. To break through to this second level of cultivation, Fang Xing took a risk, and fortunately, it succeeded. If it hadn't, he might have damaged his meridians, taking at least 10 days to recover. But that was just his nature. He was ruthless to others and equally willing to be harsh on himself. Let us try the 9-serpent golden flame sword again. Fang Xing felt a surge of joy, paused his cultivation, and took out the 9-serpent golden flame sword. However, upon trying it out, he found that the situation hadn't improved much. Although he could barely wield the sword to deliver a complete strike after that strike, the remaining spirit energy in his body was indeed very low, and he couldn't deliver a second strike, feeling dizzy and lightheaded. Fang Xing put away the 9-serpent golden flame sword and thought carefully. He quickly sorted out the reasons. One was that his cultivation level was indeed too low, and the second was that the 9-serpent golden flame sword was of too high a rank, consuming far more spirit energy to control than an ordinary flying sword. This meant that it was best for him to continue putting away the 9-serpent golden flame sword and find an ordinary flying sword instead. The Dao sect had strict rules against robbing others' flying swords. What to do now? Fang Xing pondered for a while and suddenly had a bright idea. That dead fat man said the ghost market has opened again. I saw many people bringing out flying swords last time. I only took the best one last time, but that was a mistake. He quickly made up his mind to go to the ghost market again. After inquiring about the opening time of the ghost market through the fat man, Fang Xing prepared himself. He noticed the fat man's gaze and said fiercely, "What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll dig your eyes out?" The fat man chuckled and quickly said it was nothing. However, he quickly dismissed it in his heart. This kid is reckless. But he probably wouldn't dare to do something like that. Besides, someone mentioned last time that it was a slender adult who did that. The fat man was always impressed by Fang Xing's drinking capacity, firmly believing that an 11-year-old child couldn't have such a remarkable drinking ability. However, Fang Xing scoffed at this. How could that dead fat man compare to him? He had grown up in a wine barrel. Speaking of other real skills, he wouldn't dare to boast randomly, but when it came to drinking, 10 dead fat men wouldn't stand a chance. After sending the fat man away, Du Feng took out the Wanluo ghost mask, put it on his face to change his appearance, and left the valley. According to the news, Fang Xing arrived in this area and quickly found the location of the ghost market. It was extremely obvious because this time, there were as many as 8 people responsible for defending the area, looking very meticulous and capable. Fang Xing secretly laughed, thinking that his previous actions had made everyone hosting the ghost market more cautious. "Senior brother, please hold on. May I ask what your intentions are in the ghost market?" One of the guarding disciples stepped forward to ask. "Since I'm here at the ghost market, of course, it's to exchange for what I need for cultivation. Why are you asking so much?" The guard was taken aback and then forced to smile, saying, "What you said is correct. But the ghost market is different now than before. I don't know if you've heard that during a recent ghost market, a great thief mesmerized many seniors and stole numerous treasures, then disappeared. Because of that, the ghost market hasn't been held for 3 months. Even though we are opening the ghost market again, we must be cautious. Please tell me what items you wish to exchange or sell, so we can take a look." Upon hearing this, Fang Xing understood the situation. They were preventing a repeat of the last incident. If he really came empty-handed like last time, carrying nothing but a smoking pipe, he would surely be exposed. If they asked him to demonstrate the function of the smoking pipe, he would immediately reveal himself. Fortunately, although he was not very old, he understood the importance of having a backup plan. So when he heard the guard's question, he only scoffed coldly and said, "The rules of the ghost market are getting more and more numerous. Might as well go to the Taoist sect for a change. Well, since I'm here, I'll comply with your regulations. I intend to exchange spirit stones for a flying sword. Here are the spirit stones, you can take a look." Saying this, he took out a handful of bright red spirit stones and displayed them in front of the guard. Since he had brought spirit stones, he must be genuinely looking to exchange items, so he was not a major thief. The guard felt relieved and smiled. "Thank you, brother, for your understanding. Please come in." Fang Xing waved his hand and laughed. "No need for understanding. It's all that detestable thief's fault. You all have worked hard." This statement touched the guard, as they were stationed there to check the treasures of everyone coming to the ghost market. Although it was for safety, not everyone understood, and many complained bitterly. They could only endure and not ruin the big event, so it was truly moving to encounter someone who understood their difficulties. However, what would they think if they knew that the one who understood them was the same great thief from last time? Fang Xing entered the valley and saw that this time the venue was much larger than last time, and most participants had higher cultivation levels, with many being at the 2nd level of spirit motion and quite a few at the 3rd level. By this time, their exchanges had already begun, and they were all taciturn, quickly completing their transactions with steady and shrewd movements, clearly not newcomers to the ghost market. The last incident had scared the rookies away, and this time, everyone present was a seasoned player. Fang Xing thought to himself that it would be difficult to make a move this time. Forget it. Let us treat this as a normal transaction, he mused as he strolled through the valley. He noticed that most people were placing the items they intended to trade in front of them and sitting cross-legged, waiting for others to take a look. Some, like Fang Xing, wandered around, and once they found something they liked, they would approach to chat. Some transactions were direct exchanges of items, and if they couldn't reach an agreement, they would trade with spirit stones or gold and silver. The items appearing in the ghost market were mostly useful for cultivation, and when exchanged for mundane gold and silver, the quantities were enormous, so spirit stones were more like a resource circulating within cultivation, which everyone recognized. As Fang Xing strolled around the valley, he was surprised to find that this ghost market was larger, with many more items. The previous market mostly featured exchanges between spirit stones and gold and silver, but this time, various items were on display, including flying swords, magical tools, even techniques, spells, and some healing pills, brightening the scene. Some people had one or two items in front of them, while others exaggeratedly displayed a whole large slab of blue stone, as if setting up a stall. Hey, brother, why not come over and take a look? I have the best stuff here. Someone called out softly as Fang Xing passed by, thankfully without shouting, or it would have truly felt like a market. Let us keep looking. Fang Xing replied casually and turned his head away. He originally intended to buy a flying sword, but noticed that there were many flying swords in the ghost market. So he was not worried and began to pay attention to other items. Did they really think this was a market? The person mumbled softly, not wanting to cause any trouble. Fang Xing chuckled and glanced over the stall, suddenly exclaiming in surprise. The person was delighted and said with a low laugh, "Did you find something you like, brother?" Fang Xing slowly squatted down and began to examine the items on the stall, remaining silent. Hee, brother has good taste. I have the most items here, quality guaranteed, and prices are 3/10 lower than others. The stall owner boasted, and it wasn't a lie. His stall indeed had a high transaction volume. Fang Xing remained silent, carefully picking up a flying sword to inspect it. Seeing this, the stall owner began to enthusiastically praise his flying sword, listing over 10 advantages, elevating a low-tier flying sword to an extraordinary status. Fang Xing seemed to be moved and asked, "How about a few spirit stones?" The stall owner mysteriously held up 5 fingers in front of Fang Xing and chuckled. "This price is not excessive, right? 7 spirit stones? Hee, it really is 3/10 lower than others." Fang Xing scoffed silently. If it weren't for his yin yang god demon appraisal, he might have been swayed by this person's price. "How about it? Do you want to buy it?" The stall owner thought he had made a deal and smiled. Good craftsmanship. The stall owner's face changed immediately upon hearing this. Lowering his voice and flickering his gaze as he coldly said, "Words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. If you want to buy, then just buy, don't talk nonsense." However, behind that stern expression, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of nervousness, glancing around. "Nonsense?" Fang Xing sneered. Suddenly moving quickly to pick up the items on the stall, some he merely glanced at before tossing aside, while others he handled gently, placing them neatly on the other side. Before long, the items on the entire stall were divided into 2 piles, and on the surface, these 2 piles appeared to have no obvious classification, mixed up with flying swords, spiritual pills, and so on. "How does my classification look, brother?" Fang Xing lightly tossed a pill onto the left pile, clapped his hands, and laughed. The stall owner was already sweating profusely, his voice shaky as he awkwardly laughed. "So you are an understanding person, brother. How about this? Since we hit it off, let this flying sword be a small gift from me to you. How about that?" Saying this, he pulled out a flying sword from one of the piles and respectfully presented it with both hands. In that short time, Fang Xing had casually appraised all the items on the stall and divided them into 2 parts. The right part contained genuine items, while the left part was all problematic. Shocked, the stall owner hurriedly offered genuine items as a bribe, and his flickering gaze clearly suggested to Fang Xing to take the flying sword and leave quietly. In the magical tool pavilion, the big rats and others dared to use some damaged magical tools to deceive people, extorting bribes because they mostly faced newly promoted outer disciples, backed by the sect's rules, so they weren't afraid. But in the ghost market, if someone dared to use counterfeit items to cheat, they would likely be exposed on the spot, and it was possible that everyone would join forces to deal with them. Fang Xing looked at the stall owner's nervous gaze and chuckled mockingly as he took the flying sword, but casually tossed it aside, laughing, "Just a piece of junk. What is it worth?" The stall owner became angry, his gaze turning cold as he whispered, "Brother, leave some room for maneuver. We'll meet again in the future. Don't make things too absolute. I'm not someone to be trifled with." Saying this, he released a surge of spirit energy, revealing a 3rd-level spirit motion cultivation. Fang Xing seemed to ignore his threat and continued teasingly, "In the ghost market, who knows who? There's no saying about meeting again in the future." There are at least 10 people here with higher cultivation than yours. If I shout, everyone will rush over, and no matter how much higher your cultivation is, it won't help." The stall owner immediately became tense, clenching his fists, palms dripping with cold sweat. Chapter 22. I like your craftsmanship. Fang Xing saw that he was frightened enough and sighed, saying, "You don't need to be nervous. I have no intention of exposing you. I just really admire your craftsmanship. Look at this flying sword. What is the difference from a real one? And this spirit pill, how did you make it? The color, the aroma. My goodness, there's even a hint of spirit energy lingering on it. It's practically better than the real thing. Of course, for deceiving people. It's simply perfect. The elixir, although it appears very realistic, fragrant, and filled with spiritual energy, can be easily distinguished by those with discerning eyes. Even someone who lacks expertise would find the spiritual energy insufficient upon cutting it open. Senior brother, please don't laugh at me. I was just momentarily confused." The stall owner said nervously, not understanding what Fang Xing meant. Fang Xing waved his hand and said, "What do you mean by momentarily confused? This craft cannot be mastered in just a short time." The stall owner was almost in tears, looking around nervously, and whispered, "Keep your voice down. What exactly do you want? Just say it directly. Today, consider me fortunate to have met a master. If you like anything, feel free to take it." "What I like is your skill," Fang Xing sincerely replied. "To be honest, I had an elder in my family who specialized in this craft. But his skills were a bit rough, incomparable to yours, senior brother. So, upon seeing you, I felt a sense of kinship. Rest assured, I will not publicize this matter and will take special care of your business. We can make money together." The stall owner was taken aback, blinking at Fang Xing, unsure if he was speaking the truth. Fang Xing lowered his voice and said, "I need to think this through. Please leave me a name. What do you want?" The stall owner became tense. The ghost market has always had its own rules, and he dared to sell counterfeit items there precisely because of this rule, as long as he wasn't discovered on the spot. Who would know who he was after the market closed? Moreover, he didn't immediately display counterfeit items. He would first sell some genuine ones to ensure safety before carefully revealing a few counterfeits to mix in with the real items. Fang Xing's question about his name immediately put him on guard. Fang Xing said, "Don't be nervous. It's just for convenient contact." The stall owner's eyes flickered, hesitating for a moment before saying, "Forget it, senior brother. The ghost market has its rules. Since you've seen through my goods, just pick a few things. I have plenty of real items on my stall. As for leaving a name, let us skip that. I have no intention of blowing this up. From today onwards, this stall will no longer exist." Seeing that the stall owner was unwilling, Fang Xing chuckled softly and looked at him. "Really not leaving?" The stall owner replied firmly, "Not leaving." Suddenly, Fang Xing stood up and shouted, "Oh, the things here." The valley, which had been quiet, was startled by his sudden shout, drawing countless gazes. The stall owner was even more shocked, almost fleeing in panic. However, Fang Xing's next words left him dumbfounded. "This is simply wonderful. I've been searching for this for so long. Senior brother, you are my great benefactor. Thank you so much." Saying this, he threw down a piece of spirit stone and casually grabbed an item from the stall, flipping it over in delight while winking at the stall owner. "Humph. Turns out he's just a bumpkin, getting so excited over a resting pill." Someone nearby muttered under their breath, turning away from him. The resting pill was merely a sleeping aid that helped restore one's energy. It was really nothing special. At this moment, a guard standing in the valley approached and said quietly, "Senior brother, control your emotions. We are in the ghost market. It's better to be cautious. Your voice shouldn't be too loud." Okay, I'm just too excited. Please don't mind me, senior brother." Fang Xing quickly apologized to the guard, who waved his hand, indicating it was unnecessary, and turned to leave. The stall owner felt completely drained, staring at Fang Xing with vacant eyes, helplessly asking, "How can you possibly let me go?" Fang Xing looked at him, smiling without saying a word. The stall owner gritted his teeth, seemingly making a decision, and took out a wooden token from his pocket. Handing it to Fang Xing didn't even take it and directly said, "Give me something real." The stall owner's face turned even uglier, and through the black veil covering his face, one could almost see his mouth twitching. After a long pause, he finally handed Fang Xing another wooden token, then lowered his head and fell silent. Fang Xing proudly accepted the token, probing it with his spiritual sense, and immediately read the man's information: outer sect disciple of Qinyan sect, residing in Black Rock Valley, room 21, Huaqianji. The man's identity, name, and residence were all contained within. Fang Xing memorized it carefully. He returned the wooden token to the stall owner, who weakly asked, "What exactly do you want to do? Can you tell me first?" Fang Xing grinned and said, "I'll tell you when I have it figured out." Huaqianji gritted his teeth, secretly making a decision in his heart. After going back, he would destroy all these items and never engage in this business again to avoid being coerced by this guy. Fang Xing's eerie voice sounded. Moreover, since you've done this, and your skills are not bad, if someone really wants to investigate you, I don't believe you left no flaws. It must be traceable. Hua Qianji's body stiffened, and after a long time, he sighed deeply and slightly cupped his hands, saying, I will await good news from you, senior brother. He began to pack his things, truly not wanting to stay with this terrifying person any longer. However, just as he finished packing and was about to leave, Fang Xing reached out his hand again, grinning slyly. Return my spirit stone. Hua Qianji was furious and whispered, that resting pill is real, but everything else you have is fake. Fang Xing replied nonchalantly, that doesn't matter. Hua Qianji was speechless, returning the spirit stone to Fang Xing, and hurriedly packed up his things, leaving in a huff. Fang Xing continued to linger here, searching for a suitable flying sword while calculating in his mind. He was not one to walk the conventional path. Upon seeing the counterfeits made by Hua Qianji, he began to scheme. Since he had grasped this person's weakness, he must find some benefits through his skills. He wouldn't settle for less. As for the flying swords in Hua Qianji's possession, he didn't think highly of them, even if they were real, as their quality was very low. The valley wasn't large, and after wandering for a while, he had almost checked every stall. When he reached the far corner, he suddenly heard two people arguing excitedly in hushed tones. One of them said, Senior brother, I'm offering 70 spirit stones. That is already quite a lot. Although this demon spirit pill is rare, it's not the top-tier item. My offer is very sincere. 70 spirit stones? Fang Xing's ears perked up instinctively, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. That was roughly the amount of spirit stones a top-tier disciple would earn in about 3 years. What kind of pill could be worth that much? Senior brother, 70 spirit stones is not a small sum, but I've already said, this pill only exchanges for stone essence powder. Another voice chimed in, sounding somewhat familiar. Fang Xing thought carefully and felt his anger rising. He recognized who this person was. It was none other than Ho Qing. Fang Xing was someone who held grudges. Once he bore a grudge against someone, it would be a lasting impression that he wouldn't forget for 10 years. Although half a year had passed since the incident at the mountain gate, he immediately recalled it. Turning to look, he saw a young man sitting on a piece of blue stone near the cliff edge, his face covered with a white cloth, hidden by the mountain shadows under the moonlight, making him hard to notice. If he didn't know who he was, it wouldn't be a problem. But since Fang Xing recognized his voice, he took a closer look and clearly identified him by his features. It was indeed Ho Qing, who had arrived at the mountain gate before. Well, what a coincidence, my enemy is right in front of me. Let us see what he is up to. Fang Xing thought to himself, finding a nearby spot to sit down and listen in. Chapter 23, Demon Spirit Pill. This senior brother, I'm not saying this to you, but it's a bit excessive to want to exchange such a demon spirit pill for stone essence powder. The stone essence powder is a necessary material for refining breakthrough pills, firmly controlled by the Taoist sect. To obtain it, you either have to spend a fortune to buy it or receive a Taoist talisman, earning great merit for the Taoist sect in return. Trying to exchange for it at the ghost market is probably not easy. Hee. I came to the ghost market just to try my luck. If I can exchange it, then great. If not, it's fine. At worst, I can use some connections to have someone take me to the ghost market among the inner disciples to try my luck. Moreover, this demon spirit pill is a good thing for cultivation, far more effective than spirit stones. Even if I keep it in my hand, I won't lose out. Ho Qing's tone was very firm, seemingly unwilling to exchange for anything other than stone essence powder. So what if he got the stone essence powder? The only function of stone essence powder is to refine breakthrough pills, but besides stone essence powder, there are still more than a dozen other spirit herbs that need to be combined. Furthermore, even if you manage to get all the spirit herbs, without a pill master to help you, you won't be able to refine it. The disciple who wanted to exchange for the demon spirit pill was still a bit reluctant and wanted to persuade Ho Qing. There's no need for you to worry. Senior brother, aside from stone essence powder, the other few spirit herbs are relatively easy to buy. Ho Qing smiled slightly and said, as for pill masters, I have acquaintances. No need for you to worry. Alas, since that's the case, then I'll leave it to you. The man sighed, seeing that Ho Qing was unyielding, and had no choice but to get up and leave. It's rumored in the outer sect that this Ho has already reached the peak of the 3rd level of spiritual movement, just a step away from breaking through. It seems this rumor is not false. Stone essence powder is a material for refining breakthrough pills, and is one of the most strictly controlled resources by the Taoist sect. If he wants to break through, he must pay a high price or complete tasks for the Taoist sect to earn contributions. From his appearance, he seems to want to refine it himself. Fang Xing listened to their conversation and immediately understood Ho Qing's intentions. The early stages of a cultivator's training, breaking through from the 3rd to the 4th level, the 6th to the 7th, and then from the 9th to the true spirit, are very difficult. Only by swallowing breakthrough pills can one succeed. However, the resources for refining breakthrough pills are often strictly controlled by the Taoist sect, rarely leaking out. To obtain them, One must either spend a large amount of money to buy them or complete tasks for the Taoist sect to receive rewards. The Taoist sect turns a blind eye to the ghost market, but they would never allow something like stone essence powder, which affects a cultivator's fate, to leak out. It can be said that if stone essence powder ever appeared in the ghost market, it would be the time for the ghost market to close. Ho Qing was clearly a bit reluctant, even taking out a demon spirit pill, hoping to exchange it for such a thing in the ghost market. But it was almost destined for him to return empty-handed. Ordinary people find it very difficult to obtain stone essence powder. Fang Xing watched as, in just half an hour, 4 or 5 people came over, all eyeing the demon spirit pill and offering various things in exchange. Some of these were very tempting to Fang Xing. But Ho Qing insisted on not trading for anything but stone essence powder, resulting in a parting of ways. Seeing that Ho Qing seemed to have lost hope and was preparing to leave, Fang Xing stood up. "Let me check the demon spirit pill." Fang Xing walked over and deliberately lowered his voice to speak. Ho Qing's gaze flickered as he looked at Fang Xing and asked, "Is that stone essence powder in your hand?" Fang Xing pretended to be angry and muttered, "I've never seen such a fool as you. Even if this is the ghost market, who would dare to openly show stone essence powder? If the Taoist sect finds out, they will conduct strict investigations, and everyone in this valley will suffer." Ho Qing was taken aback, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes as he hurriedly said, "Brother, you're right. I was too anxious and reckless. May I ask, do you really have such a thing? Hee. How precious is stone essence powder? How could I have it?" Fang Xing thought to himself with a hint of mockery, deliberately sneering. Ho Qing was somewhat angry, suppressing his fury and saying, "Are you blaming me? I've been listening for half a day. Even if I wanted to blame you, I wouldn't have the time to waste on you." Fang Xing pretended to be profound. Ho Qing indeed noticed that he had been listening for a long time, and hope arose in his heart. "So, does that mean?" Fang Xing sighed and said, "I can get stone essence powder, but the risks are too great." Ho Qing hurriedly replied, "Brother, don't worry. I have a demon spirit pill here. Refined from the inner core of a third-tier demon beast. Used for cultivation, it can be worth 100 spirit stones. If you can get me 3 or 2 stone essence powders, this pill will be your reward." 100 spirit stones? Wow! Fang Xing exclaimed inwardly while pretending to ponder. "Is that too little for you, brother? This resource is strictly controlled by the Taoist sect, and it's really not easy for ordinary people to obtain. A demon spirit pill is indeed not cheap. But to be honest, even though I can get stone essence powder, the risks are quite significant. If word gets out, not only me, but even my father would have to. But I won't bore you with that. I'll just tell you that I can get you stone essence powder, but the price must be increased a bit." Ho Qing's eyes flashed, about to speak. But Fang Xing raised his hand and interrupted him, glaring at him fiercely, coldly warning, "Moreover, I must warn you beforehand. After you obtain the stone essence powder, you'd better keep your mouth shut. As long as I hear even a hint of a rumor, you will pay a painful price. At the very least, you won't be able to stay in the Qingyan sect." Fang Xing threatened before even negotiating the price, which made Ho Qing feel a bit more at ease. "Haha, brother. Don't worry. My mouth is very tight, and my family has some influence. If anyone discovers that I broke through and asks, I'll just say it was my family who got it for me. I won't implicate you," Ho Qing quickly vowed. Fang Xing lowered his eyes and said, "As long as you understand. Also, we need to raise the price a bit." Ho Qing pondered for a while and said, "Besides the demon spirit pill, how about adding 30 spirit stones?" Fang Xing was overjoyed but pretended to hesitate and said, "Add 40 more? 32? 38? 35? Deal." Fang Xing punched his fist to finalize the agreement. Ho Qing seemed to sigh in relief and hurriedly asked, "When can you give it to me, brother?" Fang Xing pretended to think seriously and said, 9 days later, at the hour of the pig, wait for me on the mountain outside the Transformation Valley. If I haven't arrived, don't show yourself. Clap 3 times as a signal and bring everything I asked for. All right, thank you, brother." Ho Qing seemed to relax and cupped his fist toward Fang Xing. Fang Xing nodded and suddenly said, "Why are you still here? Get lost." Ho Qing was taken aback, a bit displeased. "Why are you scolding me, brother?" Fang Xing growled, "I wish I could beat you fools to death. If you don't leave now, do you want to stay here and ask more people? Do you want the whole world to know you need stone essence powder? Since I've already promised you, you better not let anyone else know about the stone essence powder. I'm telling you, if even the slightest rumor leaks out, this deal is off." Ho Qing suddenly realized, hurriedly wiping the sweat from his forehead, and said softly, "I've learned my lesson. I'll leave now." Although he ultimately bought nothing. Just thinking about how Ho Qing looked scared made Fang Xing happy. He hummed a little tune as he left the ghost market, already planning in his heart. Unexpectedly learning that Ho Qing wanted stone essence powder gave Fang Xing a clear direction for his plan to get to know Hua Qianji. If we're talking about real stone essence powder, where could he get it? But fake ones? Well, there's a master for that. First, he got up early, dug out the clothes he wore as a Taoist boy, and brought out the Wan Luo ghost mask to change into a suitable appearance. This time, however, he didn't transform into an adult, but rather into a 12 or 13-year-old little Taoist boy. He took a bronze mirror and made funny faces at it for a while before finally settling on a suitable expression, shy and coy, like a little girl. Once he was ready, Fang Xing hummed a little tune and wiggled his hips as he stepped out of the wooden house. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered that he was pretending to be a shy little Taoist boy, so there was no need to wiggle his hips. He corrected himself and walked normally. Chapter 24: Accumulation and Breakthrough. Haiyan Valley is located about 10 miles along the mountain road from Qingxi Valley, where Fang Xing lived. Although Fang Xing was still young, he had already attained the second level of spiritual movement, so he walked quite briskly and arrived at Haiyan Valley in a short time, swaggering inside. There were some people in the valley practicing in the morning light, and seeing that he was just a little Taoist boy, no one paid him any attention. Fang Xing then looked for Hua Qianji's house according to the number on the wooden house and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A vigilant voice came from inside the wooden house, sounding somewhat low-spirited. "It's your junior brother, a little snot-nosed kid, here to deliver a message." Fang Xing cleared his throat, coughed, and said in a lowered voice, "A messenger?" The person inside mumbled, then came to open the door, revealing a young man with a slightly dark complexion. He was sturdy-looking, about 30 years old, with exceptionally long fingers. From his eyebrows and eyes, he looked just like the stall owner from yesterday. He eyed Fang Xing warily and glanced around before lowering his voice and asking, "What message?" Fang Xing deliberately acted a bit scared and stammered, "It's from a senior brother. He has very sharp eyes." He roughly described his appearance from last night. Hua Qianji's expression immediately turned cold, grabbing Fang Xing's arm and pulling him into the wooden house. Then fixing a cold gaze on his face, saying in a chilling tone, "What is that person's name? Where does he live? Tell me everything in detail. If you leave out even a single detail, be careful, I'll make you suffer." Fang Xing immediately became frightened, his body trembling slightly as he whispered, I don't know either. I was fetching water when he came over and told me to deliver a message to you. He also said that after you heard it, you'd reward me." At this moment, Fang Xing's appearance was truly lifelike, perfectly portraying a scared little child. Or perhaps one could say he was indeed just a little child, and this was merely another side of him. Hua Qianji sighed helplessly, finally confirming that this Taoist boy was just delivering a message and that he wouldn't be able to extract anything useful. "What message did he ask you to deliver?" he asked. Fang Xing replied, "He said he wants Xijing-san." "Xijing-san?" Hua Qianji's eyes flashed with light, and he shouted angrily, "Where am I supposed to get him Xijing-san?" Just as he finished half of his sentence, he suddenly stopped, realizing that what the other party meant was not the real Xijing-san, but a fake one. Even so, Hua Qianji still frowned, thinking, this Xijing-san is used for breakthroughs, and the Dao sect guards it strictly. Ordinary people can't easily see it. I've only seen it a few times because I worked in the Danfang, so how could I possibly make a convincing fake? Though he thought this, he was mainly unwilling to do it. Just as he was about to look for an excuse to refuse, Fang Xing added, "That senior brother also said that if I asked you this question, and you didn't refuse, he would give you something." "What is it?" Hua Qianji asked casually, only to see the little Taoist boy take out a small cloth bag that looked heavy. When Hua Qianji took it and looked inside, his eyes immediately narrowed. Inside the bag were 10 bright red spirit stones and a piece of gold leaf. "That senior brother said this is just a deposit, and there will be 20 more after the job is done," Fang Xing, acting as a little Taoist boy, stammered, as if he were trying hard to remember. Hua Qianji's breathing quickened slightly. Such red spirit stones in front of him were more effective than any persuasion. After all, 30 spirit stones were not a small sum for him, and for him, making a fake Xijing-san would only require a bit of inexpensive raw material. Even for the highest quality counterfeit, the cost would only be 1 spirit stone. Did he say what he wants to use this Xijing-san for? Hua Qianji pondered for a while, tying up the cloth bag and holding it in his hand as he asked Fang Xing. Fang Xing cautiously shook his head. He didn't say, but he did say. What did he say? He said if you don't have Xijing-san, he would tell others something. Hua Qianji helplessly covered his forehead and sighed inwardly, thinking that this was forcing him to agree. The little Taoist boy, having received the gold leaf, looked excited and said, "All right, I can tell you the last sentence. That senior brother said if you plan to track me down to find him, he won't show himself." Hua Qianji indeed had the intention of following the little Taoist boy, but upon hearing this, his face changed in shock. He waved his hand helplessly, signaling the little Taoist boy to leave. Deep down, he had originally planned to follow this little Taoist boy, but since it had been exposed, he had no choice but to abandon the idea. After leaving the wooden house, Fang Xing felt quite pleased with himself. He had grown up in a bandit's den and had participated in kidnapping activities with his 7th and 8th uncles when he was 7 years old, making the local officials spin in circles. All the tricks his uncles used on the road were firmly etched in his mind, and now, with slight modifications, he applied them to Hua Qianji, effectively trapping him. Since Hua Qianji said it would take 7 days, Fang Xing was not in a hurry and planned to wait until the time was up to collect the reward. During the remaining time, he diligently practiced his cultivation and awaited the arrival of that time. However, after breaking through to the second level of spiritual movement, he found cultivation to be much more strenuous. The meridians within him seemed to have transformed from a small stream into a river, able to accommodate several times more spiritual energy. Of course, this also meant that when cultivating with spirit stones, the speed of spiritual energy accumulation had slowed significantly. The effect of pouring the same ladle of water into a basin versus a water tank was naturally different. Under normal circumstances, it takes about 2 months for a person to cultivate from the low level of the first stage of spiritual movement to the peak of the first stage when resources are abundant. Transitioning from the low level of the second stage of spiritual movement to the peak of the second stage typically takes about 6 months. Additionally, breaking through from the first stage to the second stage and from the second stage to the third stage is called a breakthrough. Breakthroughs also require time, but the duration varies based on individual talent. Some might succeed in just a few days, while those with poorer aptitude may take a long time, even up to 1 or 2 years, or even 10 years, or perhaps spend their entire lives without breaking through. Cultivators accumulate through resource consumption and then use their innate talent, willpower, support from mentors, or some rare treasures to break through bottlenecks. The combination of both is what constitutes complete cultivation. Accumulation and breakthrough represent quantitative and qualitative changes, and these are the two essential elements of cultivation, both of which are indispensable. Of course, with each breakthrough, the benefits are also substantial. Although Fang Xing had not yet learned any spells, he could feel the abundance of vitality within himself. His body was lighter than before, his strength was greater, and even his sleep time had decreased while his energy was more vigorous than before. After practicing for a while, Fang Xing felt that the speed was too slow and became somewhat anxious. He got out of bed and prepared to practice some martial skills. Standing in the wooden house, he took out a short knife, tucked his long robe into his waist, and as he drew the short knife, a white light flashed, slicing through the air with a whoosh. His figure resembled that of a nimble monkey, constantly jumping and stabbing at heights he couldn't reach. The imagined opponents in his mind were all adults, as he had always faced adult opponents, even back in the bandit den. At the age of 4, he was thrown into a den of mad dogs. At 5, he had to face a 1-year-old wolf with bare hands. When he was 6 years old, he was caught by the yamen runners and was hung from a tree, receiving a full 17 lashes, each one drawing blood. By the age of 7, he personally used poison to kill a skilled martial artist who betrayed the Ghost Smoke Valley and intended to use him as a hostage. In the following years, 7, 8, 9, 10, many events occurred that still cause him nightmares to this day. His 9 uncles were all good to him, but none of them were good people. Therefore, Fang Xing himself believed that the deaths of his 9 uncles were not unjust. Even if he were to die, it would not be unjust. While it may not be unjust, after all, they did raise him, so now that he is alive, he must grow and seek revenge. Chapter 25, Black Eats Black. 7 days later, at the agreed time, after leaving the Black Rock Valley, Fang Xing took a closer look and saw that it was a bag of yellowish soil-like essence, weighing about half a pound, exuding a misty spiritual aura. As soon as the bag was opened, it seemed like there was a spiritual light ready to soar into the sky. He wondered if this Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror could identify this fake item. Fang Xing pondered. However, it was mostly likely unable to do so. After all, the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror was merely a tool-like object without its own life force. It could identify authenticity, but might not be able to determine how similar something was. Upon returning to the wooden house, he found that indeed nothing could be discerned. In the eyes of the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror, it was just a pile of ordinary rock essence soaked in spiritual liquid, extremely simple. Since this guy dared to take it out, it indicated he still had some confidence. I'll take a risk. Fang Xing had never seen real stone essence powder, but he decided to take a chance. After all, as his uncle said, there aren't so many perfect bargains waiting to be seized in this world. If he wanted to eat this bowl of rice, he had to put his life on the line. With this mindset, Fang Xing prepared for another 2 days, bringing along a short knife, a smoke pouch, the 9-serpent golden flame sword, and even the rainstorm pear blossom nail he had used once before. He mentally reviewed his plan, confirming that he had done his best. Any further developments would depend on his adaptability and the will of heaven. Only then did he put on the Wan Luo ghost mask disguise. This time, the risk was significant. After all, Ho Qing was highly skilled and ruthless, and he didn't look like a fool at all. Fang Xing could only hope that Ho Qing had not seen much stone essence powder and thus had a lower ability to discern it. This assumption should be correct. If Ho Qing really encountered stone essence powder frequently, he probably wouldn't be so troubled by it. Waiting until the high hour, Fang Xing, disguised as another person, slipped out of the valley and headed straight for the agreed location. Tonight, there was only a crescent moon in the sky, not very bright, but fortunately, Fang Xing's cultivation had surpassed the second layer. Although he couldn't see in the dark as if it were daylight, his vision was much better, allowing him to see people clearly up to 10 zhang away. Fang Xing was quite satisfied with this level of brightness. After all, the darker it got, the less likely Ho Qing would discover that the stone essence powder was fake. Under the night sky, a slender figure flew up the mountain, darting among the shadows of the trees, like a monkey or a raccoon, swift as lightning. Soon, he reached the mountaintop, only to find it completely empty, with not a soul around. Fang Xing clapped his hands together 3 times and then listened intently. His senior brother was half an hour late. He was eager to wait. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him. Fang Xing hurriedly turned around to see it was Ho Qing, wearing a mask. I told you to come at the high hour, but I never said I would come at the high hour. Fang Xing coldly smiled and extended his hand. Where's the demon spirit pill? Ho Qing coldly asked. Where's the stone essence powder? Fang Xing grinned, took out a small cloth bag from his bosom, pinched it in his hand, and said, You better not play tricks. I risked my life to get this. I almost got discovered by that woman. He spoke with great conviction. From a young age, he had learned that when telling lies, certain details needed to be as intricate as possible to make others believe him more easily. Of course, if it was something the other party understood, then being vague was better. The more detailed, the easier it was for the other party to spot flaws. Ho Qing's breathing became somewhat hurried. He said in a deep voice, Show it to me. Taking a step forward, he reached out to take it. But Fang Xing suddenly stepped back, coldly laughing. I don't trust you. You show me the demon spirit pill first. Ho Qing halted, slowly shook his head, and said solemnly, Together. Fang Xing smiled and said, All right. The two then each held their small bags, extending them with their left hands toward each other. The reason for using the left hand was that the right hand was more agile, which could prevent unexpected situations. Whoosh. Both moved quickly to open their cloth bags for inspection. Fang Xing looked inside and saw a small porcelain bottle and a small pile of red spiritual stones. He glanced over and estimated that the quantity of the spiritual stones was quite good. He then cast a glance at Ho Qing, who was also checking the stone essence powder in his bag, and noticed that his gaze drifted toward Fang Xing, seemingly flickering. Fang Xing felt something was off. This look was too similar to his own and clearly indicated that Ho Qing had something to hide. His own secret was that the stone essence powder was fake. So, what was the reason for Ho Qing's flickering gaze? He reacted quickly, immediately thought of a possibility, took out the small porcelain bottle, pulled off the cork, and examined it closely. His expression changed suddenly, and he became furious, smashing the porcelain bottle to the ground with a loud bang, glaring at Ho Qing. You bastard. I took a huge risk to get you this stone essence powder, and you dare to trick me with this junk? It turned out that in just that glance, Fang Xing had discovered that this demon spirit pill was not the real one, but rather a subsidiary pill. During the alchemy process, some special formulas would maximize the preservation of the spirit power in the main pill, causing some subsidiary pills to appear in the furnace at the same time. Although on the surface, the subsidiary pill and the main pill appeared to be the same type, their efficacy was not comparable. Strictly speaking, calling the subsidiary pill a counterfeit pill would also be accurate. Fang Xing was furious because this demon spirit pill was not the one they had originally agreed upon. The one they discussed had abundant spirit power and miraculous effects, while this one, despite being similar in appearance and smell, contained vastly inferior spirit power. Ho Qing had also checked the stone essence powder and found nothing wrong. Moreover, as Fang Xing was about to blow up, he still claimed that the stone essence powder was obtained through great risk, and his face was full of rage, which made Ho Qing believe that the stone essence powder was genuine. He relaxed, casually stuffing it into his pocket, and coldly laughed. That is still a demon spirit pill. What is the problem? Kid, don't play tricks on me. If you dare to take advantage of me, be prepared to pay the price. Fang Xing threatened fiercely, having hinted to Ho Qing that he had connections, and now he naturally put on the airs of a second-generation rich kid. Ho Qing coldly laughed and said, So what? I checked when you came up. You were alone, and there was no one following you. Do you really think you can force me to stay? Humph. I'm not afraid of anyone. As for any potential revenge, did he think he was a fool? Once he left this mountaintop, with thousands of disciples from the Dao sect, he could be found at will, huh? He believed he had gained a great advantage, giving Fang Xing a cold glance before turning to leave. Ho Qing dared to act this way because he was confident that Fang Xing did not know his identity. He had taken advantage of him, and Fang Xing couldn't do anything about it. Furthermore, since the stone essence powder was stolen by Fang Xing, he certainly wouldn't dare to make a big deal out of it. Otherwise, after the matter escalated, he might be fine. But the one who stole the stone essence powder would definitely end up in trouble. Additionally, the demon spirit pill was far too important for him to just give away. So he decided to take the risk. Of course, this is also based on his extreme confidence in his own strength. Certain that the other party cannot do anything to him. But Fang Xing suddenly became anxious, thinking, am I a legitimate bandit? And yet I'm going to be blackmailed by this bastard? No way, this is outrageous. I must scare him a bit. With this in mind, Fang Xing blurted out, Ho Qing, do you really think I don't know your identity? Fang Xing's mind raced. He was known for his quick wit, honed by the bastards in Ghost Smoke Valley. At this moment, he began to rapidly contemplate every detail of his interactions with Ho Qing, urgently thinking of a countermeasure. Chapter 26. A Failed Scheme. Hee, you dare to blackmail me, and I have no countermeasures? Fang Xing sneered, his eyes flickering, his demeanor relaxed. Seemingly not taking Ho Qing seriously at all, and coldly said, don't act tough with me. Although my cultivation is not as good as yours, you wouldn't dare touch me even if you had 10 times the courage. Otherwise, you wouldn't see tomorrow's sun. Humph. Do you still think your identity is well hidden? I've already seen through it, and even left a letter. Cold sweat broke out on Ho Qing's forehead. And with a thought, the silver light closed in on Fang Xing again, a chilling glint that was terrifying. It was a silver sword inscribed with runes, looking exceptionally agile. I ask you, how did you know my identity? Ho Qing's killing intent surged. The panic of having his identity exposed caught him off guard, almost prompting him to strike. But Fang Xing's demeanor, as if he had him completely figured out, made him feel flustered and wary. Suspecting that the other party had a backup plan, Fang Xing was somewhat anxious under pressure. Exposing Ho Qing's identity was merely a desperate act to keep him. But at this moment, he had to come up with a convincing reason, otherwise he might genuinely dare to kill. His mind raced. And suddenly he blurted out, you silly fool, don't you think about it? Among the outer disciples, how many are in such a hurry to need stone essence powder? Ho Qing was momentarily taken aback, his feet swaying, feeling a mix of shame and anger. Indeed, he thought he was in no danger, but did not expect that there would be such a method to expose his identity. Among the outer disciples, aside from those who just joined the sect half a year ago, there were only a few who had either been promoted from being a child disciple or were from the previous batch of disciples. Although they hadn't broken through to the 4th level of agility, they had connections and continued to stay in the sect for cultivation. Among those who just joined half a year ago, regardless of their cultivation level, there weren't many who could reach the level needing a breakthrough pill. In fact, Ho Qing knew in his heart that among the over 1,000 disciples, he was the only one with this cultivation level. The reason was that he had already reached the 2nd level of agility before joining the sect, and after entering, with the help of an old acquaintance. He took a large amount of elixirs, rapidly improving to the peak of the 3rd level of agility. And there were indeed quite a few in the sect who knew his cultivation level. After all, when he went to Xiao Valley to find Sister Sue, he had fought with those who provoked him, and he effortlessly defeated them with one sword. Naturally, he felt quite proud, but now thinking back, it was indeed an easy way to expose himself. No, even so, you could only guess it might be me. How could you be so certain as to call out my name? Ho Qing suddenly realized this point, and the silver sword pressed forward again. He was not an inexperienced young master from a wealthy family. His experience in the Jianghu was quite rich. However, after Fang Xing figured this out, his thoughts flowed like a spring, and he quickly clarified his reasoning, sneering. Indeed, there are a dozen people I suspect, but who am I? I've been mixing in the outer sect since I was young. Among these dozen people, I know at least half. Your voice doesn't sound like theirs, so naturally, I can rule them out. Plus, others enter the ghost market with their faces covered, yet you cover your face with a white cloth. And your clothes are as clean as if they were just washed and dried. This means you either like white or you're a neat freak. With this inquiry, the range narrowed down a bit more, and on top of that, there's a strong scent of musk on you. Fang Xing seemed unable to tolerate it. Waving his hand in front of his nose, disgusted, it's hard not to find you. Ho Qing's body jolted. He raised his hand to smell his sleeve. Awkwardly shaking his body and taking a step back, Ho Qing felt a bit flustered inside, and at the same time, he felt a chill down his spine. He originally thought Fang Xing was just an unlearned 2nd-generation disciple of the sect, looking down on him, but he didn't expect the other party to have such cleverness. The thought of having been observed without realizing it sent a chill down his spine. At the same time, he couldn't help but scrutinize Fang Xing, trying to see if he was someone he had encountered in these 9 days. Seeing his complex expression, and with the flying sword still hovering in the air, Fang Xing knew he still had doubts in his heart and needed to add more pressure. Suddenly, he pulled off his black cloth and coldly said, I just want to complete this transaction nicely, without wanting to create more trouble. Now that I've shown you my true face, you'll hand over the demon spirit pill, and starting today, we'll be strangers. You don't have to worry about me deceiving you, if you're really afraid of my retaliation. Just the fact that you've seen my true face is enough for you to threaten me. You. Upon seeing Fang Xing reveal his true face, Ho Qing was even more shocked and couldn't he help but take another step back. Whoosh! Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared beside Fang Xing, and a sword glowing with golden light flew up, with 9 small snakes dancing around the sword's body. The might of this sword was several times stronger than his silver sword, exuding a chilling aura. Ho Qing was immediately taken aback, maintaining his composure, and coldly said, "Are you going to fight me?" Fang Xing sneered, "I just want to complete the transaction. And also to tell you that although your cultivation is higher than mine, what I lack the least is excellent magical tools. If it comes to a fight, you may not necessarily come out unscathed." Ho Qing glanced at the 9 serpents' golden flame sword flying in the air and slowly nodded. In his view, this golden sword was indeed quite troublesome. If it came to a fight, even if he wasn't afraid, he would probably still get hurt. From this sword, he sensed a strong threat. These second-generation disciples of the sect often possess many excellent magical treasures, which can indeed be quite a headache. All right, since senior brother only wants to complete the transaction, then I, apologize to you here. Fang Xing impatiently waved his hand and said, "Stop with the nonsense. Give me the demon spirit pill." Ho Qing awkwardly smiled, reached into his bosom, took out a small porcelain bottle, and threw it to Fang Xing. Fang Xing caught it, opened the cork to take a look, and confirmed it was genuine. He then pretended to smell it before sealing it again, coldly looking at Ho Qing and saying, "Such a simple transaction has been made so complicated by you, junior brother. In the future, don't overthink things. It will bring you trouble. I'm leaving, and it's best if we never meet again." Saying this, he coldly sneered and turned around, the 9 serpents' golden flame sword still floating beside him. "Apologies again, senior brother." Ho Qing politely bowed behind him. He didn't want to get involved with such a second-generation disciple of the sect for no reason. In fact, he already regretted it, worried that the other party would use the sect's power to pressure him later. However, after a moment's thought, he also remembered the other party's appearance. At most, he could expose the matter, so no one would gain an advantage. Moreover, he had some connections in Xinyan's sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to join the sect with his second-level agility cultivation. With this in mind, he sheathed his flying sword and quickly walked down the mountain. As he walked, the mountain breeze blew, and the cold sweat on him gradually dried, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. Who on earth is that person? Very unfamiliar. I shouldn't have seen him before. However, to be on the safe side, I need to ask Sister Sue to investigate this person for me. The characteristics of this person are that he loves to call himself I, is tall and thin, and wields a golden flying sword. Wait. The golden flying sword has 9 small snakes coiling around it. It seems I've heard that somewhere. Ho Qing slowly stopped in his tracks. After a long time, he suddenly remembered that someone had told him that a great thief had visited the ghost market and stolen a remarkable 9-serpent golden flame sword. This made Ho Qing's heart skip a beat, as if he had thought of something. He immediately took out the stone essence powder to check. The more he looked, the more uneasy he felt, and when he discovered that there was a faint discoloration on his hand, he was taken aback. The stone essence powder was somewhat damp due to his sweat, but the discoloration was too strange. How could a second-generation disciple of a Taoist sect possibly infiltrate the ghost market to become a great thief? Likewise, how could a great thief suddenly transform into a second-generation disciple of a Taoist sect? "I want to kill you." As the realization dawned on him, many doubts began to clearly emerge in Ho Qing's mind. He was so furious that he was almost going mad, the veins in his neck bulging, and his angry roar could be heard 3 or 4 miles away. After letting out a loud shout, he immediately turned around and dashed toward the mountain peak, then frantically pursued along the path that Fang Xing had taken up the mountain. However, at this moment, Fang Xing had already taken a different route down the mountain and was moving quickly. How could he possibly catch up? All of this was a consequence of Ho Qing's own actions. If he hadn't tried to take advantage of Fang Xing and had paid attention while checking the stone essence powder, he might have discovered its flaw. Unfortunately, at that time, most of his thoughts were focused on how to deceive Fang Xing, and he didn't carefully check it at all. Truly, he was stealing a chicken but losing rice in the process. Chapter 27. The Heavenly Coffin Descends with Mysterious Methods. Haha, competing with me. You'll end up losing your pants. Fang Xing had already reached the foot of the mountain. After bypassing a patch of trees, he changed his clothes and appearance. At this point, even if Ho Qing managed to catch up, he wouldn't recognize him. Naturally, all the treasures in that small bag were stored in the cave heaven ring. After making these preparations, he vaguely heard Ho Qing's angry shouts and couldn't help but feel delighted, humming a little tune as he slipped away into the valley. After returning to the wooden house, Fang Xing collapsed onto the bed and seemed to have no unusual signs. It wasn't until about 2 hours later that he suddenly turned over and sat up, listening carefully for any unusual sounds around him. The surroundings were silent, and Fang Xing finally let out a long sigh, taking out the demon spirit pill to examine it closely. during the critical moment of the transaction at the mountain peak. He had only identified whether the pill was genuine and hadn't he looked at it in detail. It was only at this moment that he had the time to study it carefully. His attention focused on the pill, and the yin-yang divine demon mirror in his mind began to rotate, quickly flooding his brain with information. A third-grade demon spirit pill, made from the inner cores of third-tier demon beasts mixed with 9 types of spiritual herbs, containing spiritual energy. It can be used by cultivators at the spirit movement stage. Methods of consumption: circulate the spirit energy, absorb the spiritual energy, soak in liquid, consume in liquid form, hold under the tongue, breathe, and adjust. There was a lot of information, including the nature of this pill and the accompanying spiritual herbs, as well as the methods of consumption. This method of consumption wasn't limited to this demon spirit pill, but also applied to other demon spirit pills. Indeed, it was a good thing. No wonder such a demon spirit pill required 100 spirit stones on the Taoist sects exchange list. Fang Xing secretly admired it, under normal circumstances. Such a demon spirit pill was simply beyond the means of outer disciples. To be able to use it for cultivation, one would need to be at least an inner disciple. Even Ho Qing had only obtained one by chance, and was even willing to risk offending a second-generation disciple of the Taoist sect to blackmail and keep this demon spirit pill for himself, which showed how extraordinary this pill was. After all, a simple calculation sufficed. 100 spirit stones equated to 10,000 taels of gold, matching the value of the 9-serpent golden flame sword. However, the 9-serpent golden flame sword was a magical artifact that could be used for a long time, while this demon spirit pill was a one-time consumable. Once refined, it would be gone. If it weren't for its truly rare materials and remarkable effects, who would be willing to exchange for it? It could be said that Fang Xing's second visit to the ghost market, although he only scammed one person, yielded almost greater results than the last time. For ordinary disciples, even with sufficient resources and no unexpected situations, it would take about 3 months to advance from the first to the second level of spirit movement, about a year to go from the second to the third level, and an even longer time to break through to the fourth level, perhaps 3 years or even longer. Or there might be no hope at all of breaking through to the fourth level. Now, having just stabilized at the second level of spirit movement, I have obtained such a demon spirit pill. I don't know how much time it can save me. Fang Xing thought to himself, a sense of anticipation rising in his heart, and he immediately sat cross-legged to practice. He naturally took out the demon spirit pill, hanging it in front of him, and the spiritual energy began to emanate. After a period of practice, he found that although he could clearly feel the spiritual energy was more abundant than when he practiced with spirit stones, it still didn't reach the level that matched the name of the demon spirit pill. Fang Xing thus temporarily stopped and thought for a moment before taking out the wine gourd that his 8th uncle had given him in the Ghost Smoke Valley, which still had half a gourd of wine left, and directly tossed the demon spirit pill into it. After shaking the gourd and waiting a while, feeling that the demon spirit pill should be dissolving soon, he opened it to take a look. To his surprise, the demon spirit pill was still a demon spirit pill, seemingly unchanged in size, while the wine liquid had already become fragrant and rich in spiritual energy. Hey, this is great. It's like getting half a gourd of spiritual wine for free. Fang Xing took a big gulp, feeling a hot stream enter his belly, and his body immediately warmed up. He hurriedly operated the mysterious method to refine it, and strands of spiritual energy were drawn out and dispersed into his spiritual veins, somewhat similar to the initial process of refining essence into energy. After a while, as he refined the spiritual wine, Fang Xing estimated that this method wouldn't be particularly fast, but his head felt a bit dizzy, which was strange. Normally, drinking 2 gourds of this wine wouldn't get him drunk. Let us try the third method. Fang Xing thought about taking out the demon spirit pill, but the opening of the gourd was a bit small, and he couldn't reach in with chopsticks. In a fit of anger, he tilted his head back and gulped down all the wine, and the demon spirit pill followed into his mouth. At that moment, he should have curled his tongue to press the demon spirit pill under his tongue. However, unexpectedly, the wine flowed in too quickly, and the demon spirit pill fell straight down into his belly with a gulp. Fang Xing was taken aback, throwing the gourd aside and rubbing his belly in a daze. Did I really swallow it? Fang Xing was both amused and exasperated. The demon spirit pill was a good thing, but he had never heard of anyone eating it directly. After sitting in a stupor for a while, the effects of the wine surged, and Fang Xing felt a bit drowsy, so he simply lay down and fell asleep. After all, it's better in my belly than in someone else's. Comforting himself like this, he soon felt sleepy, curling up into a ball and drifting off into dreamland. The wine liquid that had soaked the demon spirit pill had already been enhanced tenfold. And with the demon spirit pill in his belly, streams of essence flowed into Fang Xing's limbs and bones without him noticing, gradually filling his internal spiritual energy. On the surface of his body, layers of dirt were forced out, and sludge formed on his fur, making the entire room unbearable with a foul smell. The essence continued to release, causing Fang Xing's meridians to approach their limits and even swell. Even in deep sleep, Fang Xing couldn't help but turn over in pain, his body feeling extremely uncomfortable. Fang Xing did not know that swallowing the demon spirit pill in one gulp had already committed a colossal mistake. The Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror described 3 different methods for refining the demon spirit pill, but did not include the method of swallowing it, which already indicated the issue. This demon spirit pill contained the entire spiritual energy of a 3rd-tier demon beast, while Fang Xing only had the cultivation of the 2nd level of spirit movement. The spiritual energy contained in the demon spirit pill was far greater than his entire cultivation level. To put it in a more understandable concept, it was like the difference between a person and an elephant. Can a person eat an elephant? Of course, but it would take a very long time to slowly eat and digest it. However, Fang Xing essentially swallowed the entire elephant in one go. The only outcome is that one will be burst. However, Fang Xing, who had drunk enough and was sound asleep, was completely unaware of this. Gradually, Fang Xing's meridians swelled, and his little face turned red from suffocation. Damn it, I want your lives. Fang Xing waved his tiny fists, desperately striking at the air. The air was empty, but in his dream, there were countless grinning faces. Just as the energy within him was about to reach its limit, suddenly, the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror in his mind began to spin automatically, and meaningless information flashed through his consciousness. The operation of the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror absorbed some of the spiritual energy within Fang Xing, slightly improving his condition. However, with the refining of the demon spirit pill, the situation continued to worsen. Inside the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror, there was a wealth of information, mostly about identifying magical artifacts and treasures, but it also included other things. One could say that the entire Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror was like a powerful cultivator's memory bank, and the reason Fang Xing could identify treasures and elixirs, as well as discern the cultivation levels of some individuals, was due to this vast reservoir of memories. Finally, just as the energy within was about to burst Fang Xing's small body again, the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror reached its peak operation, suddenly absorbing a large amount of energy. And in an instant, a wisp of spiritual light burst forth from Fang Xing's skull, soaring into the 9 heavens. It was unclear how long it flew, but this wisp of spiritual light had already broken free from the Earth's constraints and entered the boundless starry sky. The sky was filled with stars, ethereal and vast. However, in the starry space, there was a huge black mysterious coffin, quietly suspended in the cosmos, eternally still. This wisp of spiritual light arrived before the coffin and flew directly into it. After a while, the coffin, which had not moved for thousands of years, suddenly had its lid slowly opened a crack, and then a beam of light shot out. This beam of light surged toward a massive planet rich in spiritual energy, breaking through the magnetic pole and atmospheric barriers, heading straight for the southern Zhan continent, directly towards the Chu Feng continent, and rushing into the Qinyan sect. On the entire continent, so many experts were completely unaware of this, except for a few ancient monsters who had cultivated for countless years, who suddenly opened their eyes and looked up at the sky in astonishment. In the vast starry sky, there were 9 enormous mysterious coffins floating, corresponding to the 9 directions of the earth, suspended for nearly 10,000 years. However, when they looked back at the coffins, they had already returned to silence. With no movement at all, it remained as silent as before, seemingly forever unchanged. At this moment, an obscure and incomprehensible scripture appeared in Fang Xing's mind, and under the influence of some strange principle, it transformed into an interpretation that Fang Xing could understand, flooding into his heart and even triggering the operation of his internal spiritual power. Mom. In his dream, Fang Xing softly called out a title he had never used before. He was still dreaming, but it was no longer the terrifying nightmare. Instead, it was a calm and warm, beautiful dream. He was lying in a place full of blooming flowers, and a woman in white, whose face he couldn't see clearly, gently placed his little head on her lap and stroked his painful body, softly telling him a cultivation method. 3,000 feet of white hair. The Supreme Transformation Spirit Sutra reverses the spiritual meridians to refine the spirit and transform qi to devour the earth and the heavens. Mom. Fang Xing suddenly woke up, hurriedly sitting up and reaching out into the empty darkness. In the final moments of his dream, he tried hard to see the face of the woman in white, but it remained unclear. After a long time, he was startled awake by the violent power surging within him, and involuntarily thought of the Supreme Transformation Spirit Sutra he had received in his dream. 3,000 feet of white hair, the Supreme Transformation Spirit Sutra. Fang Xing didn't have time to ponder and quickly crossed his legs, performing the method as instructed, converting all the streams of energy within him into his own spiritual energy. Chapter 28. The difficulty of breaking through. After a whole night of cultivation, Fang Xing used the method that had inexplicably appeared in his dream to completely refine the demon spirit pill. His cultivation rapidly surged from the second level of spiritual movement to the peak of the second level, almost reaching the third level with just one step. This was still due to his initial misunderstanding of the method, which wasted a large amount of spiritual energy. Additionally, no matter how miraculous the demon spirit pill was, it was impossible to completely convert the spiritual power of a third-tier demon beast into the pill. There would inevitably be some loss during the refining process. However, even so, reaching the peak of the second level of spiritual movement overnight was an incredibly miraculous feat. Unfortunately, the smell in Fang Xing's small room was quite unpleasant, a stench permeating the air. "Brother Fang, today I brought a bottle of good wine, specially to share with you." In the morning, as the sun rose, the entire valley brightened, and the plump Taoist came in with a joyful demeanor. As soon as he opened the door, he was immediately repelled by the stench and took 2 steps back, covering his nose and exclaiming, "What is this smell? Brother Fang, you didn't wet the bed, did you?" At this moment, Fang Xing was also awakened, coming back from a deep state of enlightenment, and couldn't help but let out a loud shout. On the eastern side of Qingxi Valley, where the streams converged into a small lake, the water was rippling and serene. Fang Xing was swimming in the lake when suddenly he broke the surface, spat out a mouthful of water, and looked up to see the plump Taoist sitting on the shore with a mischievous smile, vigorously rubbing his clothes, while his little eyes blinked as if hinting at something. Seeing that sneaky expression, Fang Xing couldn't help but shout, "If you dare to say I wet the bed again, I'll kill you." With that shout, he once again submerged his head into the water. So embarrassing. I can't believe the plump Taoist saw such a humiliating scene. Fang Xing was certain he hadn't wet the bed, but he also didn't know what that stuff on his bed was. Just thinking about the plump Taoist's smirk as he said, "I know you didn't wet the bed," made him want to kick him twice. "Brother Fang, I know you didn't wet the bed, but you don't have to wash for 2 hours, do you?" The plump Taoist had already washed Fang Xing's Taoist robe clean and hung it on the nearby grass to dry, smiling as he waved his plump hand, calling Fang Xing to come ashore. This Taoist robe, the plump Taoist had already washed 3 times. Meanwhile, Fang Xing had been in the lake washing for a whole morning. The plump Taoist couldn't help but laugh when he recalled the look of embarrassment on Fang Xing's face. It was indeed a rare sight to see this little demon's face flush. Finally, Fang Xing came ashore, gritting his teeth, and waved his fists at the plump Taoist. "You fatso, if you dare to spread this around, you're dead." I won't say. The plump Taoist stifled his laughter, pretending to be understanding, and said, "Hurry up and come eat something. Your clothes still need to dry for a while, and the bedding and sheets in your room are no good. You need to get a new set. I lit some incense in your room, but I guess it's still uninhabitable. Let's wait here for a bit. It's also good for drying the clothes." Fang Xing picked up the wine jar, took a swig, then ripped off a chicken leg to chew on, and went back into the water, floating on the surface in a daze. What exactly happened last night? Waking up, he unexpectedly reached the peak of the second level of spiritual movement, and there was also a cultivation method added to his mind. The Supreme Transformation Spirit Sutra. Was the method he obtained in his dream really that powerful? He chewed on the chicken leg, feeling warmth in his belly. It seemed like his digestion speed had increased a bit, but there were no other unusual feelings. Everything felt like a dream, except for the genuine increase in cultivation. That method was still vividly remembered in Fang Xing's mind, but even when he tried to operate it again, he didn't find any use for it. After messing around in the water for half an hour, Fang Xing finally came ashore, his body having turned pale from soaking, and his Taoist robe was already dry. He tossed out everything else in the room, replaced the bedding and sheets with new ones, and after burning incense 3 times, it was finally livable again. When it was time for evening cultivation, Fang Xing felt that using spirit stones for training was still at the same speed, with no significant changes. He couldn't help but recall the transformation he underwent last night and began to speculate. Could it be that using demon spirit pills for cultivation would be much faster? Is this supreme transformation of spirit scripture specifically meant for refining demon beast spirit pills? This thought made him a bit anxious. After all, where could he find demon spirit pills at this moment? With no other choice, he had to temporarily keep this little secret to himself and patiently continue his training. The consequences of Ho Qing being deceived stirred up a small commotion in the outer sect. Gradually, a rumor spread among the outer disciples that Ho Qing had discovered the thief who robbed the ghost market and even saw his true face, and had drawn a sketch of him. At that moment, Ho Qing was working with several senior brothers in the outer sect to investigate and wanted to catch that person. This thorough investigation, of course, could not be conducted openly. However, the outer disciples in various valley districts still provided them with significant convenience. And Ho Qing and his group examined almost every valley. Even Fang Xing's small house was not spared from this thorough investigation. However, When Ho Qing and the others pushed open the door and saw that it was just a child like Fang Xing inside, they quickly left. Ho Qing didn't even recognize that this child was the same one he had caught at the mountain gate. After all, in just half a year, Fang Xing had changed significantly from that little beggar. Ultimately, this thorough investigation ended without result. After about a month, the fervor had completely passed. Meanwhile, Fang Xing's cultivation remained stuck at the peak of the second level of spirit movement, with no progress. He had refined quite a few spirit stones, but there were no signs of breaking through, which made him feel a bit disheartened. On the path of cultivation, each breakthrough meant breaking through a limit. The first time Fang Xing broke through was through sheer determination, forcibly causing the spirit energy to crash against his own shackles. However, now, as his cultivation increased, the spirit energy within him had transformed from a small stream into a small river, making it impossible to break through as easily as the first time. The difficulty had increased by at least 3 times. However, neither of these methods was something Fang Xing could currently utilize. He could only suppress his impatience and quietly cultivate. Fortunately, he had ample resources for cultivation. The spirit stones he received from Ho Qing were indeed authentic, 35 in total. After sending 20 to Huaqianzi, he still had 5 left, along with some from before, which was enough for his needs. This quiet cultivation life did not last long. A month later, a visit from someone surprised Fang Xing greatly. The visitor was none other than Ho Qing. Upon seeing Ho Qing appear in his small wooden house, Fang Xing thought his secret had been exposed and prepared to draw his knife and fight. However, he quickly calmed down when he noticed that, besides a few unfamiliar people accompanying Ho Qing, there was also his old enemy, Lu Feng, who appeared somewhat stiff and limping, looking far from unscathed. At that moment, Lu Feng was looking at Fang Xing with a hostile expression, his gaze fierce and filled with cold laughter, seemingly hinting at something. Senior brother Ho, this is junior brother Fang, who has the aptitude of a D grade, just right for your selection, Lu Feng said with a smile. Ho Qing scrutinized Fang Xing and frowned. What is your current cultivation level? It was difficult for cultivators at the spirit movement realm to judge each other's levels at a glance, unless one was very cooperative and allowed the other to probe. Otherwise, unless both parties were prepared to fight and fully unleash their spirit energy, one could only make a rough guess about the opponent's rank, as there wasn't much visible difference between the first, second, and third levels of spirit movement. Although Ho Qing was at the peak of the third level of spirit movement, he could not directly see through Fang Xing's current cultivation. What does this bastard Lu Feng want by bringing Ho Qing to find me? Fang Xing's gaze turned cold, though he concealed it beneath the surface and did not show it. When faced with Ho Qing's question, he seemed a bit frightened as he replied, I am at the first level of spirit movement. Ho Qing's brow furrowed slightly as he said to Lu Feng, that's a bit low. Lu Feng replied with a smile. Senior brother Ho, if you're looking for help, it is indeed a bit low, but if. Ho Qing immediately understood his meaning, a smile creeping onto his lips. You're right. After saying that, he turned to Fang Xing and said, I recently received a talisman order from the Dao sect, and am preparing to go out on a mission. Would you like to accompany me? You won't miss out on the benefits. In addition to the rewards from the Dao sect, I will personally give you a generous reward. Receiving a talisman order? Ho Qing, being at the peak of the third level of spirit movement, wanted to break into the fourth level, which could only be done by swallowing a breakthrough pill. This was also why he had recently been eager to exchange demon spirit pills for stone essence powder. However, he had been tricked by Fang Xing, lost the demon spirit pills, and did not obtain the stone essence powder, leaving him with no options but to receive a talisman order from the Dao sect to exchange for stone essence powder. However, Fang Xing did not believe his sweet words about the benefits. If the talisman order was so easy to obtain, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to use demon spirit pills to exchange for stone essence powder and would have avoided the Dao sect's tasks at all costs. Moreover, he had just stated that he was only at the first level of spirit movement. What did he expect to accomplish by taking him along? He wouldn't be able to help him at all, and besides, this person was brought by Lu Feng. Why would Lu Feng willingly introduce such a good thing to him? Thank you for your kind intentions, senior brother, but I'm just too weak. I don't want to be a burden. Fang Xing pretended to be intimidated by Ho Qing's imposing presence and said cautiously, having a low cultivation level is no problem. Kid, weren't you quite fierce? Senior brother Ho will take care of you on the road. Lu Feng sneered, not allowing Fang Xing to refuse. Seeing Lu Feng say this, Fang Xing was furious in his heart. However, knowing that Ho Qing and the others were present, he understood that if he were to act, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. So he suppressed his anger and continued to decline verbally. Ho Qing, seeing this, merely sneered coldly, whispered something to one of his companions, who then left and soon returned with a slightly plump man. This man was none other than He San, the outer sect steward of Qingxi Valley. He was affiliated with the Miscellaneous Affairs Office and was responsible for managing the dining and miscellaneous affairs of Qingxi Valley. Although he personally held no real power, Many matters concerning the disciples of Qingxi Valley had to go through him to report to the Tao sect. In simple terms, he was roughly like a class monitor in a school. When this person arrived, he also smiled obsequiously at Ho Qing, then cleared his throat and said to Fang Xing sternly, "Junior brother Fang, senior brother Ho wants to give you a heads up. This is your opportunity. So don't be ungrateful. This mission, you should go with senior brother Ho. I will register you with the Tao sect. You will certainly receive your share of the credit. This bastard is also trying to trick me." Fang Xing was furious. He never had any grievances with He-san. Yet here, he was trying to set him up. Did these people really think he was just a child? It was clearly a trap, and he had no idea what they were plotting. Yet they spoke so sweetly. However, this group was indeed powerful. If it came down to a confrontation, even if they combined their strength, just Ho Qing alone was not someone he could contend with. With no other choice, Fang Xing could only force a smile and say, "If senior brother is giving me guidance, it is indeed my fortune. But my cultivation is too weak. I am only at the first level of spirit movement. Moreover, I was tricked when choosing a magical artifact and ended up with a useless one. My combat power is even below that of skilled fighters in the mundane world. So I'm afraid I can't be of any help to senior brother." The others chuckled, clearly having heard about how the magical artifact pavilion liked to trick people. Ho Qing laughed coldly and said disdainfully, "That's easy. Isn't it just a flying sword? I'll give you one." He threw a low-level flying sword over and said, "If you follow me on this trip, this flying sword will belong to you. Additionally, if everything goes smoothly, I will give you 10 spirit stones. What do you think?" Ho Qing nodded and said to Fang Xing, "We will set off early tomorrow morning, so pack your things." He didn't even pick up the flying sword and directly left. "You were quite arrogant back then, weren't you? What's wrong now?" Lu Feng sneered at Fang Xing from behind, his expression filled with the pleasure of a scheme succeeding. Fang Xing was furious and swiftly drew his short knife, his eyes glinting with ferocity. Lu Feng was taken aback, recalling Fang Xing's fierce demeanor, and hurriedly limped out the door. "No, I must endure for now. They are clearly in cahoots. If I strike now, it won't benefit me." Fang Xing took a deep breath, sat on the bed's edge, and pondered his strategy. At this moment, Ho Qing and the others had already arrived at the valley entrance, and the disciple in charge, He-san, was following them with a smiling face. Seeing that there was no one around, Ho Qing was not polite and directly took out 10 spirit stones, stuffing them into He-san's hands while whispering, "I want that kid. And I'll take him out for a mission tomorrow morning. I hope you can help tidy things up." "Haha, I appreciate your kind words." Ho Qing clasped his fist and turned to leave. He-san, delighted, went back to his residence with the spirit stones. "Fang Shitty, what on earth happened? That talisman is not so easy to obtain. Even disciples at the 3rd level of spirit motion face a high chance of failure when going out in groups. And if they fail, it could mean losing their lives. How long have you been a disciple? How could those guys think of taking you to get the talisman? Their intentions are not good." In the afternoon, the fat Taoist received the news and rushed over, looking panicked. "No, you absolutely cannot go with them. Otherwise, it will definitely be disastrous. Listen to me, Fang Shitty, don't you often boast about your good relationship with senior sister Lingyun because of Xiaoman? Hurry and find her to plead for help. Only she can put some fear into these people. If I could really ask her for help, would I still be here worrying?" Fang Xing sneered inwardly. He usually boasted a little about his good relationship with senior sister Lingyun because of Xiaoman. But that was just to deceive the fat Taoist. In reality, after entering Qingyun's sect, even knowing that Xiaoman was in the Tao sect, he had never seen her, let alone senior sister Lingyun. However, he replied on the surface, "What do I need her for? I can handle this myself." The fat Taoist immediately groaned, "Fang Shitty, this is not the time to show off. I know you are powerful, but that Ho Qing is the top outer disciple. If you fall into his hands, how can you expect a good outcome? Listen to me, hurry." "All right, shut your mouth." Fang Xing's anger flared, sharply interrupting the fat Taoist. The fat Taoist blinked, not daring to insist, but the worry in his eyes was impossible to hide. After thinking for a while, Fang Xing asked, "These people have ulterior motives, forcing me to go with them to obtain the decree. Doesn't the Tao sect care about this?" By the end, the fat Taoist appeared somewhat desperate. Disciples without a background would indeed be helpless in such situations. Then there's nothing that can be done. These people deserve to fall into my hands. Seeing no other options, Fang Xing's rebellious nature surged, gritting his teeth and smiling with fierce intent. The fat Taoist was startled by his expression and didn't dare to speak. "Haha, Brother Zhu. Don't worry, it might be the other way around." Fang Xing chuckled and put his arm around the fat Taoist's neck. "Let's go have some food and drink. And then you can tell me about the rules for obtaining the decree and the general content of the decrees. My surname is Yu, not Zhu." The fat Taoist mumbled quietly, but since they had come this far, there was no point in arguing. In a room at Qingxi Valley, the outer disciple in charge, He-san, asked the 2 disciples in front of him, "What are those 2 going to do?" He-san nodded, saying, "Keep a close watch. Don't let them escape and report back. Although the Dao sect mostly won't care about such matters, if they do report it, it will still cause some trouble. You two will have to work hard tonight, keeping an eye on them until tomorrow when Brother Ho arrives to take him out of the mountain gate. At that time, the remaining fat one won't dare to cause any trouble. Yes, brother. The two outer disciples received their orders and went to watch over Fang Xing's wooden house. Hee. A little monkey without a background, just traded for 10 spirit stones. If only there were more such good things. Hasten smiled happily at the 10 spirit stones he had just obtained, feeling elated about this small fortune. In the wooden house, the fat Taoist's tongue was already somewhat thick, but he still told Fang Xing everything he knew. Simply put, the Dao sect's talismans were task cards, divided into various types. The demon-slaying talisman indicated that demons had appeared in the territory of Qingyun's sect, and disciples needed to go out to slay them. The pacification talisman indicated that there was a rebellion somewhere, and disciples needed to go quell it. The betrayal talisman was often aimed at disciples who betrayed the Dao sect. And when issued, all disciples could slay the traitor and receive rewards. The Dao sect usually uses these talismans to assess the merits and demerits of its disciples. After entering the inner sect, there would also be a limited number of times to obtain these talismans. If there were not enough talismans, resources would be cut off. Among the outer disciples, there were no such restrictions, but to break through to the 4th level of spirit motion and enter the Dao sect's inner door, one had to obtain a talisman because the most important material for refining the breaking pill from the 3rd to the 4th level, spirit essence powder, was firmly controlled by the Dao sect. Without obtaining a talisman, one would have to spend a fortune to buy it. In short, Ho Qing could also be said to be forced by Fang Xing to obtain the talisman. Even Fang Xing didn't expect that by deceiving Ho Qing for a demon spirit pill, he would bring disaster upon himself. All night, there were people monitoring outside, seemingly afraid that Fang Xing might do something unexpected. However, Fang Xing did not act out. He merely committed the appearances of the two watchers to memory. He packed his things overnight, including the smoke pot, the 9-serpent golden flame sword, the storm pear blossom spike, and the spirit stones, all of which he placed in his cave ring. He then used the ring as a hair tie, binding his hair into a ponytail, making it the most conspicuous yet hardest to detect place. Other items, such as the Wanluo ghost mask and the flying sword given by Ho Qing, were placed in his backpack. After that, Fang Xing sat cross-legged, waiting for the sun to rise. Inside, his blood was boiling and his fighting spirit was high. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ho Qing and 3 other outer disciples dressed in martial attire arrived at Qingxi Valley and forcibly took Fang Xing out of the valley. Besides Ho Qing, who was at the peak of the 3rd level of spirit motion, 2 of the other outer disciples were at the 3rd level, and 1 was at the peak of the 2nd level, making it quite challenging as the weakest among them was still comparable to Fang Xing's current cultivation. Hey-san, the disciple in charge of Qingxi Valley, had already made all the preparations and was smiling as he saw the 5 leave. The fat Taoist looked at Fang Xing with a face full of sorrow, wanting to stop him, but could only watch as Fang Xing was taken away. My surname is Yu, not Zhu, Fang Shitty. As Fang Xing was about to leave the valley, the fat Taoist suddenly gathered his courage and shouted loudly. I know. Brother Zhu. Fang Xing's voice came from afar, causing the fat Taoist to instantly collapse to the ground in tears. Hee, dead fat man, the kid is gone. And now it's your turn. Don't worry, I'll have fun with you. Lu Feng's sinister voice came from behind, and the fat Taoist was immediately startled. Springing up with a shocked expression, he then realized that his situation was not much better than Fang Xing's. Ho Qing had already received the talisman decree, and on this day, they could set off directly. The 4 of them took Fang Xing along and made their way to the busy supervision. After presenting the decree, they received 5 dragon horses, led them out of the gate, mounted them, and set off at full speed. During this process, they kept a close watch on Fang Xing, seemingly afraid he would suddenly cause a ruckus in the gate and create trouble. However, Fang Xing surprisingly remained silent, following them out, mounting the horse, and cooperating exceptionally well, which intrigued the others. The dragon horses they rode were mounts cultivated by the Daoist sect over thousands of years, possessing the bloodline of the demon dragon, covered in scales. Capable of traveling 1,000 miles a day, and could swim across rivers directly, exhibiting extraordinary abilities. Any dragon horse that strayed into the mortal realm could fetch a high price from high-ranking officials and nobles, making them extremely sought after. Fang Xing's uncle had once seen a government dragon horse being transported to the imperial capital and immediately became infatuated with it, gathering a group of brothers to rob it. However, the escorts were formidable, and both sides suffered heavy losses. In the end, Fang Xing's uncle, realizing he couldn't seize it, poisoned the dragon horse to death, embodying the nature of a bandit. If I can't have it, I won't leave it for you. Thus, when Fang Xing mounted this dragon horse, he found it somewhat novel. Although the dragon horse had the bloodline of the demon dragon, it was very docile, a result of thousands of years of breeding. It could start and stop on command, almost as if it could sense the rider's intentions, which was quite remarkable. Of course, these dragon horses were mainly prepared for disciples of the inner and outer sects. True disciples and elders of the Taoist sect would not ride such mounts, instead flying through the air or subduing demon birds, being masters who traversed the skies. The two most outstanding true disciples of the Qingyun sect, Su Lingyun and Xiao Jianming, each rode a white crane and an iron eagle, respectively. After a day of swift travel, they were already 1,000 miles away from Qingyun's sect when they finally stopped to rest as night fell. Ho Shixiao, what are we going out for this time? Fang Xing pretended to be a timid child and shyly approached Ho Qing to ask. Ho Qing wore a half-smile and replied lightly, naturally to slay demons and subdue monsters. Are you scared? Fang Xing's body trembled, as if in great fear. What kind of demons and monsters? Ho Qing coldly chuckled without answering, but a disciple named Qian Tong, who was at the 3rd level of agility, sneered. A 4th-stage demon beast, the Mankuhi, very formidable indeed. You'd better be careful. If it swallows you whole, you'll just become demon dung. Ah! Fang Xing let out a low cry, his face filled with terror. Haha! The men burst into hearty laughter, appearing relaxed. However, from the depths of their gazes, Fang Xing discerned a hint of seriousness, indicating that it was not as easygoing as it seemed. That Ho Shixiao, if we successfully kill it, will I really get that flying sword and 10 spirit stones? Fang Xing suddenly asked cautiously, seemingly greedy despite his fear. Ho Qing was somewhat surprised, his gaze falling on Fang Xing's face, and he smiled slightly. I keep my word. The other 3 chuckled, but said nothing. Fang Xing seemed to muster great courage, puffed out his chest, and declared, wealth and honor come from danger. Then I will give it my all. This display of bravado, though hollow, made the others smirk silently. However, they subconsciously eased their guard against Fang Xing. As long as he was greedy, they need not worry about him escaping, and their vigilance would naturally relax somewhat. The next day, at the rise of the morning star, they mounted their horses and set off again. From this moment on, Fang Xing began to work hard to make the others lower their guard against him. He thoroughly disguised himself as a child with a bit of ambition, yet somewhat naive, brimming with excitement, rendering the 4 adults accompanying him speechless. Whenever they stopped to rest, Fang Xing would fetch water, feed the horses, light fires, and hunt, proving to be very diligent. He always pretended to be respectful, asking the others questions about their cultivation. In the process, he cleverly inquired about their most heroic deeds. Whenever they boasted animatedly, Fang Xing would appropriately display admiration in his eyes. Over the 3 days of travel, Fang Xing managed to become familiar with them, calling them Shi Xiang affectionately, and they seemed to accept him, even growing fond of him. The disciple Lu San, who was at the 3rd level of agility and sported a beard, had sighed several times while looking at Fang Xing's face. On the night of the 3rd day, after Fang Xing appeared to be sound asleep by the campfire, Lu San quietly approached Ho Qing and whispered, Ho Shixiao, is there really no other way? Ho Qing glanced at the sleeping Fang Xing, noticing his long breath and the faint sweetness of a child on his face, and lowered his voice. There is no other way. After all, it's a 4th-stage giant demon. With our cultivation levels, we can't take it head-on. We can only use strategy. That beast loves to eat humans, especially boys with cultivation. To it, they are the ultimate delicacy. We can only use this kid to lure it out, and then. Chapter 31, Demon Miasma Mountain. They actually planned to use me as bait. Fang Xing, who had been pretending to sleep, felt a shock in his heart upon hearing this, and his expression naturally changed, which was immediately noticed by Ho Qing. Throughout the journey, Fang Xing had deceived others, but not Ho Qing. After all, Ho Qing had heard from Lu Feng that although Fang Xing was young, he was exceptionally fierce. So Ho Qing felt that he had been too well behaved along the way. Unintentionally, Ho Qing had been keeping an eye on him, which was also why Fang Xing had not found an opportunity to escape. After the shock in his heart, Fang Xing quickly realized that things were not looking good. He had revealed a flaw. He immediately turned over and muttered, "This is the spirit stone that Shi Xiang Ho gave me. None of you are allowed to take it." Upon hearing this, Ho Qing was slightly taken aback, his vigilance easing, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Lu San also lowered his voice and chuckled. It seems that Fang Shidi is also someone who is bullied within the sect. In his heart, he regards you, Ho Shixiao, as a great support. Sigh. After these days together, I quite like this kid. If we have other ways, it would be better to think of another plan to spare his little life. Humph. Lu Shixiao, your words are somewhat frivolous, aren't they? Suddenly, a sinister voice rang out. It was another disciple named Qian Tong, who was also at the 3rd level of agility. He had approached without Fang Xing noticing, sneering at Lu San. I know you have a soft heart, but this isn't the temperament for doing great things. Sacrificing this little brat can save us a lot of risks. Why not? Hee hee, when we leave the mountain gate. You should treat him as dead. Lu San's face turned slightly pale, and after a moment, he sighed lightly. What you say is true. I have fallen into the habit of being soft-hearted again. Saying this, it seemed he was forcing himself to harden his heart, deliberately discussing with Ho Qing and the others how to use the bait. However, he was actually very knowledgeable about the habits of demon beasts, which was why Ho Qing had specifically invited him. The detailed plan for using the bait truly made Fang Xing, who was pretending to sleep, feel his scalp tingle, and his terror and anger surge together. It turned out that these men intended to stab Fang Xing in 18 vital points where his blood and energy were most vigorous, then disable his energy C, allowing his spirit energy to seep out with his blood, turning him into a blood gourd that would be nailed down in their ambush. Screaming loudly to attract the demon beast. This was not merely using Fang Xing as bait, it was outright torture. If it were just a bait, Fang Xing might still have a slim chance of survival, but with their method, he would definitely die. Even if he managed to survive, he would become a useless person. These bastards, how ruthless they are. Fang Xing sighed softly, turned his small body over, and lay motionless by the fire. It seemed like he was oblivious to everything, but the cold sweat on his back had already soaked his clothes. Get up, you little brat. Early in the morning, Zhao Ji, with a fierce look on his face, kicked Fang Xing awake. Fang Xing looked at him drowsily, only to be kicked twice more by Qian Tong beside him. In just one night, the attitude of these four people towards him had changed drastically. As if to prevent a repeat of Lu San's soft-heartedness, they began to treat Fang Xing harshly, either hitting or scolding him. Fang Xing observed their change with cold eyes, understanding their psychology. He had seen many times in Guiyan Valley that some usually kind people, in order to compensate for their guilt, would act even more viciously than those who were normally cruel during plundering. Even Lu San had changed. Although he did not directly hit or scold Fang Xing, he wore a gloomy face, exuding an air that pushed people away. Seeing this, Fang Xing sneered inwardly and no longer approached them intentionally, merely obeying and cooperating, avoiding self-inflicted suffering. After 2 more days, the group of 5 finally arrived before a towering mountain. The mountain stretched endlessly, with evil mist swirling around it, and dark clouds shrouding the peak, making it impossible to discern its height. The mountain was filled with strange pines and vicious vines, its depth unknown. At a glance, countless bizarre cliffs and rocks appeared, extremely perilous, and faintly, the sounds of beast roars and monster cries could be heard, instilling terror in people's hearts. As the dragon horses approached the mountain, their usually docile temperaments became restless, wanting to flee. This was indeed the mountain of demonic miasma, where hundreds of years ago, a foundational stage great demon named Panju had been slain by cultivators from Fei Ling Cave. However, that cultivator also perished here. Since then, although no foundational stage great demons had appeared, many Tier 3 and Tier 4 transformation stage monsters had emerged, and the python-like monster they were going to slay this time was one of them. Ho Qing looked at the mountain, sighed softly, and had someone feed the dragon horse a turtle-breathing pill, then stored it in a storage bag. This turtle-breathing pill was a unique elixir. After consuming it, living beings would become rigid and unresponsive, akin to hibernation. During this time, they could be stored in a storage bag or spatial ring, and when released again, the effects of the pill would wear off, and they would be lively again, though there would be some hidden damage to their bodies that would manifest slowly. However, without taking this pill, they could not be stored in the bag, as there was no air inside, and the dragon horse would suffocate and die. The mountain was treacherous, with the scent of monsters, making the dragon horses easily frightened, so everyone could only walk up the mountain. As they stepped onto the mountain path, Fang Xing was sandwiched in the middle, closely watched. This was a precaution set by Ho Qing, who seemed to have sensed that Fang Xing was not as obedient as he appeared, so he deliberately had Qian Tong and the others keep a close watch on him. Fang Xing had no choice but to maintain a blank expression while traveling, secretly observing his surroundings and contemplating strategies. Once they entered the mountain, it became even more evident how steep and dangerous it was, with poisonous snakes and strange beasts appearing frequently. Fortunately, everyone had cultivation levels and many spiritual pills. Leading the group, Ho Qing wore a snake-repelling pill. Ordinary snakes would avoid it from afar. Even a few that had some demonic aura and were not afraid of the pill were swiftly cut in half by his sword as soon as they approached. His sword was fierce and quick, indicating that besides his cultivation, he was also skilled in martial arts. Such a person indeed had the demeanor of a top disciple from the outer sect of Qinyan sect. Chapter 32. The Bizarre Fish. The deep mountains were vast, and Ho Qing followed a map he had obtained from the immortal sect, leading the group slowly. They jumped over hills and cliffs, cutting vines to clear the path. But after walking for half a day, they still had not reached their destination. It was already the hottest time at noon, and everyone was sweating profusely when they suddenly noticed a river not far ahead. The water was clear and deep, and the refreshing coolness rushed towards them. I need to wash my face, I've sweated all over. Xiantong cursed and squatted by the riverbank. However, at that moment, Lu San, who had been trailing behind, suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Xiantong by the collar and pulling him back. Xiantong was furious and shouted, "Are you crazy?" Lu San replied coldly, "You're the one who's crazy. Do you want to die?" Xiantong glanced at the river, which was crystal clear without any strange features, and shouted, "Are you trying to scare me? Where's the monster?" Lu San said nothing but glanced around and suddenly walked to a tree about 3 meters away. He casually grabbed a bizarre snake that was entwined around the trunk, its patterns matching the tree remarkably. He pinched it at its 7-inch mark, allowing it to thrash about without being able to escape. He then brought it to the riverbank, squeezed it hard, broke its body, and tossed both halves into the river. The bizarre snake thrashed in the water, its blood seeping into the river. Suddenly, from what appeared to be an empty river, translucent shrimp-like creatures emerged in the thousands, swarming over the snake's body, biting it desperately. During this process, whether they bit the snake or not, their bodies turned blood red, revealing themselves as small bizarre fish about half a finger long. Because of this one bizarre snake, the entire river suddenly turned blood red, a sight both terrifying and horrific. The river was teeming with countless small bizarre fish, which were usually semi-transparent and hard to notice unless one looked closely. Only when they prepared to hunt did their bodies turn blood red, making them easily distinguishable. Seeing this scene, everyone broke out in cold sweat, their mouths dry. "Thank you, Senior Brother Lu San," Xiantong stammered, his fierce face showing signs of lingering fear. This is a type of bizarre fish tainted by demonic energy. Although its cultivation level is not high, it possesses a trace of demonic aura, which doesn't even count as cultivation. However, they are numerous and ferocious. If I hadn't pulled you back just now, your arm would have already turned to bones. There are many such small creatures in this mountain of demonic miasma. If you don't want to lose your life, listen to me and Senior Brother Ho's instructions. Lu San said expressionlessly. Xiantong and Zhao Shuji, who was at the second level of spirit movement, hurriedly nodded in agreement. Fang Xing, however, looked at Xiantong with a face full of regret, seemingly lamenting that he had been saved. "What are you looking at, you little brat? Do you believe I'll throw you into the river to feed the fish?" Xiantong was uncomfortable under his gaze and kicked Fang Xing angrily. "Don't cause trouble. Keep moving," Ho Qing said coldly, leading the way forward. Xiantong and the others had no choice but to follow behind him. In fact, Fang Xing did feel a bit regretful. He had noticed the small bizarre fish in the river when no one else had. The creatures in the mountain of demonic miasma, including the bizarre snakes and insects, were all tainted by the demonic energy left behind by the foundational stage, Great Demon. This meant that although they had low cultivation levels, they all contained some degree of demonic aura. This demonic aura, to some extent, was similar to spiritual energy and could trigger the yin-yang divine demon mirror. Therefore, when Fang Xing entered this mountain, it was like entering the artifact pavilion. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and he quickly gathered information about the creatures, memorizing their habits. As soon as he approached the riverbank, he had spotted the fine-toothed demonic fish, intending to enjoy the show as Xiantong scooped water, but Lu San interrupted him. It seemed that these few had made preparations before coming. "If I want to escape, I must think of a plan quickly," Fang Xing thought to himself. Further accelerating the operation of the yin-yang divine demon mirror, continuously identifying the strange phenomena in the mountain. As they walked along the path, they encountered several broken vines hanging down to the ground, seemingly marked by a lightning strike. The mountains had seen heavy rains, and where the vines touched the ground formed a puddle, creating a patch of black sludge that emitted a foul odor, filling the air. As they passed by the swamp, everyone was a bit cautious, fearing that something might emerge from the muck. To be honest, after walking this way, the 5 of them had become somewhat paranoid due to the strange things in the forest. However, when Fang Xing reached the edge of the swamp, he seemed to lose his footing and suddenly screamed, slipping into the mire. He immediately panicked, shouting and scrambling to climb out. But the swamp had a pulling force that dragged him down, leaving only his head above the surface, almost causing him to cry out of fear. Haha. Xiantong and Zhao Ji, seeing his miserable state, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Help me, help me. There's a monster pulling me down," Fang Xing shouted in panic, his face turning pale. "Hey, it's just the swamp below, not a monster pulling you." Lu San laughed and reached out to grab Fang Xing by the collar, pulling him out like a radish. There really was a monster just now. It felt like something bit me," Fang Xing exclaimed, still in a state of panic, rubbing his face and head, which only smeared the mud further onto his previously clean face. "Stop rubbing. You're making yourself stink." Xiantong kicked Fang Xing in annoyance and jokingly said, "How about we throw you in the river to wash off?" Upon hearing this, Fang Xing's face turned to one of sheer terror, instinctively leaning against Zhao Ji. Lu San said, "It's just an ordinary swamp. There's nothing in there biting you. Don't worry. Let's keep moving. Only then did they continue walking, but Fang Xing seemed to be terrified, constantly looking around in fear. When they came to a path closer to the small river, Fang Xing was even more nervous, seemingly afraid that Qian Tong would throw him into the river. He cautiously reached out and grabbed the corner of Zhao Zi's clothing, which Zhao Zi glared at in disgust, and brushed his hand away. As they passed the riverbank, Fang Xing suddenly shouted, pointing at the mountain, "Monster serpent!" Everyone was startled and instinctively looked up at the mountain. At that moment, Fang Xing suddenly hardened his gaze, plunged a knife into Zhao Zi's waist, and then dragged him into the water. With a splash, everyone's expression changed drastically. The two of them fell into the water, and Ho Qing and the others hadn't even fully grasped what had happened. They saw the water surface ripple, and the translucent fish lurking beneath the water became agitated, their bodies turning blood red as they surged toward the two who had just fallen in. In an instant, the entire river turned crimson. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air as one person leaped from the water, screaming in agony. It was none other than Zhao Zi. Chapter 33, Brazen and Reckless. At this moment, Zhao Zi was in a terrible state. His body, face, and even his mouth were filled with small fish over an inch long, fiercely gnawing at his flesh, with some even burrowing into his body. Zhao Zi wildly flailed his arms, splashing water everywhere, but he was helpless against these tiny, strange fish. Watching in horror as he screamed, struggled, and slowly sank beneath the water. What on earth is happening? Qian Tong stumbled back 2 steps, feeling a chill in his heart at Zhao Zi's tragic appearance. Is junior brother Fang really going to die rather than come with us? Lu San's face also went pale, his body trembling slightly, his eyes filled with fear. He remembered that at first, Fang Xing had been close to him, but then for some unknown reason, he turned, smiled at him, and ran to Zhao Zi, which likely indicated that Fang Xing had initially intended to drag him into the water but had changed his mind, taking Zhao Zi to his doom instead. This thought made even Lu San, a skilled practitioner in the 3rd level of spiritual movement, feel deeply terrified. No, that guy isn't dead. Look at that water line. Suddenly, Ho Qing's sharp shout snapped Lu San and Qian Tong back to reality. They looked up and saw a water line swiftly cutting across to the opposite bank, having already swum over 10 zhang, almost halfway across the river. How could he be fine? Qian Tong shouted in disbelief. The reason was beyond even Ho Qing's guess, who looked at Lu San in astonishment. At this moment, he even harbored some suspicion that Lu San had secretly told Fang Xing how to avoid the strange fish in order to save him. Lu San also wore a face of uncertainty, his brows tightly knitted as he pondered. Suddenly, he thought of something, his face turning pale as he muttered, "What a capable, bold, and ruthless person. Quick, how did this kid avoid the strange fish?" Qian Tong cursed angrily. Lu San replied with a bitter smile, "What else could it be? It's that swamp." This kid was covered in thick mud, so the strange fish couldn't smell him and naturally wouldn't attack. However, he was also quite ruthless, worried that he would be discovered by the strange fish before reaching the shore. So he specifically dragged Zhao Zi down with him to divert the strange fish's bites toward Zhao Zi, ensuring his own safety. How could such a little kid think of so much? Qian Tong was stunned, exclaiming in disbelief. Ho Qing, however, believed Lu San's words, sneering and sighing. There's no other explanation. On the way here, I thought it was strange that this kid was so well-behaved and understanding, looking no different from an ordinary child. But that's not how Lu Feng described him. After all, this is someone who could stab a 20-something-year-old adult without blinking. As he spoke, his gaze turned cold, and he fell silent. In reality, no matter how relaxed he was along the way, he had always remained vigilant, closely watching Fang Xing, fearing he would make any unexpected move. Yet despite all precautions, once they entered the monster swamp, he had let his guard down, and in one moment of negligence, this kid seized the opportunity to escape. Everyone had witnessed the terror of the strange fish, who would dare to cover themselves in mud and jump in without hesitation. Even Lu San, who understood the strange fish's habits best, wouldn't dare, let alone the others. The water line quickly darted to the opposite bank, where indeed a small head emerged, cautiously looking around the shore. Seeing no danger, it jumped up, shaking off the mud, wringing out the water from its robe, then turned around, flashing a sweet smile that was pure and innocent, yet carried an indescribable coldness. It was none other than Fang Xing. Lu San's earlier deduction was indeed correct. Fang Xing had used the mud to mask his scent, allowing him the courage to jump into the river. Although he was bold, he wouldn't just throw his life away. Lu San had actually overlooked a detail. The strange vines had been struck by lightning, making them yang in nature. And after rotting in the swamp, they gave the swamp some yang energy. The strange fish in the water, however, were yin in nature. By covering himself in mud, Fang Xing not only ensured that his scent wouldn't escape, but also repelled the strange fish, preventing them from approaching him. After all, once he jumped into the water, No matter how thick the mud was, it could easily be washed away by the current. Without double assurance, it would be easy to lose his life in the river. Senior Brother Ho, I suddenly remembered I have something else to do, so I want to accompany you to slay the monsters. Be careful. Fang Xing sat by the shore, cheerfully wringing out the water from his robe and waving at Ho Qing. This is the widest part of the river, stretching over 10 zhang. If a disciple at the 4th level of spirit movement broke through, they could easily fly across using the void technique. However, Ho Qing was only at the 3rd level of spirit movement and couldn't perform the void technique. At most, he could only glide across a distance of 7 or 8 zhang on his flying sword. So Fang Xing didn't worry at all about him crossing over and was just enjoying the moment to irritate him. Ho Qing's gaze was icy as he coldly said, "If you want to leave, that's fine, but why did you drag junior brother Zhao into the water? Since we are fellow disciples, if you cause Zhao to die, you have broken the sect rules. Let's see how the Qingyun sect will tolerate you." His tone was indifferent, as if he was accusing Fang Xing of killing a fellow disciple with just a few words. Fang Xing was immediately enraged and shouted, "Go to hell. How dare you say that? Do you idiots really think I didn't hear your plan? You want to use me as bait? Why don't you strip your mother naked and throw her at the toad's hole as bait? Who knows, if the toad is happy, it might even give you a sister. Since you look just like a toad." As he got fired up, his vulgar words were like a stream of clever retorts. Ho Qing's face grew increasingly angry, and he coldly said, "When you fall into my hands, I will make you understand what suffering means." Fang Xing jumped up and shouted, "When you fall into my hands, I will make you understand what joy means. Do you think I forgot what happened at the mountain gate? Let me tell you, I remember it very clearly. You dare to capture me, and I haven't forgotten that grudge. This time, we will settle old and new scores together. You better cry out to your father and mother, or your sister will take my last name." It turned out to be that little monkey from outside the mountain gate. No wonder he looked familiar. Ho Qing was taken aback and immediately remembered Fang Xing, his expression turning even colder. Chapter 34, Trap. Back when they were outside the mountain gate, Fang Xing was indeed inconspicuous, so Ho Qing had long forgotten about him. At that time, Fang Xing was dirty and had a blackened face. But now he was clean and had a different aura about him after using the demon spirit pill to refine his body. Moreover, Ho Qing had never considered that aspect, which led him to fail to recognize Fang Xing. Listening to Fang Xing's crude insults, Ho Qing could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Quick!" A silver light shot out from a pocket at his waist, whistling through the air and directly targeting Fang Xing. Seeing the silver light approaching, Fang Xing yelled, took out a flying sword, and clashed it against Ho Qing's sword in midair. The two swords collided, creating dazzling sparks. Fang Xing stumbled back a few steps, and Ho Qing's flying sword was also knocked aside. In terms of cultivation, Ho Qing was indeed stronger, but from such a distance. By the time his flying sword reached Fang Xing, its power had diminished, allowing Fang Xing to easily deflect it. "Hee, remember this flying sword? It was a gift from you. Thanks a lot." Fang Xing was somewhat shocked, even at a distance of 30 zhang. The impact from Ho Qing's flying sword still shook him, and the spiritual energy wrapping around the sword was clearly dispersed, indicating that Ho Qing's cultivation was indeed much higher than his own. Not daring to delay any longer, he smiled mischievously, put away his flying sword, waved at Ho Qing, and turned to dash into the dense forest. "Ho Xixiang, this kid actually escaped. What should we do?" Qian Tong said anxiously. "Without bait, their success rate in killing the python and toad would at least drop by half." Ho Qing didn't seem too worried. He coldly laughed at Lu San and said, "Lu San Xixiang, can you catch up?" Lu San had his eyes slightly closed, seemingly sensing something. After a while, he suddenly spoke, "No problem. If this kid had directly fled, that would be one thing, but he has stayed by the riverbank for so long. I can already lock onto his scent. We should find a narrow place to cross the river and then track him down with all our might. This time, if we catch him, we'll break both his legs first." The initially compassionate old good man seemed to have lost all mercy at this moment. The tragic death of Zhao Ji seemed to have touched a nerve of fear deep in his heart. And this fear didn't make him compassionate, but turned him cruel. On the way here, that old bastard named Lu Sen had said that before he joined the Dao sect, he was a constable in the mundane world and was best at tracking techniques. I thought he must have a way to catch up with me since he stayed by the riverbank for so long. In the depths of the mountains, Fang Xing was stepping carefully, thinking rapidly about how to lure the others to chase after him. To Ho Qing and the others, Fang Xing was just a kid. And no matter how highly they regarded him, they never expected that after escaping with his life, he wasn't thinking about how to run away, but rather how to take them down one by one. Fang Xing had already gathered all their details during the journey, and now it was time to put that knowledge to use. Lu Sin was originally a constable in the mundane world. He had unknowingly helped an elder of the Qingyun sect, was enlightened, and managed to enter the Dao sect. However, he had no resources and no aptitude. So after rolling around in the outer sect for so many years, he had only managed to cultivate to the 3rd level of spirit movement. As for Qiantong, he came from a Taoist background and had been in the Tao sect for 8 years now. By calculation, they were either seasoned veterans or old hands in the Tao sect, making them not easy to deal with. But Fang Xing was completely unafraid. Having mixed with bandits since he was young, he had plenty of experience in the world. After carefully considering, he felt that those few should have crossed the river by now and were chasing after him. So he quickly searched for a suitable place to set up a trap. Not running too far, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound ahead. It turned out to be a hornet's nest the size of a water bucket, hanging on a low tree. These hornets had been tainted by the demon energy in the Demon Blight Mountain and had shown signs of demonic transformation. Each was as thick as a finger, with shiny black stingers, clearly possessing deadly poison. Fang Xing was delighted. These were exactly what he was looking for. He took out a set of dry clothes from his spatial ring, changed out of his wet Taoist robe, and rolled the damp robe into a bundle, tying it with vines. He then cautiously circled around a small tree next to the hornet's nest and ran to the side, gently pulling on the vine. The Taoist robe was slowly dragged to the hornet's nest without startling the hornets. Then, Fang Xing pulled some leaves to cover the hornet's nest, making it invisible from 2 or 3 zhang away. After completing these tasks, Fang Xing deliberately left a few clear footprints nearby before quickly slipping away. He didn't run too far and soon found a safer spot where he hid and listened to the sounds around him. Meanwhile, Ho Qing and the others rushed along the river, and after finding a spot where the river narrowed, they stepped onto their flying swords and flew across the river. Under Lu San's guidance, they sped in a certain direction. Before long, Lu San waved his hand, signaling the others to slow down. They were already close to the spot where Fang Xing's scent lingered. At that moment, he had also spotted Fang Xing's footprints, further confirming his suspicions. Hey, a little kid, no matter how clever, still lacks the experience of the world. Although he has hidden himself, these footprints. Lu San coldly laughed to himself. Seeing Fang Xing's footprints made him feel like he was dealing with a 10-year-old child. The 3 of them moved closer, and Lu San raised a hand, indicating they were only 5 zhang away. Ho Qing's gaze turned cold as he quietly took out his flying sword. Lu San waved his hand and lowered his voice, saying, "If we can catch him alive, let's catch him alive to avoid losing blood when we get to the Toad Cave." Upon hearing this, Ho Qing nodded and put away his flying sword. Lu San then signaled to Qiantong to circle around to the other side to trap Fang Xing. After the 3 took their positions, Ho Qing suddenly shouted, "Little brat, do you still want to escape?" 3 people simultaneously rushed from their hiding place towards the direction designated by Lu San, and for a moment, vines snapped and wild grass flew about chaotically. Buzz. Qiantong was the first to reach the place Lu San pointed out, kicking out fiercely, but instead of hitting a person, he kicked up a black ball the size of a water bucket. While the black ball was still in the air, there was a loud explosion, and countless black dots the size of fingers flew out, rushing towards him like crazy. Qiantong hadn't even reacted when he was hit several times on his body and face, immediately letting out a miserable scream. The black ball turned out to be a gigantic beehive, from which one after another black and yellow hornets were flying out. Not good, we've fallen into this guy's trap. Lu San rushed forward, and with a glance, saw Fang Xing's Taoist robe rolled into a bundle, and he exclaimed, "Run." It must be said that this person had a profound sword technique. Such a fierce swarm of hornets was actually blocked by him with a single sword. Unable to get close. Chapter 35, Internal Strife. Ho Qing and Lu San reacted quickly and were not stung by the hornets, but Qiantong, who had been stung several times before, was now dizzy and weak. If it weren't for Ho Qing pulling him, he would probably have already lost consciousness. The places on his face and body where he had been stung were already swollen to a terrifying degree. The hornet's poison was already fierce, especially this mutated hornet poison, which was even more potent by 100 times. If it were an ordinary person, being stung once would mean instant death. But Qiantong had been stung at least 7 or 8 times, and the fact that he was still alive was due to his deep cultivation. They had fled more than 10 miles before Lu San finally spoke in a low voice, signaling to Ho Qing that they could stop. He squatted down to examine Ho Qing's wounds, frowning as he took out an antidote from his robe and applied it, then infused Qiantong with spiritual energy. Soon, translucent pus began to ooze from the wound, and the redness and swelling gradually diminished, but Qiantong still remained unconscious, his face pale and frightening, as if his vitality had greatly diminished. "How long until he wakes up?" Ho Qing asked in a deep voice. Lu San sighed and said, "The poison has been detoxified, and he will wake up soon." But Ho Qing raised an eyebrow. "But what?" Lu San sighed again. "This hornet's poison is too potent. Although I used the antidote to remove the toxicity, this antidote is not targeted. The residual poison in his body cannot be eliminated quickly, and when he wakes up, he will likely be weak." Ho Qing was stunned and asked urgently, How much of his cultivation will remain? Lu Xing shook his head and said, 3 tenths would be good. Damn little bastard. Ho Qing slammed his fist down in frustration. He never expected that such an inconspicuous little guy would escape from his hands, causing one of his 2 assistants to die and the other to be stung by hornets and remain unconscious. Ho Qing was furious and said in a low voice, no? We came out this time with a lot of money. We carefully selected this task from the disciples of the Talisman Hall. It was supposed to be the easiest task with generous rewards. I thought sacrificing an inconspicuous junior disciple would allow us to succeed in one fell swoop. But who would have thought we wouldn't even see the demon frog and already lost a person? Damn it, if we count that little ghost too. The Taoist sect will think we've lost 2 people. They will definitely judge us as having failed, and not only will we lose our rewards, but there will also be punishments, and our evaluations in the elders' minds will drop to the lowest point. It will be difficult to have any future developments. The 2 fell silent, speechless for a long time. After a while, Ho Qing suddenly asked, can we still catch that little guy? Lu Xing smiled bitterly and shook his head. We can't track him down anymore. I never expected that guy would be so ruthless, taking off his clothes and throwing them into the hornet's nest to frame us. He only has this set of clothes. Is he supposed to run around naked in the forest? I could only track him by the mud smell on his robe, but now that he's thrown it away, there's no clue to sense. Ho Qing pondered for a moment, then suddenly stood up with his sword and slowly walked towards Qiantong. Lu Xing was greatly shocked and said in a deep voice, Senior Brother Ho, what do you want to do? Ho Qing sneered and said indifferently, Qiantong is a lowly Taoist disciple with mediocre talent, no power, no influence, and no background. Plus, he has a hot temper and often quarrels with people, having plundered others for the Taoist resources. He doesn't have many friends in the Taoist sect, but he has a lot of enemies. If he dies, although it will cause more trouble than that little ghost, it won't cause a major disaster. Saying this, he cast a cold glance at Lu Xing, his eyes flashing with cold light. Lu Xing was stunned, looking at him with panic as if he had just met Ho Qing. Ho Qing also looked at him coldly, his sword humming softly in his hand, a faint light swirling uncertainly. After a while, Lu Xing suddenly sighed deeply and said, I can't stand this kind of thing. I'll go over there to relieve myself. Saying this, he gently waved his hand and slowly walked towards the bushes. At that moment, the seemingly unconscious Qiantong suddenly let out a loud roar, turned over, and had somehow already formed a hand seal. A small flying sword whistled towards Ho Qing, slicing towards him as he shouted, You, Ho, actually want to use me as bait? I knew you would wake up. Ho Qing shouted sharply, suddenly extending his left palm, his 5 fingers pressing down. Qiantong's flying sword, which was stabbing towards him, was inexplicably held in place by an invisible force suspended in the air, swaying but unable to advance. Ho Qing then made a forceful grab, his fingers closed, and with a pop, the spiritual energy attached to Qiantong's flying sword was crushed, and the flying sword was directly grasped in his hand. After spending another half an hour, he finally found the place where Ho Qing and the others had rested earlier. After waiting a while and confirming that there was no one there, he went over to take a look and found some empty bottles of the Taoist antidote on the ground, and even some bloodstains. Fang Xing furrowed his brows, thinking it was normal to have antidote, but could hornets sting someone enough to draw blood? After thinking for a while, his eyes lit up, secretly thinking, could it be that they fought among themselves? He vaguely felt that with Ho Qing's temperament, it wouldn't be surprising to turn against his own people. He resolutely decided to follow along and see if Ho Qing and the others planned to kill the python frog. If they did, he would follow them to see if there was a chance to catch them both in a conflict and take advantage of the situation. Chapter 36. Intrigue and Deception. With a pretty good plan in mind, Fang Xing cautiously proceeded along the way. At this time, deep in the forest, it was already late at night, with a bright moon hanging high, casting a silver light, but within the demon swamp mountain, towering trees blocked the moonlight, making the surroundings dim. Fortunately, Fang Xing had already reached the peak of the 2nd level of spirit movement. His vision greatly improved, allowing him to see things clearly. And with the help of the yin-yang divine demon mirror, he detected dangerous presences early on. However, some ordinary snakes and insects that even the yin-yang divine demon mirror could not detect posed no threat to him. As he walked along, he set up a few traps with branches and vines, but after thinking about it, he felt these traps were too weak, probably wouldn't even harm him, let alone Ho Qing, who had higher cultivation and martial skills. Reluctantly, he continued searching and soon heard a whistling sound ahead, causing a layer of alertness to rise in his heart. Sneaking over to take a look, he was instantly delighted. Beneath an ancient tree as thick as 3 people embracing it, a massive demon python, as thick as a person's waist, was coiled up. It was a 2nd-tier demon beast, seemingly well-fed, with a huge bulge in the middle of its body, and he didn't know what prey was inside. Fang Xing felt secretly pleased but did not disturb it. Slowly backing away, The giant python was soundly asleep and remained unaware. In fact, even if it had been alerted, Fang Xing wasn't too afraid. Although the giant python looked terrifying, its nature was relatively docile. The aura of demons and monsters was different. Beasts driven by demon energy generally maintain their own nature, just with enhanced strength. However, if it is a demon beast driven by demonic energy, it will possess demonic traits. Even if it was originally a very docile wild animal or human, after being corrupted by demonic energy, it will become extremely fierce, even losing all rationality. The distinction between these 2 points is exactly the difference between demonic energy and monster energy. After seeing this demon python, Fang Xing squatted down nearby and thought for a while, then quietly set a trap before continuing on his way. After walking slowly for about half an hour, he finally saw Ho Qing and Lu San under a cliff outside the forest. They had started a fire and were sitting beside it talking. And next to them lay a person, Qian Tong, who was tied up like an enemy, covered in blood, and only occasionally twitching, indicating that he was not dead yet. Fantastic. These bastards have indeed turned against each other. Fang Xing was overjoyed, looked around, and planned to find a good spot to get closer and listen to their conversation. Just as he got within 30 yards, he suddenly heard the sound of bowstrings and was immediately startled. Whoosh whoosh. 2 bamboo arrows shot towards him quickly, almost indistinguishable in the darkness. He had set up traps along the way but ended up being caught in their mechanism. Fang Xing was furious. His body suddenly curled into a ball, flipping backward while simultaneously swinging his knife to deflect the 2 bamboo arrows. Just as Fang Xing was ambushed, Ho Qing was talking with Lu San, and the person they were discussing was Fang Xing. Lu San said, "Senior brother Ho, do you really think that kid will chase after us again?" Ho Qing replied calmly, "I just thought for a long time. After that kid escaped through the hidden river, didn't he forget to use his Dao robe to set up an ambush? Clearly, he had thought this through. Since you were skilled in tracking, he must have anticipated that you would try to track him down. This level of cunning and experience is not something an ordinary child would have. So we cannot use our usual methods for dealing with ordinary kids to estimate him." Lu San was silent. It was indeed the case. Generally, when a child gets an opportunity, they would only think about escaping. Their thoughts wouldn't be this meticulous. Similarly, an ordinary child would likely try to stay as far away from them as possible if given a chance. But this kid, bold as he was, might actually follow them to see if there was an opportunity to gain from the situation. If he really comes, that would be great. I have already set up traps around. Although they are simple traps that can't harm someone with cultivation, they can serve as a warning. As long as he gets within 30 yards of us, he will notice. With that kid's cultivation, trying to escape from our pursuit at such a close distance is like dreaming. Lu San nodded and looked over at Qian Tong, hesitating as he glanced at Ho Qing. Ho Qing seemed to understand his thoughts, gently nodded, and said, "One bait is enough. If we can capture that kid, then senior brother Qian won't be needed. At that time, I, Ho Qing, will prepare a generous gift to apologize to him." Lu San sighed, saying, That's good. Just as the words fell, they suddenly heard the sound of bowstrings being plucked from the dense forest to the west, followed by a gust of wind rushing past, as if someone was fleeing quickly. Lu San was stunned and then shouted, "It's that kid." At the moment he said that, Ho Qing had already drawn his sword and leaped up. By the time his sentence was finished, Ho Qing had transformed into a green shadow, disappearing into the darkness, leaving only the flickering flames behind. So fast. Lu San was momentarily stunned, also amazed by Ho Qing's cultivation, sighed softly, and followed after. Fang Xing was sprinting through the forest, silently cursing himself for being a fool. He had already determined that Ho Qing was a formidable opponent, yet he still miscalculated and fell into a trap. Behind him, a silver light rushed over. It was Ho Qing, who had stepped on a flying sword to chase him down like lightning. Fang Xing cried out in despair and ran even faster, relying on his small stature to dart through the woods. Ho Qing flew forward on his sword, and after covering more than 10 yards, he jumped down, sheathed his flying sword, and pursued on foot. However, at this point, the distance between him and Fang Xing had closed to only about 10 yards. Looking at the small, panicked figure ahead, cold light flashed in Ho Qing's eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. This little brat had indeed caused him a lot of trouble, but in the end, he would not escape from his grasp. There was no other option now. He had to escape to the first trap. Fang Xing gritted his teeth and accelerated towards the first trap. When he reached a spot piled with dry leaves, he felt a lightness under his feet and dashed over the dry leaves. Almost in the next breath, Ho Qing arrived there, stepped down, and suddenly sensed that the ground felt light. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy and raised his body by 2 feet, leaping over the trap. Fang Xing silently lamented. That trap was specifically designed by him, using a hole he didn't even know what it was dug out of, covered with dry leaves. Being small and light, he could easily run over it, but Ho Qing stepping on it would surely fall in. Who would have thought that Ho Qing was so formidable, managing to raise himself against all odds and avoid the trap? Humph, such small tricks should not be displayed in front of Ho. Ho Qing sneered, accelerating his pursuit again. And the distance between him and Fang Xing closed to 5 or 6 yards. While Fang Xing ran wildly, he shouted loudly, making sure he wouldn't suffer losses and maintaining a strong presence. However, he was speaking the truth. He indeed had one more trap left, and it was the largest trap he had set up along the way. Crack, crack. Suddenly, from the nearby bushes, 2 bamboo arrows shot out. One aimed directly at the pursuing Ho Qing. Ho Qing let out a cold laugh, flicked his finger lightly, not even using spiritual power, and sent the bamboo arrow flying away. Such a small trap wouldn't even harm Fang Xing, let alone trick Ho Qing. A trivial skill, trying to show off, huh? Ho Qing scoffed, but at that moment he suddenly heard a whistling sound by his ear, followed by a foul wind rushing toward him. From the side, a demon python, the thickness of a water bucket, suddenly lunged out, knocking him several yards away, and then its massive body quickly whipped around, wrapping around him tightly. Ho Qing finally understood what Fang Xing's ultimate trap referred to. On that kid's mechanism, there were actually 2 bamboo arrows, one aimed at him, which was merely a distraction, while the other targeted a demon python that was well-fed and sound asleep. This type of demon python was not much different from ordinary ones. After eating, it became very docile and had no hostility. However, when startled during sleep, it would instinctively attack any prey it perceived as a threat. That bamboo arrow struck the demon python, immediately startling it, and it knocked Ho Qing flying. Haha, finally made you drink the bathwater of this young master. Fang Xing stopped, jumping up and laughing heartily, but suddenly his expression changed, and he shouted as he fled. Chapter 37. A small thief on the river. While running wildly, he poured his spiritual power into it recklessly, and the jade talisman gradually lit up. Good, as long as I shake off this guy, I can escape with my life. Fang Xing saw a thicket of thorns ahead and felt a glimmer of hope for escape. However, at that moment, Lu San suddenly let out a low growl, and his figure, which had been chasing closely, vanished in an instant. Then, with a flash, he appeared 2 or 3 yards behind Fang Xing, and after appearing, he leaped forward like a giant eagle, pouncing 3 or 4 yards ahead, directly pinning Fang Xing to the ground, and then twisted Fang Xing's small arm behind his back, lifting him up. Little junior brother Fang, you can't escape now, Lu San said sternly, panting heavily. At this time, his right hand was gripping Fang Xing's arm while his left hand held a jade talisman, the light on the talisman dimming. His arm was also trembling slightly, and he was gasping for breath, a sign that his spiritual energy was nearly exhausted. How did he suddenly close the distance of nearly 10 zhang with me? Just now, my arm was pinned behind my back, and I was shocked and panicked. Lu San felt somewhat relieved. If it weren't for his unique magical artifact, he might have truly let this kid slip away. No one knew that Lu San had a special magical tool in his hand, a jade talisman given to him by an elder of the Qingyun sect whom he had saved. This talisman, called the Shrinking Earth Talisman, allowed him to jump about 10 zhang in an instant after infusing it with spiritual energy. But using this talisman consumed a lot of spiritual energy and had a time limit. He had approached Fang Xing using this talisman, catching him off guard and capturing him. Although his spiritual energy was almost exhausted, he had managed to subdue this kid. All he had to do now was wait for Ho Qing to come after he dealt with the demon python. After thinking of this, Lu San let out a long howl. First, it was to inform Ho Qing of his location, and second, it was to show that he had already controlled his opponent. Lu San, are you really going to use me as bait? At this moment, Fang Xing had become strangely calm, with his arm twisted behind his back. He couldn't turn around and could only speak to him. Lu San seemed a bit apologetic, but the feeling passed quickly, and he said solemnly, I'm sorry. But if I don't take you down, Ho Shixiang will use money to lure someone else's bait. Although Qian Tong has a bad temper, he has once done me a favor. Fang Xing chuckled and said, so you want to kill me? Why did you force me to come here before? Lu San fell silent. After a while, he suddenly said, that's just how the Taoist sect is. It's useless to say more. Fang Xing shook his head and suddenly said, it's useful. Lu San was momentarily taken aback and asked, what is useful? Fang Xing took a deep breath and suddenly forced himself to turn around. His left arm, which had been firmly held by Lu San, was a common capture technique used by Lu San when he was a constable. Once a criminal was caught, it was like a snake being pinched at its 7 inches, unable to move at all. However, at this moment, Fang Xing refreshed Lu San's understanding. He managed to turn around despite his left arm being tightly held. Crack! As Fang Xing forcibly turned around, his left arm was immediately twisted and broke with a sound that made one's teeth ache. Lu San was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Fang Xing's small arm in his hand. At this moment, the arm had twisted into a spiral shape, and holding it felt very strange. To break one's own arm, what kind of heart is that? The outlaws he had caught before didn't have such a ruthless mindset. Just as Lu San was astonished, Fang Xing had already faced him, a faint smile on his pale face. In his right hand, a knife appeared out of nowhere, and like a viper, it swiftly stabbed into Lu San's abdomen. The distance between them was too close, and Lu San was still stunned by Fang Xing's brutal act of breaking his own arm. He completely failed to guard against the short knife. Thud! The knife went straight through to the hilt. Lu San was extraordinarily shocked and looked down at his wound, his face showing a complex expression of shock, disbelief, and pain. Fang Xing did not stop. After the first stab, he raised the knife again and fiercely plunged it into Lu San's chest. Lu San, whose spiritual energy was depleted, was caught off guard and could not make an effective counterattack. Fang Xing suddenly jumped and kicked Lu San down to the ground. When he jumped, his left arm flopped in the air like a marionette, bizarrely. Lu San, I'm sorry, but back by the fire. You guessed that I wasn't asleep and deliberately told me what I would suffer, to remind me to escape quickly. Fang Xing came to Lu San's ear, looking at his terrified eyes, and gently said, for a moment, I really thought of you as a good person and planned to leave you alone when I killed all of you. Lu San's Adam's apple moved, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he wanted to say something. I don't know why you changed your mind and are wholeheartedly coming after me. Of course. It doesn't matter. Fang Xing had no intention of listening to what Lu San wanted to say. He turned the knife back and directly cut Lu San's throat. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Lu San's face showed a trace of helplessness and despair. As a cultivator of the third level of spiritual movement, he found himself utterly powerless in front of Fang Xing. Is this a child? Lu San despaired, believing he was more ruthless and cunning than any outlaw he had ever encountered. Yet he had always regarded Fang Xing as a mere child on this journey. For someone who had once been a constable, this was the most humiliating failure of his life. Fang Xing no longer paid attention to him, picked up the jade talisman beside him, covered his swaying left arm, gritted his teeth, and continued to escape into the woods. He had no time to linger. He had to escape quickly. Boom. In just a few breaths, Ho Qing rushed over and immediately saw Lu San on the ground. With a glance, he spotted the direction in which Fang Xing had fled. Ho Qing's long sword trembled in his hand as he shook off the python's blood from the blade and chased after him. This time, he did not chase for long before he suddenly felt a sharp wind blowing from ahead. In an instant, he drew his sword, not even summoning his flying sword, and his azure-edged sword spun out a mass of snow-like light. He heard the sound of metal clashing continuously, as at least dozens of silver needles shot towards him, being deflected by the azure-edged sword. Then, another silver flash shot over like lightning. Ho Qing sneered, his 5 fingers pressing down, forming an invisible barrier with his spiritual energy. The silver flash was stopped by this barrier, slowly losing its momentum, and then fell to the ground with a clang. Ho Qing smiled and walked forward slowly, saying softly, "This is the flying sword I bestowed upon you. Do you want to use it to kill me?" In front of him was a giant banyan tree, so large that it would take 2 adults to embrace it. At this moment, Fang Xing's small body was leaning against the tree, grinning at him. His hands were empty. His right hand had thrown a small iron tube, and his left hand hung limply by his side, looking utterly helpless, as if resigned to his fate. Ho Qing assessed Fang Xing's appearance and said blandly, "I admit, you are much more troublesome than I imagined. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of capturing you at the mountain gate. It's better to wait in line than to inexplicably get a rival like you. When Lu Feng recommended you as bait, I would have slapped his teeth out." As he spoke, he opened his 5 fingers, and the flying sword flew from his waist pouch, floating lightly in the air. "But since it has come to this, I might as well kill you quickly. To be honest, I'm quite afraid of what you'll become when you grow up." The killing intent in Ho Qing's eyes solidified, and the flying sword moved like a serpent, seemingly ready to strike at the defenseless Fang Xing at any moment. Fang Xing suddenly laughed, resting his only uninjured right hand behind his head, shifting to a more comfortable position. "Are you going to kill me just like this?" he asked with a smile. "I remember you once said you wanted me to know how to write the word tragic, right?" Ho Qing was taken aback, and his expression gradually changed, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The flying sword shot into his waist pouch with a whoosh, and he then picked up the azure-edged sword. "You're right." He stepped forward slowly, and at that moment, Fang Xing tightly gripped the Dantian ring stuck in his hair. Chapter 38. The Python Withered and the Toad. After a breath, the black shadow fell like a meteor, heading straight for where Ho Qing and Fang Xing were. With a loud bang, a powerful wind swept through, snapping trees. Both Fang Xing and Ho Qing staggered slightly, using their spiritual energy to protect themselves while staring blankly at their left side. A toad towering 10 zhang high was crouched on the ground, its 2 dimly glowing blood-red eyes staring ominously at them. The Manka toad, a 4th-tier demon beast, was a hybrid of a demon python and a withered toad, capable of spraying toxic mist, covered in python scales, and could only be harmed by divine weapons. A series of information flooded into Fang Xing's mind, leaving him stunned with his mouth agape. It turned out to be the only fourth-tier demon beast on the outskirts of the demon miasma mountain, the target that Ho Qing and the others aimed to slay. Who would have thought that this great creature would come knocking at this moment? It was Lu San. However, he didn't expect the monster to arrive so quickly. Just as he was preparing to kill this little ghost, under the menacing aura of the fourth-tier demon beast, even Ho Qing, with his peak cultivation at the 3rd level of Lingdong, dared not move recklessly. Fang Xing sat there, stiff and leaning against a large tree, not daring to move an inch. In the face of such a powerful monster, no one dared to act rashly. At that moment, a sudden mischievous idea flashed through Fang Xing's mind. His expression changed to one of sheer terror, his little mouth pouting as if he might cry at any moment. And he boldly and cautiously called out to Ho Qing, "Brother Ho, please take me with you to escape." His voice was as faint as a mosquito's, not alarming the manku toad, appearing as if he was extremely frightened. Ho Qing was taken aback, noticing Fang Xing's expression, which resembled that of a child terrified to the extreme. He quickly understood, and a wave of joy rose in his heart. After all, this brat was still a child. Although usually bold and ruthless, the thought of becoming the manku toad's meal scared him to the point of wetting his pants. It was normal for a child to fear monsters. Just then, Ho Qing suddenly noticed that Fang Xing was daringly rubbing the bloodstains on his body. Despite the risk of attracting the manku toad's attention, glancing fearfully at the beast as if praying not to be noticed. Bloodstains. Ho Qing was startled, cursing himself for not reacting as quickly as this little brat. The manku toad was clearly drawn by the scent of Lu San's blood, meaning that among the two of them, whoever had the stronger scent of blood would be the easier target. This little ghost had figured this out slightly faster than him and began to wipe the fresh blood from his face. He himself had more blood on him, stained during the slaying of the demon python, but that blood was on his clothes. How could he wipe it off? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Ho Qing's eyes as he thought, "Little brat, today I'll let you know how to write the word suffering." Saying this, he took out a small porcelain bottle from his waist pouch and glanced at Fang Xing, flicking his finger. Whoosh! The porcelain bottle shot toward Fang Xing's head, immediately attracting the manku toad's attention. Fang Xing was startled and quickly ducked, avoiding the porcelain bottle's impact. With a crash, the bottle hit the trunk behind him and immediately exploded. A strong smell of blood filled the air, the tree trunk was painted red, and Fang Xing was splattered all over. It turned out to be a blood chi pill, a medicinal pill used to feed the dragon horses. Whenever the dragon horses needed a boost during urgent travels, they were fed this pill, made from the flesh and blood of low-tier demon beasts, containing a large amount of vitality and infused with fragrant spirit herbs, making it highly favored by demon beasts. Its overall shape could be described as resembling a meatball. The manku toad seemed attracted, its lantern-sized eyes rolling as it fixed its gaze on Fang Xing. At that moment, Ho Qing smiled slightly, waved his hand at Fang Xing, and silently mouthed farewell. Then, he turned and stealthily backed away 2 steps before quickly fleeing. At such a critical moment, escaping was naturally more important. By using the blood chi pill to attract the manku toad's attention, the beast would undoubtedly go after that little ghost first, allowing him to escape in the meantime. Even if the manku toad wasn't full, it would still chase after him, but he had 5 dragon horses in his pocket. Once he slaughtered them, tossing them behind him would likely buy him some time. In an instant, Ho Qing had mapped out his entire plan, believing it to be foolproof. However, something he never anticipated happened. Just as he was fleeing at full speed, the manku toad, which seemed to have completely shifted its focus to Fang Xing, suddenly turned its eyes back and let out a loud croak, its mouth opening wide as a blood-red, silk-like tongue shot out like an arrow. Swift as lightning and sharp as a knife, aimed directly at Ho Qing. Ho Qing was taken aback, quickly twisting his body and executing a beautiful arc in midair, narrowly dodging this attack. Even Fang Xing had to admire how skilled he was. It was certain that even without mentioning his peak cultivation at the 3rd level of Lingdong, Ho Qing was definitely a capable person in the martial world. Whether it was his swordsmanship or his agility, he could easily make a name for himself in the mundane world. However, no matter how impressive his agility was, it couldn't outpace the manku toad's tongue. This 4th-tier demon beast, although it appeared large and stout, like a small mountain, had a tongue as agile as a snake, striking with remarkable precision. After the first strike missed, before Ho Qing could land, the second strike shot out again. After all, Ho Qing had never learned any techniques for evasion and was unable to change direction in midair. In desperation, he could only slash out with his sword. Swish! The sword struck the tip of the manku toad's tongue, but it felt soft and ineffective. Despite his full strength, he only left a shallow cut on its tongue. Yet it enraged the manku toad, letting out a deep growl, its hostility fully ignited, It kicked off with its hind legs and charged directly at Ho Qing, while its front legs, thick as grinding wheels, swept horizontally toward him. What the hell did this little brat do? Why is the Manku toad attacking me? Ho Qing was filled with dread, unable to comprehend how his calculations had gone so wrong, why he had fallen into this little ghost-ass trap. That brat clearly hadn't done anything. No matter what, Ho Qing couldn't figure out what Fang Xing had done to land himself in such a predicament. At this moment, Fang Xing was smug, a smile at the corners of his eyes while enduring the pain of correcting his shattered left arm, watching Ho Qing struggle with the Manku toad. This feeling, a mix of joy and pain, was simply exhilarating. The suppression of knowledge. Ho Qing probably never expected that Fang Xing had done nothing at all. The only thing he had done was hint for him to escape. The Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror had already identified many characteristics of the Manku toad at first sight. One of which Fang Xing noted was, unless it has transformed into a human form, it cannot see stationary objects. In simpler terms, unless demon beasts like the Manku toad reach the level of transforming into human form, they have a visual defect, they cannot see still objects. But moving objects are very clear to them. Thus, when it was attracted by Lu San's blood scent and leaped into the air, it could see Ho Qing and Fang Xing. However, once it landed and both Fang Xing and Ho Qing dared not move, it could no longer see them. If not for this, how could there have been time for Fang Xing to pretend to be terrified, wipe bloodstains, and for Ho Qing to flick the pill and frame him? Originally, the blood chi pill Ho Qing shot out did indeed attract the Manku toad's attention, and the strong scent of blood gave it a sense of direction. However, what Ho Qing did next was a colossal mistake, one Fang Xing had long hoped he would make, fleeing at high speed. Once he moved, it was over. The Manku toad's target immediately shifted to him. Chapter 39, The Demon Toad Goes Berserk. Chapter 40, How to Write Exhilaration. With a painful roar, the nine-serpent golden flames sword was summoned, and in an instant, brilliant golden lights swirled within the demon toad's belly. Outside, as Ho Qing was desperately fighting the rampaging demon toad, he looked utterly tragic. At this moment, he forcibly replenished his own spiritual energy, seizing the opportunity while the demon toad was going berserk to fight it, hoping to take it down during this rare chance. He unleashed all his skills, with flying swords cutting through the air and his figure darting like a shadow. To the demon toad, he seemed like a venomous bee, continuously stabbing his sharp stingers into the toad's weak defenses. Meanwhile, the demon toad appeared to have lost its sanity, mindlessly crashing into everything around it, disregarding some of his attacks entirely, as it smashed through trees and sent rocks flying in the forest. However, in this frenzied state, the rampaging demon toad still inflicted significant damage on Ho Qing, piercing his shoulder with its tongue, splashing poisonous liquid onto his left leg, and crashing into his chest with such force that 3 of his ribs broke. More importantly, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Of course, the results were also very significant. One of the demon toad's eyes was blinded by him, and the area of its abdomen not covered by python scales was nearly split open by his flying sword, with its internal organs spilling out, half dragging on the ground. If it weren't for the demon toad going mad, Ho Qing would have never had the chance to inflict such substantial damage. Just then, the exhausted Ho Qing suddenly saw the demon toad leaping desperately into the air, its limbs outstretched and its mouth revealing a brilliant golden light, which took him by surprise. How could this demon toad, so severely injured, still possess some hidden abilities? Shocked, he mustered a breath of spiritual energy and struggled to flee, dragging his nearly useless left leg. But just a few steps into his escape, he saw the crazed demon toad come crashing down heavily from midair, its mouth half open, body lying on the ground, twitching a couple of times before falling still. Dead. Ho Qing was greatly shocked, but also felt an indescribable excitement. Did I actually kill a 4th-tier demon beast, the python toad, with my own abilities? Even though he was usually composed, this astonishing achievement made him feel a rush of exhilaration. Battling above his level and slaying a 4th-tier fierce demon was an accomplishment that would astonish the entire Dao sect. Perhaps there were many in the Dao sect who could slay this demon with a single sword strike, but very few could do so at the 3rd level of spiritual movement. Truly, heaven had favored him, having entered the inner sect. He would definitely burn incense to thank the heavens. Ho Qing paused, took a few breaths, offered a prayer, and then prepared to dissect the demon toad. However, at that moment, the already deceased demon toad's body suddenly convulsed, its mouth opening wider, and a foul stench of internal organs, minced flesh, and dirty blood surged out, among which were some undigested prey. What caught Ho Qing's attention the most was that a child was lying inside. It was Fang Xing, who appeared motionless, breathless, as if dead for quite some time. Seeing this, Ho Qing couldn't help but sneer, thinking, no matter how cunning you are, aren't you just a meal in the belly of the demon toad now? Dragging his broken leg, He was about to go over for a closer look when suddenly he recalled something. The moment this little brat was swallowed by the demon toad, the toad went berserk. Perhaps he was up to some tricks? Ho Ching thought to himself, though he was extremely reluctant to share the credit for killing the demon toad. He still maintained his composure and analyzed the situation carefully. Although he seemed to be dead now, it was better to be cautious around this guy. Saying this, he gathered the little spiritual energy he had left and struggled to summon his flying sword, aiming it at the moving Fang Xing on the ground. Just as the flying sword was about to strike Fang Xing, the seemingly dead boy suddenly flipped over and sat up, laughing. "You're quite clever. You can't fool me." As he spoke, he spread his 5 fingers wide, and suddenly a golden flying sword flew out from behind him. The sword appeared to be engulfed in golden flames, with 9 small snakes coiling and dancing around it, looking extremely strange. When this flying sword collided with Ho Ching's flying sword, it immediately deflected it, and Fang Xing took the chance to climb up and escape. However, just as he had fled 2 or 3 zhang, he suddenly exclaimed and turned around abruptly. Ho Ching, having failed to strike Fang Xing, instinctively went for a second strike, but was suddenly taken aback. At that moment, Fang Xing turned around, his face full of excitement as he looked at him. Ho Ching also stared back at Fang Xing, and suddenly a thought struck him. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Ho Ching suddenly turned and ran. Fang Xing laughed and chased after him, shouting, "You actually have no spiritual energy left. It's your fault for falling into my hands." It turned out that after this battle with the demon toad, both Ho Ching and Fang Xing had simultaneously realized an issue. After the fierce battle with the demon toad, Ho Ching had very little spiritual energy left. Fang Xing was overjoyed and turned to chase, while Ho Ching's expression changed dramatically. Disregarding everything else, he turned to flee. One chased, one fled. Fang Xing quickly caught up. After all, his left arm was injured while Ho Ching's left leg was hurt. Moreover, although Fang Xing faced many dangers, he had not fought directly, so his spiritual energy consumption was minimal. In contrast, while Fang Xing was causing chaos inside the demon toad's belly, Ho Ching had been engaged in a direct battle with the toad, suffering serious spiritual energy depletion and sustaining numerous injuries. For cultivators, spiritual energy equates to power. Without it, one is no different from a mortal. Whoosh! Fang Xing chased after a few steps and caught up to within 3 or 4 zhang behind Ho Ching. Suddenly, he summoned the 9-serpent golden flame sword. Hee, thank you for that demon spirit pill. Ho Ching was running for his life, with only one thought in his mind, to escape, and he wouldn't stop for anything. However, upon hearing Fang Xing's words, he suddenly froze, disbelief etched on his face. As a thought crossed his mind, he immediately remembered the oddly shaped 9-serpent golden flame sword that Fang Xing had summoned, and where he had seen it before. It was you. An invisible rage burned through Ho Ching's reason. He abruptly stopped and turned around. Was it you who tricked me out of my demon spirit pill? Ho Ching's eyes were ablaze, his expression twisted with fury, his hair almost standing on end. That's right, it was me. That demon spirit pill worked wonders, allowing me to break through to the peak of the 2nd level of spiritual movement. Fang Xing stopped, looking at Ho Ching with a cold smile. He reached behind his head, took out the Wan Luo ghost mask, put it on his face, infused it with spiritual energy, and instantly transformed. His stature grew taller and larger, the mask disappeared, revealing the face of an otherwise very ordinary man, the very thief that Ho Ching had longed to see punished in the Dao sect. I never expected it to be you. You who caused me to lose my demon spirit pill, forcing me to take this ridiculous talisman, and now you ruin my mission, kill my companion, and destroy my chance to complete my task. Ho Ching's teeth ground together, his internal fury nearly bursting forth, looking as if he wanted to devour someone whole. That's right, it's me, and now I want to add a little something. Your life. Fang Xing grinned, but suddenly his expression turned cold, and the 9-serpent golden flame sword swirling around him shone brilliantly, ready to strike. Ho Ching was instantly alarmed. His mind cleared. The most pressing matter was to escape. This little brat was clearly afraid he would flee, which was why he had called him back. However, realizing this came too late. As he steadied his footing, it was already difficult to escape Fang Xing's pursuit. In a moment of desperation, he gritted his teeth and called out, "Fang Xing, are you really going to kill me?" Fang Xing's sword hesitated slightly, and he asked suspiciously, "Are we not going to talk a little more?" Ho Ching sneered, "Indeed. Didn't you say you wanted to teach me how to write the character for refreshing?" As he spoke, he quietly took out a pill, pinching it between his fingers. This pill was called the Burning Chi pill. Upon swallowing it, it would burn away Ho Ching's cultivation, reducing him to the 2nd level of spiritual movement, but in exchange, he would gain a full hour of spiritual energy. He decided to seize this opportunity to kill this detestable little brat. Just like Fang Xing had delayed time under his sword before, he too wanted to buy time under Fang Xing's sword. Fang Xing listened and indeed chuckled, saying, "That's true. Killing you directly isn't very satisfying. As he spoke, he slowly walked over, a smug expression on his face. Ho Qing sneered slightly, preparing to strike with his sword as soon as Fang Xing came closer, forcing him to defend himself, and then swallow a pill. At this moment, his spiritual energy was thin, and he could only wait for Fang Xing to draw near to make his flying sword possess enough lethality to compel him to defend. However, he didn't expect that Fang Xing seemed to be stepping forward, but after taking half a step, he suddenly smirked and formed a sword seal. In an instant, the nine-serpent golden flame sword shone brilliantly, slashing directly at Ho Qing. Chapter 41, Taishang Transformation Scripture. A sense of despair overwhelmed Ho Qing as he looked at Fang Xing's dirty, yet triumphant smile. He suddenly became furious, shouting, "Bastard, do you dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? You dare to kill me? I, Ho Qing, a once-in-a-lifetime genius, destined to rise in the cultivation world. Do you dare to kill me? In this world, there is nothing I wouldn't dare to do." Fang Xing stood up with a short knife, coldly looking at him. "How can you just kill me like this? Weren't you supposed to torment me? Weren't you supposed to let me enjoy it?" Feeling the killing intent radiating from Fang Xing, the anger in Ho Qing's eyes suddenly turned to fear. "Only a fool would torment you," Fang Xing sneered. "My uncle said that a smart person would turn their enemies into the dead as soon as possible." With a cold laugh, Fang Xing thrust the knife deep into Ho Qing's heart. Ho Qing's eyes suddenly went blank, filled with deep despair, unwillingness, and even a hint of regret. All his ambitions and aspirations vanished into thin air. If Ho Qing had one last thought, it would be, if I had lined up more back then, I wouldn't have died. There's one more. Fang Xing pulled out the knife, watching as Ho Qing's pupils gradually dilated, thinking to himself. Xiantong had been captured by Ho Qing and was still thrown down at the cliff, so he naturally couldn't leave him alive. With that in mind, he quickly took Ho Qing's waist pouch and flying sword, then simply bandaged his left arm and hurried towards the cliff. However, when he arrived, he was taken aback. Xiantong was already dead, having been disemboweled by some beast, his body cold. It seemed the bloody scent at the wound had attracted bloodthirsty beasts. Although he had turned the tables through his determination and maturity beyond his years, the psychological pressure was considerable, and his nerves had been tense until now. Finally easing a bit, the severed arm was nothing to worry about. He had learned bone-setting techniques, and with his current cultivation and strong physique, the broken bones would not affect his movement after 2 or 3 days, and would heal in 7 or 8 days. Though there was no oil, salt, or cumin, as the fat slowly seeped out, the mouth-watering aroma made Fang Xing's fingers itch. Seeing that it was already golden brown on the outside, Fang Xing couldn't resist, tearing off a piece and eating it directly with his mouth. It was a bit hot, but the meat was tender and delicious, nearly causing him to swallow his tongue. After finishing one piece, Fang Xing felt unsatisfied, but hesitated whether to have another. The meat of demon beasts contains a large amount of vital essence, comparable to spiritual herbs, and eating too much could lead to weakness. However, before Fang Xing could make a decision, he suddenly felt a strange sensation rising from his lower abdomen. It was a warm feeling, swelling up from his belly, becoming somewhat violent. Fang Xing couldn't help but pause, his brows furrowing. He was very familiar with this feeling. It was the same sensation he experienced after swallowing the essence-transforming herb, which would occur when his vital energy was excessive. But he had not consumed the essence-transforming herb now. Could the demon frog meat have aphrodisiac properties? Fang Xing furrowed his brows and sat cross-legged, refining the overflowing vital energy. He was well-versed in this method, as he had initially embarked on the cultivation path through this process of refining essence into energy. However, after refining it, he felt a gnawing hunger in his belly. Fang Xing hesitated for a moment and cut off a large piece of demon frog meat to roast. He had a faint guess that it might not be the demon frog meat that had aphrodisiac effects, and he wanted to experiment. After eating a piece of demon frog meat that was twice the size of the previous one, that vigorous feeling of energy returned. Even the front of his pants began to bulge. For an 11-year-old child, this was not a normal phenomenon. Fang Xing's brows knitted together as he refined the excess energy again, then ate an even larger piece. While consuming this piece of demon frog meat, he carefully sensed the changes in his body, gradually coming to a conclusion. Could it be that the demon frog meat was being digested so quickly? Fang Xing's expression turned a bit shocked. He had identified the problem. It was not an issue with the demon frog meat, but rather with himself. The demon frog was a 4th-tier demon beast, and its meat contained a large amount of vital essence, which ordinary people could not digest so quickly. Even someone with higher cultivation than him, like Ho Qing, would take 2 or 3 days to digest such a piece of demon frog meat. Yet he, Fang Xing, could digest each piece in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick, turning it into pure vital energy that rolled within him. He only needed to operate his heart technique to refine the vital energy into spiritual energy. It It was previously mentioned that the method of refining essence into energy allowed for a much faster cultivation speed than inhaling spiritual energy or using spirit stones. However, this method damages one's own foundation, so it cannot be used frequently. Fang Xing had also been harmed in this way, which is why at such a young age, many of his hairs had turned white, making him a young white-haired individual. But with this discovery, didn't it mean that as long as Fang Xing could continuously eat demon beast meat, he could use this method to cultivate without worrying about damaging his own foundation? This realization made Fang Xing's eyes light up, and he immediately cut another piece of demon frog meat to eat. This time, he was more deeply aware of the changes in his body because he knew he previously did not have this rapid digestion ability. Eating too much chicken, duck, or fish would make him feel stuffed. Yet now he was digesting this much more precious demon frog meat so quickly, and there must be a reason. 3,000 strands of white hair, Taishang transformation scripture. Slowly, Fang Xing recalled what happened over a month ago after he swallowed the demon spirit pill. After the demon spirit pill entered his belly, he experienced a bizarre, painful, yet somewhat beautiful dream. After one night, his cultivation skyrocketed. But the demon spirit pill he had swallowed disappeared without a trace, completely undetectable. It was also from that day that he gradually felt his digestive ability had become very strong. Could it be that his current changes were related to that dream? 3,000 strands of white hair, Taishang transformation scripture. Mysteriously, a line of scripture that seemed like a song yet not a song, like a poem yet not a poem, rose in Fang Xing's heart. Chapter 42, Vital Energy Like the Sea, Refining the Spiritual Body. The first attempt at a breakthrough failed. Fang Xing's spiritual energy dispersed within him, and his meridians ached. Normally, he would have to calm his mind, organize his meridians, and wait for the next time his spiritual energy was abundant. But Fang Xing didn't care about this failure because his vital energy was still exceedingly full, quickly refining the essence into energy. He soon had sufficient spiritual energy again and initiated the second attempt. Boom. It was still a failure. Fang Xing gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of failure as he started the third attempt. With each attempt, it seemed as if his pores were closing, exuding some impurities from within. The spiritual energy was madly washing through his bones, flesh, and organs, like a great wave washing away sand, or like fierce fire refining gold. For the seventh time. The impact. Fang Xing's small face was already somewhat twisted, and he began the seventh impact almost desperately. Boom. In that instant, it seemed that something was shattered. And then Fang Xing suddenly felt the spiritual energy flowing unobstructed, as if a violent stream of water had entered a river, making even the most turbulent water seem calm. The third level of spiritual movement, officially broken through. However, it had not yet stopped. The demon core of the python toad had still not been completely refined, and the surging essence was still emerging. Fang Xing also suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to refine essence into energy, pouring the rolling spiritual energy into his meridians. His cultivation was still increasing like a surging river. Initial stage of the third level of spiritual movement. Intermediate stage of the third level of spiritual movement. Until it barely approached the advanced stage of the third level of spiritual movement. Fang Xing finally felt a relaxation within him, as if the fountain-like essence flow had disappeared. At this point, the demon core of the python toad had been completely refined by him. Fang Xing's cultivation was just a step away from reaching the advanced stage of the third level of spiritual movement. Chapter 43, Carrying the Toad Leg Back to the Sect. 10 days later, at the quiet entrance of the Qingyun sect, a pitiful little beggar suddenly appeared. His clothes were tattered, his face was covered in mud, and he was carrying a beast leg on his back that looked bigger than him. It was hard to tell what kind of demon beast it was, looking very miserable. He arrived at the mountain gate, and, without waiting for the guarding disciples to drive him away, cried out loudly. This little beggar was naturally Fang Xing. After staying at the Demon Blight Mountain for a few days, he finally set off on his return journey. However, he had also stayed alert, deliberately dressing up in this miserable appearance for the sake of deception. Brother Ho is dead? These guarding disciples were all outer sect members and had heard of Ho Qing's name, immediately shocked. They couldn't help but feel amused and had to let him go. However, upon seeing Fang Xing's miserable state, they felt a bit anxious. They were all outer disciples, and if they wanted to enter the inner sect, unless their families invested heavily in purchasing breakthrough elixirs for them, they would eventually have to receive a talisman decree. Seeing Fang Xing's current state, they couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Where are the disciples who went out to slay demons? Not long after, an old man in a green robe hurriedly flew over on his sword. Fang Xing glanced at him from afar and saw that he was at the 7th level of spiritual movement. They're all dead. When Fang Xing saw the old man approach, he suddenly let out a loud cry, startling the old man. Who is dead? Besides me, Brother Ho Qing, Brother Lu San, Brother Qian Tong, and Brother Zhao Ji are all dead. Fang Xing looked very sorrowful, as if he were truly terrified, like he had been shocked. Come with me. The old man in the green robe's expression changed, and he reached out to lift Fang Xing, flying towards a peak within the sect. A minimum-level demon-slaying talisman resulted in the deaths of 4 disciples. That was no small matter. In the past, when the sect issued talismans and sent out inner and outer disciples, even true disciples, there had been records of severe casualties, even total annihilation. But for the simplest demon-slaying talisman to end up like this was indeed rare. Upon arrival, the old man in the green robe brought Fang Xing to a large hall on Yunin Peak, which was the talisman hall. However, they did not enter but directly led him to a small building next to it, arriving at a small hall. He let Fang Xing sit on a mat to rest while he ignited a communication talisman to notify the other 2 elders of the talisman hall to come to the small building. Fang Xing curiously looked around and saw that this small building was like a study. Although it was called a small building, the interior was very spacious, with 2 large rows of sandalwood shelves on both sides, each filled with jade tablets. In the center, there were 3 antique-style grandmaster chairs, and the old man in the green robe sat in the leftmost chair, waiting for the other 2 to arrive. 3 to 5 meters in front of the grandmaster chairs were several mats, and Fang Xing sat on the middle mat. This should be where the elders of the talisman hall discussed matters, so Fang Xing waited obediently, pondering how to speak later. Before long, the other 2 elders arrived, both at the 8th level of spiritual movement, looking very old. Fang Xing knew that they were former inner disciples of the Qinyan sect, who had transitioned to elders after reaching a certain age. Junior, what is your name? Once the 3 elders were seated, their gazes were stern and heavy as they looked at Fang Xing. Fang Xing replied honestly, I am Fang Xing, and I have met the 3 elders. The old man in the green robe nodded and said, tell me in detail about the process of this demon-slaying mission. Yes, I obey. Fang Xing made a sad face, as if recalling a painful memory, and began to recount the story he had fabricated. Brother Ho Qing led us 4 to the Demon Blight Mountain to slay demons. There was originally a specific plan, but they didn't explain it in detail because they saw that I was young. They probably intended to set up a trap first, then use bait to lure the demon toad. The 3 elders exchanged glances, revealing expressions of understanding. They were all experienced individuals. Just hearing Fang Xing say this made them somewhat guess the intentions of Ho Qing and the others. Did they mention what the bait was? One of the stern-looking elders asked. Brother Ho Qing didn't say, but Brother Qiantong smiled and told me that I would know soon. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders exchanged glances, coldly smiling, signaling Fang Xing to continue. Chapter 44, A Great Deception, Not a Drop Leaked. When preparing to select a location to set the trap, suddenly a large python sprang out and coiled around me. Brother Qiantong immediately shouted that we couldn't lose the bait. It was at this moment that I realized the bait they referred to was probably that large python. Then several senior brothers rushed up to fight the large python. They were very powerful and managed to slay the python, but shortly after, the python toad suddenly jumped out, and the senior brothers were caught off guard, having to battle it. Facing the 3 elders, Fang Xing vividly described the events of an unsuspecting bait that was incredibly lucky. In his narrative, Ho Qing and the 4 were disrupted in their plans because of the unexpected appearance of a large python. To protect the bait, they had no choice but to slay the large python, but unexpectedly, the blood of the python attracted the python toad that was out hunting. Left with no choice, they had to engage in battle with the python toad. After Zhao Ji and Qiantong were killed, Ho Qing left Lu San to hold on, while he escaped, only for the python toad to suddenly charge at Ho Qing and kill him. Subsequently, Lu San lay on the ground motionless, and I, out of fear, had been hiding behind a large tree, thus escaping a calamity. Throughout the entire process, he was a standard unsuspecting bait who was lucky enough to survive. When he spoke of Ho Qing and the others slaying the large python, which led to the arrival of the python toad, the elder with short whiskers gently nodded and said, the python toad likes to hunt at night. Since Ho Qing and the others killed the demon python, they must have attracted the demon python that was out hunting. Later, when Ho Qing left Lu San behind and escaped, the stern elder suddenly interjected, you said Ho Qing left Lu San to hold on and fled. Did Lu San actually agree? The implication was clearly one of disbelief. The stern elder said seriously, this matter is indeed a bit strange. Did you lie? Fang Xing was startled and quickly shook his head. I swear, I absolutely did not lie. The short-bearded elder smiled and interjected, Brother Qi need not worry. Perhaps you don't understand the habits of the python toad. This demon has a natural deficiency. It can see moving things, but not static ones. Although Ho Qing appears cunning and managed to escape, in reality, he fell into Lu San's trap. The moment he decided to flee, he had already become the prey of the demon toad. The dignified elder was taken aback for a moment, then nodded and asked, what happened next? How did this demon toad die? The several elders sighed and exchanged glances, feeling that they could trust each other's words. This story contained both truth and falsehood, with a clear sequence of events, and the elders couldn't find any mistakes. Furthermore, they were all experienced individuals who understood these sordid matters among disciples very well. In fact, even if Fang Xing's words had some loopholes, they were too lazy to pursue it, as long as there was some justification. Fang Xing took out the frog legs from behind him and placed them in front of the three elders, deliberately trying to discuss them. Fang Xing blinked, appearing quite aggrieved. He hurriedly took down a package from his back, placed it in front of the elders, and said, "It's all here." The disciple wouldn't dare to hide anything. "I searched for a long time and found only these few items. Please, elders, inspect them." The dignified elder glanced over him and found that there were indeed no other items, so he nodded, signaling that he could leave. He added this final remark out of routine. In fact, he didn't care for the low-quality artifacts of these outer disciples. Fang Xing feigned disappointment, reluctantly looking at the package, preparing to leave. Just then, the elder in the blue robe said, "You wait in the outer hall for a moment. We need to discuss something." Hearing this, Fang Xing was taken aback, unsure of what he meant, but still went to wait in the outer hall as instructed. "Brother Yuan, what do you mean?" The other two elders were also puzzled. Since they had determined the task was a failure, what was there to discuss? The elder in the blue robe smiled and said, "Brothers, hear me out. I believe that what this young man said earlier was not a lie, and from the wound on that demon toad's hind leg. It can also be determined that it was indeed severed from the demon toad. Since this is the case, our talisman decree states that they should go out to slay demons and eliminate evil, so we might as well consider this task completed." The short-bearded elder was slightly taken aback and asked, "Since there is no demon core, our talisman hall has no income at all. Instead, the losses from the dragon horses in the beast administration will be attributed to us. If we determine this task a success, then we will still have to record a 4th-grade demon core for the items stored, but in reality, we have nothing. Wouldn't this mean a huge loss for our talisman hall?" The dignified elder nodded in agreement with the short-bearded elder's words. The elder in the blue robe smiled and replied, "Brother, you are mistaken. This batch of outer disciples has just entered. It will take at least 6 or 7 years before they start to claim talismans in large quantities. Moreover, there has always been a rumor in the Dao sect that our talisman hall is a den of tigers and dragons, a place that one must approach with caution. If there were any other options, they wouldn't come to us for talismans. This is not a good thing. In recent years, apart from the talismans that are forcefully distributed to those inner disciples, the number of those who voluntarily come to claim talismans has been decreasing. They would rather rob, deceive, or trick their fellow disciples than come to the talisman hall to exchange talismans for resources. The reason is quite simple. Disciples of the Dao sect have demonized our talisman hall, believing that anyone who comes here faces a life and death situation. Often, even facing such dangers does not guarantee the corresponding resources, which naturally discourages anyone from coming to die for nothing, unless it involves something like the stone essence powder, which we strictly control and they cannot obtain elsewhere. That would encourage them to muster their courage and come in groups to claim talismans from the Dao sect, still with a determination to die. After hearing the words of the elder in the blue robe, the other two elders nodded involuntarily, recognizing the truth in his statements. Chapter 45, A Pie from the Sky. The three elders nodded to each other, and this matter was thus confirmed. Fang Xing sat obediently in the outer hall, feeling somewhat anxious. He didn't know if these old fellows had kept him behind because they had discovered inconsistencies in his words. Upon hearing the elder in the blue robe, Fang Xing was stunned, completely not expecting such good fortune to fall upon him. It was only then that Fang Xing reacted, hurriedly bowing and saying, "I understand, disciple." The elder in the blue robe smiled slightly and instructed a young attendant beside him to fetch Fang Xing's reward, which consisted of 30 spirit stones, 3 bottles of chi replenishing pills, 1 bottle of solidifying essence pills, and 5 bottles of calming pills. Of course, these were all common items, and the most valuable was a small bag containing 3 or 2 stone essence powders, which are essential materials for Dao sect disciples when refining breakthrough pills at the 4th level of spiritual movement. "Thank you, elder. Thank you, elder." Fang Xing was overjoyed, ecstatic as he received the rewards. The elder in the blue robe smiled faintly and said, "No need to say more. Just work harder in the future. Qingfeng, go call Xian Zhao and have him escort Fang Xing down the mountain." The young attendant beside him complied and left the talisman hall. Fang Xing was slightly startled. He suddenly felt that something was off. If they were sending him down the mountain, the young attendant could certainly do that. So why did they have to summon someone named Xian Zhao? "Uncle, you called for me." Shortly after, a young man in his 20s entered the hall. He had a bright appearance, with long black hair, looking quite noble. When Fang Xing saw him enter, he noticed that he was at the mid-level of the 3rd stage of spiritual movement. The elder in the blue robe slightly nodded to the young man and began to speak. The young man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, joyfully exclaiming, Thank you, Uncle. Fang Xing, quick-witted, had already guessed what was about to happen and felt a pang of resentment. However, he didn't show any signs on the surface, maintaining an excited expression as he followed Xianxiao out the door. Once they were outside, the elder in the blue robe sighed, bitterly smiling to himself, thinking about how much effort he had put in for this nephew of his, going to such lengths to persuade the other two elders to deem this task a success. He had no compassion for Fang Xing, nor did he consider him pitiable enough to make an exception for him. All the talk about inspiring the bloodiness of the Dao sect disciples was just empty rhetoric. His only purpose was to give the stone essence powder to this little kid and create an opportunity for his nephew to devise a way to take it from him. After all, his nephew had always been well taken care of and had ample resources for cultivation. He had already reached the mid-level of the third stage of spiritual movement and would likely be preparing for a breakthrough soon. Stone essence powder is strictly controlled and recorded by the Dao sect, and even he couldn't directly give it to his nephew. Now that he had come across such an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it slip. Moreover, he was confident that his nephew would understand his intentions. Whether he planned to buy it or rob, it didn't matter. As long as everything was handled cleanly, who would pay attention to a powerless outer disciple? Fang Xing, of course, had no idea about the elder in the blue robe's ulterior motives. But he keenly sensed that this young man named Xianxiao was indeed coming for his stone essence powder. However, he had no way to counter it for the moment. As the other party had power and influence, it was almost an open secret, and he could only take it one step at a time and see how this person would act, then adapt accordingly. Xianxiao walked ahead, leading Fang Xing down Yunin Peak. It seemed he was quite esteemed in the Taoist sect. Everyone they passed greeted him respectfully, and Xianxiao returned the courtesy, sometimes even introducing Fang Xing to notable figures from the Qingyun sect's outer sect, who were either outstanding talents or second-generation heirs. It appeared that my previous act as a second-generation heir in front of Ho Qing wasn't convincing enough. Junior brother Fang, at such a young age, you've completed this talisman decree. Your future is limitless. On the way, Xianxiao subtly inquired about Fang Xing's current cultivation level. Alas, I'm ashamed. I have too few resources. And no matter how hard I try, my cultivation can't improve, Fang Xing said with a seemingly embarrassed expression, while subtly releasing his spiritual might, which was at the peak of the first level of spirit movement. His rapid rise in cultivation meant he wouldn't easily let others know of his true level at this moment. Xianxiao smiled slightly and said, "That's already quite good. Early-stage cultivation mainly relies on resources. Junior brother Fang, having completed the talisman decree this time, will certainly receive plenty of rewards. With so many resources, you should be able to break through to the second level of spirit movement in one go." "I hope so." Fang Xing feigned an excited expression. A huge fist brushed past his cheek, narrowly missing him. Turning his head, he saw a tall, thin man with a black scarf covering his face. The man was silent and, after missing with a punch, immediately raised his knee to strike with an extremely fierce attack. "Who are you?" Xianxiao shouted angrily, raising both fists to block the knee strike, his palms striking towards the man's neck like a snake or dragon. Fang Xing said in a deep voice, "Hey, you tricked me into getting such a precious stone essence powder without spending a single spirit stone. Isn't it excessive to keep it all for yourself?" As he spoke, he dodged Xianxiao's strike and hit the man's temples with both fists. "You know about the stone essence powder? Have you been eavesdropping?" Xianxiao was shocked and coldly shouted, "You dare to rob me within the Taoist sect? Are you tired of living?" As he shouted, he shrank his body and unleashed his spiritual energy, striking heavily towards Fang Xing's chest and abdomen. "You're the one who's tired of living." Fang Xing also shouted, slightly crouching and simultaneously striking out with both fists. Bang! Both of them unleashed their strongest spiritual energy and collided mid-air, their momentum like a dragon and tiger. An astonishing spectacle. Xianxiao's expression changed drastically, and he retreated like a shot arrow, crashing into a cluster of purple bamboo. Third level of spirit movement high rank. Xianxiao was shocked. After this hard clash, he immediately realized his cultivation was far inferior to his opponent's. Chapter 47. The Smoke Thief Reappears. Come. Realizing he was outmatched, Meng Xianxiao immediately wanted to call for help. However, his opponent reacted swiftly. As soon as he opened his mouth, another heavy punch came crashing down, releasing a torrent of spiritual might that enveloped him. Xianxiao barely managed to shout one word before being forcefully suppressed, retreating desperately to find an opportunity to summon his flying sword. However, just as he began to retreat, the man suddenly produced a delicate smoke pot and sprayed it directly at his face. Instantly, the sweet aroma filled his mouth, and Xianxiao's head became dizzy. "Hey, you're far from being able to challenge me." Fang Xing knew that Xianxiao had not completely lost consciousness at this moment, yet he deliberately smiled coldly, removed his black scarf, and stepped on Xianxiao's chest, pulling a storage bag from his waist. Opening it, He found the stone essence powder lying intact inside, along with other assorted treasures, and he couldn't help but smile proudly, muttering, "Luckily Lu Feng tipped me off." As he glanced down, he seemed to notice that Xianxiao had not fainted and stomped heavily on his face. Xianxiao let out a muffled groan and passed out, but before losing consciousness, he firmly remembered the name Lu Feng. There was a widow named Xiao Hua in the village, beautiful and well-endowed, at midnight. When no one was around to knock on her door, she would hit me with a broom. The events that followed were basically unrelated to him, and no one could guess what he was up to. Meng Xianxiao had picked him, but it was his misfortune. Fang Xing had swallowed the demon core of a demon toad in the demonic miasma mountain, rapidly advancing his cultivation. After lingering for a few more days, he hunted some second or third-tier demon beasts, collected their cores, soaked them in wine to make spiritual liquor, and feasted on demon meat daily, further boosting his cultivation. Almost reaching the peak of the third level of spirit movement, Meng Xianxiao, on the other hand, was only at the mid-level of the third level of spirit movement. With Fang Xing's help from the smoke pot, how could he be a match? He was completely robbed clean within the Taoist sect. After being unconscious for half an hour, Meng Xianxiao finally woke up. Opening his eyes, he blinked a few times, took in his surroundings, and slowly recalled what had happened before he fainted. He hurriedly sat up and felt around his body, realizing that the storage bag was long gone. He was furious, punching a nearby purple bamboo, shattering it with a loud crash. Meng Xianxiao was both angry and agitated, his eyes almost shooting fire. Who dares to rob me within the Taoist sect? Meng Xianxiao was a true second-generation heir of the Taoist sect and had never experienced such humiliation before. This strange feeling, besides anger, even made him feel a bit wronged. That stone essence powder had just been obtained by him. With the stone essence powder, and with his uncle's assistance, he could elevate his cultivation to the peak of the third level of spirit movement, then ask a familiar alchemist in Xixiao Valley to refine a breakthrough pill. He was even confident he could enter the inner sect within a month. But now, without the stone essence powder, everything was in vain. No, I must investigate. Even if I have to borrow my uncle's power, I will find out who that was. Humph, that person was tall and thin, using smoke. How does he resemble that infamous thief rumored in the Taoist sect not long ago? Meng Xianxiao thought for a moment, his eyes gradually narrowing. All right, it's most likely you. You dared to rob the Taoist sect's minor figures and even had the audacity to rob me. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground, I will find you. Slowly standing up in the ghostly purple bamboo forest, Meng Xianxiao swore fiercely. However, with so many outer sect members, how would he find this person? Ah, that's right. He thought I hadn't fainted and accidentally revealed the name Lu Feng. That Lu Feng must be his informant. If I find Lu Feng, I will surely find him. With this thought, Meng Xianxiao suppressed his raging anger and slowly walked towards the Talisman Decree Hall. At this moment, he had even developed a murderous intent and decided that even if it meant being scolded by his uncle, he would inform him of this matter. Meanwhile, Lu Feng was drinking with He San and others in a bamboo house near Qingxi Valley. Their acquaintance was quite interesting. Lu Feng, as an old disciple in the Taoist sect, though not highly cultivated, was skilled at maneuvering. He was fierce towards the weak, but knew how to please the strong, which is why he befriended Ho Qing, who had displayed astonishing strength shortly after entering the Taoist sect. After being stabbed by Fang Xing, he was recovering, but he realized he still hadn't regained his strength because more than a dozen major tendons in his body had been severed by Fang Xing. Although he spent all his savings over the years to buy spiritual medicine and was serious about his treatment, he would eventually recover. But it made him hate Fang Xing to the core, wishing he could eat his flesh and sleep on his skin. Thus, when he learned from Qiantong that Ho Qing planned to hunt the demon toad, he excitedly suggested a plan to use a person as bait to lure the demon toad. Ho Qing readily accepted this idea, and Lu Feng then represented Ho Qing to approach He San, a disciple in charge of Qingxi Valley. After some clandestine discussions, they finalized the plan. Lu Feng took a sip of his drink, feeling quite pleased. He San said, "The timing is just about right. They must have delayed on the road. With senior brother Ho's strength, there should be no problem." Lu Feng sneered and said, "That little brat must have turned into demon dung by now. Hee. Just thinking about this makes me feel as if I've eaten ginseng fruit. Come on, Black Third brother, I must toast you another cup." Black Third laughed heartily and proudly said, "Why be so polite, Lu brother? We're all brothers here. Hee. Thanks to you introducing such a wonderful person to me. I hope he completes the talisman and advances his cultivation after entering the inner sect, and remembers the little favor we did for him, taking care of us a bit." Lu Feng laughed heartily and said, "Brother Ho is the most sentimental, so this can be assured." After downing his drink, Lu Feng suddenly turned cold-eyed and shouted at a trembling figure standing by the table, "Pour the wine." Yes. The person slowly approached, carefully holding the wine jar to pour for him. It was the fat Taoist, whose face was bruised and swollen, looking like he had been beaten badly. His arms were shaking uncontrollably, apparently injured, making it hard for him to hold the wine jar steady. Despite his desperate caution, some wine spilled and flowed onto Lu Feng's leg, causing the fat Taoist's eyes to widen in terror. "Bastard, did you deliberately spill my wine?" Lu Feng suddenly jumped up and slapped the fat Taoist across the face. The fat Taoist was knocked to the ground, his mouth bleeding, but he didn't dare to cry out in pain, quickly flipping over to kneel and repeatedly bowing. "Lu brother, spare me. I truly didn't do it on purpose. Lu brother, please spare me. I really can't take it anymore." The fat Taoist cried out, looking utterly miserable. "What are you howling about? It's annoying," Lu Feng scolded, picking up a large bowl from the table and smashing it on the fat Taoist's head. The fat Taoist didn't dare to use spiritual energy to defend himself and immediately bled profusely from the blow, the bowl of stewed chicken meat falling onto his head. "If you make friends with the wrong people, you must face the consequences. Today, I will make you understand that a waste can never turn things around." Lu Feng gritted his teeth, slamming the table. "Get up and pour the wine." The fat Taoist trembled and, ignoring the chicken meat on his head, jumped up to pour the wine. Chapter 48. The Little Demon Returns. Black Third took a sip of wine and laughed. "Lu brother, ease up a bit. You've already used connections to have him dismissed from his position in the Xianxia supervisor and taken all his spirit stones and silver. He's suffered enough, running here to apologize and beg for your forgiveness. Why do you have to hit him now? If you kill him, it will be troublesome. Hee. Even if I kill him, it won't ease my anger. That's why I'm keeping this fat pig alive to play with slowly," Lu Feng said coldly. "That little brat is dead. It's just a pity he didn't die by my hand, so I have to vent my anger on this fat pig. Who told him he can't make friends? You Sanliang. You brother, don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Now you crawl around this little bamboo house like a turtle. For every lap you make, shout that Fang Xing is a little bastard. If you crawl 100 laps, I'll spare you. How about that? I'll crawl. The fat Taoist's fat face trembled, and he had the impulse to smash the wine jar at Lu Feng. But in the end, he put down the jar, dejectedly left the small bamboo house, knelt on the ground, and slowly crawled like a real turtle. 1 step, 2 steps. The small house wasn't big, and he quickly finished a lap, but the fat Taoist opened his mouth without making a sound, feeling a strange impulse in his heart. It seemed he recalled the time drinking with Fang Xing and the moment Fang Xing stuffed spirit stones into his hands. This feeling was very strange, making the fat Taoist hesitate to shout that Fang Xing was a little bastard for a couple of breaths. "What are you dawdling for? Shout!" Lu Feng scolded angrily, throwing a wine jar at the fat Taoist's head. Smack! The wine jar fell but didn't hit the fat Taoist's head. Instead, it was caught steadily by a small hand. "When I tell you to shout, just shout. Pig brother, if you can suffer a bit less. It doesn't matter if you call me a bastard or even insult my ancestors for 18 generations. A voice rang out, startling the fat Taoist, who turned his head in shock. He saw a grinning little ghost standing beside him, wearing tattered clothes, but clearly a living person. The little ghost was holding the wine jar, shaking it, and noticing there wasn't much wine left, casually tossed it aside. "Why are you so stupid? It's just a couple of insults. It won't cost you a piece of flesh. You could avoid so much suffering. So what are you hesitating for?" The fat Taoist stared blankly for a while, and then tears suddenly flowed down his face as he cried, "It's all your fault, you little bastard. You've turned me into this. I want to call you a bastard 100 times, no, 1,000 times." As he spoke, he opened his arms and attempted to hug Fang Xing. Fang Xing, seeing how dirty he was, frowned in disgust and kicked him away, cursing, "So disgusting, get away." The fat Taoist fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face, but there was no longer that look of despair in his eyes. He was just a little kid. Why did he suddenly feel like he had found a strong ally? At that moment, Fang Xing's smile had vanished, his gaze sharp as a knife. Looking up at the bamboo house, Fang Xing walked slowly towards the bamboo house with his hands behind his back and said lightly, "Ho Qing is waiting for you in one place." Lu Feng's expression softened slightly, but he immediately raised his voice and angrily asked, "Brother Ho wants to see me? Where is he?" Fang Xing looked up at him, his expression ambiguous, and said softly, "He's in hell, and soon you will be going there too." Lu Feng was taken aback, his face showing disbelief as he shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Brother Ho is so capable, with Brother Lu San and others helping him. How could he possibly lose his life? He was young, small in stature, and had a somewhat childish face. Yet he spoke such cold words with such calmness that both Lu Feng and Black Third couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, enveloped by a chilling feeling. Haha. As he spoke, without waiting for Fang Xing to ascend the stairs, Lu Feng shouted violently, raising his fist to smash down. At this moment, he half believed that Ho Qing was dead, but seeing Fang Xing's murderous intent made him decide to take the initiative, thinking to subdue him first before questioning. Although his injuries hadn't completely healed, He had recovered about 70% of his strength. And since the last time he was defeated by Fang Xing was due to a sneak attack, he felt he had a good chance this time. With a punch thrown, the wind from the punch broke through the air, as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain, adding to its might. The fat Taoist, who was watching from below the bamboo house, immediately stopped crying and looked up with concern. Fang Xing, at that moment, suddenly narrowed his eyes and coldly watched Lu Feng's fierce punch coming at him, remaining silent. Suddenly, he stepped up a stair, clenched his small fist tightly, and smashed it directly toward Lu Feng's fist. Bang! The two fists collided, and Lu Feng's face revealed a victorious expression. He most feared this kid's agile movements and his insidious knife techniques, yet he never expected him to engage in a fistfight with him, which was essentially seeking death. Without considering cultivation bonuses, relying solely on his strength, Lu Feng was not someone he could withstand. However, soon his expression changed dramatically. As their fists met, he felt a massive force crashing toward him, as if a 1,000-pound boulder had fallen from the mountain and smashed onto his fist. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, his arm broke into several segments, the intense friction of the broken bones sending a sharp pain piercing into his mind. It took Lu Feng a full 2 breaths to catch his breath, his eyes filled with fear as he opened his mouth to scream. However, he still couldn't make a sound because Fang Xing had already raised his foot and stepped on his neck, instantly cutting off his breath. You worthless thing. I've killed at least a dozen like you in the Jianghu before, and you dare to plot against me? Fang Xing said coldly, taking a jar of wine from the table, breaking the clay seal, and pouring it coldly over Lu Feng's head. No. Lu Feng was already injured all over and desperately needed to breathe, but with Fang Xing's foot on his neck, breathing was extremely difficult. As the wine was poured over him, the oppressive pain in his chest almost suffocated him. A lot of the wine choked into his chest, and what he had just found fragrant and delicious now felt like poison, driving him almost insane, nearly making him faint. Junior brother Fang, let it go, will you? Suddenly, Xian, who had been sitting aside, spoke coldly, his gaze unfriendly as he looked at Fang Xing chapter 49, investing heavily. At this moment, he remained calm and decided to save Lu Feng first. After all, he had deep enmity with this little brat, and Lu Feng was destined to be his ally. Fang Xing heard his voice, turned his head to glance at him, smiled slightly, and said, "You're next." Xian slammed his hand on the table, pressing his left hand on his waist, and said coldly, "Oh really? Quite the bravado." At that moment, he was not prepared to fight Fang Xing head-on. He planned to summon his flying sword directly, intending to injure him first. From the few moves Fang Xing exchanged with Lu Feng, he realized Fang Xing's strikes were ruthless and extremely dangerous in close combat. Fang Xing, noticing this, narrowed his eyes and secretly mobilized his spiritual energy. Just then, a thin figure suddenly rushed over from the distance in Qingxi Valley. It was one of Xian's subordinates, who ran up with an anxious expression, shouting, Xian, something's wrong. Big trouble." This person ran up the stairs, and just as he was about to speak, he suddenly caught sight of Lu Feng, who was gasping for breath on the ground, and the tense standoff between Fang Xing and Xian. He immediately choked up and couldn't say a word. "What happened? Why are you staring? Speak." Xian's gaze remained fixed on Fang Xing, but he shouted sharply. Fang Xing had already noticed this person. He knew his name was Lin Jian, who had joined half a year ago and only had the cultivation of the first level of Lingdong. Xian was a disciple in charge of the affairs of Qingxi Valley, with 2 disciples under him for handling tasks, and Lin Jian was one of them. The night before he was taken away by Ho Qing and others, Lin Jian was also sent to monitor him. Upon seeing Fang Xing, Lin Jian's heart sank, and it wasn't until Xian yelled at him twice that he suddenly reacted. With a pained expression, he said, "Xian, just now I was helping out in the miscellaneous affairs, and suddenly senior brother Lu found me, asking me to tell you that senior brother Xian Zhao has sent word that from now on, this senior brother Fang is Xian Zhao's own brother, and no one is allowed to offend him, or it would be equivalent to offending senior brother Xian Zhao." As he spoke, Lin Jian's expression was almost in tears. "Senior brother Lu knows that junior brother Fang is staying in Qingxi Valley and specifically asked me to tell you that you'd better not offend junior brother Fang. If you have already offended him, then you should hurry and apologize. Otherwise, senior brother Lu will definitely not spare you for senior brother Xian Zhao's sake. As a steward, you should quickly take care of this." What? Xian felt dizzy for a moment, unable to digest this massive information and shocking fact. Letting himself, a steward, take care of this? He had no idea how many benefits he had to give to senior brother Lu of the miscellaneous affairs to get this steward position back then. And now a casual remark could make him prepare to take care of it? He had heard of senior brother Xian Zhao, who joined 2 years ago, and, due to having an elder in the sect who was his uncle, did not join with other disciples. This person was someone who could not be offended in the hearts of the outer disciples. Even senior brother Lu had to flatter him. But how could this powerless, Insignificant little brat have any connection with senior brother Xianxiao? Surprise, regret, confusion, and fear. Various expressions made He-san's face look incredibly complicated. He almost had a bitter expression as he subconsciously looked towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing was still stepping on Lu Feng, and, seeing He-san looking over, casually said, "It's nothing much. I completed a task and received a stone essence powder, and since senior brother Xianxiao could use it, I just gave it to him. So senior brother Xianxiao planned to teach a few people a lesson for me. He originally intended to come personally for revenge, but I thought about it and decided it would be better for me to handle it myself." Stone essence powder? He-san exclaimed, his heart racing. This little brat was indeed generous when bribing, directly giving away stone essence powder. That was something many outer disciples would fight for, and if purchased from the sect, it would cost a full 300 spirit stones. At that moment, He-san completely believed Fang Xing's words. This was stone essence powder. If it were him, he wouldn't hesitate to kidnap a small steward of Qingxi Valley, let alone kill someone. Junior brother Fang. No, senior brother Fang, please sit. Chapter 50. The little demon turns over a new leaf. He-san smiled more bitterly than if he were crying, bending over to Fang Xing as if begging him to sit down. "I still have some things to do." Fang Xing pointed at Lu Feng on the ground and smiled, saying, "Does senior brother he still need to manage this trivial matter?" He-san's face turned gloomy as he replied, "I dare not. I'm not very familiar with him at all." Fang Xing chuckled and turned away from him, waving downstairs and calling out, "Brother Zhu, come up." The fat Taoist was taken aback, quickly running up to the bamboo building, staring blankly at Fang Xing. Fang Xing pointed at Lu Feng, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and said, "This person has treated you so badly. Are you not going to take revenge yourself?" The fat Taoist looked at Lu Feng, his small eyes shooting out a hateful glare. After gathering his courage for a while, he suddenly gritted his teeth and rushed over to kick Lu Feng hard twice, just in time landing one kick on Lu Feng's wound, causing Lu Feng to scream in pain, a cry so miserable that it startled the fat Taoist, who quickly jumped back, leaning against the bamboo building, afraid to approach again. "Is that it?" Fang Xing looked at the fat Taoist with a smile. The fat Taoist gasped for breath and said, "What else can I do? He's already hurt like this." Fang Xing sneered and no longer paid attention to him, slowly squatting down to stare directly into Lu Feng's eyes. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with pleading. He wasn't afraid of Fang Xing, but was terrified of Xianxiao. In his view, Fang Xing might only beat him up, but Xianxiao had the power to drive him out of the sect, cutting off his path to cultivation. "You were quite the tough guy, back then. I broke your tendons, and you didn't beg for mercy. I actually admire you for that. I thought you would come to seek revenge openly after your injury healed. In that case, I would have only broken your tendons again and wouldn't have done anything worse. It's just a pity that I didn't expect you would resort to underhanded tricks, provoking Ho Qing to deal with me, and even wanting my life." Fang Xing slowly spoke, a fierce intent gathering in his eyes. "To be honest, I am quite afraid of underhanded tricks. I have been since I was a child. Therefore, I always eradicate anyone who uses underhanded tricks against me to prevent future troubles." Lu Feng trembled under Fang Xing's sharp gaze, suddenly stammering, "Why you can't kill me, otherwise you will also have trouble, even with Xianxiao protecting you. If you kill me, the sect won't spare you." Fang Xing coldly laughed and said, "You are quite clear-headed. What you said is correct. After finally entering the sect, why would I ruin my future because of you, a piece of rotten meat? So, I only plan to give you a lesson." He spoke as if he were truly magnanimous, and suddenly waved his hands, lightly slapping Lu Feng a few times. In those few slaps, he used his spiritual power, instantly injuring Lu Feng's internal organs, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fang Xing sneered and got up to sit by the table, casually handing a cup to Lin Jian to wash clean. Lin Jian dared not refuse and quickly ran downstairs to wash it 3 times in the clean stream before tremblingly returning to the bamboo house. Handing the cup back to Fang Xing poured himself a drink from the wine jar and then looked at Lu Feng, saying, "Aren't you leaving yet?" This little brat only slapped Lu Feng twice and was going to let him go. They could see that Fang Xing's slaps, infused with spiritual power, had already injured Lu Feng's internal organs, but in the Taoist sect, this was merely something that could be recovered from after a few months. It was really not a serious injury, even less severe than the last time when his tendons were severed. When did this little bastard change his ways? Even the fat Taoist found it hard to comprehend. Meanwhile, Fang Xing looked in the direction Lu Feng had vanished and sneered, "A reckless thing. It's better to die cleanly." Chapter 51, Great Harvest. Seeing Fang Xing so easily let Lu Feng go, He-san's heart rose with a glimmer of hope. With a mournful expression, he said to Fang Xing, "Senior brother Fang, since you've spared Lu Feng's life, could you let me off as well? I, He-san, was blinded by stupidity and did something foolish. I only ask that you spare me this time for the sake of our past friendship." Fang Xing chuckled, squinting at He-san as he replied, Senior brother He-san, I have always been very grateful to you. After all, when I first entered the outer sect, it was thanks to your care. Even the wooden house near the stream where I stayed was arranged by you. And it was you who initially lent me money from the kitchen management. As Fang Xing mentioned these things, He-san's face immediately showed a glimmer of hope. He nodded repeatedly like a spring-loaded toy, laughing. It was my duty, Senior brother Fang. I beg you to consider our past friendship. Fang Xing smiled slightly and said, of course I can. Ignorance is no crime. Upon hearing this, He-san was so excited he almost knelt down, getting up from the bamboo stool and repeatedly clasping his hands, saying, thank you, Senior brother Fang. Fang Xing smiled faintly but suddenly added, before he died, Ho Qing mentioned that he had given you quite a few benefits, Senior brother He-san. He-san was taken aback and quickly replied, yes, of course. I will give all of it to Senior brother Fang. I don't want to keep a single one. Fang Xing waved his hand and laughed. I don't need that much, just give me these. Saying this, he extended 3 fingers and waved them in front of He-san. He-san was stunned, his face showing disbelief. You only want 3? Fang Xing suddenly pulled a long face and angrily said, Senior brother He-san, you are being too unreasonable. That bastard Ho Qing gave you 100 spirit stones, and you only want to give me 3? This is not a sign of compensation, is it? There aren't 100, there are clearly only 10. He-san protested, suddenly seeing the cold light in Fang Xing's eyes. He wasn't stupid and quickly understood that Fang Xing was clearly planning to extort him. I will get 30 spirit stones to Senior brother Fang as soon as possible. After a long pause, He-san said in a low voice, his face full of pain. All his savings of 4 years were about to disappear. Haha. Since that's the case, then I won't be polite. Fang Xing laughed and jumped up, saying, by the way, Senior brother He-san, have the people from the kitchen management send some wine and meet to me later. I want to drink a few cups with Brother Pig. While laughing, Fang Xing casually approached the frowning He-san and suddenly struck him across the face. What are you doing? He-san, already feeling miserable from being extorted, jumped up after being slapped. Fang Xing coldly smiled and, lowering his voice, said to He-san, you sold me out. If I don't teach you a lesson, I will feel uncomfortable. But I hope you understand that slapping you once and demanding 30 spirit stones is not excessive. If you don't believe me, you can see what happens to that waste Lu Feng in the next few days. After you see his fate, come find me again. After saying this, Fang Xing picked up a jar of good wine from the table and left. He-san stood there in a daze, thinking, Lu Feng has already been let go. What fate could he have? Initially, He-san was somewhat dismissive, but the development of events surprised him, because he heard that the next day, Lu Feng was taken away. Where he was taken, He-san did not know, only that from that day on, Lu Feng lost all contact. Later on, after 7 or 8 days, rumors gradually began to spread. It turned out that Lu Feng was taken away by brother Xianxiao, who reportedly interrogated Lu Feng harshly for a long time, trying to extract information about something, but Lu Feng ultimately did not speak, and he was brutally beaten to death by Meng Xianxiao, with the corpse thrown into the mountains to be fed to wild beasts. His name in the outer sect was easily erased. It was as if he had never appeared in the sect. From this moment on, Fang Xing's days in Qingxi Valley suddenly improved. He no longer had to pay a single coin to the kitchen management, and every day, fine wine and meat were delivered to him. Furthermore, his acquaintances in Qingxi Valley seemed to have suddenly increased. Every disciple he encountered would respectfully greet him, as if he were a significant figure. Of course, he was indeed a significant figure now. Even the deacon He-san would respectfully greet him. Moreover, this little brat was rumored to have a very good relationship with brother Xianxiao. Fang Xing had anticipated all of this and felt no surprise at all. Meng Xianxiao would definitely use the clue he obtained to interrogate Lu Feng and would surely resort to violence. Given that Lu Feng's internal organs had already been injured by him, as long as Meng Xianxiao and the others were a little rough, Lu Feng was bound to be a dead man. As for what method Meng Xianxiao would ultimately use to find that misty smoke thief, Fang Xing didn't care anymore. After all, that thief had been found more than once or twice. Letting him be found again was no big deal. In fact, a legend about the misty smoke thief had already begun to circulate in the outer sect of the Qingyan sect. The fat Taoist had previously quietly discussed with Fang Xing, believing that Fang Xing was quite bold, but still lacked compared to that misty smoke thief. Nowadays, there was already a reward list circulating in the outer sect, specifically targeting the capture of this misty smoke thief. It was said that revealing his identity would earn 30 spirit stones as a reward, while capturing him would yield 100. In the past, Fang Xing might have considered selling himself for that. However, now, he somewhat looked down on such small change. After this outing, Fang Xing returned with quite a haul and had transformed into a small wealthy man. In the Yaozhong mountain, Ho Qing, Lu San, and others had all died at his hands. Except for Zhao Ji, he had naturally accepted the magical tools of the others, which had earned him a small fortune. The low-quality flying sword from Qiantong and a few spirit stones were nothing, but Ho Qing and Lu San had some truly good items, especially Ho Qing, who actually had a spatial magical tool storage bag. Though this storage bag was not as exquisite as the cave heaven ring Fang Xing possessed, it had a larger space, containing 3 or 4 decent flying swords and spiritual pills. Among them, the 2 most outstanding flying swords were silver and crimson, both of extremely high quality. Only a notch below the 9-serpent golden flame sword, Fang Xing stored both high-quality flying swords in the cave heaven ring, while the lower-quality ones had already been returned to the Taoist sect for reporting. Additionally, there are some healing or detoxifying elixirs that, although not of high grade, are quite useful in times of battle. The most precious among them is the Burning Chi pill, which has the effect of reducing 1 level of cultivation to unleash strong combat power, making it a lifesaver. If it weren't for Fang Xing's caution at the time, he would have nearly been devoured by Ho Qing, who would have turned the tables and killed him. Naturally, this item must be well kept. Furthermore, Fang Xing noticed that all the porcelain vials containing the elixirs bore a small character for snow at the bottom. He had heard that some alchemists like to mark their vials with their personal insignia, indicating that all of Ho Qing's elixirs should have come from the same person. Besides these items, the most valuable possession in Ho Qing's storage bag is a thin booklet titled Dragon Capture and Crane Control Technique. After some research, Fang Xing was astonished to find that it was actually a secret manual for a spell known as Gravitational Technique, which is a foundational spell for practitioners. Once mastered, it allows one to freely control an invisible gravitational force with countless applications. Seeing this booklet reminded Fang Xing that during his time in the demon Miasma Mountain, he had intended to ambush Ho Qing using the Storm Pear Blossom Needle and a flying sword, but Ho Qing had caught him with a simple gesture of his hand, likely using this technique. Although this spell is a basic technique, its applications are extremely wide-ranging and can accompany practitioners throughout their lives. At advanced levels, it even allows one to fly through the air using this gravitational force. More powerful practitioners can even use this technique to pull distant enemies toward them. This spell is called the Dragon Capture and Crane Control Technique, and it is rumored that someone once captured a demon dragon using it. This made Fang Xing very excited, as normally, such spells are not accessible to outer disciples. Only those who advance to the inner sect have the opportunity to practice spells. Being able to obtain it early is indeed a significant advantage. Chapter 52, Basic Spells. Currently, Fang Xing's cultivation is just a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level of spirit movement. It is the perfect time to solidify his cultivation and gather enough materials to refine the breaking stage pill. Practicing a spell can enhance his strength while using and consuming spiritual energy can further solidify his cultivation, achieving 2 goals with 1 effort. If he enters the inner sect in the future, having more cards up his sleeve is also a good thing. In addition, the most valuable item is the jade talisman left by Lu San. Although the talisman looks quite unremarkable, when Fang Xing examined it with the yin-yang divine demonic mirror, he discovered that this jade talisman, known as the Earth Shrinking Talisman, is actually a high-level auxiliary magical artifact. Once filled with spiritual energy, it can be activated to allow the bearer to instantaneously cross a certain distance. The distance of this teleportation is related to the practitioner's cultivation. The higher the cultivation, the farther the distance. Lu San had managed to catch up with Fang Xing using this talisman, which is indeed quite remarkable. However, this jade talisman also has a drawback. It consumes a lot of spiritual power. Lu San was unable to respond in time to Fang Xing's attack because he had exhausted a significant amount of spiritual energy using this talisman, which ultimately led to his demise. Additionally, the materials used to make this talisman are rather ordinary, and its lifespan should not be long. It already appears quite worn. Nevertheless, even so, it is a rare treasure, and it is unknown where Lu San acquired it. In Meng Xuanzhao's storage bag, besides Fang Xing's own stone essence powder, there are about 70 spirit stones and 2 fine flying swords. Compared to the items obtained from Ho Qing and others, they are not worth mentioning. After counting, Fang Xing felt a surge of confidence, and he felt more assured when speaking. He specifically called over the fat Taoist, threw 10 spirit stones at him as compensation for the ones Black Sand had sent as an apology, and then kicked him out. The fat man, having suffered, deserved some benefits, and Fang Xing has always been generous in this regard. The fat Taoist stood in front of Fang Xing's wooden house, holding the spirit stones and silently shedding tears, looking extremely grateful. People passing by couldn't help but envy the pile of red spirit stones in his hands. However, times have changed. Since Fang Xing has established a connection with Xianxiao, the fat Taoist has also benefited. In the past, there would have been those who would have targeted the spirit stones in his hands, but now no one dared to entertain such thoughts. Junior brother Fang, I really... The fat Taoist's eyes were red, and tears streamed down his face as he choked on his words. Fang Xing's voice came from inside. Take the spirit stones and get lost. If you say one more useless word in front of my door, I'll deduct a spirit stone from you. If you stand there for too long, I'll deduct another. Who knows, maybe soon you'll have to pay me with spirit stones." The fat Taoist was startled, sniffed, and quickly ran away. If he had known he would be treated this way, he would have endured another half-month of suffering. Hearing the fat Taoist scurry away outside, Fang Xing couldn't help but smile. To be honest, he hadn't expected the fat Taoist to have some genuine feelings for him. After all, their initial acquaintance was based on mutual use. However, when Lu Feng had the fat Taoist scold Fang Xing as a bastard, the fat Taoist hesitated for 2 or 3 breaths. Fang Xing actually didn't care about that. Even if the fat Taoist had really scolded him, it wouldn't have affected him at all. But since the fat Taoist didn't voice the insult, it represented a rare bond. The fat Taoist probably didn't realize that his 2 or 3 breaths of hesitation earned him Fang Xing's genuine recognition. Of course, this recognition hadn't reached the level of exchanging lives, but it occupied a small place in Fang Xing's heart. This fat man really is fortunate in his own foolish way. Fang Xing sat in silence for a while, chuckled, shook his head, and began to cultivate the dragon capture and crane control technique. After silently reciting the incantation a few times to fully understand it, Fang Xing began to circulate spiritual energy within his body according to the complex patterns described in the manual. After slowly circulating it a few times and becoming more adept, he suddenly quickened the pace. In an instant, spiritual energy weaved through his meridians and then suddenly condensed at the palm of his right hand. Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly appeared in the wooden house, swirling on the ground before vanishing a yard away. The sudden wind arose inexplicably, quickly dissipating and causing the chopsticks and bowls on the table to clatter. Indeed, it is possible to summon a force out of thin air, but it is very difficult to control. Fang Xing frowned secretly. This force is formless and shapeless, making it challenging to manage, requiring long-term practice. Moreover, after just this one attempt, he noticed that nearly 1/10 of his spiritual energy had been consumed. It is likely that even after becoming proficient, this spell will still consume a significant amount of spiritual energy. No wonder the Qingyun sect does not allow outer disciples to learn spells. Aside from a desire to keep secrets, the consumption of spiritual energy by outer disciples when casting this spell is indeed remarkable and not very practical. It is likely that even Ho Qin could only maintain this spell for a little over 10 breaths at most when casting it continuously. Furthermore, this is without the need to control heavy or large objects. If given a gigantic stone weighing 1,000 pounds, and he had to keep using this spell to control it in the air, it is probable he would be lucky to last 3 breaths. Attempting to master a spell in one go is inherently impractical. Since he has time on his hands, he might as well practice more. Over the next 4 or 5 days, Fang Xing practiced the dragon capture and crane control technique, but he only did so at night. After all, the origins of this technique are not meant to be publicized, and he does not dare to reveal it openly. Although there has been no news from Xianxiao since he framed Lu Feng, Fang Xing is still uncertain whether Xianxiao suspects him. Therefore, he maintains a low profile, spending all his time hiding in the small wooden house to cultivate, hardly stepping outside, and even reducing the frequency of drinking with the fat Taoist. To others, it seemed that Fang Xing had completed a talisman of the Taoist school, gained a windfall, and was now doubling his efforts in cultivation with this windfall. Some privately envied him, some sighed in regret, and some praised his good fortune. In any case, Fang Xing had now quietly become a minor celebrity among the outer disciples. After all, he was the first among this generation of outer disciples to complete a talisman, and this title held some value. Of course, there were also those who cursed him for being foolish, as he had received the rare stone essence powder but had given it away for nothing. This was a rare item. Although its intrinsic value wasn't high, it was precious due to its scarcity. If taken to the ghost market for sale, it could fetch at least 200 spirit stones, and that was just the current price. As time passed and more outer disciples reached the peak of the spirit movement stage, the demand for stone essence powder would only increase, driving the price higher. However, some believed that Fang Xing was actually clever. They speculated that he might have long since been extorted of any other rewards granted by the Taoist school. By giving away the stone essence powder, he had gained the protection of senior brother Xianxiao, making it so that no one in the outer sect dared to bully him. Wasn't that the best outcome? Of course, the most frustrated person was senior brother Xianxiao. Almost everyone in the outer sect knew that Fang Xing had given him the stone essence powder, yet he himself had not even touched a single grain of it. Unfortunately, he had no way to deal with Fang Xing. After the news spread, everyone knew Fang Xing had gifted him the stone essence powder. And even if he didn't want to help Fang Xing, he had to accept it, lest everyone call him ungrateful. Come on, baby. In the small wooden house, Fang Xing stared intently at the wine jar on the table 2 zhang away and activated the dragon capture and crane control technique. His spiritual power circulated within his body, and a sudden force of attraction emerged, pulling the wine jar towards him. However, just as the jar was about to reach him, it suddenly lost all force and fell to the ground with a thud. This technique is really difficult. Fang Xing sighed, dissatisfied, as he had been practicing for 3 days. Yet the success rate of this technique remained low. This made him a bit frustrated, almost feeling like he wanted to chop off his own hands. Since childhood, he had been very smart, learning the crooked ways in the bandit den perfectly. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a prodigy. Yet, he never expected that he would repeatedly fail at learning the simplest technique of the Taoist school now. Let's try again. Fang Xing moved another wine jar and placed it on the table. He had plenty of these. Hasten had brought over more than 100 jars just to flatter him, all stuffed under the bed. Fang Xing had originally said he couldn't drink that much. But Hasan had replied, if you can't drink it, you can just smash it for fun. So, Fang Xing really started using them to smash. Chapter 53, Breaking Through the Pill. After continuously attempting 5 or 6 times, each time failing, Fang Xing was getting anxious, scratching his ears and cheeks. He wanted to continue practicing, but found that his spiritual power was nearly depleted, so he had to take a sip of spirit wine to replenish his energy. This spirit wine was made by crushing demon pills and pouring them into a gourd. The liquid mixed with the demon pills had become an extremely precious elixir. This was a method he had devised while studying in the demon miasma mountain, allowing for better utilization of demon pills without waste. He had a D-grade aptitude, and originally could not absorb the spiritual energy overflowing from the world, relying solely on external sources for replenishment. However, as his cultivation increased, his body had been washed by spiritual energy twice, cleansing his marrow, and he gradually became able to absorb some spiritual energy. Nevertheless, the recovery of spiritual energy was still slow. Disciples with excellent A-grade aptitude could generally recover their energy within 2 or 3 hours after depletion, while Fang Xing needed 1 or 2 days to recover, which was extremely slow. However, if he used spirit stones to recover, it would only take half a day, and with spirit wine, just half an hour would suffice. This characteristic also meant that disciples with low aptitude consumed far more resources in cultivation than those with A-grade aptitude. The Taoist school emphasizes aptitude for a reason, because in future cultivation, unless he successfully established his foundation, this gap would always exist. Whether practicing techniques or daily cultivation, resource consumption adds up to a terrifying number. This is a hard truth in the cultivation world. Lacking talent means compensating with resources. Only after successfully establishing the foundation would this congenital flaw disappear. Of course, even now, Fang Xing could afford to disregard resource consumption due to his ample supplies. After exhausting spiritual energy, slowly replenishing it gives a sense of increased spiritual energy. Although Fang Xing had not made breakthrough progress in practicing the dragon capture and crane control technique, he keenly noticed changes in his spiritual energy. He discovered that continuously depleting spiritual energy and then replenishing it could gradually increase his cultivation level. His cultivation, which had been stagnant near the limit, was slowly approaching a peak state. Yes, cultivating seems to follow the same principle as physical strength. When my uncle taught me martial arts, he said that one must continuously exhaust their strength and then let it grow back. Through this process, one becomes stronger. The same applies to cultivation. It requires constant honing to become increasingly powerful and solidify the foundation. Fang Xing pondered over this principle of cultivation. The outer disciples had no one to guide them. They had to comprehend these principles on their own. After discovering this, Fang Xing became even more diligent in practicing the dragon capture and crane control technique. As time passed, his cultivation, which had always been just a step away from reaching the peak of the spirit movement stage, gradually improved, completely achieving the peak state. At this point, he felt that his cultivation could not be improved any further. He had completely reached his limit. Now, it had been about a month since he had knocked out Meng Xianxiao. His cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit movement stage, and no matter how much he trained, he could not advance any further. However, taking just one more step would allow him to enter the spirit movement 4th stage, significantly increasing his strength and formally elevating him to an inner disciple. At that time, the vast array of secret techniques in the Taoist school would be open to him, allowing him to truly cultivate spells and gain the ability to fly and traverse the earth. However, to take that step, he needed a breaking pill. In the Qingmu pavilion of the Taoist school, there were complete breaking pills for sale, but the price was 1,000 spirit stones. Just the price of one breaking pill was 1,000 spirit stones. 100 taels of gold could buy 1 spirit stone, and 1,000 spirit stones would amount to 100,000 taels of gold. This was gold, not silver. 100,000 taels of gold could almost buy half a city in the mortal realm. At the height of wealth in the Ghost Smoke Valley where Fang Xing was, they only had 30,000 taels of gold and 7,000 taels of silver, which was amassed by 9 uncles through years of raiding and fighting. It seemed that cultivation was indeed not something that ordinary people could afford. Of course, there was another option. Collect the various herbs needed to refine the breaking pill himself, and then invite a Dan Master from the Xiao Valley to refine it. In this case, excluding the Dan Master's fee, he would only need to buy the stone essence powder and 8 other spirit herbs. And all the spirit stones combined would only cost about 500 to 600 spirit stones, nearly half the price of a finished product. However, this option carried risks. If the Dan Master failed in refining the pill, all the spirit herbs would be destroyed, and they would not bear any responsibility for it. This risk could only be borne by the cultivator themselves. Either spend 1,000 spirit stones to buy the finished product directly, or take the risk of potential failure in refining the pill at half the price. To say the least, Fang Xing is not exactly a poor wretch now. This time, after receiving the talisman, he earned 100 spirit stones, and from Ho Qing, Lu San, and Xiantong, he managed to gather about 200 more spirit stones. Added to the 500 stones he acquired from Meng Xianjiao and Heisen, it is quite rare in the outer sect. However, even with this, he still lacks half the amount needed to directly purchase the breakthrough pill. But if he finds an alchemist to refine it for him, it would be much easier. The spirit stones he currently possesses are more than sufficient. After all, when refining the breakthrough pill through an alchemist, he only needs to prepare the materials himself. And the most expensive material is the stone essence powder, which alone is worth 300 spirit stones, more than the combined cost of the other 8 medicinal herbs. Since Fang Xing already has the stone essence powder, it means he only needs to spend about 200 more spirit stones to gather all the other materials. Of course, seeking an alchemist to refine pills comes with the risk of failure. The only way to mitigate this risk is to hire an alchemist of a higher rank. The higher the rank, the smaller the risk. After staying in the Dao sect for so long, Fang Xing has also learned quite a bit about the cultivation world. The Qingyun sect has a branch specifically for pill cultivation, called Xiao Valley. It is said that the most skilled there is the transmission elder, Qing Niao, who is a red furnace alchemist, though his exact rank is unknown. Among the disciples of Xiao Valley, they are all green furnace alchemists, but with hundreds of disciples. Their ranks vary. The most formidable disciple is already at the half-step red furnace level. Fang Xing has seen this disciple before. It was Su Lingyun, who brought Xiao Man into the sect at the mountain gate. However, there is no reference for the specific prices. After all, most of the people around Fang Xing cannot afford to refine pills. He can only inquire about the general situation, and for specifics, he must verify them himself. With this in mind, Fang Xing decided to go investigate personally and scout the area. After making up his mind, he went to the outer sect disciples' herb hall and purchased some herbs for refining the qi stabilizing pill. This pill is used by practitioners when they feel their vital energies surging and cannot control their spiritual energy to forcibly stabilize their own spiritual energy. It is a pill of relatively low rank, but the refining process is very complex, testing the alchemist's skill. Given the significance of the breakthrough pill, Fang Xing wouldn't casually ask just anyone to help him refine it. Therefore, he planned to first test the waters with the qi stabilizing pill. Once he confirms that he has found a reliable alchemist, he will discuss the refining of the breakthrough pill in detail. The difficulty of refining the qi stabilizing pill is even higher than that of the breakthrough pill, so an alchemist who can successfully refine it should have no problem with the breakthrough pill, carrying all the spirit herbs needed for the qi stabilizing pill. Fang Xing made a bundle and headed for Xiao Valley. Xiao Valley is located on the west side of Yunin Peak, near the fields of 100,000 spirit crops, making it convenient for gathering herbs. This area is basically isolated from the Qingyun sect, and disciples from the sect rarely interact with ordinary disciples. This valley is at least 10 times larger than the Qingxi Valley where Fang Xing lives, and the treatment of the disciples in Xiao Valley is also different from that of ordinary disciples. Even in the outer sect, they have their own caves. These disciples who practice alchemy do not base their status solely on cultivation level, but primarily on their proficiency in alchemy. The rank of pills they can refine determines their status. To enter Xiao Valley, one must have talent, either being naturally suited for alchemy with wood or fire spiritual bloodlines, or having a high understanding of medicine and spiritual herbs. Su Lingyun values Xiao Man so much because Xiao Man has a wood spiritual bloodline. Wood spiritual bloodlines are naturally close to spiritual herbs and can even alter the efficacy and age of the herbs, making learning alchemy much easier. Upon entering the herb spirit valley, Fang Xing found it serene and tranquil, with patches of herb mist. A small path led into the depths of the clouds. Who should he ask? Standing at the valley entrance, Fang Xing scratched his head and decided to start asking right there. His gaze swept around, and he noticed a young alchemist hoeing weeds in front of a cave. Fang Xing forced a smile and approached, but before he could speak, the young alchemist glanced over, appraised Fang Xing, and expressionlessly said, "One attempt, regardless of whether the pill is successful or not, will cost 10 spirit stones. Fang Xing was taken aback. How did you know I came to refine pills? The alchemist looked at Fang Xing and said, outer sect disciples coming to our Xixiao Valley. What else could it be for? Are these alchemists all like big shots? Fang Xing forced a smile and said, all right, I want to refine a qi stabilizing pill. Before he could finish, the young alchemist frowned and said, the qi stabilizing pill is complicated to make, requiring 3 turns of 12 flames, 7 washes of 9 evils. 10 spirit stones are too low. It will cost at least 30 spirit stones for me to help you once. Fang Xing was stunned and cautiously asked, then let me ask again, how confident are you? The alchemist immediately became displeased and coldly retorted, you don't understand the rules. When alchemists refine pills, it's all about heavenly secrets, earthly energy, and alchemist skill. Success or failure depends on fate. How can you ask about confidence? Fang Xing was speechless. Rolling his eyes, he said, you're charging money to refine pills. Can I ask about your confidence? The alchemist stood up, shaking his head helplessly, and said, nowadays, there are really more and more people who don't understand the rules. I'll speak plainly. I am a second-tier alchemist, and I have a 30% chance of successfully refining this qi stabilizing pill. What the hell? Fang Xing jumped up, exclaiming, you only have a 30% chance. And you want to charge me 30 spirit stones? Do you think my spirit stones come from the wind? The alchemist sneered and said, you can also look for someone else. My price is quite low. If you hire a third-tier alchemist, it will cost at least 60 spirit stones for just under 40% confidence, and if a fourth-tier alchemist is involved, it would be at least 100 spirit stones. And the success rate would only reach 50%. As for a fifth-tier alchemist, they want to even consider it for less than that. Fang Xing directly waved his hand, saying, fine, how much for someone who claims to have 100% confidence? The alchemist was momentarily taken aback, then coldly laughed. Among the disciples of Xixiao Valley, the only one who has a 100% chance of refining this pill is probably senior sister Lingyun. She charges 30 spirit stones for a single attempt. Fang Xing paused, then laughed. 30 spirit stones? Then why should I look for you? Just tell me where she lives. The alchemist sneered and said, 30 spirit stones for medium-grade spirit stones. Medium-grade spirit stones? Fang Xing was stunned, and then became both angry and embarrassed. Why doesn't she just rob someone? Medium-grade spirit stones contain more spiritual energy and are equivalent to 100 low-grade spirit stones. This means Su Lingyun would charge 3,000 spirit stones for a single attempt, enough to buy 3 breakthrough pills, whether she wants to refine it or not. The alchemist turned away and ignored this bumpkin. I've run into someone even more arrogant than me. Fang Xing muttered to himself, thinking that these alchemists look respectable but are actually more like robbers. It seems necessary for him to frequently deal with these robbers in order to uphold justice. Of course, another reason is that Fang Xing feels that since these alchemists earn so much, each of them must be quite wealthy. However, he did not know that shortly after he left Xixiao Valley, a beautiful woman followed him out. She was dressed in white, with a beautiful face and exquisite figure. Tall and slender, but with ample curves in all the right places, her white dress accentuating her figure. As she walked under the moonlight, she appeared as if riding the wind, looking exceptionally ethereal, like a spirit or fairy. Yet, her eyes were filled with tears, slowly sliding down her cheeks in the gentle breeze, trickling over her rosy cheeks, and dropping onto her white dress. Why did you have to die? I followed my master to refine pills, originally thinking that once I emerged from seclusion, I would see you returning after completing the talisman. Such a smart and proud person. How could you possibly fail at such a simple task? Didn't you say you wanted to enter the inner sect and even become a true disciple, marrying me openly? I've dreamed countless times of becoming your Tao partner, refining pills solely for you. But you. The woman walked while murmuring, tears streaming down her face, heartbroken. She walked in a daze and arrived at the entrance of Qingxi Valley, glanced lightly, and then walked straight in. At this moment, Fang Xing was slumped on his bed, thinking of ghostly ideas, when suddenly he felt a strong sense of danger, abruptly opening his eyes and gazing intently at his door. Just then, the wooden door was forcefully pushed open, a gust of fresh wind rushed in, and with it, a woman in white entered. Her eyes filled with tears as they fell on his face. Who is this woman? Why is she looking at me like a wronged wife? Fang Xing was taken aback, putting away all his vigilance, revealing a confused expression. This senior sister, who are you? The woman remained silent, staring at him for a while before slowly speaking. Were you the one brought along by Ho Qing when he went out to slay demons? Fang Xing's heart tightened as he vaguely guessed the identity of this woman. That's me, but I don't know who you are. Fang Xing pretended to be confused and asked. The woman ignored him and coldly said, how did he die? Tell me slowly, not a word can be missed. Are you kidding? Do you think I'm a storyteller? Fang Xing cursed inwardly, but not knowing the woman's exact identity, he didn't dare to act rashly. He decided to keep pretending to be confused and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior sister, you actually know senior brother Ho Qing? Alas, it's truly tragic. Senior brother Ho Qing is a good person. He originally planned to take me out to complete tasks together, to help me, his junior brother. Unfortunately, when we got to the Demon Blight Mountain that day." Speaking slowly, Fang Xing recounted what he had said in the Talisman Hall. As he spoke, he observed the reaction of the woman in green. She had already vaguely guessed who this person was. When she obtained Ho Qing's storage bag, she saw he had many spirit medicines, each with the character Snow engraved on the bottom of the bottles. At that time, Fang Xing guessed that Ho Qing likely had a friend who was proficient in pill refining in the Dao sect. And even the demon spirit pill he had tricked from Ho Qing was probably made by this person. Now, with this woman coming to seek him in the middle of the night, Fang Xing was increasingly certain that Ho Qing's friend was most likely her. Alas, that's how it is. Senior brother Lu Sen killed the demon toad, but he also died. Fang Xing slowly finished recounting the events, while the woman silently shed tears, not interrupting him. After finishing, Fang Xing remained silent, quietly watching this woman. She should find it difficult to pick apart any flaws in his words. After all, even the 3 elders of the Talisman Hall had been deceived by this story. I don't believe it. However, after listening to Fang Xing's words, the woman suddenly spoke softly, catching Fang Xing off guard. Her expression was desolate as she murmured, "I don't believe he would die so easily. He had 2 excellent flying swords, and so many healing and detoxifying elixirs that I gave him. I even taught him the dragon capture and crane control technique, and he practiced it quite well. How could he die so easily? I don't believe it, not at all. Tell me, where did his belongings go after he died?" As she spoke, her expression suddenly became fierce, coldly landing on Fang Xing's face. Fang Xing was taken aback and replied expressionlessly, "Most of them were lost. The rest I have returned to the Dao sect." The woman suddenly let out a chilling laugh, almost like a mad woman, before bursting into tears again, evoking pity. "This senior sister, even if you don't believe it, that's how it is. Senior brother Ho is indeed very powerful. I've seen him take action personally. But that python demon toad is after all a 4th-tier demon beast, and senior brother Ho didn't understand its habits, so an accident was inevitable." Fang Xing tried to keep his tone steady, not wanting to provoke this woman who seemed mad. "Accident? How could he have an accident? He told me he had prepared the bait and was sure of success." The woman appeared almost insane, suddenly closing the distance and striking Fang Xing's face with a hard slap. Fang Xing was shocked, anger rising in his heart. He stepped back to dodge the slap, then suddenly sprang up and slapped the woman back, cursing, "Go to hell, how dare you hit your grandfather." He had initially thought that since this woman had a high cultivation level and was likely a pill master, he would pretend to be submissive to get past her. Who would have thought she would slap him without warning? He could pretend to be submissive, but he wouldn't allow himself to be slapped. Without even thinking, his body reacted instinctively, and he slapped the woman in return. Of course, he was somewhat surprised that he actually hit her. Unbeknownst to him, although this woman was at the 4th level of spirit movement, she was currently in a daze, filled with sorrow, and didn't regard Fang Xing highly. She thought he wouldn't dare to dodge her slap at all, completely not expecting him to counterattack. Caught off guard, she was slapped on her delicate, fair face, leaving a clear palm print. Chapter 55, The Righteous Path of the Famous Clan. Fang Xing saw that the mask had been torn off and stopped pretending, saying angrily, "You are Ho Qing's lover. If you want to cry, go cry somewhere else. Don't show off your strength in front of me, or I swear I'll kill you too." The woman, after receiving the slap, was momentarily stunned, looking at Fang Xing in disbelief. But after hearing his words, her gaze suddenly sharpened, coldly saying, "I guess correctly. You are not as simple as you seem. Ho Qing's death must not have been accidental. You definitely used underhanded schemes to harm him. Tell me, did you kill him?" Fang Xing sneered, "Stop spouting nonsense. Ho Qing's death was his own fault. You can't blame it on me. If you have doubts, go report me to the Dao sect and see if they believe you." The woman's eyes suddenly brimmed with murderous intent as she said hatefully, "I will personally avenge him. Why do I need to report to the Dao sect?" As she spoke, she suddenly waved her delicate hand, and a forceful suction came rushing towards Fang Xing, trying to pull him closer. "You dare to make a move here in Qingxi Valley? You have some guts." Fang Xing shouted coldly. He knew this was the dragon capture and crane control technique, so he immediately released his spiritual energy, clapping his hands together and also using the dragon capture and crane control technique. The 2 forces collided in midair, instantly stirring up strong winds that shot in all directions. After completing this move, Fang Xing quickly lowered his body and drew out a short knife from his boot, slicing through the cold wind as he charged toward the woman. The woman had thought that she could capture Fang Xing easily with just a wave of her hand, but she didn't expect her 3/10 strength of the dragon capture and crane control technique to be ineffective. She was slightly taken aback, but soon realized the reason. It was because Fang Xing had also used the same technique. Her gaze turned icy as she shouted, You are an outer sect disciple. Where did you learn the dragon capture and crane control technique? I was born with it. Why do you care? Fang Xing shouted. But his vigilance did not lessen at all. In fact, he also guessed that his dragon capture and crane control technique might have been learned from this woman, after all. This secret manual was found in Ho Qing's storage bag, and the handwriting looked elegant, very likely written by her. Of course, he would never admit it. Admitting it would serve no purpose. Wait until I cut off your hands. We'll see if you still say that. The woman gritted her teeth, waving her hand to cast another spell, sending a small firelight rapidly towards Fang Xing's face as he lunged forward. The firelight looked only the size of a candle flame. Very inconspicuous. However, Fang Xing suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger and immediately unleashed the dragon capture and crane control technique. Boom. Fang Xing's dragon capture and crane control technique had not yet been perfected, but setting up an invisible force field in front of him was enough. When the firelight flew towards Fang Xing, it was immediately blocked by the qi in front of him, pausing momentarily in the air. The woman was already prepared and quickly cast her technique, causing the two invisible forces to collide. Fang Xing's qi was instantly broken, and the firelight rushed towards him rapidly. Whoosh! Fang Xing reacted extremely quickly, crashing against the window in an instant, rolling on the ground and dodging 3 to 4 zhang away. At the same time, the firelight struck the wooden wall behind him with a loud bang, sending flames shooting up to 3 or 4 zhang high. The flames were bright, illuminating the night sky, and the temperature was astonishing, but Fang Xing's heart sank coldly. Was such a small flame so powerful? If it had hit me, wouldn't that mean? Damn woman. I'll kill you. The more Fang Xing thought about it, the angrier he became, his face flushed red, his eyes filled with killing intent as he growled lowly. Whoosh! The most powerful 9-serpent golden flame sword was summoned, transforming into a beam of golden light, swiftly slashing at the woman in green. The woman's attack threatened his life, igniting his will to fight desperately, and he forgot everything else. Meanwhile, the woman walked out of the blazing wooden house, surrounded by an invisible barrier that kept the intense heat of the flames at bay, a foot away from her. As she saw the 9-serpent golden flame sword coming, she seemed to not even notice it. With a flick of her fingers, a silver light flew out, meeting the golden sword in midair. It was also a flying sword, and the two swords clashed, producing a piercing sound and scattering sparks. The woman's cultivation was slightly higher, but Fang Xing's 9-serpent golden flame sword was of superior quality, so the two swords were evenly matched, like two streams of light in the night sky, occasionally emitting a chilling glint of murderous intent. The woman didn't even glance at the flying sword. Her gaze was solely fixed on Fang Xing, her expression incredibly fierce and terrifying, resembling a vengeful goddess. You really are powerful, stronger than any outer sect disciple I've seen, even better than Ho Qing. No wonder he was killed by you. But you will die too. Consider it a sacrifice for him. As she walked, the woman murmured, tears streaming down her face, while her slender fingers formed intricate hand seals. At that moment, Fang Xing tensed his body. Although the woman was only 1 level higher than him, the difference between the 3rd and 4th levels of spiritual movement was significant, and her mastery of techniques was terrifying. Any touch would lead to a gruesome death for him. However, while maneuvering the 9-serpent golden flame sword to strike at the woman, he quietly took out his short knife, his mind racing with one plan after another. The woman clearly understood techniques and flying swords far better than he did, so he could only engage her in close combat. Since she had taken a slap from him earlier, though it was due to surprise, it also suggested her martial skills were average. If he could get close, he might not be without a chance. Seeing the woman's fingers move again, as another spell was about to be cast, Fang Xing's body tensed. Killing is not allowed in the valley. Who is violating the sect rules? At that moment, a loud shout rang out. On Yunin Peak, an elder in a wide robe suddenly leaped out, his large sleeves fluttering as he descended slowly from the air, looking like a great bird. The alarming fire in Qingxi Valley had attracted the attention of the Taoist sect's elders. You will die? The woman in green changed her expression upon seeing the Taoist elder intervene, immediately cursing fiercely. As she flicked her fingers, 3 astonishing firelights flew towards Fang Xing, while her dragon capture and crane control technique exerted an invisible pressure, trying to bind Fang Xing in place. She was willing to endure the sect's punishment to kill Fang Xing before the elder arrived. Presumptuous. The Taoist elder shouted angrily from midair, waving both of his large sleeves. Whoosh! From his left sleeve, a flying sword shot out, blue in color, descending like lightning. It flew through the air and instantly extinguished the 3 strands of fire the woman had shot. Then, from his right sleeve, a seemingly short piece of grass rope flew out rapidly, coiling around the woman in white like a spirit snake. The elder's cultivation was at the 9th level of spiritual movement, far beyond the capabilities of the woman in green. Whoosh! The elder landed. and the blue flying sword flew beneath him, supporting his descent. Even the flying swords of Fang Xing and the woman in white were drawn into his sleeve by an invisible and powerful force, transforming from poisonous snakes into obedient earthworms. Flowing into his sleeve. You are a disciple of Xixiao Valley. Why did you come to Qingxi Valley to cause trouble? After collecting their flying swords, the elder's gaze sharpened as he recognized the woman's clothing and ornamentation, realizing her background, and he immediately questioned her sternly. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. The woman in green struggled incessantly, seemingly not hearing the elder's words at all. You lie, you venomous little thief. You harmed Ho Qing and are still here lying. The woman in white struggled desperately, but could not break free from the elder's magical artifact, only able to scream hysterically. Fang Xing glanced coldly at her and continued. This woman seems to be Ho Qing's lover. She suddenly came to find me tonight, claiming that Ho Qing took his disciples out as bait to lure and kill a demon toad. Since Ho Qing died and the disciple survived, it meant the bait was ineffective, a grave sin, so she must kill the disciple as a sacrifice for Ho Qing. The noise from his battle with the woman in green had drawn many disciples from Qingxi Valley to peek from their rooms, and many elders living around Yunin Peak were secretly paying attention to the situation. Fang Xing's loud declaration immediately caught everyone's attention, as terms like lover and bait were indeed very eye-catching. The elder frowned upon hearing this, his expression stern. All right, no need to say more. He had to stop Fang Xing because what Fang Xing said was a scandal for the Taoist sect. Although everyone understood that Ho Qing had taken him out as bait, it was not good to say it publicly. Chapter 56, Senior Sister Lingyun. What infuriated the elder even more was the woman from Xixiao Valley seeking revenge. The elder understood the dirty affairs of the sect. In his view, since Ho Qing took someone out as bait to lure and kill a demon toad, if he was killed, it was his own fault for being useless, and he had to accept the consequences. After all, he was the one who initiated this. And yet this woman came to seek revenge, blatantly disregarding the sect's rules. Even if she wanted revenge, she shouldn't have made such a big scene, with such a commotion. Not only did everyone find out that Fang Xing was used as bait, but they also learned about her secret relationship with Ho Qing, which was a scandal for the Taoist sect. It should be known that, while the Taoist sect does not prohibit marriage, it also does not encourage romantic entanglements among disciples. In the eyes of the sect, at least one should wait until after foundation establishment or leaving the sect before discussing marriage. You, woman, have such audacity. If what this child says is true, you are guilty of multiple crimes. Very well, since you are a disciple of Xixiao Valley, I will not punish you. I will let the elder in charge of transmitting the teachings in Xixiao Valley come to take you away. The elder in the wide robe said coldly, casually tossing a spirit talisman that transformed into a stream of light, heading towards Xixiao Valley. To think a disciple of Xixiao Valley would come to our Qingxi Valley to kill. Isn't that Fang Xing, who is currently in the spotlight? I've heard he is a friend of senior brother Meng Xianxiao. How could Xianxiao be affected by his conflict with the disciples of Xixiao Valley? This kid is about to lose his backing. Yes, no matter the reason, one cannot offend the disciples of Xixiao Valley. In Qingxi Valley, people were whispering and discussing the scene unfolding before them. For them, the disciples of Xixiao Valley mastering alchemy means they hold the key to the path of cultivation, so they absolutely cannot be offended. Amidst the discussions, suddenly, a shadow flew swiftly from the direction of Xixiao Valley. As it drew closer, everyone could see clearly that it was an enormous white crane, soaring through the air at incredible speed, and seated on the crane was a woman with a cold expression. Her beauty striking yet frosty, dressed in a snow-white gown. Ah, it's Senior Sister Lingyun. Someone called out softly, and everyone immediately looked up to see this legendary true disciple. Lingyun had met Elder Hong. She wondered what exactly was happening at this moment. Su Lingyun rode the crane to Qingxi Valley, bowed respectfully to the elder in a wide robe, and asked in a low voice, Lingyun, why are you here? Where is your master? The elder in the wide robe asked politely, not underestimating her due to her status. In fact, Su Lingyun's cultivation was only one rank lower than his. And because she was young and had limitless potential, once she established her foundation, her future would far surpass most elders of the Tao sect. Thus, these Tao sect elders never acted superior in front of true disciples. Su Lingyun replied, My master has just refined a batch of foundation building pills and is currently in seclusion recuperating. As the senior sister of Xixiao Valley, I received the elder's message and came to handle this matter on behalf of my master. The elder in the wide robe nodded, saying, You are a true disciple of the Tao sect. You are qualified to handle this matter. With that, he used his spiritual power to relay the events that had transpired here to Su Lingyun. Though he didn't know much about the situation and mostly conveyed Fang Xing's words from earlier. Upon hearing this, Su Lingyun's expression gradually turned cold, and suddenly her eyes narrowed. a sharp light flashing as they landed on the green-clad woman bound by the magical artifact. She shouted angrily, "Lin Qingxue, why did you cause such trouble right after leaving seclusion?" The green-clad woman, Lin Qingxue, giggled foolishly and murmured, "It was only after leaving seclusion that I learned of this matter, and I want to take revenge for him." Elder Xiahong. Su Lingyun smiled sweetly, bowed to Elder Hong, and then turned her gaze back to the green-clad woman. Lin Qingxue smiled sadly and slowly walked towards the white crane. As she passed by Fang Xing, she glanced at him, suddenly smiling sorrowfully, and said softly, "Since I've already broken the sect rules, why not just kill him?" As she spoke, she suddenly flicked her wrist and cast a fire spell towards Fang Xing. Everyone was taken aback. This time she was too close to Fang Xing, and even Elder Hong couldn't intervene in time. However, just then, Fang Xing's figure suddenly moved. While others might let their guard down around this woman, he did not. He had been keeping an eye on her. As soon as he saw her wrist lift, he dashed towards her. When her spell was unleashed, he had already closed the distance to Lin Qingxue's side, leaping high and using all his strength to slap out. Puff! Lin Qingxue was caught off guard and was instantly slapped across the face by Fang Xing, her body flying back and crashing 3 zhang away. The spell she had cast immediately went awry, hitting the ground and creating a large pit. For a moment, Qingxi Valley fell into stunned silence, all astonished by the scene before them. How could such a scene occur after Elder Hong and senior sister Lingyun of Qixiao Valley had arrived? The female disciple of Qixiao Valley, in front of senior sister Lingyun, wanted to kill Fang Xing. It was truly madness. And this kid, Fang Xing, had actually slapped this delicate beauty away. It was indeed ruthless. How dare you harm a disciple of Qixiao Valley? Su Lingyun frowned, suddenly letting out a cold shout. Her figure leaping from the back of the white crane, approaching Fang Xing in an instant like a fairy. With a flick of her delicate hand, she aimed to slap Fang Xing's face, seeking revenge for Lin Qingxue. As the senior sister of Qixiao Valley, she completely overlooked Lin Qingxue's plot against Fang Xing and only saw Fang Xing's slap that sent Lin Qingxue flying. The disciples of Qixiao Valley cannot be humiliated, so she intended to return Fang Xing a slap first. However, just at that moment, Fang Xing suddenly turned to her, gritting his teeth with a smile, and said, "Senior sister Lingyun, how is Xiaoman? It's you?" The mention of Xiaoman immediately reminded her of that little boy who looked like a beggar outside the mountain gate. After all, Xiaoman was now the most promising little junior sister of Qixiao Valley, favored deeply by her master. Xiaoman didn't know that Fang Xing had also joined the Dao sect, and Su Lingyun had no intention of telling her. She had never thought that Fang Xing could truly stand out among the 100,000 Dao children and become an outer disciple of Qingyun's sect. However, she did have a deep impression of this guy named Fang Xing. After all, in Qixiao Valley, Xiaoman often mentioned this person, and in Xiaoman's eyes, it seemed that her senior sister and her master in the foundation building stage were not as remarkable as that beggar-like Fang Xing, because she found the name Xiaoman too unappealing. Su Lingyun and her master planned to give Xiaoman a new name, but Xiaoman firmly disagreed, fearing that if one day the young master came to Qingyun's sect looking for her, without a name, he wouldn't be able to find her. Suddenly recalling these matters, Su Lingyun's expression became somewhat frozen. Fang Xing looked at Su Lingyun with a grin and said, "It seems senior sister Lingyun hasn't forgotten me." Su Lingyun came back to her senses and coldly replied, "I didn't expect you to really become a disciple of Qingyun's sect." Fang Xing smiled and said, "It's all thanks to senior sister Lingyun for giving me this opportunity. I have always been grateful and wanted to find you to express my thanks. But since I'm unfamiliar with the Dao sect, I haven't been able to do so. I hope senior sister Lingyun won't take offense." Su Lingyun's expression changed, and she coldly said, "You'd better not come within a step of my Qingyun Valley. Otherwise, I will break your legs." Fang Xing feigned shock and asked, "Why is that? What about you and Xiaoman?" Su Lingyun's pupils constricted as she said in a low voice, "What qualifications do you have to think of me? As for Xiaoman, once I took her into the Dao sect, she had nothing to do with you anymore. If you dare to entangle her and disturb her Dao heart, I will kill you." Upon hearing this, Fang Xing felt a surge of anger and suddenly gritted his teeth, saying, "Get lost, don't act tough in front of me." Chapter 57. Bet on whether you can survive. Su Lingyun was taken aback, stunned for a moment, seemingly never having thought someone would call her get lost. But soon after, her anger surged, and her killing intent rose as she said fiercely, "Do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you?" As she spoke, her murderous aura suddenly erupted, startling even Elder Hong in the air, who nearly intervened. Fang Xing's expression darkened as he said fiercely, "Do you think you're something? A god looking down on others' destinies? Humph. I rely on Xiaoman. Do you think you can just take her away? Even if you want to take her, you should fulfill your promise and let me into Qingyun's sect too. What have you done? You left me to work in a desolate medicinal field." As he spoke, Fang Xing's anger intensified. "You were the first to break your promise, yet you still pretend to be high and mighty in front of me? I was polite to you and called you senior sister Lingyun. Don't think I'm afraid of you. To tell you the truth, I've never feared anyone in my life. Even if your cultivation is higher, if you provoke me, I'll still stab you with a knife. Hearing Fang Xing's words, Su Lingyun's brow furrowed slightly. Initially, she hadn't taken Fang Xing seriously, but now that she thought about it, she indeed had broken her promise. Even in her heart, the Qingyun sect's Taoist disciple truly cannot be considered a disciple of the Qingyun sect. In fact, let alone a Taoist disciple, even the outer sect, strictly speaking, probably cannot be considered a disciple of the Qingyun sect. After all, the term outer sect simply means outside the gate, having never even entered the Qingyun sect's door. So how can one talk about being a disciple? However, Su Lingyun still showed no intention of backing down. Her pride wouldn't allow her to do so. Therefore, she merely slightly restrained her killing intent and coldly said, "Do you know that killing you is as easy as killing an ant?" Fang Xing gritted his teeth and coldly laughed. "Of course I know. But I'm not an idiot right now. Although I may be an ant. I'm very sure that Xiaoman is definitely not an ant. She has the wood spirit bloodline and is a rare talent in cultivation. There are probably very few like her in the entire Chufeng continent, right? Hee. I'm quite certain her future achievements will far surpass yours, by a lot." While speaking, he observed Su Lingyun's expression, and seeing her increasingly difficult look, he knew he had hit the nail on the head. Killing me is naturally simple. But can you guarantee that all news will be sealed? I can guarantee that once Xiaoman's cultivation reaches a certain level and learns about my death at your hands, she will definitely turn against you, and even seek revenge for me. As these words were spoken, Fang Xing's face darkened, the threat heavy in the air. Su Lingyun's expression suddenly changed, and she shouted, "Nonsense. After Xiaoman entered the sect, I have been teaching her on behalf of my master. In name, she is my junior sister, but in reality, she is practically my own disciple. In the entire Xixiao Valley, we have the best relationship. And you are so sure that because of a chance encounter with a young master like you, she will turn against me?" While she spoke, Fang Xing looked at her with disdain, and Su Lingyun, feeling uncertain under his gaze, fell silent. "You're quite ridiculous." Fang Xing directly pointed at her nose and said, "What did you say?" Su Lingyun suddenly became a bit angry. "I speak the truth." Fang Xing sneered. "You don't know what Xiaoman and I have been through. So how could you guess the feelings between us?" Su Lingyun opened her mouth, but ultimately fell silent. In fact, after Xiaoman entered the Taoist sect this past year, she truly understood that the beggar-like young master outside the mountain gate was indeed very important in Xiaoman's heart, a dependence that was almost like bloodline, far beyond what she could compare to. After a while, Su Lingyun suddenly said, "Don't get close to Xiaoman. She will go far. You are just a burden, and will disrupt her path." Fang Xing fell silent, and after a while, suddenly coldly laughed. "What benefits do you give me?" Su Lingyun's gaze turned icy. "Are you trying to blackmail me?" Fang Xing deliberately dug in his nose, and then flicked it aside casually. Su Lingyun immediately recoiled in disgust. Fearing that something might get on her, her expression somewhat awkward, Fang Xing looked at her smugly and then slowly said, "Don't talk about blackmail. You should owe me. After all, you owed me from that time outside the mountain gate." Su Lingyun remained calm, and after a while, suddenly said, "What do you want?" Fang Xing silently thought for a while, calculating in his heart, then suddenly smiled, and said, "I need you to help me with a small favor." "A small favor?" Su Lingyun was taken aback, thinking Fang Xing would demand resources for cultivation. "What favor?" Fang Xing smiled slightly and whispered, "Help me refine a breaking stage pill." "You want me to refine pills for you?" Su Lingyun was slightly taken aback, revealing an unexpected expression. Fang Xing dug in his nose and said, "That's right. It won't cost you much. How about 100 low-grade spirit stones for a batch of pills?" While speaking, Fang Xing nervously glanced at Su Lingyun. He knew that this woman charged 30 mid-grade spirit stones for a batch of pills. Sure enough, Su Lingyun sneered. "Even the sect elders wouldn't ask for less than 30 mid-grade spirit stones to refine pills for me." As she spoke, she revealed a proud expression. She was the highest-ranked alchemist in the Qingyun sect aside from her master, having reached the half-step alchemist realm, so her services naturally weren't cheap. This little brat thought he could hire her with just 100 low-grade spirit stones. It was truly laughable. Fang Xing noticed the disdain in her expression and felt a bit annoyed, rolling his eyes and saying, "What's so great about that? It's just 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Anyway, I don't have them right now. Will you refine the pills or not?" Su Lingyun said coldly, "Is this the price for not seeing Xiaoman?" Fang Xing thought for a moment and said, "This is the compensation you should give me for deceiving me back then." Su Lingyun's gaze turned cold, and she looked at Fang Xing with a chilling expression. Fang Xing knew this woman was about to explode, and helplessly shook his head, saying, "Forget it, forget it. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. If you help me refine the pills, I absolutely won't take the initiative to find Xiaoman. That should be fine, right? But if I happen to run into her in the sect later, and she comes over to greet me, that doesn't count." Su Lingyun initially wanted to agree, but fell silent again. After thinking for a while, she suddenly said, "How about I make a bet with you?" Fang Xing's eyes lit up, rolling up his sleeves and saying, "Sure, I'm good at betting. Mahjong or Pai Gao." Su Lingyun ignored Fang Xing's jokes and continued coldly, "I bet whether you can survive in the inner sect." Huh. Fang Xing's gaze sharpened, looking at Su Lingyun sideways. "Are you trying to deal with me?" Su Lingyun smiled faintly and said, "I won't lower myself to deal with you. But since you want me to help you refine the breaking stage pill, it shows you want to enter the inner sect, right? But don't blame me for not reminding you. Although the inner sect has strict rules, the competition is much more intense than in the outer sect. You, as a child without a background, are like a lamb entering a tiger's den, not to mention." She glanced faintly towards Lin Qingxue in another direction and continued softly, "You have also offended someone you shouldn't have?" Fang Xing glanced at Lin Qingxue and said, "What is so great about this woman? If she dares to provoke me, she definitely won't have a good end." Su Lingyun scoffed. "Junior sister Qingxue has been in the inner sect for 3 years and is also a disciple of our Xiao Valley. Her connections in the sect are far more complicated than you can imagine. She already hates you. Given her temperament, she won't rest until she takes your life. If you were smart, you should ask me to intercede with the Taoist sect, allowing you to withdraw quietly and live a peaceful life." Fang Xing's eyes flickered as he said, "Are you threatening me?" Su Lingyun said lightly, "I'm not threatening you, nor will I touch a hair on you. I'm just telling you a fact. This woman is so annoying." Fang Xing glared fiercely at Lin Qingxue, who was lying on the ground not far away. At this point, she had already been bound by the elder's magical tool. Otherwise, how could she be lying there so obediently? However, even so, she was still glaring at him fiercely. Su Lingyun's words, filled with threats and disdain, instantly ignited the anger in Fang Xing's heart. He suddenly spat heavily on the ground, startling Su Lingyun, who quickly retreated 2 feet, fearing she might get something on her skirt. Fang Xing raised his head and glared at her fiercely, saying, "You're just thinking of getting me to leave the Qingyun sect and never see Xiaoman again, right? Humph, I won't play by your rules. Do you really think I'm someone to be scared of? Let me tell you, I'm betting on this, and you can just watch. Let's see whether this nasty woman kills me or I kill her. However, if we're going to bet, you should show a bit of sincerity, right?" Chapter 58, Pulling a Tiger Skin to Make a Big Coat. "Are you betting or not? Stop acting like a woman." Fang Xing looked at Su Lingyun unhappily, looking like a fighting rooster. "I am a woman," Su Lingyun thought to herself, but said calmly, "Since you want to bet, let me make it clear. We will set a 3-year period. Within these 3 years, if you feel afraid and think your life is in danger, you can come find me, and I will intercede with Qingxue to save your life and allow you to leave the Taoist sect safely. If you can hold on for 3 years without coming to me, relying on your own abilities to survive, I will admit I underestimated you, and not only will I not stop you from meeting Xiaoman, but I will also refine pills for you for 3 years." Fang Xing's eyes brightened. "No fee?" Su Lingyun nodded and said, "I won't take a single cent." Fang Xing asked, "What about this time? Will you agree to refine a breakthrough pill for me again?" To him, thoughts about alchemy for the next 3 years felt too abstract. After all, he had no intention of leaving the Qingyun sect, so it was more important to seek immediate benefits. He needed to secure this breakthrough pill first. Su Lingyun coldly smiled and said, 100 low-grade spirit stones are practically worthless to me." Fang Xing instantly became happy and laughed. "All right, I bet with you." Su Lingyun warned, "Within 3 years, you cannot secretly look for Xiaoman. Otherwise, it would be a breach of contract. If I find out, not only will I not stop Qingxue from causing you trouble, but I would even prefer that Xiaoman hate me and would personally break your legs and expel you from the sect." She spoke with a serious expression, clearly very earnest. Fang Xing, however, patted his chest carelessly and said, "A big man keeps his word, just don't go back on it." Su Lingyun frowned at his crude words, turned around, and left, her voice drifting back, "Come find me at Lingyun Valley in 3 days." Fang Xing smiled and followed her, calling out, "Sister Lingyun, don't be in a hurry, let me see you off." Su Lingyun coldly snorted and continued walking. Fang Xing called out again, "Sister Lingyun, don't worry. I've remembered everything you said. I'll definitely practice well and live up to your expectations. By the way, that Sister Lin was just momentarily sad and acted out of turn. Don't really punish her harshly. I'm not angry with her." "Oh right. I'll come to find you in 3 days. I promise I'll be there on time." Su Lingyun paused slightly, turned to look at Fang Xing, puzzled, thinking, what has gotten into this little brat? Fang Xing stood there with a big smile, looking very sincere, waving his hand vigorously, its cold riding on the white crane. "Sister Lingyun, remember to wear more clothes next time. Your white dress looks nice, but it's too thin. Under the firelight, it's almost transparent." He wanted to say more, but held back, fearing she might turn hostile. That damn little brat is deliberately trying to act close to me. It wasn't until the night wind blew that Su Lingyun suddenly reacted, exclaiming. Only then did she understand what Fang Xing's seemingly nonsensical words meant. Those words were not meant for her, but for the disciples of Qingxi Valley, or to put it more broadly, they were meant for all the outer disciples of Qingyun sect. This little brat was deliberately putting on a show of being familiar with her to borrow her influence. Su Lingyun suddenly realized that as a true disciple of Qingyun sect, she had been tricked by this little brat and could only endure it. Little brat, one day when you fall into my hands, I will make you pay, Su Lingyun said resentfully, but her voice was only heard by the white crane and the night wind. Kid, what were you two talking about just now? Elder Hong, who had been hovering in the air, looked at Fang Xing and Su Lingyun whispering to each other with curiosity. From his angle, he could clearly see Fang Xing spitting and picking his nose, while Su Lingyun looked disgusted but still managed to talk to him. Eventually, it seemed like they reached some kind of agreement, and this little brat even sent Su Lingyun off with a friendly demeanor, indicating a close relationship. This made him curious about what they had been discussing. Fang Xing grinned and bowed to Elder Hong in the air, saying, "This is a private conversation between me and Su Lingyun. Even though I'm grateful for your saving my life, I can't tell you. It's against decorum. Haha, little monkey, watch your words. Be careful of trouble coming from your mouth." Given his status, it was just a casual question. And seeing Fang Xing not saying anything, he naturally wouldn't pursue it further. Fang Xing took the 9-serpent golden flame sword, looked proudly at the disciples of Qingxi Valley who were still peeking at him, and scolded, "What are you idiots looking at? Don't you know the relationship between me and Sister Lingyun? I'll tell you, she treats me very well, like a real mother. So don't provoke me in the future." The disciples had just heard Fang Xing's words and saw him speaking in a low voice with Su Lingyun for a long time. They were already full of doubts. And now hearing him say this, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. The real person doesn't show their true form. This little brat actually has such a deep connection with Sister Lingyun? Seeing that he had shocked everyone, Fang Xing felt even prouder. He tossed the 9-serpent golden flame sword into the air, and it automatically flew into the cave ring behind his head. Turning around confidently, he frowned when he saw his small wooden house, which had been half burned down by Lin Qingshue's Dao fire. It looked uninhabitable, and it seemed he would have to ask He San to arrange another one for him. "He San, that bastard, get out here. Pick the best room and arrange a place for me to live." He walked with his hands behind his back, cursing as he headed to the valley entrance to find He San. The other disciples of Qingxi Valley stared at each other, still immersed in the previous scenes. Is that little brat really that close with Sister Lingyun? Among the outer disciples, countless people were secretly discussing. Indeed, after that little brat knocked Lin Qingxue away, Sister Lingyun immediately rushed over. We thought she was going to slap him back, but it turned out she was worried about his injuries and hurried to check on him. Yes, I heard that Sister Lingyun also planned to punish Lin Qingxue heavily, and it was that little brat who pleaded for her. Sister Lingyun even told that little brat to come find her in 3 days. I wonder what for. Of course, it must be to secretly give him some cultivation resources. Amidst the discussions, everyone's gaze towards Fang Xing changed again. Previously, many thought Fang Xing relied on sending stone essence powder to Meng Xianxiao for protection. So while they didn't provoke him, they also looked down on him. Now, they realized they were wrong. This little brat didn't need Meng Xianxiao's protection at all. Meng Xuanzhao's uncle was just a low-ranking elder, and his future couldn't compare to Sister Lingyun's at all. Hey, don't you think that little brat's flying sword looks strange? Seems like I've heard it somewhere. Amidst the discussions, someone suddenly recalled something odd and quietly asked, "Ah, you reminded me. I felt something was off just now. That flying sword, with its red gold body and spiritual flames winding around it, dancing with 9 serpents, is clearly the 9-serpent golden flame sword, right? Do you remember? Ho Qing once said he found clues about the Misty Smoke Bandit. That bandit used a flying sword just like that 9-serpent golden flame sword, which was said to be the first sword he stole at the ghost market. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and in an instant, countless people were reminded. And the discussions became more intense. Chapter 59, A Great Backer. A night passed, and Fang Xing became completely famous in the outer sect. The most envied rumor was about the speculation regarding Fang Xing and Su Lingyun's relationship. Being associated with Su Lingyun was like stepping into the heavens. One must know that within the Dao sect, the hierarchy was strict, with the supreme elders above, followed by the sect master, the grand elder, the 4 law elders, and the foundation establishment elders. Below the elders were the true disciples, who held the highest status. Meng Xianxiao's uncle and others, including Elder Hong who had come to Fang Xing's aid, were the lowest-ranking functional elders. Although nominally elders, in terms of future prospects and cultivation, they couldn't compare to true disciples like Su Lingyun and Xiao Jiaming, who had exceptional talents and a high likelihood of successfully establishing their foundations, while the elders were nearing the end of their lifespans with little hope left. Thus, with Su Lingyun's support, Fang Xing's status could be said to have soared to the skies. Of course, only he knew in his heart that he was simply hanging onto someone else's coattail. However, another rumor was somewhat unfavorable for Fang Xing. He summoned the nine-serpent golden flame sword for combat at that time. Although no one guessed anything then, it gradually spread afterward. Some people noticed that the nine-serpent golden flame sword used by Fang Xing seemed extremely similar to the flying sword that was lost when the Misty Smoke Bandit first appeared in the ghost market. Additionally, when Ho Qing was deceived, he had also mentioned that the Misty Smoke Bandit used a nine-serpent golden flame sword. On the evening of the following day, someone came to Qingxi Valley to visit Fang Xing, introducing himself as Luo Shi. After some pleasantries, he expressed a desire to see Fang Xing's flying sword. Fang Xing understood that the other party was suspicious of him and decided to admit it generously, simply stating that he bought the flying sword at the ghost market, claiming he got a great deal for just 30 spirit stones. Seeing this, Luo Shi, although filled with doubt, had no choice but to take his leave for the time being. He was certain that this flying sword was the one he had lost, but he was not sure if Fang Xing was indeed the Misty Smoke Bandit. After all, Fang Xing's age didn't match, and he looked nothing like the tall, thin adult who had appeared in the ghost market. Luo Shi, who had come specifically to see the sword, ultimately left empty-handed. Although he still harbored suspicions, he did not dare to provoke Fang Xing, especially since Fang Xing was no longer just connected to Meng Xianzhou. He was also very close to senior sister Su Lingyun. Despite being a wealthy scion from a prominent family, Luo Shi did not dare to offend someone associated with Su Lingyun. This made Fang Xing a bit alert. In that urgent situation, he hadn't considered much and directly summoned his most powerful flying sword, not expecting that just this sword would raise other suspicions. It seemed that while there were indeed many fat sheep in the Taoist sect, it was also clear that not all of them were fools. He needed to enter the inner sect quickly, once he transformed into an inner sect disciple who would dare to provoke him. Even if these people knew he was the Misty Smoke Bandit, they would have to keep that secret to themselves. Whoever dared to speak would be dealt with. More importantly, Lin Qingxue would be confined for half a year, meaning she wouldn't have the time to trouble him. After 6 months, who knew what that crazy woman would do? Time was indeed short for him. He could only join the inner sect as soon as possible to understand the situation there and to cultivate spells to enhance his self-defense capabilities. One-eyed dragon. Why are you squinting one eye? Ah, Fang Xixiang, I greet you. Early that morning, Fang Xing stepped out with a swagger, wearing a small-sized Dao robe that still looked a bit oversized. The cuffs of his pants were tightly bound with grass rope, making him look somewhat comical. He was not tall, but with his hands behind his back, a ponytail at the back of his head, and a grass stick in his mouth. He appeared like a little bandit, greeting everyone as if everyone in Qingxi Valley was his acquaintance. The disciple he called One-Eyed Dragon had uneven eyes, though it wasn't very noticeable. For some reason, Fang Xing spotted it and started calling him that nickname, which he dared not refuse. Hey, look at your sneaky eyes. Have you been sneaking around Qixiao Valley to watch women bathe again? Hee hee, Fang Xixiang is joking. I just went out to practice some boxing. Old man, don't run. What about what you promised to find for me last time? Hee hee, Fang Xixiang, don't say that in public. I found it. I'll bring it to you tonight. Fang Xing walked to the entrance of Qingxi Valley, scolding anyone he encountered, but the disciples dared not express their anger, only smiling along. The notorious reputation of the big troublemaker in Qingxi Valley had already spread among these disciples, but no one dared to speak to Fang Xing directly. In front of him, they all sweetly called him Fang Xixiang, but what they said behind his back was unknown. Of course, Fang Xing didn't care about that. He only needed them to show respect on the surface. Fang Xixiang, where are you off to so early? At the valley entrance, he encountered He San, who smiled and approached him from afar. Good morning to you. Haven't you seen that the sun is already high? You lazybones are up, what about me? Fang Xing scolded as soon as they met, and He San could only stay silent, having previously offended this little scourge. No matter whom Fang Xing encountered, he teased and joked, but when he saw He San, he immediately scolded him, and He San didn't dare to be unhappy. Thus, He San was determined to never retort to Fang Xing's insults, to give him whatever he wanted. The result was that all of He San's cultivation resources were plundered by Fang Xing and given to Yu Sanliang. His reputation fell to the ground in Qingxi Valley, becoming a laughingstock, but fortunately, he hadn't lost his position as a steward in the miscellaneous office. Drink your old man's wine. You're old enough and still not focusing on cultivation, just thinking about drinking. What a waste. Fang Xing scolded without hesitation, then said, I'm going to see senior sister Lingyun. She said she would guide my cultivation and give me some spirit medicine. I don't know when you'll see my lamp lit. Bring it over then. All right, Fang Xixiao. Take care. He San replied with a smile. After a few more scoldings to vent his frustration, Fang Xing headed out along the mountain path at the valley entrance. He indeed intended to go to Lingyun Valley, but of course, his talk about guidance and cultivation was just a boast. Over these 3 days, He had prepared the materials for refining the breaking stage pill and wanted to find Su Lingyun to fulfill her promise. Disciples of the Qingyun sect held their own cultivation valleys. Although Su Lingyun was a disciple of Qixiao Valley, she also had her own secluded valley called Lingyun Valley. Generally, she only went to Qixiao Valley for significant matters or when the master was giving teachings. Otherwise, she resided in Lingyun Valley, enjoying the same treatment as the elders of the sect. Lingyun Valley was located in a hidden valley at the edge of Qingyun sect, surrounded by blooming flowers and exotic herbs, with a fragrant and serene environment, flowing streams, and beautiful scenery. Most importantly, on sunny days, when the ground heat rose, auspicious clouds would float, enveloping the valley, containing spiritual energy that assisted in cultivation. Truly a good place to visit. When Fang Xing arrived here, he was somewhat unsure of where to go. He knew Lingyun Valley was nearby, but didn't know the exact path. Just as he was considering whether to ask someone for directions, he suddenly heard a crane's call from above. A strong wind swept by, revealing Su Lingyun's white crane diving down from the sky, casting a strange look at Fang Xing before tilting its left wing, signaling him to get on its back. "Are you here to pick me up? Riding this is quite nice, much more impressive than a dragon horse," Fang Xing exclaimed in admiration as he approached. About to get on the crane's back, when he suddenly remembered something and leaned over to peek at the crane's tail. The crane, unaware of what he was doing, called out and urged him to get on. "Is it male or female?" Fang Xing mumbled to himself as he jumped onto the crane's back. He suddenly realized that Su Lingyun rode this white crane every day. If it were female, that would be fine, but if it were male, it would be troublesome. As monsters increase in cultivation, they can transform into human forms. Would Su Lingyun also have to ride it then? As he pondered this, he couldn't help but chuckle. The white crane, hearing his laughter, glanced at him with its head tilted, not knowing what this guy was thinking. Chapter 60, Riding the White Crane. The white crane flew steadily, much more comfortably than riding a horse. Fang Xing felt the cool breeze on his face, streams of spiritual clouds brushing past him, sometimes obscured and sometimes revealed, creating an incredibly beautiful feeling. After all, Fang Xing was still a child. He was momentarily filled with joy. However, the white crane, hearing Fang Xing's cheers, flashed a glimmer of cold light in its small eyes. Whoosh! Fang Xing was cheering when he suddenly felt the white crane beneath him accelerate abruptly, shooting forward like a meteor. At the same time, it tilted to the left, causing him to lose his balance and nearly fall off. However, the crane quickly stabilized, let out a crane call, and continued to increase its flying speed, soaring straight into the sky before suddenly flipping over. "Oh no! Is that Su Lingyun trying to have this demon crane kill me?" Fang Xing thought in shock. He misunderstood Su Lingyun. She indeed wanted the white crane to pick Fang Xing up and take him into the valley. However, this crane had also gained some cultivation, its intelligence awakened, and it had a protective nature. Back in Qingxi Valley, it had witnessed Su Lingyun communicating with Fang Xing for a moment and had been furious ever since, cursing this little brat under its breath when Su Lingyun rode away on it. The white crane had developed a hatred for the trembling young man who had made its master so upset. And now that Su Lingyun had sent it to fetch Fang Xing, it decided to scare him a little, not intending to actually drop him to his death, but to fly high and then drop him, planning to swoop back down to catch him, just to see him frightened to tears. However, Fang Xing didn't care about any of that. Seeing the crane's appearance, he was immediately alarmed, then furious, shouting, "You feathered beast! Do you want to throw me to my death? I'll kill you first." Saying this, he flipped over and forcefully used his dragon catching and crane controlling technique to stabilize himself on the crane, while his other hand pulled out a dagger from his boot and stabbed it into the crane's back. With one hand holding the knife to secure his position, Fang Xing swiftly rolled to the left. The crane pecked at him, but Fang Xing used the dagger as leverage, leaping forward to land on the crane's neck, straddling it tightly. This position was a blind spot for the crane. Neither its sharp claws nor its steel-like beak could reach him. "Drop down," Fang Xing shouted. And without hesitation, he stabbed the dagger into the crane's neck. The crane let out a series of anguished cries, flying wildly in the air, losing its rationality from the pain. Fang Xing didn't take care, seeing the crane was still disobedient and thinking it still wanted to throw him down. He drove the dagger deeper into its neck and twisted the handle. The intense pain made the crane scream sharply, and instinctively, it flew to the right. But it was in such agony that its flight became erratic. Fang Xing held on to its neck, unafraid it would shake him off. He noticed that when he stabbed the left side of the crane's neck, it would fly to the right, so he chuckled, pulled out the knife, and stabbed it into the right side. The crane cried out in misery and flew to the left. "Haha, this feels great." Fang Xing laughed heartily, using this unique method to control the crane's flight in the air, no longer in a hurry to land. However, since the crane was quite large and Fang Xing's dagger was less than a foot long, even though it was stabbed into its neck, It did not hit any vital points. At this moment, the white crane had been completely subdued by Fang Xing. In despair, it suddenly spotted the location of Lingyun Valley and flapped its wings, charging directly toward it. Fang Xing's attempts to stab it with the knife could not change its course. In the blink of an eye, they covered 100 zhang, and with a loud bang, the crane landed in a flower field, throwing Fang Xing off. They were in a small valley about 2 or 3 miles wide, filled with various strange flowers and grasses. In the center was a small lake with crystal-clear water. In the middle of the valley stood a 3-story intricately carved wooden building, painted with purple lacquer, its surface covered in green vines. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Lingyun, dressed in a white skirt, appeared at the window, her eyes widening in shock. "Crane!" Su Lingyun cried out in concern, flying out of the window to check on the crane's injuries. At this moment, the crane was indeed in a terrible state. It had been stabbed in the back, blood staining large patches of its white feathers. There were 4 or 5 wounds on either side of its neck, all bleeding profusely. The crane didn't even have the strength to turn over. Seeing Su Lingyun approach, it let out a weak cry, looking utterly despondent. "Did you hurt my crane?" Just then, Fang Xing, who had fallen into a patch of flowers, managed to sit up but had yet to speak when Su Lingyun, in a fit of rage, slapped him away, sending him sliding 4 or 5 zhang across the flower field. "You little brat, I kindly sent my crane to fetch you. And you actually laid such a vicious hand on it." Su Lingyun was still seething with anger. She pointed her finger, and a flying sword appeared in midair, ready to stab at Fang Xing. "Go to hell, you old hag. I should have guessed you had ill intentions, tricking me here to kill me. I curse you to be without a husband for the rest of your life, and one day be sold to a brothel, ridden by thousands and cursed by millions, never to die a good death." Fang Xing, thinking Su Lingyun had lured him here to kill him, felt he was no match for her. But he refused to die without a fight. He jumped up and began cursing, even if it was just to take advantage of the situation. "What nonsense are you spouting? I was afraid you wouldn't find your way to Lingyun Valley, so I specifically sent my crane to pick you up. Clearly, you are the one with a wicked heart, injuring my crane like this, and yet you accuse me of having ill intentions?" Su Lingyun's sword stopped just before Fang Xing, but in the end, although she was cold and ruthless, she was not a bloodthirsty person, especially after hearing Fang Xing's curses, even though they were vicious and made her angrier. She felt that if Fang Xing wasn't in the wrong, he wouldn't speak so confidently. Thus, she hesitated for a moment. "Kindly pick me up? Spare me your nonsense. This feathered beast was about to throw me down from the sky. Is that how you pick someone up?" Fang Xing sat up, unafraid of Su Lingyun's flying sword, and continued to curse. "The crane was going to drop you?" Su Lingyun looked at the white crane in surprise, which let out a mournful cry and turned its head away. Su Lingyun was not foolish. Seeing the crane's behavior, she quickly pieced together the truth of the situation. Her anger lessened slightly, but she was still unable to calm down. She scolded, "My crane was born in Xingyun sect and is only 3 years old. It has never killed anyone. How could it possibly want to throw you down from the sky? It was clearly just playing a joke on you. Why did you have to be so heavy-handed?" "A joke?" Fang Xing sneered. "Is it a joke to play with someone else's life?" Su Lingyun felt stifled, stamped her foot in frustration, waved her hand to dismiss the flying sword, and turned to check the crane's injuries. Upon inspection, she found that even though the crane's injuries looked severe, it wasn't life-threatening, which eased her mind a bit. After carefully applying healing herbs to the crane, Su Lingyun turned back to Fang Xing with a fierce expression and shouted, "Come with me." Fang Xing sat on the ground, turned his head, and angrily replied, "I won't go?" Su Lingyun frowned tightly. "What are you trying to pull now?" Fang Xing said, "Clearly, your feathered beast was trying to hurt me first. I was just passively defending myself, yet you didn't ask for the whole story and slapped me, making my backside hurt terribly. You should apologize to me." "You want me to apologize to you?" Su Lingyun was furious, her eyes narrowing. The difference in their strengths was evident, and Fang Xing was somewhat afraid of her. He quickly shrank back. "Wary, what are you doing? Planning to kill me to silence me?" Su Lingyun genuinely considered killing him, focusing more on the killing than the silencing. This little brat made her grit her teeth in anger, but in the end, she just stomped her foot, threw a bottle of healing herbs at him, and shouted, "Apply it where you're hurt." "Apply it myself? Why are you being so fierce?" Fang Xing grumbled, getting up to take off his pants. Su Lingyun's face changed dramatically. "What are you trying to do?" Fang Xing replied, "My backside is injured. I need to apply medicine." Su Lingyun was so angry she didn't know what to say. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence through gritted teeth. "Go behind the flowers to apply it." "Behind the flowers?" Saying this, he unceremoniously stuffed the entire bottle of elixir into his bosom. Su Lingyun glared at him for a while Fang Xing casually surveyed the surroundings, ignoring her gaze. "Follow me." Su Lingyun ultimately found herself at a loss with this slippery character. She sighed and took the lead towards the small building. Fang Xing followed behind her. observing the environment as he walked, thinking to himself. This woman said that Xiaoman was cultivating by her side. She should also be living in this valley. But why haven't I seen anyone else? Although Su Lingyun walked ahead, she kept a close watch on him from the shadows. Seeing him looking around, she sneered. You don't need to look anymore. Xiaoman is cultivating in another place. I want to tell you the location, and you want to see her for 3 years. Fang Xing replied, who is looking? I'm just appreciating the environment here. Su Lingyun coldly laughed. Do you even know what appreciation means? Fang Xing said. Of course I do. How about here? Just SOSO. Su Lingyun was momentarily speechless, secretly cursing herself for asking this little brat, realizing it was just asking for trouble. Upon entering the small building, they saw that it was arranged very simply. Aside from a few pots of flowers and plants, there were almost no decorations. However, there were many wooden shelves placed throughout the building, some filled with thick books related to elixirs and cultivation, while others held exquisite bottles and jars, seemingly containing elixirs refined by Su Lingyun. In the center of the room stood a blue-green bronze cauldron, antique in style, with some complex yet profound runes carved on it. Presumably Su Lingyun's alchemy furnace. You want me to help you refine a breaking stage elixir, but do you know that all the materials must be prepared by yourself? Su Lingyun sat down on a chair at the north end of the room and coldly said. Fang Xing dismissively replied, I understand the rules. Saying this, he took out a bundle from his spatial ring and placed it in front of Su Lingyun, unwrapping it. Inside the bundle were 8 stalks of spiritual herbs and a small bag of stone essence powder, all very complete. Su Lingyun was momentarily stunned, wondering, you actually prepared the materials? Where did you get the stone essence powder? Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, what is it to you? I have it anyway. Su Lingyun choked for a moment, fell silent, and began to scrutinize Fang Xing. After a while, she suddenly waved her hand, and an invisible force immediately wrapped the bundle, sending it directly into a nearby room for storing spiritual herbs. Fang Xing asked, when can I come to collect the elixir? Also, don't your alchemists need to sign some kind of jade contract? Su Lingyun didn't answer and waved her hand again, sending a small purple bottle flying towards Fang Xing. He caught the small bottle, opened it, and was immediately surprised to find a round breaking stage elixir inside. Its color a waxy white, resembling dried milk, with a fragrant aroma wafting out. He could faintly sense a powerful force sealed within. The yin-yang divine demon mirror in his mind automatically identified the elixir and revealed its name, Spirit Movement Breaking Stage Elixir. You actually prepared this long ago? Fang Xing looked at Su Lingyun in surprise. Su Lingyun coldly snorted and said, you can leave now. From now on, you are not allowed to come within 10 miles of Lingyun Valley. She hadn't even considered that Fang Xing was merely asking her to refine an elixir, not trying to extort one from her. This small misunderstanding made her regard Fang Xing a bit more favorably. He actually managed to gather the materials for refining the breaking stage elixir. This kid has some ability. Su Lingyun thought to herself, but unexpectedly, just as this thought arose, Fang Xing's cheeky voice sounded. Sister Lingyun, it seems you were already prepared to give me the breaking stage elixir directly. So can you return those things from earlier? Turning your back just like that. What a lowly dog. Fang Xing muttered as he turned to leave, which Su Lingyun heard and made her feel even more uncomfortable. As Fang Xing grumbled, he passed by a shelf of elixirs and casually grabbed 4 or 5 bottles without even looking, stuffing them into his bosom. Put down my elixirs. Su Lingyun was so furious her nose almost crinkled, and she shouted sternly. Fang Xing grinned and said, I'm just taking them to study. I'll return them to you another day. Saying this, he quickly dashed out of the small building. Su Lingyun initially wanted to chase after him, but felt it was unbecoming of her status, so she let him go. Fang Xing triumphantly exited the small building and saw that the white crane had regained some spirit, turning its head to glare at him resentfully. He shot at a glare and scolded, stupid feathered beast, haven't you had enough of a lesson? Although the white crane was large, it was only 3 years old. Being a spiritual beast, its intelligence had already developed, but its mental maturity was still lacking. In short, it was like a child. After being tormented by Fang Xing, it had already begun to fear him. Now, with his scolding, it felt scared, lowered its head, and didn't dare to look up at him. If you dare to bully my crane again, I'll definitely break your legs. Su Lingyun's voice came from the small building, sounding like her anger was reaching its peak. Fang Xing understood the principle of a wise man not suffering immediate losses and hurriedly left the valley, ensuring Su Lingyun couldn't hear him before he turned back towards Lingyun Valley and cursed, what are you pretending for? Sooner or later, I'll sleep with you. As he entered the valley, he encountered 2 disciples from Qingxi Valley who, upon seeing Fang Xing, were immediately startled and ducked aside. You are Fang Xing? Just as he was about to enter the door, someone suddenly spoke coldly, and 2 unfamiliar disciples walked out from the shadows on the left side of the building. Fang Xing looked up and saw two unfamiliar disciples at the second level of spirit movement, who he had never seen before. Who else could look this good besides me? Speak if you have something to say, Fang Xing said nonchalantly, impatient to deal with them, and was about to walk directly into the building. Suddenly, one of the young men blocked his path and said with a half-smile, "Don't be in such a hurry. I'm here to convey a message from senior brother Meng Xianxiao. He has set up a banquet for you in the purple bamboo forest. Come with us." Meng Xianxiao? Why is that bastard suddenly inviting me to drink? Fang Xing was slightly taken aback, his expression turning cold as he thought to himself. Could it be that he guessed something? It seems that because of the exposure of the 9-serpent golden flame sword, even Meng Xianxiao has begun to suspect him. In fact, Fang Xing was correct in his guess. After the outer sect disciples saw him using the 9-serpent golden flame sword, they began to have doubts about his connection with the Misty Smoke Thief. However, ordinary people were deterred by Meng Xianxiao and Su Lingyun, so no one dared to openly question him. This rumor eventually reached Meng Xianxiao's ears. When Meng Xianxiao first heard this rumor, he merely laughed it off, thinking it was impossible since it was Fang Xing who had given him the stone essence powder. However, upon careful consideration, he realized there were many doubts. First, Fang Xing had given him the stone essence powder without asking for a single spirit stone, which felt a bit abnormal, and on top of that, the Misty Smoke Thief's appearance was too timely. Chapter 62. Where did Fang Xing go? Back then, when Meng Xianxiao beat Lu Feng to interrogate him about the Misty Smoke Thief's identity, Lu Feng was beaten to the brink of death but insisted that Fang Xing had set him up. At that time, Meng Xianxiao did not believe there was any connection between Fang Xing and the Misty Smoke Thief. He thought Lu Feng was just trying to frame Fang Xing as he faced death. In anger, he taught Lu Feng a harsh lesson. But he didn't expect Lu Feng to be so fragile. After a few punches and kicks, Lu Feng was killed. With no choice, Meng Xianxiao had to dispose of Lu Feng's body and treat it as if the person had never existed. Therefore, Meng Xianxiao's uncle thought the matter had escalated too much and ordered him to stop pursuing it. Since they had already fallen into the other party's hands, they should just accept it. If the matter escalated, it would only lead to unnecessary trouble. With no other option, Meng Xianxiao had to leave it at that. Suppressing his anger, he had almost forgotten about this matter, but now, with the news of Fang Xing possessing the 9-serpent golden flame sword spreading, Meng Xianxiao began to connect the dots. As for the speculation about the Misty Smoke Bandit, he only knew that the other party used a smoke pouch capable of releasing powerful mist and had never seen the bandit use the 9-serpent golden flame sword. However, Ho Qing had seen it and had confidently stated that the flying sword of the Misty Smoke Bandit was indeed the 9-serpent golden flame sword stolen during the first ghost market. With no other options, Meng Xianxiao had to take this as a basis. The 9-serpent golden flame sword was something Lu Feng insisted was a setup by Fang Xing before his death. The people who had revealed that they had news of the stone essence powder led Meng Xianxiao to reconsider Fang Xing's suspicion. Could it be that Lu Feng was right? Was the real Misty Smoke Bandit really related to Fang Xing? Was it not Fang Xing who had informed the Misty Smoke Bandit to rob him? The bandit didn't mention any other names, but specifically brought up Lu Feng's name. Was it to frame Lu Feng for Fang Xing? A series of questions made Meng Xianxiao increasingly suspicious of Fang Xing. He still didn't believe Fang Xing was the Misty Smoke Bandit, but he felt that Fang Xing was very likely to know the bandit. Therefore, he quickly made the decision to capture Fang Xing for interrogation. However, even though he had his uncle backing him in the outer sect, he didn't have the courage to directly arrest someone in the outer sect. So he just sent someone to invite Fang Xing for a drink, planning to trick him over and then handle things as he pleased. After all, he had already killed Lu Feng to find that detestable Misty Smoke Bandit. He didn't care if he had to deal with Fang Xing too. Meng Xianxiao wanted to invite me for a drink? No time. Maybe another day. Fang Xing naturally wouldn't go, chuckling as he prepared to push open the door to the small building. Humph, kid, don't think you can refuse and avoid punishment. Another young man coldly spoke, advancing with another youth, arms crossed and eyes cold. They had already been instructed that if Fang Xing refused to go, it would raise more suspicion, and they needed to forcibly take him. Both of them were at the second level of spiritual movement, and they thought it would be easy to subdue Fang Xing. After all, the people in Qingxi Valley only saw Fang Xing and Lin Qingxua exchanging flying swords that day and did not witness their struggle inside the wooden house. So no one knew about Fang Xing's dragon seizing and crane controlling technique, nor could they guess his cultivation level. Even Meng Xianxiao only thought that Fang Xing might be in cahoots with the Misty Smoke Bandit, never considering that Fang Xing was the bandit himself. Oh, Fang Xing finally looked up at them, sizing them up with a half-smile, seemingly amused. The disrespectful young man said coldly, "What are you looking at?" Fang Xing chuckled, suddenly slapping out a palm. He had already used 30% of his spiritual power in this palm strike, which was powerful and unexpected. With a loud clap, he knocked the young man to the ground, then jumped up, spread his fingers, and a force appeared out of nowhere, pulling the other young man directly over. He spun and kicked him away. In an instant, both of the second-level spiritual movement youths were knocked down, lying on the ground without even having time to summon their flying swords. In the valley, countless people watched quietly, some even eager to try their luck against him. Fang Xing glanced around coldly and said, "You bunch of worthless scum, do you have any objections?" As he spoke, he summoned the 9-serpent golden flame sword, which flew around him in the air. Although some wanted to help Meng Xianxiao capture him, they quickly reconsidered. To curry favor with Meng Xianxiao at the risk of offending senior sister Lingyun was not a wise trade-off. They decided it was better to keep their heads down. After all, when gods fight, mortals suffer. Meng Xianxiao and senior sister Lingyun were both figures they couldn't afford to offend. When Meng Xianxiao learned that Fang Xing had injured the people he sent to capture him and fled overnight, he was furious, smashing a nearby purple bamboo with his fist and grinding his teeth, saying, "If this guy has escaped, it means he has a guilty conscience." One of his followers suggested, "In that case, why not report to the sect and have him taken?" He ground his teeth in silent anger for a moment and then barked, "Search. Search the entire outer sect and find him." His entourage immediately set out, searching the various valleys overnight. Meng Xianxiao was the second-generation heir of the Dao sect, and there were indeed very few people in the outer sect who dared to offend him. The stewards of the various valleys fully cooperated with him. However, after searching the entire valley, even looking at the fat Daoist, they surprisingly could not find Fang Xing, which left everyone puzzled. Where could that little brat have run off to at night? Could he have hidden in Lingyun Valley? Someone suddenly thought of this and asked tremulously. Meng Xuanzhao's expression darkened upon hearing this. If that guy had truly hidden with Su Lingyun, he would have no way to deal with him. As Su Lingyun was a true disciple of the Qingyun sect, far more prestigious than his uncle, who was an elder in the outer sect. Impossible. If that little brat really had a relationship with senior sister Lingyun, what resources could he not obtain? Just a little bit from senior sister Lingyun would be enough for his cultivation. I always feel that the rumors in the Dao sect have some hidden agenda. His relationship with senior sister Lingyun may not be as good as others say. Moreover, even if it is true, you don't need to be intimidated by senior sister Lingyun. You must know that she is a true disciple, and her reputation outweighs everything. Even if they truly have a close relationship, as long as it is proven that the little brat is related to the Misty Smoke Bandit, senior sister Lingyun would not be able to intervene, and would likely try to distance herself from him. Meng Xianxiao pondered for a while, and then said through gritted teeth, "No matter what, we must find him. Turn the entire outer sect upside down and continue searching. Additionally, I will ask you to go to Lingyun Valley to check for news to see if he is really there." He was clearly furious. Even though he knew Fang Xing might have a connection with senior sister Lingyun, he still wanted to find him first. For him, finding that Misty Smoke Bandit was more important than anything else. Soon, everyone he could mobilize was sent out again, meticulously searching for Fang Xing's whereabouts. However, throughout the night, Fang Xing remained elusive, and everyone couldn't help but wonder, where could that little brat have hidden? Chapter 63, Rebirth, Breaking, and Rebuilding. At this moment, in the Qingyun sect's spiritual herb field, in the third area of the Bing section, outside the wooden house, the young Taoists were kneeling on the ground, not daring to breathe. "All right, we're all brothers, no need to be so afraid of me. To be honest, I have a date with a female Taoist here today. You guys, keep your eyes open and roll away if you want. Enjoy yourselves however you like. But whoever dares to let out even the slightest hint, haha, I can kill you without punishment," Fang Xing said with a cold smile, lounging in his favorite chair, half threatening and half joking. We wouldn't dare. Fang Lauda, rest assured, we will definitely keep our mouths shut." Fang Xing threw out 20 taels of gold, instantly making Wang Zhi and the others overjoyed, nodding and bowing as they left. Hey, truly a born Taoist's fate. I've already told them the method of refining essence into qi, and yet none of them have cultivated any spiritual power. Fang Xing looked at these guys with some helplessness, shaking his head in disappointment. After sitting outside the wooden house for a whole day and seeing that night had fallen with no one arriving, he finally entered the wooden house. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Fang Xing poured a breaking-through pill from a porcelain bottle into his palm, revealing an expression full of anticipation. Fourth level of spiritual movement. Here I come. Taking a few deep breaths to calm himself, Fang Xing suddenly tossed the breaking-through pill into his mouth. At first, there was nothing wrong. But after a dozen breaths, Fang Xing gradually felt a blazing flame igniting within him. He took a deep breath and surprisingly found that he was exhaling faint blue flames. This startled him, and he quickly focused his mind, operating his spiritual power, waiting for the medicinal power of the breaking level pill to fully unfold. He didn't use the supreme transformation of Spirit Sutra, allowing the breaking level pill to dissolve at a normal pace. After a few more breaths, the blazing flame within him suddenly exploded, intensifying several times. In that instant, Fang Xing felt as if he had swallowed a continuously exploding fireball, wreaking havoc within him and releasing intense firepower. Moreover, this firepower was alive, continuously drilling into his meridians, causing his entire body's meridians to shatter, disappearing piece by piece. Then, his spiritual power ran wildly, slithering through his body like a chaotic snake. Amidst this rampant firepower, there were various powerful medicinal properties that burned his meridians one moment, and the next moment, restored them completely. Throughout this entire process, Fang Xing's body was continuously being destroyed and reborn. It was a complete rebirth. Fang Xing understood that this was a normal phenomenon and gritted his teeth to endure it. The path of cultivation is a continuous process of breaking through one's limits and reconstructing oneself. The first 3 levels of spiritual movement involve drawing spiritual energy into the body, residing in one's meridians, and then using spiritual power to flush the body, expelling impurities and excavating all of one's potential. After Fang Xing reached the peak of the 3rd level of spiritual movement, he had already reached his own limits. In other words, his strength, speed, senses, endurance, and spiritual power had all reached the maximum that his current body could achieve, and he could no longer improve even a little. If this continued, even with abundant resources, the only thing he could do was maintain his current state, preventing his cultivation from regressing. The role of the breaking level pill is to break and then establish. It uses powerful medicinal properties to shatter Fang Xing's limits and reconstruct his body, granting him greater potential. Therefore, the process of taking the breaking level pill is the process of Fang Xing's body being burned and then rebuilt. It is a process of rebirth through flames. Like the phoenix's fire, reborn through nirvana, the breaking level pill is also known as the nirvana pill. After 10 breaths, Fang Xing felt as if he were sitting in a raging fire, being forged like steel. The violent flames were burning and then repairing his body bit by bit, as if he were changing into a new body. During this process, he gritted his teeth, maintaining a tranquil mind, allowing the process to proceed slowly and naturally without interference. Before this, he had already studied the nuances of taking the breaking level pill and knew that if he couldn't endure the torment, lost his reason, and recklessly moved about, that flame of the pill could truly burn him to death. Gradually, half an hour passed, and Fang Xing suddenly opened his eyes, and within his pupils, there was a brilliance that seemed almost tangible. Inside, it seemed like there was a hungry beast, roaring towards the void. Fang Xing opened his mouth and took a deep breath, feeling threads of spiritual power seeping into his blood vessels. It was spiritual power. Fang Xing originally had a physique unsuitable for cultivation and could not draw spiritual power from the air. Now, however, he could feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth entering his body. Though it was not much, it was a world apart from before. Fang Xing picked up the gourd next to him and gulped down a mouthful of rich spiritual wine, operating the supreme transformation of Spirit Sutra to dissolve it. Instantly, torrents of essence flowed out, and the rich spiritual energy spread into his meridians. Fang Xing did not stop, swallowing continuously, and after a while, he had consumed half a gourd of spiritual wine. Only then did he feel his spiritual power brimming, an unprecedented feeling filling his entire body. That was a sense of power different from the 3rd level of spiritual movement. He felt a transcendent sense of strength. Looking down at his palm, Fang Xing suddenly raised his head, reaching out into the void. Suddenly, an invisible force activated, and a jar of wine from under Wang Zhi's bed flew out, hovering in front of him. Then, with a flick of his thumb, the clay seal on the jar was lifted by the invisible force, and with a pull of his spiritual power, a column of wine shot out, directly pouring into the gourd. Until the gourd was filled, not a single drop was spilled. The entire process was seamless. Fang Xing couldn't help but laugh. Now, as his cultivation increased, his dragon seizing and crane controlling technique became more proficient, far more exquisite than when Ho Qing had demonstrated it before. He even felt that after mastering this technique, various concealed weapons and blades in the mundane world would hardly be able to harm him. With the 4th level of spiritual movement broken through, he had truly transcended the mundane, genuinely stepping into the Taoist path. Fang Xing slowly stood up, and with a thought, a gravitational force swept him out of the thatched cottage. As the sun began to rise, the first ray of purple qi shone upon him, instantly filling him with heroic spirit. Whoosh! Standing outside the wooden house, Fang Xing stretched lazily, then suddenly channeled his power beneath his feet, shooting out like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was already 3 zhang away. He felt a continuous flow of power within him, yet his body was incredibly light, as if he could accelerate endlessly and lift 10,000 pounds of boulders. He even felt he could fly, and indeed, he could fly. After dashing out for several zhang, a ravine appeared ahead. Fang Xing lifted his leg and leaped, soaring to a height of 2 or 3 zhang with ease, easily jumping over the ravine. Just as he was about to descend, Fang Xing suddenly had an idea, reaching back to his ponytail. The nine-serpent golden flame sword from the cave heaven ring immediately flew into the air. Fang Xing stepped out, landing on the flying sword, using it to leap again, his figure darting forward like a wild goose. The nine-serpent golden flame sword sank beneath his feet, and following his mental guidance, it quickly caught up with him. Below him was an endless field of spiritual herbs, blooming with pale yellow flowers. From a distance, it looked like an endless sea of yellow flowers. Fang Xing, light as a goose, leaped and darted, flying out 4 or 5 zhang. Around him, 9 golden snakes swirled and danced, as if they had a spirit of their own, flying beneath his feet whenever he descended. Haha! Fang Xing couldn't help but laugh, with the fierce wind blowing against him and his blood boiling. Is this the feeling of cultivators flying through the heavens and escaping the earth? He looked up at the sky and thought, perhaps one day, I will truly break free from the shackles of the earth and soar into the 9 heavens, getting close to the starry sky. As of now, he was merely borrowing spiritual power to barely fly. It was not true flight. It seemed he still needed to learn the Taoist techniques of gliding and spells. With cultivation, not knowing how to operate them would be useless. Fang Xing stopped under the treetop, and the 9 golden snakes returned to the golden flame sword, which then flew back into the ring. He looked towards the direction of the Taoist sect and thought, I should report to the inner sect now. His second uncle once said that when a person arrives in a new place, they are bound to encounter some troubles and be bullied unless they are tougher than others. He narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly. Just right. There are people planning against me. I'll use you as an example first. Chapter 64, Taking the Initiative to Visit. Meng Xianzhao searched for Fang Xing all night, and the next day, he got up early to continue his search. Sitting in the purple bamboo forest, Meng Xianzhao silently drank wine, even his eyes turning blood red. It was here on the edge of this bamboo forest that he was robbed by the Misty Smoke Bandit, which caused him to lose face completely. He had become a laughingstock in their small circle, with everyone saying that Meng Xianzhao had just had his stone essence powder stolen, and even his private savings had been robbed clean. For this reason, Meng Xianzhao hated the smoke thief to the core. Back then, he had resorted to private punishment and killed Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng was already injured and unable to withstand the force, Meng's fury and heavy-handedness were not to be overlooked. Therefore, even though Fang Xing might have a connection with senior sister Ling Yun, he still planned to take risks. He swore that he would find Fang Xing and interrogate him about the whereabouts of the smoke thief. Brother Meng, why be so angry? That little brat can't hide forever. If he really doesn't show up, we can simply use our connections in the Taoist sect to issue a decree for him to appear. If he doesn't show up then, he will be expelled from the sect and labeled a traitor. I wonder where he could hide in this vast world, said a woman in a light yellow dress beside Meng Xianzhao, her face showing disdain. This was a resting place in the middle of the purple bamboo forest, with a stone table and 6 stone stools beside it. 3 people were sitting on the stools, 1 woman and 2 men, all roughly the same age as Meng Xianzhao, with similar levels of cultivation. They were friends within Meng Xianzhao's small circle, most of whom had connections in the Taoist sect, though not significant ones. Mostly relationships with lower-level elders. Birds of a feather flocked together. The friends Meng Xianzhao made were often of this type. They were also surrounded by some people who willingly served them in hopes of gaining some cultivation resources from their fingers. However, the people around Meng Xianzhao were clearly not enough to initiate a search for Fang Xing throughout the entire mountain gate. Thus, although he felt a bit embarrassed, he still sought out these 2 friends to help him in the search for Fang Xing. Meng Xianzhao was clearly not as calm as the woman, frequently showing signs of losing composure. He slammed his fist on the stone table and suddenly turned to the left, angrily saying, "You Sanliang, do you really not know where that little brat is hiding?" On the ground to the left of the stone table sat a trembling, chubby man, fat Taoist. As Fang Xing's only friend in the outer sect, he had also been brought here, but he hadn't suffered. They only questioned him a couple of times. The main reason for their reluctance to be too harsh with Fang Xing's people was that he had established a relationship with senior sister Ling Yun. In fact, even if they found Fang Xing, they would not dare to act recklessly unless they were sure he truly had information about the smoke thief. The name Su Lingyun was not one to be offended by anyone, and their backing also dared not provoke her. When Meng Xianzhao turned his head, Fat Taoist felt a bit relieved. In reality, he had guessed a possible hiding place for Fang Xing, but he pretended to know nothing. According to his previous principles, it would be wise to betray Fang Xing to save himself, but Fat Taoist was not prepared to do so. His first thought of severing ties with Fang Xing came after seeing Fang Xing take down Lu Feng. He was afraid of Lu Feng's revenge, but ultimately, Fang Xing had decisively kept Lu Feng bedridden for over 2 months, while he gained 2 spirit stones in hand. Later, when Lin Xingxue came to the valley seeking revenge on Fang Xing, he should have immediately fled as far away from Fang Xing as possible, considering no one dared to offend Chixiao Valley. However, The outcome shocked everyone. Fang Xing had actually established a relationship with senior sister Su Lingyun. Now, Fat Taoist was unwilling to think about how many cards Fang Xing had up his sleeve. He simply believed he should stand by Fang Xing's side. Even if it meant he might get a beating today, perhaps that beating would be worth 100 spirit stones. Since I, Yu Sanliang, entered the Taoist sect, I've been avoiding trouble, putting on a smile for others, yet I ended up worse than a dog. Now, making friends with this troublemaker has brought me fortune, so I must continue this friendship. Fat Taoist firmly resolved in his heart. Of course, more importantly, he felt that since Fang Xing had a connection with senior sister Lingyun, this time he should be able to turn danger into fortune. As noon approached, Meng Xianxiao had already drunk quite a bit of liquor, his anger boiling even more. Just then, a runner rushed in from outside the purple bamboo forest, gasping for breath and hurriedly pointing outside. Seeing this, Meng Xuanjiao's heart leaped with joy. Found him? The others also perked up, their eyes shining as they looked at the runner. Fat Taoist, however, closed his eyes slightly and began to pray silently. After catching his breath, the disciple said, "That little brat has come himself." He came himself? Haha, Brother Meng, why are you so eager to invite me for a drink? At that moment, a voice rang out. Meng Xianxiao was taken aback and turned to see a small figure swaggering in, wearing a blue Taoist robe with a fair complexion. Although he looked quite young, his expression was very slick. It was Fang Xing, who walked in with his hands behind his back, grinning and seemingly disregarding everyone present. Upon entering the forest, Fang Xing first saw Fat Taoist and was momentarily stunned. "Why are you everywhere?" Fat Taoist nearly cried out in grievance. "And whose fault is that?" Fang Xing glanced around and, seeing that Fat Taoist was unharmed, his attitude softened a bit. He coldly looked at the few people by the stone table and said indifferently, "I only have this one friend in the Taoist sect. What do you mean by inviting him here?" Meng Xuanjiao's first thought upon seeing Fang Xing was to explode in anger, but he still managed to suppress it, saying in a low voice, "I called you over. Fang Shitty, yesterday, I sent someone to invite you, but I didn't know why you not only didn't come but also injured my two subordinates and left alone. I've been looking for you all night. Where have you been?" Starting off with an accusation, it seemed Meng Xuanjiao's anger had truly built up quite a bit. Fang Xing tilted his head to look at him, then sat down on a stone stool, smiling. "You're bringing that up? Why don't you ask your lackeys how they did their job? I told them yesterday that I had something to do and would come to drink with you today. But those two blind fools came straight at me to capture me. Out of anger, I taught them a little lesson. What's wrong with that?" Upon hearing this, Meng Xianxiao was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting Fang Xing would honestly explain the matter. As he spoke, his gaze deepened, fixating on Fang Xing's face. Due to the connection with Su Lingyun, he couldn't just meet Fang Xing and immediately turn hostile. He would first corner Fang Xing with words, waiting for him to reveal a flaw before striking back and subduing him to interrogate him about the smoke thief's whereabouts. Yet Fang Xing appeared unconcerned, smiling back at him and said, "A month ago, you were at the first level of spirit movement. Are you still at the first level of spirit movement now?" Meng Xuanjiao's eyes narrowed. "You." Upon hearing this, not only Meng Xianjiao but everyone in the room was taken aback, all staring at Fang Xing. "How did you do it?" A black-faced man beside Meng Xianjiao asked in a deep voice, his gaze piercing. Fang Xing smiled faintly and said, "It's no secret now. When I was at the Demon Miasma Mountain, I actually discovered a spirit herb with 3 leaves and 2 flowers. There was a demon python guarding it. But the python was killed by Ho Qing, and he didn't notice the spirit herb, which I swallowed. As a result, my vital energy surged, and after refining it, my cultivation soared. Now my level of cultivation is all thanks to this herb." Lies. Meng Xianjiao suddenly stood up, shouting angrily, "Do you think I have no common sense? In this world, which spirit herb can be directly consumed? Eating unrefined spirit herbs directly will lead to excessive vital energy, breaking one's meridians. How could it possibly enhance cultivation?" The others shared the same sentiment, looking at Fang Xing with suspicion. Chapter 65, Aggressive Confrontation. Fang Xing listened to their words and felt their killing intent. But he was quite dismissive and glanced at Meng Xianjiao with disdain, saying lightly, "There are countless spiritual herbs in the world. How many do you recognize?" Meng Xianjiao was instantly speechless and felt as if he had punched the air. Fang Xing was right. It was said that there were 100,000 kinds of spiritual herbs in the world, but only a portion had been discovered and recorded by cultivators. Even the most knowledgeable person would not dare to claim they knew all the spiritual herbs. Moreover, the effects of various spiritual herbs were different. It was impossible to definitively say that any particular herb could be directly ingested. Meng Xianjiao didn't dwell on this issue and continued to ask in a gloomy tone. At this moment, he was very conflicted. He wanted to directly capture Fang Xing and interrogate him under duress. But he was also wary of Fang Xing's relationship with senior sister Lingyun and didn't dare to act recklessly. At the very least, he needed to extract some doubts from Fang Xing's mouth first. Fang Xing smiled and shared his feelings after swallowing the demon core, only referring to the violent demon core as a gentle spiritual herb. He had a deep understanding of that feeling, and when he spoke about it, it was naturally vivid and lifelike. Even Meng Xianzhao couldn't help but believe him a little, while the others nodded gently, feeling that it was hard to speak so truthfully without real experience. Did this little brat really hit the jackpot and encounter such a spiritual herb? The few of them exchanged glances, each thinking along those lines, filled with jealousy and envy. Cultivators generally believed in opportunities. Legends of encountering a spiritual herb or a rare treasure, or discovering the cave of a previous cultivator and making significant progress in cultivation were quite prevalent in the cultivation world. Almost everyone would believe in such luck. Of course, they still had some doubts in their hearts. How could such luck just happen to someone? It clearly contradicted their original intentions. Seeing that Meng Xianzhao seemed to be losing his composure, the dark-faced man beside him said softly, "I have a question for Junior Brother Fang. I heard you have a mid-tier flying sword called the Nine Serpents Golden Flame Sword. Is that true?" Fang Xing nodded and said yes. As he spoke, he formed a hand seal, and a golden light flew up, with 9 small snakes coiling around the sword's body, looking quite beautiful. The dark-faced man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said slowly, "It is indeed a good sword. Junior Brother Fang, where did you get this sword?" Fang Xing laughed and said, "I bought it at the ghost market for just 30 spirit stones." The dark-faced man said with a half-smile, "A sword like this, only selling for 30 spirit stones. Don't you find it strange, Junior Brother Fang?" Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, "Stop beating around the bush. Just say it directly. When I saw this flying sword, I knew it had an unknown origin, but so what? The ghost market itself is a shady place. Am I not allowed to buy some shady items there? Let us not waste words. I only ask you, if you encountered such a flying sword for 30 spirit stones, would you buy it?" As he spoke, his gaze directly pierced the dark-faced man, aggressive and pressing. The dark-faced man was momentarily speechless and smiled wryly. There was no need to ask. If he encountered this sword, he would buy it too. Probably everyone who could take out 30 spirit stones would buy it. Who wouldn't he want a bargain? However, was this flying sword really bought from the ghost market? Meng Xuanzhao's face darkened as he said, "Do you know this sword is said to have been stolen by the Misty Smoke Thief?" Fang Xing sneered. "Even if it was brought by the King of Heaven, I would still buy it. What does it matter if it's Misty Smoke or Misty Ghost?" Meng Xianzhao was momentarily choked, and his face darkened. He felt that Fang Xing was clearly very different from a month ago. He no longer had that timid demeanor and spoke aggressively, leaving him at a loss for words. However, now that Fang Xing had the relationship with senior sister Ling Yun, he couldn't easily take advantage of him. After being choked by Fang Xing, he could only force himself to endure. "Junior Brother Fang, let us not beat around the bush. There are rumors in the outer sect that you know the Misty Smoke Thief. Is this true?" said the woman in light yellow clothes, who had not spoken until now, her gaze gently landing on Fang Xing's face. "Who said that?" Fang Xing replied leisurely. The woman in light yellow was slightly taken aback and then smiled. "Does it matter who said it?" Fang Xing said, "Of course it matters. I want to curse their 18 generations of ancestors." Everyone was stunned to hear this, not expecting him to suddenly curse. "Why is Junior Brother Fang so agitated?" Meng Xianzhao asked in a deep voice. He was the one most suspicious of Fang Xing's relationship with the Misty Smoke Thief, and this was akin to cursing him. Fang Xing crossed his legs and said leisurely, "Someone slanders me for no reason. Why shouldn't I be agitated?" Meng Xianzhao chuckled and said, "To put it bluntly, the one who doubts you the most is me." "Oh." Fang Xing pretended to be surprised and looked at Meng Xianzhao, laughing. "Then am I not the 18 generations of ancestors?" Bang! Meng Xianzhao was furious and slammed his palm heavily on the table, shouting, "You little dog, do you dare to insult me?" The dark-faced man hurriedly stood up to stop Meng Xianzhao, looking at Fang Xing with a half-smile. "Why does Senior Brother Meng need to get angry? How about this? Why do you suspect Junior Brother Fang? Why not say it in public so we can all discuss it together?" Meng Xianzhao glared at Fang Xing and said, "On that day, I had just taken the stone essence powder from you when the Misty Smoke Thief appeared. Isn't that too coincidental? Moreover, after the Misty Smoke Thief robbed me, he deliberately mentioned a person named Lu Feng, saying that this person passed him the message. Junior Brother Fang, if I remember correctly, you have a grudge with this Lu Feng, right?" As he spoke, he seemed to suddenly remember something and exclaimed, "Ah, Senior Brother Meng, could it be you?" Meng Xianzhao said gloomily, "That's right. I captured him, intending to force him to reveal information about the Misty Smoke Thief. But unexpectedly, he insisted that you framed him. Junior Brother Fang, do you think this situation could be so coincidental?" Fang Xing suddenly froze, staring at Meng Xianzhao in shock. Meng Xianzhao and the dark-faced man, along with the woman in light yellow, all felt a shift in their hearts. Their gazes locked firmly on Fang Xing. Seeing this, they thought Fang Xing had been stumped and couldn't respond. "Meng Xianzhao, wanting to pressure him further, said coldly, "You won't see him again." Fang Xing's expression grew even more shocked. "Could it be you?" Meng Xianjiao sneered. "That's right. To find the Misty Smoke Thief. I didn't hesitate to send him to hell to see King Yan. Now, I hear you know the Misty Smoke Thief, Junior Brother Fang. Are you going to expose that guy? You need to think it through." The implication was clear. If you protect the Misty Smoke Thief, I won't hesitate to send you to meet King Yan too. Fang Xing's expression grew even more dazed, his pupils dilating as if filled with extreme fear. Meng Xianjiao, on the other hand, smiled coldly, looking as if he held all the cards. Bang! Fang Xing, after a moment of shock, suddenly slammed his fist heavily on the table, shouting angrily, "Meng Xianjiao, what crime should you be punished for?" Meng Xianjiao, who was in the midst of threatening him, was suddenly caught off guard by his shout and stared blankly at Fang Xing. Fang Xing's gaze was cold as he glared fiercely at him, saying in a deep voice, "For a worthless Misty Smoke Thief, you abuse your power and kill fellow disciples. Who gave you this authority? Does the Tao sect allow you to kill at will?" Chapter 66. Who dares to challenge the peak? Meng Xianjiao was taken aback, suddenly realizing a very serious problem. With an uncle backing him, he could easily kill a disciple without a background in the Tao sect without issue, but this matter was shady. If done privately, it could easily pass if no one investigated. In the cultivation world, lives were often not valued, but the Tao sect still had rules. If this matter escalated, not just himself, but even his uncle would not be able to bear it. Cold sweat immediately broke out on his back, and he hurriedly thought of how to phrase his defense. Fang Xing, however, did not give him the opportunity and said sternly, "Good. Although I have a grudge with senior brother Lu Feng and was badly harmed by him, I never thought of killing him. You second-generation Taoists are truly formidable, treating human lives so lightly. A living person like you can just be said to be killed. Meng Xianjiao, is this how your uncle taught you to act? Does the Taoist sect still have rules?" Meng Xuanjiao's heart sank at his reprimand, and he staggered back a few steps. Suddenly, he remembered something and hurriedly said, "Nonsense. When did I say that? We are questioning you now, so don't think of slandering me." With a slap, Fang Xing suddenly raised his hand and threw a jade tablet onto the stone table, angrily shouting, "The evidence is here. Do you dare to quibble?" What Fang Xing threw was a green jade tablet, half the size of a palm and about a finger thick, inscribed with some engravings. This kind of jade tablet is called a jian fu, which is a basic magical tool in the cultivation world. The so-called basic magical tool refers to a tool that is very low level, widely circulated, and can often be used in daily life. Its function is very simple. After infusing it with spiritual power, it can store sound for a certain period of time. Some advanced ones can even store images. This kind of jade talisman is generally used when the cultivators who need to communicate are too far apart, beyond the range of communication talismans, essentially. The speaker stores their voice in the jade talisman and gives it to someone to deliver to the person they wish to contact. In simpler terms, it's like a letter. Of course, it can also be used to record surrounding sounds as evidence. Therefore, as soon as Meng Xianjiao saw Fang Xing throw out the jian fu, his expression twisted. The fact that he had used violence to beat Lu Feng to death could never be made public. It was one thing to do it privately. But if it came to light, not only would he face punishment from the sect, but even his uncle would be implicated. The outer sect of the Taoist school is essentially a selection ground. Only those who stand out can enter the inner sect, and this distinction can be based on qualifications, wealth, family background, or even martial power, which can be enhanced by robbing others. In short, as long as you can grow and succeed, you can enter the inner sect. If there is evidence proving that his uncle was involved in this matter, then even his uncle could lose his position as an elder. You actually calculated against me? Give me the jade talisman." Meng Xuanjiao's expression twisted as he suddenly shouted in a low voice, his body elongating, fingers clawing as he tried to snatch the jade talisman from the table. Fang Xing coldly laughed and shouted, "You still dare to snatch it?" He jumped up directly, his movements as quick as lightning, striking Meng Xianjiao with a palm. Meng Xianjiao never expected Fang Xing's attack to be so fast and caught off guard. He failed to defend in time, receiving the blow squarely on his face and flying out. Crack! Meng Xianjiao was directly sent crashing into the purple bamboo forest, knocking down a patch of purple bamboo, creating chaos in the entire space. Swish, swish, swish. Meng Xuanjiao's lackeys were immediately startled and all raised their flying swords, pointing them at Fang Xing from a distance, but did not directly attack. Even the man with the dark face looked tense, staring at Fang Xing in disbelief. Meng Xuanjiao's strength was not low. He was likely among the top in the entire outer sect of Qingyan sect. Yet he was blown away by Fang Xing with a single slap. "Little dog, I will kill you." Meng Xianjiao, bloodied and furious, almost went mad. He could hardly believe that he had been knocked away by this little bastard. He was someone who had been pampered since childhood and had never suffered any hardship. The last time he was robbed by the smoke thief, He was nearly brought to tears. Now, in front of so many people. Being slapped away by Fang Xing filled him with hatred greater than that of being robbed. He struggled to get up and charged at Fang Xing. But the man with the dark face suddenly reached out to pull him back. Brother Fang, Meng is just being playful and said something wrong. You'd better not be too aggressive. It's best to hand over the jade talisman. The man with the dark face turned to Fang Xing and said solemnly. The jade talisman was crucial to Meng Xuanzhao's future, and they would not stand by and do nothing. This was already a warning to Fang Xing. If he didn't hand over the jade talisman, they would take action together. Are you kidding me? Someone's life is at stake, and you call this a joke? Fang Xing scoffed, suddenly standing up and jumping onto the stone table, shouting, If you have the ability, feel free to try and snatch it from me. As he spoke, he struck out with both palms, activating the Qinglong Konghe Gong, and an invisible force of attraction immediately appeared around him. A strong airflow whirled and howled, and those standing nearby, pointing their flying swords at him, were instantly blown off balance by the fierce wind. The flying swords, which had been hovering in the air, actually slipped from their control and, with a clatter, flew towards Fang Xing. Fang Xing then clasped his hands together, shouting loudly, and gathered all the flying swords into his embrace, placing them with a crash on the stone table. Qinglong Konghe Gong. The man with the dark face and the woman in pale yellow both changed their expressions drastically, quickly retreating to a distance of about 10 feet from Fang Xing. Their faces showed uncertainty, looking at Fang Xing in disbelief. Others might not recognize it, but they were well aware that the technique Fang Xing had just displayed was the basic spell Qinglong Konghe Gong. This technique, also known as attraction technique, manipulates invisible gravity and can be both offensive and defensive, extremely extraordinary. Although this technique was also prohibited from being taught in the outer sect, it was not as absolute as xianxiafan, so disciples with some connections had secretly learned this technique long ago. The man with the dark face, the woman in pale yellow, and Meng Xianzhao had all learned it privately and often practiced together. However, seeing Fang Xing use the Qinglong technique now revealed a power far greater than their own. In the outer sect, I have never seen anyone cultivate the Qinglong technique to such a level. What is your cultivation realm? The woman in pale yellow suddenly turned pale and asked in a deep voice. She had seen quite a few outer sect prodigies who had practiced the Qinglong Konghe Gong, but she had never encountered anyone in the third level of spiritual movement who could unleash such astonishing power, and doubts began to arise in her heart. Fang Xing laughed heartily. You want to see my cultivation? Very well. As he spoke, his body trembled, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure was released. In that instant, it was as if he had unleashed a violent force, spreading outward like a tidal wave, forcing the surrounding disciples to take a step back under the pressure. Fourth level of spiritual movement? He actually reached the fourth level of spiritual movement. How could this be? At such a young age, he actually advanced to the fourth level of spiritual movement? Everyone's expressions changed dramatically, seemingly unable to accept this fact. No one in the outer sect had reached this level, but this little brat had done it? Damn it. The gap between the third and fourth levels of spiritual movement is like a chasm. Everyone present was at the second or third level of spiritual movement. Who could contend with him? No wonder this little brat dared to come alone. It turns out he didn't take any of them seriously. What's wrong? Does anyone dare to snatch something from my hands? Fang Xing stood atop the stone table, towering over the people below, his gaze sweeping around as he coldly questioned, looking down on everyone. The crowd was intimidated by his fierce presence and immediately took a step back. What a joke. Which third-level spiritual movement cultivator would dare to provoke a fourth-level master? You actually broke through to the fourth level of spiritual movement. How infuriating. You still say you have nothing to do with the smoke thief. I ask you, where did you get the Shijing sand to refine the breakthrough pill? After a moment, Meng Xuanzhao's voice rang out first, his expression a mix of shock and anger, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He had accurately discovered the hidden truth behind Fang Xing's breakthrough to the fourth level of spiritual movement. Reaching the fourth level of spiritual movement is not something you can just do. It requires the breakthrough pill, and refining the breakthrough pill requires Shijing sand. If this little brat has nothing to do with the misty smoke thief, then where did the spirit essence powder come from? Chapter 67. Return my spirit stones. Where my spirit essence powder came from is none of your business. Fang Xing originally thought that revealing his cultivation level would scare these guys into behaving like rabbits. But he didn't expect Meng Xianzhao to dare question him, which made him somewhat dissatisfied. He never considered that this group of people had connections in the Taoist sect. His cultivation at the fourth level of spirit movement indeed intimidated them, at least enough for them not to dare attack him on the spot. But it didn't mean they were too scared to speak. Meng Xianzhao said angrily, the spirit essence powder is so tightly controlled by the Taoist sect. How could it be so easy to obtain? In the past 2 or 3 years, besides that bag you gave me last time, I haven't heard of anyone else getting it. It's infuriating. I just got my hands on that spirit essence powder, and it was snatched by the misty smoke thief. Now that you've broken through to the 4th level of spirit movement, how can you still say that the theft of that spirit essence powder has nothing to do with you? Fang Xing laughed heartily and said, the breakthrough pill I took was personally refined by senior sister Lingyun, and she bought the materials herself. The spirit essence powder used in it was also provided by her. What does that have to do with the spirit essence powder I sold you back then? Don't believe me? I can swear that if there's any falsehood in what I said, let senior sister Lingyun be struck by 5 thunders and turn into an ugly monster. The crowd was stunned. They had never heard of someone swearing by using another person's name, and such a vicious oath at that. However, seeing this little brat's serious demeanor, it didn't seem like a lie, and doubts began to arise in their hearts. They just couldn't imagine that what Fang Xing said was completely true. The breakthrough pill he took, from the refining to the materials, was all provided by Su Lingyun. Except that he had prepared a set of materials that was later confiscated by Su Lingyun. Of course, everyone present believed that for Su Lingyun, obtaining spirit essence powder was not a difficult task. I don't believe it. How could senior sister Lingyun really be so good to you, giving you the precious breakthrough pill for free? Meng Xuanzhao's intuition was the most accurate. Although Fang Xing's story was flawless, he just didn't believe it. However, Fang Xing was too lazy to argue and leisurely took out 4 or 5 jars filled with various spiritual herbs. These were all things he had casually pocketed from Lingyun Valley yesterday. At this moment, he placed them one by one on the stone table and said, look, these spiritual herbs were all given to me by senior sister Lingyun. Some are for cultivation, some are for healing. This one is for enhancing body fragrance. No wonder she smells so good. After counting the jars, he picked up the pills to show them and said, look, at the bottom of the porcelain bottles. There's a spirit character. This is exactly senior sister Lingyun's mark. It can't be fake, right? And this bottle is the one originally used to hold the breakthrough pill. Fang Xing slowly pointed to the small porcelain bottles, causing everyone's eyes to widen. These pill bottles had senior sister Lingyun's mark, confirming that they were indeed pills she had personally refined. And this little brat had brought so many with him, indicating that he indeed had a close relationship with senior sister Lingyun. Everyone fell silent for a moment. After confirming that Fang Xing was so closely related to Su Lingyun, they felt somewhat uneasy. Even if they really established that Fang Xing had a connection with the misty smoke thief, who would dare to deal with him risking the wrath of senior sister Lingyun? Are we out of words? Fang Xing looked around with a smug expression, then turned to Meng Xianzhao. At this moment, a clear handprint was visible on Meng Xuanzhao's handsome face, his expression a mix of anger and resentment. Clearly unwilling but forcing himself to suppress his rage, looking at Fang Xing with hostility. Fang Xing met his gaze directly and lazily said, actually, after I broke through to the 4th level of spirit movement, I should have reported to the inner sect. There's no need for me to drink with you guys anymore. Our identities are different now. However, out of fondness for old times, I still came to give you face. I didn't expect you to doubt me and set this trap for me. What was the situation? They wouldn't interject in this matter. Meng Xuanzhao's face turned a deep purple as he shouted angrily, nonsense. That spirit essence powder was personally given to me by you. Fang Xing frowned and said, what is spirit essence powder? How precious is it? Am I a fool to just give it to you? Humph. It was because you were bullying me at that time that I reluctantly gave it to you for protection. But the world has changed. I'm not without backing now. And I will settle this account properly. Either you return my spirit essence powder, or you pay me 300 spirit stones. You decide. The dark-faced man and the woman in a light yellow shirt exchanged glances, helplessly looking at Meng Xianzhao. They knew very well that Fang Xing was mostly right about this. They were all aware of Meng Xuanzhao's usual stinginess. After all, in the eyes of outer sect disciples, 300 spirit stones was not a small amount. A cultivator at the 1st level of spirit movement would need about 10 spirit stones to cultivate to the 2nd level. From the 2nd to the 3rd level, it would take about 30 spirit stones. Then, to reach the peak of the 3rd level would require around 100 spirit stones. In other words, 300 spirit stones were roughly enough for 2 1st-level spirit movement cultivators to reach the 3rd level. The spirit essence powder was snatched away by the misty smoke thief. And you have an unclear relationship with him, yet you still ask me for money? The anger made him want to jump up and bite Fang Xing. Fang Xing then said with a sinister look, I indeed gave you my spirit essence powder, and it was taken by someone else. That's your incompetence. I only ask you for money. Haha. Your uncle manages the Talisman Hall and has deep connections. If you want to go back on your word with me, there's nothing I can do. However, I'm about to report to the inner sect, and this jade talisman will definitely be properly handed over to the elders of the Taoist sect. Saying this, he picked up the jade talisman, tossed it in his hand a couple of times, stuffed it into his pocket, and sneered. You. Meng Xuanzhao's face turned red, almost spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Fang Xing said, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself. If you hadn't tricked me here to scheme against me, I wouldn't have thought of this account. The dark-faced man saw that Meng Xuanzhao's lips were already bleeding and hesitated for a moment, wanting to step forward to advise him. But Fang Xing suddenly waved his hand, stopping the dark-faced man, and sneered, "Don't think about coming to plead for mercy. If I hadn't reached the 4th level of spirit movement and had senior sister Lingyun backing me, I suppose you and your friends would have already captured me and tortured me, right? At that time, don't say you would plead for mercy. Even if I begged you, would you spare me?" As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept across the faces of the crowd, and those who met his gaze all avoided eye contact. What Fang Xing said was indeed the truth. Meng Xuanzhao's initial plan was just that. "It seems you are determined to renege on the money for my spirit essence powder. Fine, I will go find the elders of the Taoist sect to discuss." Fang Xing glanced at Meng Xuanzhao, snorted lightly, and pulled the fat Taoist beside him to leave. The attendants surrounding them immediately made way. They didn't have the courage to block a cultivator at the 4th level of spirit movement. Chapter 68. Farewell to the outer sect. Fang Xing pretended to leave, while Meng Xuanzhao was still hesitating, clearly unwilling to pay this sum. "Wait." The woman in the light yellow shirt called out to Fang Xing, then walked slowly in front of Meng Xuanzhao, patted his shoulder, and said, "Make your decision early. The jade talisman cannot be handed over to the Taoist sect. Otherwise your uncle won't be able to protect you." Meng Xuanzhao gritted his teeth and after a moment, said in a low voice, "But I don't have that many spirit stones right now." The dark-faced man also came over and said, "We know you don't have them. But even we can't just casually take out that amount of spirit stones. You should talk to him. In any case, that jade talisman must be destroyed quickly." He wore a bitter smile. Originally, they had planned to snatch the jade talisman together, but after witnessing Fang Xing's cultivation level of the 4th stage of spirit movement, they immediately dismissed that idea and could only negotiate honestly. Meng Xuanzhao hesitated for a moment, seemingly finding it hard to lower his face, but ultimately mustered the courage to approach Fang Xing, whispering, "Junior brother Fang, I was reckless this time. I wrongfully suspected you, please forgive me. As for the price of the stone essence powder, considering our friendship, could we stick to the 30 spiritual stones we agreed upon back then?" 30 stones. Fang Xing chuckled and turned to the black-faced man. "Hey, brother, would you sell me your stone essence powder for 30 spiritual stones?" The black-faced man had a strange expression, bitterly glancing at the woman in the light yellow dress. Useless in success, overbearing in failure. The woman in the light yellow dress frowned, casting a disappointed glance at Meng Xuanzhao before turning around and sitting down, ignoring him. To them, Meng Xuanzhao truly seemed like an unreliable person at this point. He was still unwilling to spend money, wanting to dismiss Fang Xing with just 30 spiritual stones. Was he really blinded by money? Even if he had agreed upon 30 spiritual stones with Fang Xing before, that was in the past. Did the old Fang Xing have the cultivation of the 4th stage of spirit movement? Did he know senior sister Lingyun? Moreover, the most important point was, did he have any leverage over you before? Meng Xuanzhao, from Fang Xing's cold smile and the reactions of the black-faced man and the woman in the light yellow dress, realized he had made a fool of himself again, his face turning red with embarrassment. He quickly said, "But I really don't have that many spiritual stones on hand right now. After being robbed by the Misty Smoke thief last time, I'm left with nothing. Now I have only about 20 spiritual stones." Fang Xing smiled. "That's simple, just write an IOU." Saying this, he took out a jade contract from the cave ring tied to his ponytail and spread it out in front of Meng Xuanzhao. Meng Xuanzhao looked at the jade contract, his expression changing constantly, sometimes frustrated, sometimes resentful. "Brother Meng, you really lack sincerity. Forget it, I won't take the spiritual stones. You should wait for the elder of the Tao sect to find you." Fang Xing's gaze turned cold as he put away the jade contract and turned to leave. Meng Xuanzhao panicked and called out in a trembling voice, "Wait, I'll write it." Under Fang Xing's threat, he ultimately wrote an IOU in the jade contract, which stated that he would purchase a portion of Fang Xing's stone essence powder for 300 spiritual stones, then sealed it with his spiritual power. Fang Xing took it, carefully checked it, nodded in satisfaction, and then said to the black-faced man and the woman in the light yellow dress, "Since you both happen to be here, why not act as witnesses?" The black-faced man and the woman in the light yellow dress were taken aback, showing displeasure, clearly not wanting to get involved in this mess. Fang Xing then sneered at Meng Xuanzhao, who, feeling helpless, could only go over and quietly discuss with them. The two of them really couldn't refuse Meng Xuanzhao's face, so they came over and infused their spiritual power to act as witnesses. Only then did Fang Xing nod in satisfaction, casually tossing that sound transmission talisman to Meng Xuanzhao, laughing heartily as he left. Meng Xuanzhao sat down dejectedly and, after a while, infused his spiritual power to see what was recorded in the jade talisman. However, after infusing his spiritual power, he suddenly froze, his face changing from green to white, then to red. The black-faced man noticed something was off with his expression and quickly took a look, becoming dumbfounded and handing it to the woman in the light yellow dress. She took it, checked it, and then smiled bitterly, lightly sighing. This is really impressive. It turned out that the sound transmission talisman recorded nothing at all. It hadn't even been activated. The so-called recording of Meng Xuanzhao's words was just Fang Xing's nonsense. After all, Fang Xing was just a child. How could his thoughts be so meticulous as to prepare for recording in advance? To put it simply, when he heard Meng Xuanzhao admit to killing Lu Feng, he just took the opportunity to scare him. However, no one expected that Meng Xuanzhao, the black-faced man, the woman in the light yellow dress, and all the lackeys present would be deceived by him, forcing Meng Xuanzhao to sign an IOU for 300 spiritual stones. How infuriating. Just because you broke through to the 4th stage of spirit movement, you think you're invincible? I will definitely tell my uncle. After a long time, Meng Xuanzhao finally shouted in a low voice, implying that he had already admitted he wasn't Fang Xing's opponent. Run. After swaggering out of the purple bamboo forest, Fang Xing pulled the fat Taoist and ran. The fat Taoist hadn't reacted yet when Fang Xing told him that the sound transmission talisman was fake, meant to scare people, and that Meng Xuanzhao and the others might come after them. The fat Taoist smiled bitterly. Aren't you afraid of them with your current cultivation? Fang Xing replied. It's not about cultivation. If you've done something bad, you should run. The fat Taoist was speechless and could only follow him as they ran. He vaguely felt that this little devil wasn't scared. He actually enjoyed the thrill of running away after doing something bad. Having witnessed the scene in the bamboo forest, the fat Taoist was truly impressed by Fang Xing. But the answers he provided, even if they were infuriating and embarrassing, were hard to refute. Just like when he said his cultivation soared because he swallowed a spirit herb. Where in the world are there so many spirit herbs? Most of the spirit herbs used by cultivators are painstakingly cultivated by various sects and families. Even if a few naturally occurring spirit herbs appear, they are sold at sky-high prices. The price of wild spirit herbs is almost 10 times that of cultivated ones. Moreover, consuming spirit herbs without refining them is harmful to the body. Yet this little brat insisted he had eaten a spirit herb that was harmless to the body. What could you do about that? Would you cut him open to take a look? Perhaps if Fang Xing didn't have cultivation or background, Meng Xuanzhao and the others would really do that. But his cultivation had already reached the 4th stage of spirit movement, higher than everyone present, and with senior sister Ling Yun's backing. Those few second-generation heirs of the outer sect truly didn't dare to provoke him. If Fang Xing had gone directly to report to the inner sect after breaking through to the 4th stage of spirit movement, Meng Xuanzhao and the others might still have dared not to provoke him. However, regarding his relationship with the Misty Smoke Thief, it would likely have spread within the Dao sect, damaging his reputation. Now that Fang Xing had made a round in the purple bamboo forest, regardless of whether he was being unreasonable, he had already cleared that relationship on the surface. Of course, that IOU for 300 spiritual stones was an extra income. Junior brother Fang, are you going to report to the inner sect now? Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the fat Taoist looked at Fang Xing with a complex expression, feeling a mix of emotions. It had only been less than a year. That little beggar he had kicked away at the entrance had now become a significant support for him in the Dao sect, even ranking first as the outer sect's first person to advance to the 4th stage of spirit movement. Clearly, they all had the lowest qualifications. Yet the difference was so vast, it could only be said that people truly are different. Of course, I'm going to report. The sooner I become an inner sect disciple, the sooner I receive protection from the sect to avoid long nights and more dreams. Fang Xing stood on his tiptoes and patted the fat Taoist's shoulder. A year had passed. Although he had grown quite a bit, he was still much shorter than the fat Taoist. I'm leaving now. Once I enter the inner sect, you're allowed to act under my name. Fang Xing laughed heartily. Taking out a storage bag, inside are the resources left for you. Make sure to cultivate well. He waved his small hand and strode toward Facier Peak, one of the 7 wonders of Qingyun's sect. The fat Taoist opened the storage bag and saw a pile of bright red spiritual stones, about 100 or so, along with a few bottles of unnamed pills and a high-quality silver flying sword, his eyes immediately shining with excitement. He had been muddling through in the Dao sect for 7 years, now entering his 8th year, and finally saw the dawn of cultivation. Chapter 69, Ascension Hall. Facier Peak is located on the western side of Qingyun's sect, abundant in spiritual energy. Among the 7 peaks of Qingyun, it ranks 3rd. On the peak, there is a promotion hall, responsible for the assessment of outer disciples seeking to advance to the inner sect. Any outer disciple of Qingyun's sect who breaks through to the 4th level of spiritual movement must come to this hall to be assessed by the inner sect elders regarding their strength and background. They must then take the 3 rules and 12 prohibitions, vow before the Dao ancestor of Qingyun's sect, and place a soul lamp at the altar of the sect master. Choosing their path of cultivation, officially becoming a disciple of Qingyun, Fang Xing walked with his hands behind his back, striding towards Facier Peak. The path was difficult to traverse. as it is only taken by a batch of disciples once every 10 years, and the number is never large, resulting in a path overgrown with thorns, making travel arduous. This serves as the first piece of advice from Qingyun's sect to its disciples, meaning that the path of cultivation is fraught with difficulty. The inner disciples are highly valued by Qingyun's sect. With 1,000 outer disciples, they are not the foundation of the sect. Rather, it is these 100 inner disciples. In the future, as these 100 inner disciples grow and succeed in their cultivation, they will serve as various stewards for Qingyun's sect or be dispatched to guard the spiritual mines and branch sects under Qingyun's sect, exterminating demons and maintaining the sect's interests and dignity. Of course, a significant number also perished during the process of receiving their talismans. Upon arriving at the front of the promotion hall, there is a large drum, 10 zhang off the ground, as large as a house. The drumhead is covered with the skin of a foundational stage flood dragon, capable of transmitting sound for 100 miles, known as the awakening drum. Beside it is a drumstick, made from the longest leg bone of a golden core demon king, the 9-headed lion king, slain by the grand elder Yang Huayu of Qingyun's sect 1,000 years ago, known as the Shock Heaven Hammer. Striking the drum with the hammer signifies the announcement to the world that Qingyun's sect has gained another disciple, ensuring the continuation of its legacy and immortality. Outside the promotion hall, there were few figures, and it was quite quiet, with only 2 or 3 young acolytes cleaning. Seeing Fang Xing approach, they looked at him curiously. "Senior brother, you can't just barge into the promotion hall. Better go back down the mountain," one young acolyte kindly reminded him, explaining that only outer disciples who have reached the 4th level of spiritual movement could come here, and Fang Xing, looking about the same age as them, did not seem to have reached that level. Fang Xing laughed heartily and said, "Well said. Here is a reward for you." As he spoke, he tossed out 3 spirit stones, 1 for each acolyte. The 3 acolytes exchanged glances, thinking that they were only warning him not to barge in, and wondered what was so worth rewarding. They did not know that Fang Xing was pleased by their words. Indeed, the promotion hall should not be trespassed by idlers, and only geniuses like him who reached the 4th level of spiritual movement could do so, so he felt the need to reward them. The young acolytes wanted to say more, but Fang Xing ignored them, suddenly jumping up, reaching out with both hands to hug the drumstick, and with a loud shout, swung the drumstick down hard onto the drumhead. Bang! The deep drum sound resonated like thunder, rolling throughout the entire mountain gate. Fang Xing felt proud and continued to strike the drum, creating a series of booming sounds that echoed through the air. The 3 young acolytes were astonished, their eyes wide open. The reason the awakening drum stood here was that, aside from disciples at the 4th level of spiritual movement, ordinary people simply could not make it sound, and this seemingly similarly aged boy was actually able to strike it continuously, indicating that he had indeed reached the 4th level of spiritual movement. The thunderous drum sound spread from Fiescher Peak, startling many who were in seclusion. Someone was about to advance to become an inner disciple? Who could it be? Many outer disciples, filled with enthusiasm to compete for the honor of being the first outer disciple to enter the inner sect, were stirred. In less than a year, someone was about to advance to the inner sect? Was it a previously remaining disciple, or a newcomer? Many elders were also drawn to the sound, curiously looking towards Fiescher Peak. A plump Taoist walking in the valley heard the drum sound and tears streamed down his face, knowing it was Fang Xing who was striking it. Meng Xianxiao, upon hearing the drum sound, felt a surge of anger and looked pleadingly at his stern uncle. The woman in a light yellow robe in the bamboo forest and the black-faced man heard it too, with the black-faced man saying with a bitter smile, "We had agreed to see who would become the first inner disciple and even placed a bet, yet unexpectedly. The first to enter the inner sect is a powerless child with no resources. This truly puts us to shame. Zhao Shiji, what do you think?" The woman in the light yellow robe replied indifferently, "It's better to be friends with him than with Meng Xianxiao. I might as well make an acquaintance if the opportunity arises." The black-faced man was taken aback and smiled wryly. "Well said. Luckily we didn't end up in conflict this time." Meanwhile, on the peak of Qingyun's sect, beneath an ancient pine tree that resembled a canopy, a black-haired old man and a white-haired young man were finishing a game of chess. The black-haired old man frowned in deep thought, having not made a move for 10 days, while the white-haired young man, with a smile, was suddenly startled by the drum sound. Opening his eyes to look towards the promotion hall, momentarily taken aback. Is this little fellow about to enter the inner sect? After calculating the time, it indeed seemed about right. The awakening drum sounded 3 times, and then 3 elders floated out of the promotion hall. The person on the far left had a thin face and eagle-like eyes, with a long beard reaching his chest, looking quite stern. The middle one appeared old and had a warm and gentle gaze, while the one on the far right was short, dressed in a black robe, and bald. The cultivation levels of the 3 elders were indiscernible, likely above the foundational stage. With his ability to perceive yin and yang, Unless one had broken through to the foundational stage, he could usually tell the depth of their cultivation at a glance. After the three elders emerged, the long-bearded elder asked in a deep voice, "Who struck the awakening drum?" Fang Xing knelt on one knee and replied loudly, "Outer disciple Fang Xing. Having broken through to the fourth level of spiritual movement, seeks entry into the inner sect to cultivate the profound methods." The long-bearded elder assessed Fang Xing with a glance, surprised by his young age. Indeed, the Dao sect had some exceptional talents, but those were often taken under the wing of the four major lineages upon entering the mountain, carefully nurtured without going through the competitive process from outer to inner sect like ordinary disciples. For instance, someone like Xiao Man, with her special physique, directly became a disciple of the Dan master Qingmiao in Xixiao Valley, essentially entering the inner sect immediately. However, it was quite rare to see someone like Fang Xing, so young, yet having climbed up from the outer sect. The long-bearded elder did not press further, merely nodding and saying, "Follow us." The three elders led Fang Xing into the promotion hall, where the hall was extremely spacious, about 100 zhang long and 70 zhang deep. Inside, there were giant pillars resembling jade supporting the dome, very tall, solemn, and cold. At the end of the hall, in the center of the wall, hung a portrait of an old Taoist in a flowing green robe, the Tao ancestor of Qingyun sect from 3,000 years ago, Yun Yuzi. Below the portrait was a purple table, on which lay 5 thick volumes, the 5 methods of Qingyun. Below the purple table was a smaller table, on which sat a purple copper lamp, currently unlit. Upon reaching the portrait, the three elders bowed to the image of Yun Yuzi before turning to examine Fang Xing. The elder on the far left asked in a deep voice, "Fang Xing, where do you come from, and where is your hometown?" His voice was deep and distant, seemingly piercing Fang Xing's heart, making him instinctively hesitant to lie. However, this tactic could only fool ordinary people. Although Fang Xing was young, he was determined and firm. Seeing the elder's inquiry, he recited the lie he had prepared. "I am from Yuzhou town in the Qinglu prefecture of Chu West. Due to a drought disaster, everyone in the town was killed, and I hid in the ancestral hall to survive this calamity. Later, I wandered the rivers and lakes, eventually arriving here." He spoke of a village near Ghost Smoke Valley, where a drought demon once appeared, resulting in the entire town's demise. It was only thanks to a righteous wandering cultivator passing through at that time that the drought demon was exterminated. This incident is well known throughout the Chu region. The elder, sensing the fluctuations in Fang Xing's vital energy and finding no signs of heresy, nodded and signaled for the next person. "Fang Xing, now that you have entered the inner sect, are you willing to accept the 3 rules and 12 prohibitions of our Qingyun sect?" "I am willing to accept." The elder said, "Good, recite with me." "As you command." "I, Fang Xing, a disciple of Qingyun sect, am willing to accept the 3 rules and 12 prohibitions, with the first prohibition being betrayal of the sect." Chapter 70, The 5 Methods of Qingyun. Fang Xing followed the elder's words, reciting them one by one. The 3 rules and 12 prohibitions were akin to an oath. Fang Xing felt as if something within him was being gradually drawn away with each word he recited. Under the image of the wandering ancestor, the purple copper oil lamp gradually lit up, its light softening. He then understood that joining the Qingyun sect wasn't just a matter of fabricating a lie. It required leaving behind his soul lamp. This soul lamp was his life lamp. If he were to encounter misfortune while traveling in the future, this soul lamp would extinguish, and through it, he could leave behind certain clues for the sect to investigate his cause of death. Moreover, Fang Xing sensed that within this soul lamp, there might be methods to counter him. The 3 rules and 12 prohibitions mainly consisted of various restrictions that disciples of the sect could not casually violate, such as betraying the sect, harming fellow disciples, associating with demonic paths, and indiscriminately killing the innocent. In short, they were common sayings, and he couldn't tell if anyone adhered to them. Fang Xing felt troubled. If every disciple of Qingyun sect truly followed these rules, then that Xiao Jianming wouldn't have indiscriminately killed everyone in Ghost Smoke Valley without asking for clarification. Although there were indeed many bandits and bad people in the valley, there were also many innocent individuals who did not deserve death. After completing the 3 rules and 12 prohibitions, the elder in the middle took out a half-foot-long, 4-finger-wide emerald talisman. He then took a small flame from the oil lamp, formed a spell, and infused the flame into the talisman. Immediately, rippling waves appeared on the surface of the talisman, which eventually transformed into a character for walk, surrounded by clusters of green clouds. The elder handed the talisman to Fang Xing, saying, "From today on, this talisman will be your life token. Make sure to keep it safe." Fang Xing took it, and upon inspecting it with the Yin-Yang Divine Demon Mirror, he found that this talisman was actually a basic magical artifact with various wonderful uses. It could verify identity, check the terrain maps of the Qingyun sect, and even had a function similar to sound storage. Additionally, This talisman was connected to Fang Xing's life lamp. If he encountered danger, he could use it to seek help from the sect. Fang Xing nodded in satisfaction. After entering the inner sect, the treatment was indeed different. Even the wooden token had been replaced with a jade token. After completing this, the elder with the long beard, who had been guarding the promotion hall from the beginning, signaled Fang Xing to step forward. Fang Xing followed him to the purple table in front of the image, where 5 volumes of scriptures were placed. The long-bearded elder said, "Now that you have become an inner disciple of our Qingyun sect, you may choose to practice one of the 5 methods of Qingyun. Here are 5 authentic methods, all containing the great Tao. They will be the foundation of your future endeavors in the cultivation world. Consider them and tell me which method you wish to practice." The 5 methods of Qingyun. Fang Xing's spirit lifted. He had been waiting for this and immediately focused on the 5 volumes of scriptures on the purple table. The yin-yang divine demon mirror began to spin, and information flashed in Fang Xing's mind. The wood growth technique, intermediate level spell, nurtures spirits and brings rain. The universal creation technique, intermediate level spell, transforms into myriad symbols, comprehends gold symbols. The mountain and marsh guiding technique, intermediate level spell, communicates with mountains and marshes, clarifies array principles. The 9 swords of Qingyun technique, high-level spell, conjures green clouds. The sword connects with the divine. The Qingyun refining technique, intermediate level spell, cultivates green fire, refines true gold. In an instant, the ranks and main cultivation directions of the 5 spells appeared in Fang Xing's mind, making him overjoyed. Although he had long known that the yin-yang divine demon mirror was extraordinary, it was his first time seeing such profound spells and identifying these mystical arts that he had never encountered before through the mirror. Moreover, when Fang Xing saw these 5 spells, a faint realization emerged in his mind. In the world, mystical methods and divine powers are divided into levels, the upper levels being Tao, heaven, and immortal, and the lower levels being God, mysterious, law, and foundation. This means that between heaven and earth, there are countless cultivation methods, but according to their ranks and profundities, they are collectively divided into 7 levels: Tao, heaven, immortal, God, mysterious, law, and foundation, with each level having a vast difference. Fang Xing was astonished to find that the Qingyun sect, which he had regarded as lofty and unattainable, had its 5 authentic methods ranking second to last among all cultivation methods. How powerful must the ones above be? The long-bearded elder, seeing Fang Xing lost in thought while looking at the 5 authentic methods on the purple table, assumed he didn't know how to choose a method. This was a common occurrence for outer disciples entering the inner sect. After all, the Tao and techniques were profound, and ordinary disciples often felt intimidated upon seeing them, perceiving each method as exceedingly deep and intricate, leading to hesitance in their choices and requiring guidance. Awakened by the elder's gaze, Fang Xing quickly scanned the Qingyun flying sword technique and shook his head, saying, "The one for growing medicine? I won't learn that." The elder was momentarily taken aback by Fang Xing's description of the wood growth technique as one for growing medicine and shook his head with a wry smile. Generally, when outer disciples entered the inner sect, the 3 elders would designate which method to cultivate based on the disciples' talents and other factors, and such designations were often not open to rejection. However, since Fang Xing, despite his ordinary talent, was the first among this batch of outer disciples to enter the inner sect, they decided to grant him the privilege of choice. Thus, the elder patiently pointed to the second method, the universal creation technique, saying, "This technique emphasizes the transformation of matter into symbols, utilizing talisman arts and principles to create myriad things. Once you comprehend the principles of symbols, it will have many uses. You can inscribe tools, specialize in talismans, and even refine certain unique elixirs, which can easily earn resources. However, practicing this technique requires a high level of calligraphy skill. Are you willing to learn it?" Fang Xing shook his head, saying, "I get a headache just writing. I won't learn it." The long-bearded elder was speechless and pointed to the mountain and marsh guiding technique, saying, "This technique focuses on observing the trends of mountains and rivers, using divination techniques to understand the interconnections of all things in the world, from which array formations can be derived, utilizing the power of all things for oneself. Once mastered, you can sacrifice and refine formations. In the future, if you explore the sites of ancient immortals or search for spiritual herbs and rare beasts, it can also be used to break natural array restrictions. Are you willing to learn it?" Fang Xing replied, "No way, I can't even do arithmetic. Divination is even worse." The long-bearded elder was speechless and shot an annoyed glance at Fang Xing, then pointed to the Qingyun refining technique, saying, "This technique cultivates spiritual fire, refines 100 metals, and forges magical artifacts. It is also one of the easiest methods to earn spirit stones in the cultivation world. Are you willing to learn it?" Fang Xing grinned and said, "Forging iron? I won't learn that." The long-bearded elder was furious, tapping Fang Xing's head lightly and scolding, "You won't learn this. You won't learn that. What do you want to learn?" Although this tap wasn't forceful, it indicated that he was genuinely angry. Despite the elder's anger, Fang Xing remained unfazed, still smiling. Growing up in a perilous den of bandits had endowed him with an exceptional ability, the ability to assess a person's level of danger. To some extent, it could be understood as the ability to gauge an opponent's hostility. This was not a petty form of reading people's expressions, but rather a remarkably accurate intuition. Through this intuition, Fang Xing could determine who was more dangerous, rather than judging based solely on cultivation level. When he first met Su Lingyun, he only spoke a few words and felt that although she was cold and proud, she was someone who valued reason. As long as a person was reasonable, the danger was somewhat diminished. Therefore, even though Su Lingyun had profound cultivation, he wasn't particularly afraid of her. The same applied when facing the long-bearded elder. He felt that the other party was a person of broad-mindedness, so Fang Xing was not afraid. When the long-bearded elder asked, Fang Xing smiled and directly pointed at the Qingyun 9 sword technique in the center, saying, "I want to learn this." He wasn't foolish. He had already seen through the yin-yang divine demon mirror that the Qingyun 9 sword technique was a high-tier technique, while the other 4 were mid-tier techniques. Naturally, he wanted to learn the higher-tier Qingyun 9 sword technique. Who would choose the lower one when a higher one was available? However, to his surprise, the long-bearded elder glanced at the Qingyun 9 sword technique, shook his head, and sighed lightly, saying, "You can't afford to learn this technique." Chapter 71, by Qianzhong. Can't afford to learn? Fang Xing was taken aback. He didn't expect the long-bearded elder to give such a reason for refusal. The long-bearded elder nodded gently and said, "Young man, do not aim too high. You must understand that the cultivation techniques you choose now are not just for practicing divine powers and showcasing martial strength. They also involve your future means of livelihood. For any practitioner, acquiring resources is the most important thing. I believe after spending a year in the outer sect, you should understand this principle." He paused for a moment and continued. People in the world misunderstand practitioners, thinking that cultivation means flying and roaming freely. But little do they know that we practitioners are among the most burdened people in the world. Because we require a large amount of resources, we are destined to toil for eternity. Even in the Taoist sect, it is impossible to continuously provide you with endless cultivation resources. Most of the resources still need to be earned by yourself. The several techniques I just mentioned focus on various aspects, but are all the easiest to earn resources. However, the Qingyun 9 sword technique is different. It is the strongest technique passed down by our sect's ancestors, specifically for swordsmanship and combat, making it the most powerful. However, this technique is difficult to cultivate and consumes too many resources, requiring more than 3 times the resources needed for other techniques. Other techniques, once cultivated to a certain level, allow you to earn your own cultivation resources, but this technique cannot refine pills, cannot forge weapons, and cannot create talismans. Before the sword technique is perfected, it can only consume resources without any possibility of earning them. Therefore, this technique can only be cultivated by those from wealthy backgrounds who do not need to worry about resources. In the end, he sighed lightly and continued, "Even within our Qingyun sect, only a few scions from wealthy families have started cultivating this technique. And the reason is that no one can afford it. As I mentioned earlier, your background has suffered a calamity. You are the only one left in your family. With no one to provide resources, you can only rely on the sect's support. Although you will receive 10 spirit stones a month after becoming an inner disciple, that is far from enough for cultivating this technique." It turned out that, ultimately, it was still a matter of resources. Fang Xing squinted, secretly thinking that he hadn't realized before that cultivation was divided into so many categories. However, after the long-bearded elder's explanation, he was even less likely to change his mind. This technique is only suitable for combat? Just what he needed. No resources? Then he would just rob others. Fang Xing firmed up his resolve and said, "I choose this one. If there are no resources, I will just go and rob or claim talismans." The long-bearded elder was speechless, glancing at Fang Xing, thinking that this young man really did not know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. In fact, he had encountered such situations before. Young people often aim too high and tend to choose the techniques most suitable for combat without considering the resource consumption. They all believe that once they cultivate the strongest technique, resources will roll in. This is actually a sign of immaturity. As they do not understand the hardships of a practitioner's survival, 9 out of 10 will regret it. In the Qingyun sect, there is a rule that if one breaks through to the 7th level of spiritual movement before the age of 21, they can be promoted to a true disciple. If they cannot break through, or if the breakthrough occurs after the age of 21, they can only be transferred to become an elder. Seeing Fang Xing was young and had the hope of advancing to true disciple, the elder was preparing to guide him on a more secure path. However, If Fang Xing stubbornly insisted on choosing the Qingyun 9 sword technique, it would not be impossible for him to change to other techniques later. But that would delay the time, just as the long-bearded elder was considering whether to persuade Fang Xing a few more times. The elder with white hair and a youthful appearance under the ancient pine tree on Lishir Peak was also watching the whole scene. Upon hearing Fang Xing insist on learning the Qingyun 9 sword technique, the elder smiled slightly, seeming to find Fang Xing interesting. He reached out and plucked a pine needle from a branch beside him, flicking it toward the promotion hall. Swoosh! The pine needle instantly flew over a distance of several dozen miles and arrived in front of the promotion hall, where spiritual light rose from the pine needle, gradually enlarging and transforming into the figure of the elder, vivid and lifelike, with his demeanor and expression perfectly captured. He waved his large sleeve, clasped his hands behind his back, and stepped into the promotion hall. The 3 foundation-building elders inside were slightly surprised upon seeing this and bowed in unison. Welcome, Master Uncle's Dharmakaya. Fang Xing followed their gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Using the yin-yang divine demon mirror, a piece of information suddenly flashed in his mind, manifested a spiritual body with the cultivation of the 9th level of spiritual movement. A spiritual body possesses the cultivation of the 9th level of spiritual movement? Fang Xing was astonished. How powerful must the true body be? The white-haired youth smiled and said, I find this child interesting. Let him come with me. The 3 foundation-building elders were extremely respectful. It is a blessing for him that Master Uncle is willing to guide him. The white-haired youth smiled slightly, turned, and walked out of the hall. Fang Xing was still in a daze, and the 3 elders softly chided him. An opportunity has come. Master Uncle is willing to guide you. That is a blessing. Why aren't you going quickly? Fang Xing was stunned, scratching his head, and followed the white-haired youth out of the promotion hall. The 3 foundation-building elders waited until Fang Xing and the white-haired youth's spiritual body left the hall before straightening up, looking at each other, their eyes revealing a hint of shock. The oldest elder spoke in a deep voice. Master Uncle by Qianzhong of such status rarely shows himself. What does it mean that he actively wants to take this child away? Could it be that this little fellow has caught his eye, and he intends to leave his inheritance to him? The elder on the far left said, if Master Uncle by Qianzhong truly values him and wishes to leave his inheritance in the Qingyun sect, it would be a great thing. Our Qingyun sect might add another technique beyond the 5 we already have. The long-bearded elder remained silent for a moment before softly saying, or perhaps it is the xianxiaaudiobooks. That is also possible. The other 2 elders were greatly surprised and looked at him in unison. The long-bearded elder said, Master Uncle by Qianzhong settled in our Qingyun sect 500 years ago as a casual elder. Even the sect master does not know why he chose to settle here despite his cultivation. If he wanted to, he could have gone to any great family or sect that would treat him as an honored guest. However, Master Uncle Bai has stayed in the Qingyun sect for 500 years without leaving, leading us to treat him as a true elder of the Qingyun sect. Nevertheless, his true identity is still that of a guest. As he reached this point, the long-bearded elder sighed lightly, saying, this Master Uncle Bai has a mysterious background and exceptional cultivation. In our entire Qingyun sect, perhaps only the Grand Elder who closed his doors 5 years ago can be compared to him. Even the sect master and the 4 great transmission elders might not be his match. I once heard the sect master mention casually that if Master Uncle by Qianzhong were to choose to leave his inheritance in the Qingyun sect, our sect could immediately surpass the Ice Sound Palace and Butterfly Illusion Valley, becoming the #1 sect in the Chu region. Hearing this, the 2 elders were even more astonished, their eyes filled with brilliance. The 3 of them actually have decent qualifications, but the Qingyun sect is lacking in resources and does not have advanced techniques. So they have been stuck in the mid-stage of foundation establishment and have been unable to advance to the late stage. If this elder by Qianzhong really left his legacy through this child in the Qingyun sect for himself to study, not to mention the late stage of foundation establishment, there would even be hope for successful core formation and a lifespan of 1,000 years. But the hope is slim. Chapter 72, Eating Pieces. The white-haired young man was waiting outside the hall. When he saw Fang Xing come out, he took his hand, and under his feet, the Qingyun floated up, flying towards the Qingyun sect's Qianlong Peak. Arriving at a small path halfway up the mountain, the white-haired young man pointed to the path, smiled slightly, and transformed into a pine needle, falling to the ground. Fang Xing was stunned by this magical scene, scratched his head, and walked into the woods. Walking along the path for a stick of incense's time, he arrived at the end of the road under an ancient pine tree, where he saw an old man with white hair sitting cross-legged, looking exactly like the spirit body that had brought him here. However, he could not see through the old man's cultivation level, as it was clear that his true self's cultivation far exceeded that of the spirit body and was no longer something the yin-yang god demon mirror could penetrate. Opposite the white-haired young man sat an old man with black hair, who was deep in thought and did not notice Fang Xing. Between the 2, there was a black chessboard. The yin-yang god demon mirror revealed that it was made of mo-hai-xianbing stone, a rare refining material in the cultivation world. The pieces on the board, the white ones were ice ghost white jade crystals, and the black ones were lingxi mo beast bones, both extremely rare materials. Especially the lingxi beast bones, which were great for alchemy. Seeing the two men engrossed in their game and ignoring him, Fang Xing sat down by himself. He knew that these cultivators had peculiar tempers and figured it was better to be honest for a while. However, after sitting there, 3 hours passed. From noon into the evening, and the two's attention remained on the chessboard, completely disregarding him. After sitting for an hour, Fang Xing began to feel restless. In the second hour, he stood up to stretch his legs. By the third hour, he leaned over to peek at the chessboard in front of the two men. He saw the black and white pieces interlacing in a complex manner, forming intricate patterns that seemed somewhat fierce. But he did not understand the principles of chess and could not comprehend the situation. Half an hour later, the black-haired old man suddenly brightened up and placed a white piece on the board. The white-haired young man smiled and casually picked up a black piece and placed it down. The black-haired old man's initially delighted face suddenly froze, and he helplessly chuckled to himself as he moved his hand to pick up the few white pieces that had been blocked. How do you play this thing? Fang Xing finally couldn't hold back and curiously asked. You don't understand? Why ask? The black-haired old man glared at Fang Xing irritably and continued to study the chess moves. Fang Xing rolled his eyes and pretended to be innocent, saying, Who said I don't understand? Isn't it just black pieces eating white pieces? The black-haired old man replied, You make it sound so simple. Why don't you eat a black piece and show me? Fang Xing said, What is so difficult about that? Even the white-haired young man's eyes moved, looking at Fang Xing with interest. He had called Fang Xing over to test him, to see if he was suitable for inheriting his techniques. And this test focused on Fang Xing's comprehension. If Fang Xing truly had such deep chess skills, it would surely indicate good comprehension. So he smiled slightly and said, If you can resolve its crisis, I will pass on a technique to you. Fang Xing was taken aback and asked in confusion, What crisis? Fang Xing's eyes lit up as he looked at the white-haired young man and asked, Is that true? The white-haired young man smiled slightly, but did not confirm or deny it. The black-haired old man scolded, How could a person of Baishirshu's status deceive you? Fang Xing immediately laughed, reached out to grab a black piece from the board, and tossed it into his mouth like a candy, rolling his eyes as he swallowed it down. Then he looked at the two and said, Is eating this one enough? Do you want me to eat two more? Both the white-haired young man and the black-haired old man were momentarily stunned. Is this how you eat pieces? The black-haired old man asked with a wry smile. Fang Xing replied, Since it's all about eating pieces, what's the difference? The black-haired old man was speechless, while the white-haired young man suddenly smiled slightly, threw away the piece in his hand, and said, Li Shixi, this little brat has eaten a black piece from me, which indeed resolved your crisis. Well, if we continue this game, it might take another year or two, so let us temporarily seal the board. When we have time, we can continue this game. The black-haired old man was overjoyed and said, Thank you, Shirshu, for your generosity. The white-haired young man smiled and said, If you want to thank someone, you should thank this kid who helped you eat a piece. The black-haired old man laughed heartily, patted Fang Xing on the shoulder, and said, Good lad. Come to the Forge True Valley another day, and I'll thank you properly. He then bowed to the white-haired young man and, with a wave of his sleeve, flew away on the Qingyun. The white-haired young man, with a smile on his face, looked Fang Xing up and down. Fang Xing sat up honestly, allowing him to scrutinize, and couldn't help but ask, Are you going to pass on a technique to me? The white-haired young man chuckled and suddenly said, Upon entering the mountain gate, you looted all the spirit stones at the ghost market, then injured a disciple of the second level of spirit movement while the sect was distributing spirit stones, and robbed 3 disciples with C-level qualifications. Later, when you returned to the ghost market, you tricked the outer sect disciple Ho Qing out of a demon spirit pill. And when you went to the demon blight mountain to slay demons, you killed 4 outer sect disciples. Hearing his words, Fang Xing's hair practically stood on end, and he jumped up, exclaiming, How do you know? Cold sweat dripped down him. These things were extremely secretive, known only to him. How did this white-haired monster know? Having experienced the white-haired young man's supernatural powers, he realized that even the spirit body he created from a pine needle far surpassed him in cultivation. Not to mention his true self was here. Although he felt fear, he couldn't muster any thoughts of resistance. After panicking, he slumped down, saying, What is the use of being afraid? Who told me I was poor? How are you going to punish me? He directly asked the white-haired young man how he would punish him, hoping that the other party wouldn't simply wave his hand and take his life. No matter how he was punished, at least he wouldn't lose his life. The white-haired young man said, Since entering the outer sect, you have violated the sect rules 7 times. You should be punished 7 times. Fang Xing was taken aback, calculating in his mind, and complained, "That's not right. Your count is off." The white-haired young man was slightly startled and asked, "What's wrong?" Fang Xing lamented, "I looted the ghost market twice. That counts as 2 times. Lu Feng robbed me, and I robbed him back. That counts as 1. Robbing that dead sissy counts as 1. And being pressured by Ho Qing to enter the Demon Blight Mountain can only count as once, right?" Having said this, he looked up at the white-haired young man, who smiled slightly, and said, "Now tell me the rest." Seeing the other person's expression, Fang Xing knew that ever since he entered the Qingyun sect, the other party had probably kept track of everything he did. At this moment, it was useless to hide anything. So he decided to lay everything bare to avoid being wronged and having an extra count added to himself. He steeled his heart and said, "Robbing Meng Xianxiao counts as once, and forcing him to return my spirit stones just now counts as once. Adding them all together, it should only be 6 times, right?" The white-haired young man said, "You just ate a piece from me, which caused me to lose this game. That also counts as 1. Fine." Fang Xing drooped his head and said pitifully, "Senior, just look at me. I've been lonely and helpless since childhood." The more he spoke, the more pitiful he sounded, as if tears were about to fall. The white-haired young man said, "No playing the pity card. Otherwise, the penalty will be increased." Fang Xing's gloomy face instantly cleared up, adopting a tough demeanor, and said, "Then you tell me what to do." Chapter 73, A Heart Full of Anger and the Decapitation Chart. The white-haired youth felt somewhat helpless as he watched the child behave indecently in front of him. He sighed softly and said, "The outer sect has its own rules, which are to be handled by the elders in charge of the outer sect. Since they haven't discovered what you've done, or perhaps they choose not to intervene, I won't overstep my bounds. For now, I'll just remember your 7 offenses and not punish you." Hearing this, Fang Xing immediately breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a chill run down his back as he realized he had just been drenched in cold sweat. The white-haired youth continued, "I called you here to observe your comprehension and assess your physique to see if you are suitable to inherit my legacy. However, I now have another idea. Perhaps you can see through that drawing." He paused for a moment, as if making a decision. "Come with me." He stood up, swept his hand across the chessboard, and the pieces instantly transformed into stone statues, rooted in place, no longer able to be moved. It seemed he had sealed the chessboard, and only he could continue the game upon his return. Then, he summoned a cloud, standing with Fang Xing on it, and quickly flew towards the back of the peak. A scroll? Fang Xing curiously opened the scroll and felt an eerie sensation, instinctively shrinking his neck. The drawing contained no figures or landscapes, only blood. A streak of blood, bright red and glaring, seemed to have splattered onto the scroll. This was the blood that had splashed onto the drawing when a person was beheaded. Hence it was called the beheading diagram. The white-haired youth spoke softly, his gaze revealing a complex light, patted Fang Xing on the shoulder, and sighed as he left. The 10th person. The white-haired youth arrived outside the cave and looked up at the starry sky. In a place beyond human sight, in a realm inaccessible to ordinary cultivators, 9 mysterious coffins floated in the air, seemingly stabilizing the universe of this planet. They had existed for many years and had caused significant upheavals in the cultivation world. Yet, over the years, countless talented individuals had failed to uncover their secrets. This child was the 10th person he had sought out in these 300 years to observe the drawing. 1,000 years ago, one of the 9 coffins projected a divine light over the southern continent, causing all cultivators to rush to explore it, only to discover that it contained countless miraculous scriptures and magical artifacts, even legendary elixirs. For a time, the southern continent went crazy, and many long-hidden ancient families emerged, fighting fiercely for possession, not hesitating to kill. Qingyun sect was merely a small sect and could not participate in this bloodbath. But Bai Qianzhong could. At that time, he was not yet called Bai Qianzhong. He had changed his name after seeing a certain scroll within that legacy. He had just experienced a great upheaval, resulting in his hair turning white at a young age, and thus casually took on such a pseudonym. It was also there that he made a significant decision, betraying his family with a scroll. That scroll was the beheading diagram. The other 2, however, had gone mad while comprehending this diagram and were turned to ashes. Choosing Fang Xing this time was because he felt that Fang Xing was somewhat different. After searching for so many astonishing disciples without success, this uniquely acting young man might have some discoveries. Meanwhile, in the cave, Fang Xing was entranced, studying the scroll as he sat down at a stone table. It was simply a streak of blood that had splattered onto the drawing. However, upon closer inspection, he could vaguely sense a feeling of dread emanating from the drawing. That streak of blood, no matter how many years had passed, remained bright red, as if it still had vitality. Within this vitality, one could feel an endless surge of anger and unwillingness, as if a wronged soul within the drawing sought to shatter the heavens. As he focused intently on the drawing, it seemed a hallucination appeared before his eyes. On the beheading platform, A doomed hero howled at the sky, raging against the injustice of heaven. Just then, a flash of sword light struck, and a head flew off, blood splattering everywhere. No wonder the white-haired youth called it the beheading diagram. It truly was a beheading diagram. For every person who gazed upon this drawing would be infected by its indomitable spirit and witness that scene. But what did the white-haired man want him to comprehend? Fang Xing sat silently in front of the drawing for a long time before he could no longer hold back and activated the yin-yang divine demon mirror. The yin-yang divine demon mirror could almost identify everything he saw that was infused with spiritual power. He wanted to first use the mirror to see what exactly was in the drawing before contemplating what he needed to understand. Focusing on the drawing, strands of spiritual power were gradually consumed, and then a piece of information slowly appeared in his mind. Celestial blood, heavenly intent sword. Through the yin-yang divine demon mirror, he actually identified what was within the drawing. One was celestial blood, and the other was the heavenly intent sword. Fang Xing was astonished. The person whose blood splattered onto the drawing was actually a celestial being? If so, who had such great power to behead him? Furthermore, did the heavenly intent sword refer to the sword intent of the heavenly level cultivation technique? Not long ago, he had just learned from the yin-yang divine demon mirror that the cultivation techniques in this world were divided into 7 levels, from top to bottom: Tao techniques, heavenly techniques, celestial techniques, divine techniques, profound techniques, FA techniques, and basic techniques. If this sword intent was indeed operated by the heavenly level technique, how strong must the one who wielded it be? It was no wonder a celestial being could be slain, for even celestial techniques were beneath heavenly techniques. If the drawing contained only these 2 elements, then he would only need to comprehend one of them. Fang Xing thought this way, simplifying his task significantly, as there was a path to follow. Even Bai Qianzhong only knew that the drawing contained mysteries, but did not know what the specific mystery was, let alone the other disciples who came to comprehend it. They could only meditate in front of the drawing, releasing all their thoughts, trying to capture the traces of understanding from the anger contained within that streak of blood, as they did not know what they needed to comprehend, leaving it to chance. Fang Xing, however, was different. He knew what he needed to sense, thus he could hit the target. It was like everyone searching for something on a beach with no clear direction. Some did not know what they were looking for, only that there must be something they desired on the beach, while Fang Xing was as if he already knew what he wanted to find from the start. This way, he naturally had a great advantage. He hung the scroll on the stone wall, took a deep breath, and began to calm his mind to comprehend the principles within: anger, resentment, and defiance. Focusing intently on that streak of blood within the drawing, Fang Xing gradually sensed a variety of strong, complex emotions. This celestial blood was the last trace of life force from a person who was unwilling to accept their fate. After his death, he lost all vitality, and any blood that flowed afterward became dead blood, devoid of any emotion. Therefore, within this blood, there were many complex emotions, containing the final life force of a celestial being. Fang Xing's thoughts drifted as he comprehended the various emotions contained within that streak of blood: anger, hatred, defiance, arrogance, loathing. Almost every emotion was present, except for fear. What exactly was he comprehending? What would a person think moments before losing their head? Chapter 74. Indomitable Rage, Invisible Sword Light. At the age of 8, Fang Xing was nearly beheaded. In fact, when he was already led to the execution ground, with the executioner raising the ghostly knife in his hand, Fang Xing was trembling and shouting, "Others become heroes after 18 years. As long as I can run after my reincarnation, I will be a hero." Just as the executioner's blade was about to fall, his uncle and the people from the Ghost Smoke Valley arrived to rescue him. What was his mood at that time? Fang Xing seemed to have forgotten the contents of the beheading picture. His thoughts began to drift away. Fear. Unlike the person in the beheading picture, who showed no fear, all he could remember was fear. No one could feel anything but fear in that kind of situation. In fact, not having wet his pants at that moment had always been Fang Xing's proudest achievement. The bandits in Guiyin Valley clearly admired Fang Xing's expression at that time. After the uncle killed the executioner, he immediately lifted Fang Xing up, sniffed around his groin, and laughed heartily. "Well done. Brother Xing is a good man. He almost got his head chopped off and didn't wet his pants. He truly is a hero who grew up with us." Then the bandits who came with the uncle cheered in unison, applauding Fang Xing's bravery. That respect was something Fang Xing earned with his own courage. However, the immortal who was beheaded showed no fear, so he naturally couldn't resonate with him. Besides fear, what other emotions were there at that moment? Regret? Regret for sneaking out of Guiyin Valley to play in the city? Probably not. Hatred? Hatred for the constable who captured him? Neither. Was it anger? Fang Xing felt he had grasped something important. It had to be anger. At that time, he had just gone to the city to stroll around when he accidentally bumped into a wealthy young master, who ordered his henchmen to break his legs. In a fit of rage, he grabbed a butcher's knife from a stall and killed him. After that, he was captured by the constables, locked up for 3 days, and sent to the execution platform. He was furious at that time. Why should he? Was he destined to let someone break his legs? Should he just allow someone to draw a sword to chop off his neck? That feeling of anger gradually became clearer in Fang Xing's heart, and he clenched his small fists tightly. It was a kind of anger mixed with despair, different from ordinary anger, almost burning to the bone, seeping into his blood. This was the feeling. Fang Xing gritted his teeth and suddenly looked at the beheading picture. At that moment, it seemed something moved within the picture, stirring the spiritual energy within Fang Xing. It was the spirit of defiance from the picture. It awakened the spiritual energy within him, causing it to tremble, to burn. The spiritual energy transformed into fire, surging from Fang Xing's body, as if it wanted to burn everything, including himself. Not good. As he felt the fire raging within him, Fang Xing suddenly woke up, but he could no longer control this momentum. The fire burning within him was a manifestation of anger. This fire, transformed from spiritual energy, burned everything, even Fang Xing himself. Unintentionally, Fang Xing had ignited this fire. Or one could say he had successfully comprehended half of the true meaning left by the person who created the beheading picture. However, this was not enough. Having only anger without a means to control, it would only result in self-immolation, just like the 2 disciples who had turned to ashes before him. His meridians ached painfully, and it felt as though his internal organs were on fire, burning more fiercely. In fright, Fang Xing desperately tried to calm himself, hoping the flames would subside with his anger. But it was useless. This fire was incredibly wild, and once it appeared, it could not be extinguished. Was he going to die here? Fang Xing was terrified. His face flushed, his clothes became extremely dry, even emitting a burnt smell, and his hair had curled as if it had been scorched by flames. His skin turned bright red, and one could even see flickering flames beneath the surface, as if a real fire was burning within him, wanting to burst out of his body. In the midst of such intense pain, Fang Xing did not let panic completely control his mind, but quickly turned his thoughts. This was also one of his skills, having gone through many dangerous situations. His mind was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Therefore, when facing death, he did not simply panic, but tried to calm himself down as much as possible and think of ways to save himself. Did every person who comprehended this picture end up burned to death? No, there should be a way to save himself. Yes, in this picture, there was not only the blood of the immortal, but also the sword of heavenly will. That sword of heavenly will was stronger than the blood of the immortal because it was this sword that severed the immortal's head. A flash of inspiration struck Fang Xing's mind as he thought of this, and quickly focused on the picture again. Soon, he felt the illusion again. On the execution platform, the defiant immortal was filled with raging anger, looking up to the sky in a roar, but a beam of sword light flew in and severed his head. Fang Xing endured the flames burning inside him and carefully observed, feeling that beam of sword light. It was an extraordinary sword light, as if a sword had come from the west, leaving no trace. In fact, if it weren't for the imprint left by this beheading picture, Fang Xing wouldn't have been able to see that sword light at all. The beheading picture imprinted the defiant anger of the person who was beheaded just before his death. And through this person's defiant anger, it also imprinted the sword light that could not originally remain on the paper. The true meaning of the sword and the flame of anger complemented each other, maintaining a balance. Fang Xing focused on that beam of sword light, and the more he looked, the more mysterious it became. The more he looked, the more ethereal it felt. That beam of sword light deeply attracted him, even making the intense pain from the fire burning within him feel lighter. Gradually, a cool and sharp sensation entered his body, and the flames that had nearly burned half of him, when they encountered this cool sword intent, felt as if they had been doused with a bucket of ice water, gradually extinguishing. I've comprehended it. Fang Xing suddenly burst into wild laughter, jumped up, and danced around. But after shouting this, he felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. The burning of the flames inside him had already caused him severe burns. His internal meridians and organs were in a state of disrepair. Outside the cave, the white-haired youth by Qianzhong, sitting cross-legged, heard Fang Xing's painful laughter. His mind moved, and he instantly appeared inside the cave. Looking down, he was immediately taken aback. He quickly bent down, picked up the nearly burned to death Fang Xing, and rapidly channeled a stream of spiritual energy into his body. Then, with a wave of his fingers, several bottles of high-quality spiritual liquid appeared in his hand, which he fed to Fang Xing all at once. The symptoms of flames burning on his body appeared, yet he did not lose his life. Could it be that he really comprehended it? A glimmer of hope flashed in by Qianzhong's heart as he carried Fang Xing to a jade bed inside the cave, his face filled with relief. With 1,000 years of lifespan about to end, could he finally unravel this mystery before he died? A faint, Bitter smile appeared on by Qianzhang's face. Would there still be a chance for him to break through his bottleneck? Fang Xing slept for 3 days and nights before waking up, feeling his body cold, yet a trace of vitality was seeping into him. He opened his eyes and felt that his internal energy was nearly exhausted, almost completely depleted, yet his body seemed to possess an extremely powerful strength, as if he could strike a heavy punch without needing to channel spiritual energy. Sitting up, Fang Xing found himself lying on a jade bed, and the trace of vitality he felt was seeping into him from the bed. Due to the exhaustion of his internal energy, he felt an extreme desire to replenish it and instinctively reached back to grab the wine gourd he had placed in the cave ring, which still had half a gourd of spiritual wine left, the best way to replenish his energy. But as he reached for it, he was immediately shocked, his face changing. His hair had come undone, and the cave ring that held his hair was nowhere to be found. Looking for this gourd? A faint voice sounded, and the white-haired youth had entered unknowingly, holding a purple gourd in his hand, which he slowly placed beside Fang Xing's jade bed. With great interest, he looked at Fang Xing and said, I suppose the entire Qingyun sect is wondering how you managed to cultivate so quickly through some secret. However, I have inadvertently discovered that secret. Fang Xing was taken aback, thinking to himself, did he discover that I was cultivating the supreme transformation of spirit scripture? Chapter 75, Demonic Bloodline? Fang Xing felt somewhat nervous. He knew the wonders of the supreme transformation of spirit scripture, which allowed him to practice the method of refining essence into qi without limitations at an astonishing speed. If this white-haired youth coveted that, it would not be a good thing. After all, this white-haired guy's cultivation was too high. With just a finger, he could kill him. Even if he wanted to fight for his life, he didn't have the qualification to do so. To his surprise, the white-haired youth merely sighed lightly and said, the disciple selection rules of the Qingyun sect still have loopholes. A peculiar physique like yours has been treated as a D-grade disciple in the outer sect. And even I only discovered it occasionally. Physique? Fang Xing wondered, what kind of physique do I have? The white-haired youth smiled slightly and said, you can directly digest this liquor made from demon cores. Isn't that strange? Fang Xing was momentarily stunned, but then carelessly replied, eat when it's time to eat. Drink when it's time to drink. Who cares about that? The white-haired youth seemed to see the flicker of thought in his eyes, smiled slightly, and said, I can probably guess what you are worried about, but that is unnecessary. When I fed you the healing elixir, I noticed that you could absorb spiritual energy very quickly, which I found somewhat strange. After careful investigation, I discovered that your physique is different from ordinary people, with a digestion ability over 10 times that of an average person. He paused, gently rubbing his forehead, and continued, in the past few days, I checked some texts and feel that you may have a hidden ancient Taotai bloodline. The ancient great demon Taotai clan possesses the ability to devour heaven and earth. Your ancestors must have been a combination of Taotai and humans, passing down this bloodline to you. Although the bloodline has weakened, it still grants you the ability to directly consume spiritual elixirs. The white-haired youth spoke very seriously. Although it was just a guess, he did not doubt his thoughts, as he had not detected any other cultivation methods operating within Fang Xing. He could only attribute this characteristic to Fang Xing's peculiar physique. In his understanding, only those with the Taotai clan bloodline could possess such a physique. In this matter, his extensive knowledge turned out to be a hindrance, as he overlooked other possibilities. What does this even mean? You are the one who is a monster born of human and demon. Your whole family is. Fang Xing thought to himself, feeling that this was quite insulting. Of course, the white-haired youth understood this. He desired it and naturally would not expose it. Bai Qianzhang noticed Fang Xing's slight change in expression and laughed. In this world, mixed-blood demon races are despised. I understand why you want to hide this fact, but you don't have to belittle yourself so much. Demonic beings are also living creatures and often possess innate extraordinary abilities, making it easy for them to have some unique bloodlines. Therefore, the cultivation world is not particularly averse to demonic beings, and besides, your bloodline is relatively easy to conceal. Haha, right, if I don't say anything, no one will notice. Fang Xing agreed with him, chuckling as he picked up the gourd beside him. He took a swig of the spiritual liquor and immediately felt his internal essence spread out. However, he suddenly sensed that the taste of the liquor in the gourd was somewhat off, quite different from the spiritual liquor he had brewed before. The white-haired youth smiled and said, I tasted the spiritual liquor you brewed, and it was simply terrible, so I used a new recipe to brew it. Not only does it taste much better, but its efficacy should also be stronger than before. I'll give you this recipe. As he spoke, he lightly tapped Fang Xing's forehead, and in an instant, a thought appeared in Fang Xing's sea of consciousness. It was actually a recipe explaining how to brew spiritual liquor. Fang Xing was overjoyed and said, Oh, thank you so much. The white-haired youth smiled slightly and replied, No need for thanks. I previously asked you to comprehend the decapitation diagram, which was also dangerous. This recipe can be considered part of my compensation to you. Have you comprehended the mysteries within the decapitation diagram? When he said this, his usually calm expression became somewhat serious, as if he were very concerned. Should I tell the truth or lie? This thought flashed quickly through Fang Xing's mind. However, he quickly decided to tell the truth, as even if he revealed his understanding of the decapitation diagram, it would not bring him any loss. On the contrary, if he lied, he would risk angering this formidable person, which would not benefit him at all. Of course, the fact that he found this white-haired youth pleasant to the eye was also a significant reason. He was quick-witted in dangerous situations, but usually he was carefree, relying on his intuition to judge people. Sword intent. The white-haired youth was taken aback, seeming to have understood the matter of anger. But this was the first time he had heard of sword intent. Fang Xing nodded and said, yes, the guy who was decapitated, despite his immense rage, still had his head cut off. This indicates that sword intent is stronger than his rage. And the second layer of mystery contained in the decapitation diagram is that sword intent. The white-haired youth fell silent for a long time before giving a bitter smile. Is it really just that? What a pity. With a sigh, the white-haired youth left the stone chamber. Outside the cave, he took out the decapitation diagram and stared at it for a while, sighing. I thought there would be some kind of celestial-level cultivation technique hidden in this diagram that could help me break through to the golden core stage, achieve nascent soul, and double my lifespan. However, I didn't expect that this diagram only contained fierce fire and sword intent. Both are techniques of combat, but there are no cultivation techniques. In the end, I have no possibility of extending my life. Bai Qianzhong stood outside the cave, lost in thought for a long time, remaining motionless like a statue. After a full 3 hours, he suddenly waved a sleeve, and a small purple stone tablet flew out from his sleeve. The stone tablet was 7 fingers long and 4 fingers wide, made of quite extraordinary material, and faintly emitted spiritual light. As soon as it appeared in the air, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth seemed to come alive, rushing towards it. Bai Qianzhong focused on the stone tablet, and after a while, his white hair suddenly moved, and a beam of golden light shot out from the top of his head, soaring 100 zhang into the sky, forming a complex and ancient formation that enveloped the stone forest, making it appear as if it were a place isolated from the world. No one could probe with divine thoughts or connect with secret techniques. After doing all this, Bai Qianzhong hesitated for a moment, then suddenly extended his index finger, lightly tapping the purple stone tablet. Waves of misty air rippled outward from the stone tablet, and after a while, the tablet actually grew larger, its front becoming like a jade mirror. Then, as the mirror's surface gradually cleared, countless sound images began to shift within, slowly becoming clear. A man with a lion's face and purple eyes appeared from the mirror, his gaze chilling. He was tall, wearing a wide purple robe, seated on a jade throne, his expression terrifyingly dark. In his eyes, it seemed as if an endless sea of blood was surging, with countless wronged souls rolling and struggling in his gaze. Occasionally, one could see someone reaching out for help, silently screaming. However, as the purple-eyed man blinked, his eyes returned to calm, and the souls in the sea of blood disappeared. Lao Jiao, is that you? The purple-eyed man spoke, his voice deep and thunderous. You finally dared to contact the family. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Qianzhong's gaze suddenly turned sorrowful, contrasting sharply with his usual calm demeanor. The purple-eyed man in the mirror fell silent for a moment, then suddenly blinked, as if several strands of black smoke flew out from his pupils. Bai Qianzhong sighed long, and said, there is no need to waste your efforts. I have set up a heaven-deceiving great array, and you cannot deduce where I am. The purple-eyed giant sneered, and said, you are still as cautious as before. But what good is caution? The reason you are willing to contact me now must be that your lifespan is running out, right? You are indeed a genius. Despite how your family treated you back then, you were able to secretly form a golden core, even astonishing everyone by obtaining the head-chopping diagram and quietly escaping. You have hidden for so many years, and your family has never given up searching for you, yet you have managed to remain undetected, proving your abilities are indeed extraordinary. Chapter 76, Battle Cultivation. However, you are seeking your own demise. Bai Qianzhong, listening to these words, changed expressions but eventually returned to calmness. Big brother, you are right. My cultivation has been stuck at the peak of golden core for 500 years, without any nascent soul techniques or breakthrough elixirs. Now that my lifespan is coming to an end, it seems I will have no hope of achieving the nascent soul in this life. A wave of indescribable anger appeared on Bai Qianzhong's face as he said in a low voice, apologize to him? Big brother, do you also think I am at fault? It was that beast who committed such evil deeds, yet you want me to apologize to him. What should my child do? The figure in the stone tablet remained silent for a moment before saying, does it matter? 700 years have passed, and you still can't let this go? I thought you contacted me because you had come to terms with it. Bai Qianzhong's voice turned cold and harsh. I contacted you because I have come to terms with it. What does it matter if you are a prodigy? Your treasure may not truly fulfill your wishes and dominate the world. My lifespan is indeed about to run out. But I plan to use the remainder to forge a good sword, to stir up chaos in your world, and make you regret it. The figure in the stone tablet's breathing became heavy as it said in a low voice, Old Jiao, do not do anything foolish. With a snap, Bai Qianzhang's palm brushed over the purple stone tablet, and it instantly exploded into dust, vanishing without a trace. With the destruction of the stone tablet, the last connection to his family was severed. Bai Qianzhang seemed to have resolved a great inner turmoil, his expression returning to calm as he stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked into the cave. At this moment, Fang Xing had already taken a few sips of the spiritual wine from the gourd, slowly refining it to restore his spiritual power. However, during this refinement, he felt something was off. His body was like a wild beast, continuously devouring the essence released from the spiritual wine, surpassing his usual capacity for spiritual energy by 10%. Although his cultivation had not increased, he was refining more spiritual energy, as if the energy within him had undergone a refinement process. After using the dragon capture and crane control technique, Fang Xing also noticed that he seemed to be more adept at using this divine ability, and its power had increased somewhat, showing a 10% increase in power while his cultivation remained unchanged. Why was this happening? Could it be related to the flames that appeared in his body when he comprehended the head-chopping diagram? Those flames burned through his organs, meridians, and bones, essentially cleansing his body. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, as Fang Xing clearly remembered that when those flames ignited within him, it felt as if he was breaking through a barrier. Breaking through typically involves two main effects. The second and third levels of spiritual movement cleanse internal impurities, allowing one to reach their limits, while the fourth level breaks through those limits, granting higher potential. The fifth and sixth levels would be another cleansing process, and the seventh level would be a second breakthrough. The blazing flames within him felt very much like taking a breakthrough elixir and reconstructing oneself. Yet, such a simple arrangement made the cave seem quite profound. Of course, Fang Xing couldn't appreciate this so-called profundity. He was merely walking around, looking at the cave's decorations with greedy eyes. These few pills are nice, but they look too shabby here. I might as well take them. This jade bottle seems like a magical artifact. It's really out of place here. I'll take it. Oh, these few books are worth quite a bit. It's such a waste for them to gather dust here. I'll recycle them. While he was busy rummaging through the treasures, a faint voice suddenly sounded. Have you picked what you want? Fang Xing chuckled and put down a spiritual herb he had just struggled to pull up, saying, almost done. Turning around, he saw Bai Qianzhang standing at the cave entrance, his white robes billowing, backlit by the sun, seemingly surrounded by a golden halo. Follow me. Bai Qianzhang did not scold him to hand over all the stolen goods as Fang Xing had feared, but instead gently called him over. Feeling guilty, Fang Xing had no choice but to obediently follow him out, pretending to be a good child. Bai Qianzhang sat down at a stone table in the cave, beckoning Fang Xing to come over. He placed his palm on Fang Xing's arm and back a few times, muttering to himself, just as I guessed. The head-chopping diagram contains the method of refining the body with celestial flames. He fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Fang Xing waited for a while, and seeing him remain quiet, he sat down on his own. Suddenly, he noticed a fruit tree beside the stone forest, its fruits bright red and very appealing. He reached out to pick a couple, and upon tasting them, he found them sweet and juicy, with extremely tender flesh. The juice flowed down his throat, transforming into streams of spiritual energy, which felt incredibly comfortable. Without hesitation, he quickly picked another 7 or 8, devouring them ravenously, juice dripping everywhere. By the time Bai Qianzhang came out of his contemplation, the stone table was already piled high with fruit pits. Seeing the few unripe fruits left on his 300-year-old red jade peach tree, and then looking at Fang Xing, who was rolling his eyes from overeating, Bai Qianzhang couldn't help but smile wryly. You truly are worthy of being a descendant of the gluttonous bloodline, just like the ancient Taotai, leaving devastation in your wake. Bringing you into my cave can be likened to inviting a thief into my home. Fang Xing replied, I just ate a few of your fruits. No need to call me a thief, right? Bai Qianzhang didn't argue with him, smiled, and asked, why didn't you learn the 4 orthodox techniques in the promotion hall? Fang Xing scratched his head and said, I don't want to refine pills. I'm too lazy to write, and I can't learn divination techniques. Being a blacksmith feels too dumb. Bai Qianzhang smiled slightly and said, speak the truth. Fang Xing blurted out, because those are too weak. I want to learn the strongest. Bai Qianzhang chuckled and asked, what do you think is the strongest? Fang Xing fell silent, not sure why he had suddenly voiced his innermost thoughts, but since he had started talking, he might as well say it all, especially since Bai Qianzhang gave him a good impression as one of the few people he felt he could speak honestly to. So he said, the strongest is the most powerful. I feel that the 9 swords of Qiyun are the most powerful because other techniques are either for refining pills or blacksmithing, but this one is for combat. As he said this, his expression was unusually serious because he recalled that night in Ghost Smoke Valley. A person and a crane descended from the sky, wielding an iron sword that danced like a dragon, while the valley was littered with corpses. With power, one could control the lives of others. Without power, what good is wealth? In the end, one still becomes someone else's prey. Others seek longevity and freedom in their cultivation, wandering the world. But that holds no appeal for him. His first understanding of the Dao sect was its powerful combat strength, and thus what he sought was also combat strength. Bai Qianzhong listened to his answer, let out a gentle sigh, and said, "But do you know that although the Qiyun 9 swords might be the strongest in the Qiyun sect, it is not the strongest in the southern Zhan state. In fact, it is quite weak. Even in the small Chufeng continent, there are at least 2 or 3 techniques that are comparable to it, and perhaps even stronger. So even if you learn it, you won't be the strongest." Fang Xing thought for a moment, and said, "Then I'll learn this first, and then go learn something stronger." Bai Qianzhong laughed, and said, "In this world, sects and families all regard their own techniques as the root of their existence. They may not necessarily teach you." Fang Xing replied, "Then I'll just steal it. I have to learn." Bai Qianzhong chuckled, "But if you're not strong enough, how can you steal from others?" Fang Xing became distressed, tugging at his own hair, and said, "Then what do you suggest I do?" Bai Qianzhong laughed again, and said, "There is no strongest technique. But there are other things that are the strongest, and they might suit you very well." Fang Xing's eyes suddenly brightened. "What is it?" Bai Qianzhong replied calmly, "Battle Cultivator." Chapter 77. The Path of Battle Cultivators. Battle Cultivator? What is that? Bai Qianzhong smiled faintly, and explained, "Every cultivator has their own specialized techniques and strengths, which serve as their means of survival and earning resources, as well as gaining status. Just like the 3 elders in the promotion hall said before. Some are good at alchemy, thus called alchemists. Some are good at artifacts, thus called artifact cultivators. There are also people who excel in talismans and formations, each with their own titles, and the list goes on. This is just a rough categorization that small sects like our Qiyun sect might have. In the broader world, you'll find even more classifications of cultivators. There are dedicated cultivators who raise spirit beasts, known as spirit cultivators. There are those who cultivate spirit fields, known as agricultural cultivators. And there are even some cultivators who, like in the mortal world, run brothels. In short, the cultivation world is far more complex than you imagine. You can find any type of cultivator in the cultivation world, toiling away just for resources. What is all this nonsense? Fang Xing was stunned, wondering if there were cultivators specifically for robbery. Bai Qianzhong smiled and added, "In addition to these classifications, there is also a special type of cultivator called battle cultivators. Those who are good at alchemy are alchemists. Those who excel in artifacts are artifact cultivators. Those who are skilled in talismans are talisman cultivators and battle cultivators. As the name suggests, are those who excel in combat. After all, the cultivation world is one where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, with conflicts everywhere and at all times, and everyone lives in fear. Thus, combat power becomes a common pursuit for cultivators, aside from their cultivation level. Battle cultivators take this pursuit to the extreme. They do not dabble in alchemy or artifact crafting, nor do they waste energy on anything that might distract them. They even do not place much emphasis on their cultivation level, focusing all their energy on refining combat techniques to achieve the strongest combat power. As Fang Xing listened, he gradually became excited, clapping his hands and laughing. "I like this." Bai Qianzhong smiled and said, "But it's not that simple. Before a battle cultivator has achieved a certain cultivation level, they have almost no means of obtaining resources. This leads to battle cultivators being one of the most special existences in the cultivation world. Only 2 types of people choose to become battle cultivators. One is the talented heirs of large sects and families, who have the resources provided by their backing forces and never have to worry about resources. All they need to do is improve their combat power and unleash their potential. What about the second type?" Fang Xing became excited, thinking that the first type was completely unsuitable for him. Bai Qianzhong glanced at Fang Xing, sighed lightly, and said, "The second type consists of those who have no talent for alchemy, are too lazy to put in effort on artifact crafting, find drawing talismans too troublesome, and think formations are too complex. These are individuals who truly cannot achieve anything in other areas. So they have no choice but to focus all their energy on how to fight with others. Such people can barely be considered battle cultivators. So to put it bluntly, being a battle cultivator means you are either a genius or a useless person. You could say that." Bai Qianzhong nodded. Fang Xing was speechless. "Then which category do you think I fit into as a battle cultivator, the former or the latter?" Bai Qianzhong looked at Fang Xing with a half-smile, the implication clear. "I am not useless." Fang Xing was annoyed, glaring at Bai Qianzhong in frustration. If it weren't for knowing that he was far weaker than Bai Qianzhong, he would have lunged at him by now. Bai Qianzhong smiled and said, I say you are suited to be a battle cultivator because you have the talent for it. Especially since you have comprehended the decapitation diagram and have initially grasped the true fire of samadhi. This means you will have a significant advantage as a battle cultivator. True fire of samadhi. Fang Xing was taken aback, having never heard this term before. That's right. The true fire of samadhi is said to be a celestial flame that only true immortals can master after transcending tribulations. The three samadhi refer to anger, desire, and will. These three are the most difficult emotions to refine among a person's 7 emotions and 6 desires. After transcending tribulations, a great cultivator can transform them into fire, thus unleashing immense combat power. In ancient times, it was said that a demon monkey caused chaos in the heavenly palace. This monkey had an indestructible body, yet it was burned by the true fire of samadhi to the point of being unable to find peace in life or death. The reason is that the true fire of samadhi not only harms the body but, more importantly, it damages the consciousness, making it extremely difficult to defend against. I have such a powerful thing under my control now. Fang Xing was overjoyed, standing up and spinning in circles like a cat chasing its tail. Eager to see his true fire of samadhi, Bai Qianzhong said, the 3 samadhi of anger, desire, and will, you have only touched upon the anger aspect, and you are far from mastering the 3. Thus, you are still quite a distance from the legendary true fire of samadhi. After you explained to me the mysteries contained within the decapitation diagram, I also deduced that the immortal who was beheaded felt defiance, unwillingness, and reluctance before death, all of which stirred his internal anger, which is hidden in the decapitation diagram. You comprehended the mysteries of the diagram and, to some extent, felt his anger at that moment, which then stirred your own internal anger. However, while this fire is marvelous, it has not been refined. And before you reach the threshold of transcending tribulations, it is nearly impossible for you to master the methods to control this fire. You will also be unable to unleash the various mysteries of the true fire of samadhi. You can only focus on refining your body. Refining my body. Fang Xing clenched his fists, looking at the thin muscles on his arms, then looked at Bai Qianzhong in confusion. Bai Qianzhong smiled and said, that's right. Just like refining steel with true fire, you will refine your body with anger fire. Cultivating a battle cultivator is extremely difficult. Besides normal cultivation, sects and families in the world have developed various secret methods to enhance their battle cultivator strength. As far as I know, there are methods like spirit liquid cleansing, true essence bodybuilding, swallowing wind and drinking dew, and transforming weak water into flesh. Battle cultivators cultivated through these secret methods are born with strong physiques, refined spiritual power, and even during the spirit movement stage, their spiritual power can be so pure that it rivals that of some foundation establishment cultivators. There are often rumors in the world of a certain prominent family's golden elixir genius who can slay 3 or 4 nascent soul experts higher than their own level with a single sword, causing awe. However, little do they know that the so-called genius has spent countless resources and secret methods to purify their own spiritual energy. If all those resources were spent on improving their cultivation level, they would probably have consumed more resources than all the nascent soul experts combined. The resources that could cultivate 3 or 4 nascent soul level experts are all spent on one golden elixir cultivator. Fang Xing was stunned, feeling both angry and regretful. This is simply a prodigal. In a sense, a battle cultivator is indeed a prodigal, Bai Qianzhong said seriously. However, the role that battle cultivators can play is also immense. Every major sect and prominent family has their own battle cultivators. They are the guarantee for maintaining their interests. Without battle cultivators, their extermination would be imminent. Fang Xing thought for a moment and hesitated. Then if I become a battle cultivator? Bai Qianzhong nodded and said, it has to be such a waste. In fact, it is not a waste, but battle cultivators naturally consume more resources than ordinary cultivators. You do not have the secret methods used by other sects to cultivate battle cultivators, but you possess the anger within the true fire of samadhi. By refining yourself with this anger, you can refine your spiritual power, temper your physique, double your cultivation, and gain combat power far beyond what ordinary people can achieve. However, correspondingly, the resources you consume will also increase, reaching astronomical figures. Fang Xing swallowed, suddenly squinting and smiling. If you want to spend so many resources to cultivate me, that would be quite embarrassing. Bai Qianzhong was speechless and after a while said, who said I want to cultivate you? Bai Qianzhong found this amusing and laughed. After a moment, he said, I will guide you on how to cultivate. I want to see what kind of battle cultivator will emerge from the secret techniques hidden within that beheading diagram. However, I cannot provide you with resources, but I will tell you what you need. As for how to obtain them, that depends on you. All right, this white-haired guy is practically urging me to rob others. Fang Xing thought to himself while stealing glances at Bai Qianzhong. Bai Qianzhong was knowledgeable and wise. yet sometimes could not guess what this little rascal was thinking. Seeing Fang Xing's eyes darting around, he knew he must have thought of something improper again. With a helpless sigh, he pinched his brow and asked, "I want to teach you the path of the strongest battle cultivator. Are you willing to learn?" Fang Xing's eyes lit up, and he replied, "Of course I'm willing to learn." Bai Qianzhong smiled, but suddenly his expression turned serious as he looked at Fang Xing and said coldly, "Cultivating this path. Your journey will be 100 times harder than that of ordinary cultivators. Are you still willing to learn?" His gaze was sharp as a sword, and his imposing aura was immense, making Fang Xing serious as well. He put away his lazy attitude and firmly said, "I'm willing to learn." Bai Qianzhong continued, "Cultivating this path, your cultivation will be 100 times more arduous than that of other cultivators. Are you still willing to learn?" Without hesitation, Fang Xing replied, "I'm willing to learn." Bai Qianzhong asked again, "Cultivating this path, your life will be 100 times more dangerous than that of other cultivators. Are you still willing to learn?" Fang Xing stood up directly, clenched his little fist, and declared, "I'm willing to learn." Bai Qianzhong slowly stood up, placed his palm on Fang Xing's head, and softly said, "Then good, I will teach you." Chapter 78. Refining the True Body with the True Fire of Samadhi. The true fire of Samadhi has the ability to temper the body, but whether you can master it depends on yourself. Bai Qianzhong did not explain much and directly began to teach him how to use the true fire of Samadhi to temper his body. Fang Xing had mastered certain aspects from the beheading diagram, which, although only a single aspect, was extraordinarily powerful and dangerous. After all, this was a power that could only be grasped by great cultivators who had passed the 9 tribulations. It was practically a taboo. The creator of the beheading diagram had sealed the anger that erupted at the moment an immortal was beheaded within the diagram, leaving it for future generations to comprehend, a truly unimaginable act. However, comprehending it was one thing, and mastering this power was another. Before Fang Xing, 9 outstanding disciples of the Qingyun sect had comprehended this diagram over the past 300 years, but only 2 had succeeded. And both of those who succeeded met the same fate. They were consumed by the anger and turned to ashes. Even for Fang Xing, if he had not comprehended the second true meaning within the beheading, heavenly sword intent, and extinguished the fire intent with the sword intent at the most critical moment, he would have already been burned to ashes by the anger within him. However, if he wanted to use the true fire of Samadhi to refine his body and embark on the path of the strongest battle cultivator, he had to rely on this anger. Only with this true fire of Samadhi, which could only be controlled by immortals, could he refine the spiritual energy within him and temper his physique. This fire could not go out of control, nor could it be too weak. It had to be guided and controlled gradually, just like cultivating a technique. Bai Qianzhong left Fang Xing in the cave for a night, while he went to the Qingyun sect's library and did not return until morning. Upon his return, he told Fang Xing, "I have gone through all the records of Qingyun, but I found no technique that can fully utilize the power of the true fire of Samadhi. Unfortunately, you can only cultivate the Qingyun tempering true technique to operate the true fire of Samadhi. I will make some adjustments to it to make it more suitable for you and to conceal it from others. Although this technique cannot unleash the true fire of Samadhi's strongest power, it is safe." After saying this, he passed the modified Qingyun tempering true technique to Fang Xing, who silently memorized it. After Bai Qianzhong had taught him all the techniques, the yin-yang divine demon mirror in Fang Xing's mind unexpectedly activated again. Giving an evaluation, this modified Qingyun tempering true technique had its rank raised from mid-tier to high-tier. Fang Xing was immediately astonished, thinking that Bai Qianzhong was even more impressive than he had imagined. In just one night, he had read through numerous books and could elevate a mid-tier technique to a high-tier one. This level of brilliance was far more valuable than his cultivation. While feeling admiration, he also had some doubts. If this white-haired man had such abilities, why not hand this technique over to the Qingyun sect? From his appearance, he did not seem like an ordinary elder of the Qingyun sect. What was his true identity? Of course, Fang Xing would not actually ask these questions or spend time pondering them. Strangely, he felt a certain resemblance to this white-haired fellow. This feeling of trust was rare for him, but when it appeared, it was incredibly strong. On the other hand, Fang Xing was capable of judging whether what Bai Qianzhong was doing for him was good or bad. He possessed the yin-yang divine demon mirror, which could identify all spiritual treasures. If what Bai Qianzhong taught him was malicious, he would have seen through it long ago. Yet up until now, whether it was the beheading diagram, the spiritual wine recipe, or this modified Qingyun tempering true technique, they were all genuinely good things, without a doubt. Even though comprehending the beheading diagram was extremely dangerous, that was merely a risk that coexisted with opportunity, and Fang Xing accepted this risk. After all, wealth and fortune often come with danger. If good things could be obtained without any cost, he would instead be wary. As for why Bai Qianzhong was willing to teach him techniques, and whether there were any ulterior motives behind it, Fang Xing did not particularly care. After all, why would someone cultivate him for free? Having a purpose was only natural. Besides, even if he wanted to resist, where could he escape to in this person's hands? It was better to quickly learn what the other party wanted to teach him, even if he did want to force him to do something in the future. Once he had strength, it would be easier to resist. Therefore, under Bai Qianzhong's guidance, Fang Xing began to seriously practice the Qingyin tempering true technique. Initially, he grasped the Qingyin tempering true technique very quickly. Simply put, this technique transformed spiritual power into a light blue spiritual flame outside the body. The flame's temperature was extremely high, meant for forging and crafting magical tools. And the word tempering in the name referred to purging the impurities from mysterious iron and returning to its original state. However, when it came to combat, this spiritual flame was not effective at a distance, and the flame burned fiercely and rapidly, lacking flexibility, making it relatively weak and even less convenient than the basic spell of fire control. As for Fang Xing practicing this technique, his main aim was not to cultivate that kind of forging flame, but to primarily utilize the internal rotation method of the spiritual flame within the Qingyin tempering true technique. He used the heart method of the Qingyin tempering true technique to control the true fire of samadhi within his body, then applied the methods of artifact forging to temper his physique and refine his spiritual energy, little by little, forging a crystal clear body and condensing the purest spiritual energy. This method of refining the body was extremely dangerous. When Fang Xing first began to cultivate, if he was not careful, he would trigger the raging anger, almost burning his body to ashes, and endless malevolent thoughts would drive him nearly insane, risking him falling into madness. Fortunately, Bai Qianzhong was there day and night to protect him during his cultivation. Once he showed signs of losing control, he would be immediately jolted back to his senses, forcing him to focus his mind, using the heavenly intent sword to extinguish his anger, and then applying the prepared spiritual medicine to heal his burns. Even so, it wasn't until 6 months later that Fang Xing slowly began to master the method of tempering his body with the true fire of samadhi. At this point, he could finally accurately control the temperature of the true fire of samadhi, completing the tempering process with his own strength. In other words, Fang Xing had already mastered a powerful secret technique for body tempering. This secret technique was called secret because it was often controlled by large sects and ancient families, used to cultivate their own battle cultivators. While the cultivation methods might be shared, the secret techniques would never be revealed, even if it meant destroying a sect, as these techniques were the foundation of a sect's existence, standing as the strongest foundation in the cultivation world. During these 6 months, although he had repeatedly failed and had not completed a full tempering process many times, the changes in Fang Xing were astonishing. His body was crystal clear and flawless. To outsiders, he appeared clean, bright, and full of vitality. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that his skin faintly radiated a jade-like luster, which was quite extraordinary. In reality, if someone were to get close to Fang Xing to examine his physique, they would find that his vitality was different from that of ordinary people, stronger than that of an adult, and the vitality of his flesh was almost 3 times that of an average person. As for his spiritual energy, it was also 3 times more refined than that of ordinary people. In other words, compared to others of the same cultivation level, he appeared to have equal amounts of spiritual energy, but the quality was 3 times that of others. To put it simply, Fang Xing, at the 4th level of spiritual movement, possessed the strength of a 5th level cultivator. Next to a stone forest, there was a green water pool, known as the cold pool, with clear water exuding a chilling aura, causing the white stones by the pool to be covered in a layer of frost. At this moment, Fang Xing was sitting cross-legged in the shallow water, which only reached his neck, exposing his small head. Fang Xing had his eyes slightly closed, silently operating the Qingyin tempering technique. Gradually, his skin turned blood red, and a faint light began to emanate from within his body. As Fang Xing circulated his energy, the frost on the white stones around the pool disappeared, and heat began to emanate slowly. Fang Xing had not yet completed a full tempering session, still operating the Qingyin tempering technique. On the surface of his skin, which was exposed above the water, strange flames began to appear. These flames seemed to emanate from within him, blue with a hint of purple, incredibly bizarre, yet full of spirit. Gradually, the heat rising from the cold pool increased, enveloping Fang Xing's body. After a while, the cold pool suddenly erupted, boiling violently. The entire cold pool was boiling, the temperature frighteningly high. This scene was both strange and terrifying. Fang Xing seemed to be sitting in a pot of boiling water, yet he remained seated in the center of the pool, seemingly unaffected by the heat. This was because the water was boiling due to the heat emanating from his body, which was even more astonishing. As the water temperature continued to rise and the boiling intensified, thick white steam shot skyward. Within the cold pool, one could no longer see any figures. Only large clouds of white steam rising. After a long time, a long howl suddenly echoed from within the cold pool, sounding like a dragon's roar, reverberating through the valley. With the dragon's roar, the temperature within the cold pool began to slowly decrease. Fang Xing had completed this round of tempering and was slowly gathering his energy. The boiling cold pool gradually calmed down, and the cold spring from the ground began to rise again, causing the temperature of the cold pool to drop. Success! I have successfully completed the 7th independent body tempering, which means I can now control this body tempering method. Fang Xing opened his eyes, and for a moment, his gaze burst forth with brilliance, gradually settling down after a while. It seems you have almost mastered the Qing Yin tempering technique. A voice suddenly sounded from behind him, causing Fang Xing to jump and turn around, startled to see the white-haired Bai Qianzhong. His pristine white boots lightly touched the surface of the water, rising and falling gently with the waves, his figure appearing ethereal. Can you walk without making a sound? Fang Xing complained. One day you'll scare me to death. Bai Qianzhong replied lightly. Being startled indicates you lack resolve, and I flew over, so naturally, there was no sound. Fang Xing pouted and said, showing off. I can do gravity technique too. The gravity technique was another name for the dragon capture and crane control skill, a legendary mysterious art in the martial world. Newly admitted outer disciples of the sect referred to it as such, but once they entered the inner sect, their perspective changed, and they no longer viewed this technique as profound, thus calling it the gravity technique. Although it was just a name, it represented a change in mindset. Bai Qianzhong ignored Fang Xing's retort, accustomed to it, and said calmly, since you've mastered this method, it means your 6 months here have not been wasted. Remember to use the true fire of samadhi to temper your body regularly, and your spiritual power will be more refined than others. Even if you use the same spells, your power will be stronger than theirs, laying the foundation for being a battle cultivator. For the past month, he had been kept on this peak by Bai Qianzhong, monotonously practicing the Qing Yin tempering technique. Whenever he was tired, he would sleep in a side room outside the cave, and when hungry, he would eat the spiritual fruits outside Bai Qianzhong's cave or take pills from Bai Qianzhong's cave like candy. He hadn't tasted meat for a month. His mouth had grown bland, and he longed to leave and have a big meal. Fang Xing paused and asked, what about me? Bai Qianzhong replied, let's go down the mountain. Fang Xing exclaimed, I'm going down the mountain now? Generally, disciples of the Qing Yin sect would not go out unless they encountered a bottleneck in cultivation, received a token for an external mission, or were stripped of their disciple status and expelled from the mountain. So Fang Xing didn't understand Bai Qianzhong's intent. Seeing his confusion, Bai Qianzhong explained lightly, going down the mountain to cultivate. Fang Xing scratched his head and asked, can't we cultivate on the mountain? Bai Qianzhong said, you can only practice on the mountain. The secular world is where you can cultivate. If you want to be a battle cultivator, you must experience this journey to become a qualified battle cultivator. Rather than being a wasteful one who reluctantly chose this path, one must meet 3 conditions. First, a superior body tempering method. Second, adequate cultivation resources. And third, excellent combat techniques. You can now use the true fire of samadhi for body tempering, which meets the first condition, but you lack the latter 2 completely. A cloud carried Fang Xing away from the Qing Yin sect. Above the clouds, Bai Qianzhong, with a calm expression, spoke eloquently. What will we do then? Will you teach me? Fang Xing sat cross-legged on the cloud, his face full of anticipation. Bai Qianzhong smiled faintly and said, I've prepared the best method for you to ensure you become a qualified battle cultivator. Fang Xing was taken aback, filled with hope, and asked, what method? Bai Qianzhong replied, look below the clouds. Fang Xing leaned over to look down, his gaze piercing through the wisps of cloud, revealing a vast lake shimmering with blue waves. A gentle breeze caressing his face. Before he could ask, he suddenly felt a kick on his backside, and with a startled cry, he fell from the cloud. Cursing in midair, you treacherous white-haired weirdo, how dare you ambush me? Bai Qianzhong sat on the cloud, smiling wryly as he rubbed his nose, muttering to himself, white-haired weirdo, is that my nickname now? In the air, Fang Xing exerted all his effort to control his descent using gravity techniques, then summoned his flying sword to support himself beneath his feet, managing to hover in midair. However, upon looking around, he was stunned. This large lake was indeed vast, and he found himself in the center of it. To fly to the shore, he would have to cover at least 100 zhong, far exceeding his limits. In this lake resided a green snake that had been struck by lightning, gained some cultivation, and had practiced for decades, becoming a 5th-tier demon beast. It often destroyed ships and devoured commoners, being worshipped by ignorant people as the king of azure dragons, when in fact it was just a snake demon on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon. You should dive into the lake and slay it. That demon core would be a great supplement for you. Bai Qianzhong's voice lazily drifted down. This is the good method you prepared for me. Fang Xing shouted in anger. Gathering his breath. Why couldn't you tell me in advance? Did you have to kick me down? You ate my spirit fruit, stole my spirit pills, and constantly insult me behind my back. Can I kick you once? Bai Qianzhang's voice was innocent, leaving Fang Xing speechless. You say this green snake is a fifth-tier demon beast? Fang Xing, still hovering in the air, struggled to gather his breath and refused to dive into the lake. Yes. It's probably just a hair's breadth away from reaching the sixth tier, Bai Qianzhang replied. Fang Xing's expression trembled as he exclaimed. I'm only at the fourth level of spirit motion. Do you want me to slay it or feed it? Bai Qianzhang fell silent for a moment. And just as Fang Xing was about to curse, his voice rang out again. If you want to find a reason for not being able to defeat it, you can find 1,000. But if you encounter a stronger enemy in the future, you will only have one life. Fang Xing was taken aback and pondered. A pale yellow talisman floated down from the clouds. Bai Qianzhang said, if you can't defeat it, you can activate this talisman. It will save you. Fang Xing's expression changed. Finally, gritting his teeth, he made up his mind and jumped into the lake. The talisman lingered in the air for a while, unsure of where it flew off to. Fang Xing didn't take the talisman with him because he had no intention of using it, since it was a form of training. And since the white-haired monster believed he had a chance to defeat this green snake, then he would fight. Splash! Fang Xing plunged into the lake, the cool water instantly submerging him. Bubbles gurgled in his ears as he moved his hands to stabilize himself in the water, then looked around. But all he saw was a vast expanse of blue. The lake water obstructed his view. Even though his vision had improved significantly with his cultivation, he could still only see about 10 zhang away. In this vast lake, where could he find that green snake demon? After a moment's thought, Fang Xing steeled his heart, drew a short knife, and cut his palm, letting the blood seep out and disperse in the water. Then, Fang Xing focused his spirit and energy, quietly waiting in the lake, feeling the direction of the water flow. The blood of someone with cultivation had a tremendous allure to demon beasts. As long as this green snake demon was carnivorous, it would definitely be drawn over. Come on. Fang Xing silently gritted his teeth, his gaze fierce and resolute. Since it was training, no matter how bitter, tiring, or dangerous, he accepted it. He wanted to be a battle cultivator, the strongest battle cultivator in the world. What eternal freedom, what divine travel across thousands of miles. He didn't care at all. The only impression he had of cultivators was that one person with one sword could slay countless bandits. What he desired was also unparalleled combat power. He wanted to avenge his 9 uncles. Chapter 80, 10 Wives. Fighting against flood dragons in the sea, battling demon tigers in the mountains. 3 years passed in a flash. And Fang Xing had transformed into a 14-year-old boy, significantly taller and quite slender, still wearing that faint smile, a bit lazy, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. His hair had turned quite white, a mix of black and white, casually tied into a ponytail at the back of his head. However, his cultivation was still at the 4th level of spirit motion and had not improved. This was intentional on Bai Qianzhang's part. He had taught Fang Xing how to refine his body with true fire, making his spiritual energy incredibly pure. In these 3 years, he had consumed countless demon cores and spirit herbs. If it were an ordinary person with these resources, they would have likely already advanced to the 7th level of spirit motion, but Fang Xing had only used these resources to solidify his foundation. 11th uncle, where to next? Fang Xing lay lazily on a cloud, hands behind his head, casually asking. Over these 3 years, he had become extremely familiar with Bai Qianzhang. He had hated this old white-haired man for tossing him into a group of crazed zombies. He had also been grateful, as this old white-haired man had carefully treated his injuries with spirit herbs for 10 days and nights without a moment's relaxation. These 3 years had allowed him to acknowledge Bai Qianzhang, calling him 11th uncle. Bai Qianzhang had asked why he called him that. Fang Xing did not explain, but thought to himself that he already had 9 uncles, so ranking would make Bai Qianzhang the 10th. But he was the old 10th. So there couldn't be a 10th uncle. He might as well call him 11th uncle. If Bai Qianzhang knew that this kid compared him to a bunch of bandits, and even ranked below them, he would not know what expression to reveal. However, he felt that Fang Xing's sincere 11th uncle after waking from 10 days of treatment was genuine enough, so he accepted it, as it was much better than being called old white hair. As for why Bai Qianzhang treated him so well, whether there were other motives, Fang Xing was too lazy to think about it. In his view, there must be other motives. Otherwise, why would anyone treat him so well? However, Fang Xing didn't mind being utilized by others as long as he received sufficient rewards. So even if he had long realized that Bai Qianzhang's way of cultivating him had ulterior motives, he didn't care. He had guided him for 3 years, and if he really needed Fang Xing to help him with something, then he would lend a hand. If it was something he couldn't do, he could just slip away halfway. Bai Qianzhang scrutinized Fang Xing for a long time without speaking, his gaze complex yet mixed with a difficult-to-express admiration. After a long time, he suddenly handed over a black jade pendant, intricately carved and seemingly exquisite, but it appeared to be split in half. Fang Xing glanced at it and quickly identified it as just an ordinary jade pendant. Its only function was to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to oneself, speeding up the cultivation process slightly. Keep this token well. When the opportunity arises, go get married, Bai Qianzhong said lightly. Fang Xing jumped up abruptly, exclaiming, "Get married?" Bai Qianzhong replied calmly, "Yes, get married. In the future, with this jade pendant as a token, you could marry 9 beautiful and noble partners, or perhaps even 10. I can't be sure." Fang Xing stared at the jade pendant in a daze, saying, "Are you out of your mind?" Bai Qianzhong smiled and said, "You're given such a good opportunity, and you don't want it?" Fang Xing felt a bit shy, chuckling. 10 is a bit too much. Bai Qianzhong laughed. "Then just marry a few. Keep the pretty ones." Fang Xing laughed heartily. "So the rumors are true. I encountered a master who not only teaches divine skills, but also helps with matchmaking. And suddenly, 10 at once. What a great deal. But where are these 10 wives from?" Bai Qianzhong said, "I can't tell you now. Just keep the jade pendant. When the time is right, you will know." Fang Xing asked, "When will the time be right?" Bai Qianzhong replied, "When you go to them and they don't kill you, or when you can escape their pursuit." A dark line appeared on Fang Xing's forehead as he sighed. "So they are your enemies. You just want me to help you take revenge?" Bai Qianzhong smiled lightly and said, "There's no need to take revenge for me, nor do you need to kill for me. Just go ahead and marry your wife." Fang Xing put away the jade pendant and said, "All right, I'll go see if they are beautiful or not when the time comes." Bai Qianzhong smiled again, no longer speaking. As he gently pointed his finger, and Qingyun sped forward. "Where are we going?" Fang Xing asked curiously. "To Qingyun sect?" Fang Xing's eyes lit up instantly, filled with expectation. The continuous 3 years of relentless battles and hardships had made him long for the comfortable life at Qingyun sect. 3 years ago, a cloud of blue light escaped from Qingyun sect without alarming anyone. Before landing in the stone forest, Bai Qianzhong sighed softly. "It's been a long time since we left. The path of cultivation is difficult, so be careful." Fang Xing stretched lazily, smiling at Bai Qianzhong. "Should I call you master?" Bai Qianzhong's calm face momentarily froze. Then he nodded lightly. "That can be arranged. Kneel and bow." Fang Xing's face darkened instantly. "You're getting carried away. I don't want this master anymore." With that, he turned to leave, and Bai Qianzhong laughed behind him. After 3 years of contact, he understood Fang Xing's character. Asking that question showed he was beginning to acknowledge Bai Qianzhong as his master, but with this tease, Fang Xing was unhappy. In fact, this was intentional. He had taught Fang Xing for 3 years, but did not intend to be his master. "After all, I also want to achieve some goals through you. So let us consider it an exchange." Bai Qianzhong sighed softly and turned towards the cave, but his body involuntarily swayed. A clear cracking sound echoed within him, and his expression changed drastically as he looked at his own body with a bitter smile. Through his divine consciousness, he could see a golden core in his sea of consciousness, its color dim, with a clear crack appearing on it, from which faint golden spiritual power was leaking out, spreading into the world. The golden core is breaking, and spiritual power is exhausted. Has my time come early? Bai Qianzhong sat cross-legged before the cave, gazing at the sky with a long sigh. A trace of comforting smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had told Fang Xing that he planned to teach him for a few more years. After exhausting a large amount of his spiritual power to heal Fang Xing during those 10 days and nights, he already felt a bit powerless. At that time, if he hadn't healed him, Fang Xing could have postponed his lifespan for at least another 10 years, but now he felt it was less than 3 years left. However, Bai Qianzhong felt no regret, because if he hadn't done that, Fang Xing would have been left with hidden injuries. With little time left, unable to forge a perfect divine sword using the samadhi true fire from the beheading diagram, he would exert all his effort to forge a perfect sword embryo. Then wait for it to self-temper and shape, stirring the winds and clouds. "I have taught you all that you can learn. The rest depends on you," Bai Qianzhong murmured to himself. After a while, he took out a talisman and tossed it into the sky. Boom! The talisman exploded in midair, and golden light erupted, resembling a golden floating cloud hanging in the sky. Within Qingyun sect, the sect master Chen Xianhua and the 4 great elders all saw this talisman, their hearts shaking in unison. Does Master Bai have important matters to discuss? Regardless of whether these 5 were in seclusion or giving teachings to disciples, they all put down what they were doing and rushed into the air, 5 rays of light streaking across the sky of Qingyun sect, arriving in the stone forest. "I have taught that child for 3 years. It's just a pity he is still not suitable to inherit my legacy," Bai Qianzhong said, turning his back to the 5. Chen Xianhua and the others exchanged glances, their eyes showing regret. Qingyun sect had always wanted to keep this mysterious elder's legacy within the sect. 3 years ago, when Elder Bai accepted Fang Xing as his disciple, they felt somewhat relieved, thinking their goal had been achieved, but they never expected this outcome. I plan to enter a closed-door retreat. Either to use my remaining lifespan to form a nascent soul and double my lifespan, or to sit down and enter nirvana. Bai Qianzhong sighed softly, and everyone's expressions grew serious. Only those who feel their lifespan is nearing its end would enter a closed-door retreat. Chapter 81. Daring to hear the Tao. Closed-door retreat. Closed-door retreat. Entering retreat is a matter of life and death. Generally speaking, only those who see no hope of breakthrough would enter a closed-door retreat. Hoping to comprehend the path to breakthrough within their remaining lifespan, to break through to another realm and increase their lifespan. However, without breakthrough pills or the corresponding techniques, breaking through is almost hopeless. Out of 100 people who enter a closed-door retreat, nearly all of them never come out again. Those who successfully break through and exit are only found in legends. Of course, there is a benefit to closed-door retreats. Others cannot ascertain the life or death of the person in seclusion, which can deter some enemies from acting rashly. This is also a small contribution a cultivator makes for their sect. In fact, many believe that the Supreme Elder Yu He Zhenren of Qingyun sect had already entered nirvana long ago. However, because he entered closed-door retreat 8 years ago, and his life and death could not be discerned, everyone could only assume he was still alive. For cultivators, this is also a unique way of departing from the world. They would be slowly forgotten rather than being worshipped like mortals. This kind of closed-door retreat typically has a limit of 100 years. After 100 years, if the person in retreat has not exited, the sect master will quietly light a stick of incense for them in the ancestral hall, but by then, the younger disciples often have forgotten who the person in retreat was. What is the intention of master by summoning us here? Chun Xianhua pondered. Bai Qianzhong smiled and said, "Of course, it's to share some of my cultivation insights and leave a legacy for Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, Chun Xianhua and the others were momentarily taken aback. Then their expressions turned joyous, and they bowed in unison, saying, "We respectfully listen to Uncle Yu's teachings." Bai Qianzhong sighed softly and began to recite slowly. The destruction divine mechanism technique, seizing people's fortune, transforming the power of heaven, applying the laws of earth, comprehend. His voice was very calm, but to Chun Xianhua and the others, it sounded like thunder. Cover your ears. Chun Xianhua's face changed drastically as he suddenly shouted, interrupting Bai Qianzhong's words. The four great elders also changed their expressions, truly following Chun Xianhua's words, covering their ears, and instantly retreating 10 miles before stopping in the air, looking at Bai Qianzhong in fear. Bai Qianzhong fell silent, sitting there with a hint of helplessness. Chun Xianhua's lips trembled, and after a long while, he bitterly smiled and said, "Master Bai, you arrived at Qingyun sect 500 years ago, and since the previous sect master, no one has ever treated you with anything less than utmost respect. Why then do you insist on harming us?" Bai Qianzhong sighed softly. "You have always wanted me to leave a legacy. How can you say that I'm harming you?" Chun Xianhua sighed. "This destruction divine mechanism technique, is that the legacy technique of that family? Our Qingyun sect is a small sect. How dare we covet their techniques? If the news leaks, it might immediately bring disaster upon our sect. It would be better if we do not keep such a legacy. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't afford it." Bai Qianzhong was speechless, and after a while, he said, "If that's the case, then forget it. I previously reviewed the Qingyun sect's Qinyan forging true technique, made some modifications, and turned it into a higher level technique, so I will leave this technique in Qingyun sect as some compensation." Chun Xianhua sighed with relief, "If that is the case. Thank you, Master Bai." After saying this, he summoned the elder from the Forging True Valley who had been hiding 10 miles away, thought for a moment, and simply called over the other 3 elders as well, wanting them all to listen to Bai Qianzhong's teachings. He was still anxious, not wanting to face suspicion of having obtained the destruction divine mechanism technique's legacy, so it was better to call others over to listen together to prove his innocence. After the teachings were complete, Chun Xianhua nervously asked, "Master Bai, about that disciple named Fang Xing." Bai Qianzhong shook his head and said, "I originally wanted to lay a foundation for him before passing on the cultivation techniques, but unexpectedly, this child is stubborn and unwilling to listen to teachings. He always hesitates to learn proper things, while he picks up unrelated, crooked methods extremely quickly. In desperation, I cannot pass on the inheritance to him. 3 years of hard work have gone to waste. Sect Master, if there are outstanding disciples in Qingyun sect." Chun Xianhua was taken aback and awkwardly smiled. "They are also not blessed. It's better to let it go. Smart people know what they should do, and Chun Xianhua, being the sect master of Qingyun sect, is certainly not a fool. If the technique Bai Qianzhong passed down was of the Xian rank, he would have sought it out. In fact, if Bai Qianzhong passed down an unknown divine-level technique, he would still learn it, even at the risk of causing a catastrophe for Qingyun sect due to leaks. However, if it were the divine-level technique of that family, it must not be learned. Learning it would bring calamity. Not only must it not be learned, but one must also not listen to it, and stay far away, out of sight, out of mind. Since this is the case, I will enter seclusion starting today. Song Tian, sang hi, fellow Taoists, we part ways here. Bai Qianzhong sighed, his sleeves hanging behind him as he slowly walked into the cave. Uncle Master need not be so pessimistic. The great Tao has 50 paths. If one disappears, another will emerge. Uncle Master, please enter seclusion and contemplate. There will surely be an opportunity for breakthrough and rebirth, doubling your lifespan. At that time, the younger generation will gather all the disciples of the mountain to come and congratulate you. Chen Xianhua bowed deeply and spoke sincerely. The other 4 elder disciples also bowed deeply to send Bai Qianzhong into seclusion. The door to the cave shut with a bang, isolating him from the world. Although it was just one door, it felt as if the white-haired elder was gone forever. Senior brother, the elder of Xixiao Valley, Qing Miao asked. Chen Xianhua took the lead and rode the clouds back to his residence at the peak of Qingyun, with the 4 elder disciples following behind him. Quang, you go and bring that child here. After Chen Xianhua sat down, he supported his forehead in contemplation. After a while, he said lightly, the black-haired elder Tai Ruquan, the transmission elder of the Forging Truth Valley, who had played chess with Bai Qianzhong, received the order and left. The transmission elder of Xixiao Valley, Qing Miao, said, Senior brother, my Uncle Master wouldn't really pass that destructive divine technique to him, would he? Chen Xianhua replied, I hope not. Otherwise, our Qingyun sect won't be able to keep him. Elder Qing Miao frowned and said, Senior brother, I actually think. Chen Xianhua suddenly looked up and glanced at the other 2 transmission elders, saying, Fellow brothers and sisters, don't think that I am overly cautious. Our Qingyun sect is nestled in a corner, living steadily. That is a blessing. If we are too ambitious and get caught in a storm, we might not even know how we died. The world is too big. Elder Qing Miao closed his mouth, nodded slightly, and stepped aside. Soon, Fang Xing was brought in. Facing the highest-ranking elders of Qingyun sect, he was not afraid and looked around with his eyes wandering. Child, come here. Chen Xianhua called him over and gently asked, What have you learned from my Uncle Master in these 3 years? Fang Xing rolled his eyes and said, I've learned a lot. I've been very diligent. Chen Xianhua was slightly taken aback and asked, for example? Fang Xing smiled and said, Slaying demons and eliminating monsters. I've traveled around and killed no fewer than 100 demon beasts in these 3 years. Chen Xianhua was stunned and asked again, Did my Uncle Master not pass any techniques to you? Fang Xing replied, He did. Chen Xianhua immediately became tense. And the other 3 transmission elders also looked over with anxious expressions. Chen Xianhua urgently asked, What technique did he pass to you? Fang Xing said, The Qingyan Forging Truth technique. The people in the hall exchanged glances, and Chen Xianhua asked, Is there no other technique? Fang Xing thought seriously for a moment and said, No, he was not lying. Apart from the Qingyan Forging Truth technique, Bai Qianzhong indeed did not pass him any other techniques. The 3 mysteries true fire body refinement method was obtained from the Xian coffin decapitation diagram and was not taught by Bai Qianzhong. Chen Xianhua thought for a moment, placed his palm on Fang Xing's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Channel your strongest spiritual energy. The other transmission elders also let out a sigh of relief. Their expressions somewhat relaxed, but also a bit regretful. Fang Xing looked at them calmly, not worried that they would discover anything. You may go now. Chen Xianhua instructed Tai Ruquan to take Fang Xing down while he let out a long sigh. Elder Qing Miao asked, Senior brother, how should we deal with this child? Chen Xianhua pondered for a moment and said, Let it be. After all, my Uncle Master has just entered seclusion. We shouldn't disturb him. Everything we heard today, and all we guessed, must not be leaked. Otherwise, there will be strict punishments for Elder Shao. You will supervise this matter. If anyone goes against what I've said today, the brotherhood will not matter. Yes. Chapter 82, The Sutra Hall. 3 years later, Fang Xing's name once again echoed in Qingyun sect. Ever since he entered the inner sect 3 years ago, no one had heard from him because after Lin Qingxue was confined for half a year. She had crazily wanted to find Fang Xing for revenge, but never managed to find him. This created quite a stir, and many inner sect disciples learned about Fang Xing, but he had seemingly vanished without a trace. It wasn't until now that Fang Xing suddenly reappeared, and everyone learned that he had been favored by Elder Bai Qianzhong, who had taken him under his wing and taught him for 3 years. He was originally intended to be the heir, but he was too stubborn, wasting Elder Bai's 3 years of time, and ultimately failed to inherit his teachings, being expelled instead. In an instant, he became the laughingstock of the sect. Those who had received opportunities but failed to seize them are more pitiful than those who didn't get the chance at all. Have you heard? It's said that his talent isn't high, just a ding-level aptitude. He only got the chance because he accidentally broke a game of chess by Elder Bai, and the old man agreed to give him a chance. Who would have thought he couldn't grasp it? 3 years, and Elder Bai had patiently taught him. but he wasted it away and ultimately angered Elder Bai, leading to his expulsion. Exactly. After 3 years of cultivating with the transcendent by Qianzhong, he is still at the 4th layer of spirit movement. That little brat was the first to enter the inner sect, and being so young, he had limitless potential. Now he is just like everyone else. Though he may be clever, he may not fare well in the future. Similar discussions gradually spread within Qingyun's sect. Meanwhile, Fang Xing had already found a cave residence at 100 Thoughts Cliff, spending his days leisurely drinking. Over the 3 years, he had fought countless battles and truly hadn't had a proper rest. Now that he had rare leisure time, he naturally wanted to enjoy it. Look at him, lying on the hillside drinking during the day, not thinking of cultivating. No wonder he was expelled by Elder Bai. Humph, this person must have given up, missing this opportunity. His future path will be difficult. In the distance, people occasionally whispered and pointed at Fang Xing. In their view, Fang Xing was simply a negative example on the path of cultivation, a typical unteachable brat. What are you looking at? I'll dig your eyes out. Fang Xing sat up and yelled at the few people who had been secretly pointing at him. What a fierce guy. Why don't we teach him a lesson together? Right, this guy has been causing trouble since before entering the inner sect. Senior Sister Lin Qingxue from Qixiao Valley declared 3 years ago that whoever killed this kid would receive a generous reward. Who knows how long he can live? Why provoke him? The few disciples shrank back at this, and even those who looked unwilling were pulled away by others. After all, those living in 100 Thoughts Cliff were all disciples who had just entered the inner sect not long ago, and their cultivation levels were not high. Xianxia is the place where outer disciples first reside after entering the inner sect. Upon entering this area, they must begin cultivating one of the 5 methods of the Qingyun sect. Once they have reached a certain level of proficiency, they can enter the 4 valleys and 1 hall of the Qingyun sect for further training, each valley specializing in different areas. Qixiao Valley for alchemy, Duanjin Valley for weapon forging, Shuwen Valley for talisman inscription, and Shanha Valley for formation studies. The 1 hall is the Fengtian Hall. The term Fengtian originates from a saying of the ancestors, serve heaven and establish the Tao. By the mandate of heaven, one slays demons and eliminates evil. The demons referred to in this saying are not solely evil beings, but also include the enemies of the Qingyun sect. For cultivators, anyone who obstructs their path is considered a demon. In simpler terms, the disciples practicing in the Fengtian Hall are the combat forces trained by the Qingyun sect. The Fengtian Hall is a gathering place for battle cultivators in the Qingyun sect, where disciples dedicated to the path of combat will enter. However, the number of disciples here is very small. While the other 4 valleys each have at least 100 disciples, the Fengtian Hall only has around 10 disciples, all of whom are elite figures drawn from the other 4 valleys, showcasing a wealth of talent. Very few disciples of the Qingyun sect choose to practice the Qingyun 9 sword technique directly. Even those who enjoy battle cultivation often first practice other methods, acquiring the skills necessary to establish themselves in the cultivation world before turning to the Qingyun 9 sword technique. Fang Xing intends to enter this hall and continue his path of battle cultivation to the end. Forget it, one must walk the path step by step. I'll go borrow some basic spells to comprehend. Fang Xing, holding a wine gourd, swayed as he walked slowly towards the Grand Hall of Scripture on Fasher Peak. Basic spells are those that must be mastered by anyone with a certain level of cultivation, akin to basic skills. They may not play a significant role in battles among cultivators, but without them, it is difficult to further cultivate other methods. During his 3 years of wandering in the mortal world, Bai Qianzhong had Fang Xing slay demons and eliminate evil, refining himself, but he received virtually no guidance on spells. Now, not only has he not broken through his cultivation level, but his mastery of spells has also not increased. He must first go borrow some foundational knowledge, just as he did when he initially studied the gravity technique. After winding around Feihu Rock along the mountain path, he finally saw a grand hall hidden among the green pines and cypress trees. The hall was extremely tall, majestic in presence. About 100 zhang wide and 30 zhang high, constructed entirely of black rock, giving it a cold appearance. In front of the hall was a square plaza, about 100 zhang wide, paved with white jade stones, extremely spacious. A huge plaque hung above the main entrance of the hall, inscribed with the words Grand Hall of Scripture. From time to time, disciples dressed in blue Dao robes could be seen chatting and laughing as they came and went. Fang Xing felt a sense of anticipation rising in his heart as he strode towards the Grand Hall of Scripture. Upon entering the hall, he found a long corridor at the front, with simple line carvings on the walls depicting famous events of renowned cultivators slaying demons throughout history, such as Hong Yi slaying his father, Yi Fan blocking the heavens, and Miao Yi seizing a wife, all vividly portrayed, albeit in a crude manner. At the end of the corridor, there was an ancient-looking long table, behind which stood an elder with a cultivation level of 9 layers of spirit. After Fang Xing presented his jade token, he entered the side hall, where the low-level spell area was located. A glance around revealed a sea of jade books, all specially used to record spells, with an astonishing quantity. He casually picked up a book on the gravity technique, probing with his spiritual energy. And soon words began to appear on the jade book. Basic spell, gravity technique, commonly referred to as the dragon capture and crane control technique. If one wishes to cultivate it, they must circulate their spiritual energy 9 times. The content was no different from what Fang Xing had seen in the secret manual before. So he casually glanced over it, finding nothing new, and tossed it aside. Continuing to look, he saw rows and rows of jade books neatly arranged on wooden shelves in the side hall, dazzling and overwhelming. Gravity technique, fire manipulation technique, spell eye technique, demon striking technique, breath holding technique, shadow separation technique, barrier technique. Fang Xing looked left and right, becoming increasingly delighted. Feeling that each one was useful and wanting to learn them all, he quickly picked up one jade book after another, stacking them high in his arms, eagerly heading to register with the elder guarding the hall. The elder was taken aback, exclaiming, "So many? Kid, do you know that copying jade books costs money?" Fang Xing dumped the jade books onto the long table with a clatter, saying, "Just copy them. I've got the money." During the 3 years of slaying demons and eliminating evil outside, the resources he consumed were basically obtained from the demon cores he had slain, while some spiritual herbs were sourced from who knows where by Qianzhong. Therefore, the spiritual stones he had saved up were still intact, with at least 200 or 300 left, so he thought paying a few stones for copying the jade books wouldn't be a problem. The elder fell silent, looked at Fang Xing, and slowly began counting the number of jade books. Finally, he looked at Fang Xing and said, "Copying one jade book costs 100 spiritual stones. You have a total of 13 jade books, which amounts to 1,300 spiritual stones." Fang Xing was taken aback, exclaiming, "No way, that's so expensive?" The elder replied slowly, "Not to mention the value of these techniques, just the cost of copying these jade books is considerable. Charging you 100 spiritual stones per book is already quite low." Fang Xing was stunned, lamenting, "I can't afford it." The elder said, "Then just pick a few important ones. Kid, you can't expect to eat a fat meal in one bite. These copied jade books will only last for 7 days. After 7 days, they will automatically dissipate. Within these 7 days, how many spells can you learn? When the time is up, all the jade books will turn blank, and the ones you haven't read will mean your money was wasted." Fang Xing scratched his head and said, "All right, I'll choose." After flipping through for a while, he ultimately selected 3 books, the spell eye technique, barrier technique, and sensing technique, which are all essential basic spells. The elder took out 3 blank jade books, cast a spell seal, and quickly copied the contents of those 3 jade books into the blank ones. Then he tossed them in front of Fang Xing and extended his hand, saying, 300 spiritual stones. Still too expensive. Fang Xing muttered as he emptied his spiritual stones from his spatial ring, counting them one by one. After finishing the count, he suddenly froze. He was actually short by 9 stones. Chapter 83. Shall we practice together? Fang Xing then felt that his perspective, cultivated during his time as an outer disciple, was too narrow. He had thought that having a few hundred spiritual stones meant he was a small rich man, but now he realized that in the inner sect, it might not even cover the most basic expenses for long. No wonder the 3 elders who promoted him to the pavilion had advised him to practice a technique that could earn money. Without funds, one cannot move an inch. Currently, there was no way out. He initially thought he had 300 spiritual stones, but unexpectedly, he was still short by 9. In desperation, Fang Xing looked at the elder and smiled. "Could you make it a bit cheaper?" The elder, however, was not easily swayed, glaring at him. "Have you ever seen anyone bargain here?" Fang Xing complained. "Look, I've taken out all my spiritual stones. I'm just 9 short. I'll pay you back next time." The elder replied, "Then just copy 1 less. You can't expect to have no spiritual stones left for cultivation." Fang Xing said, "You've already copied them. Just let me take them for now." "No way. Not even 1 stone less. I'll give you 20 stones next time. Next time is next time. This time, not a single stone less." The old man and the young man argued back and forth at the long table, one wanting to take the 3 jade books and the other refusing to agree. Fang Xing was at a loss with the elder, contemplating whether to snatch them and run when he suddenly heard a woman's voice say, "Fang Shitty, are you short on funds? I can lend you some." Fang Xing turned around and saw a woman in a light yellow outfit standing beside him, looking at him with a faint smile. The woman appeared to be around 20 years old, with delicate features and long, straight black hair that fell down beautifully. She had a tall and slender figure, lacking in curves, but exuded a certain charm that was quite captivating. Beside her stood a man with a cultivation level of 5 levels of spirit movement, dressed luxuriously and exuding an air of nobility, though his appearance was somewhat unpleasant. He had slanted eyebrows, bulging eyes, a wide mouth, high cheekbones, and dark skin, giving him a fierce look. standing next to this woman only highlighted her beauty even more. It could be said that 3 parts of the woman's stunning appearance were accentuated by this man. Who are you? Fang Xing felt the woman looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where he had seen her before. The woman smiled lightly and said, Junior brother Fang, you really have a poor memory. We met in the purple bamboo forest before. Have you forgotten? Fang Xing suddenly remembered. Indeed, he had seen this woman before. She had been with a dark-faced man named Meng, preparing to help Meng Xianxiao deal with him. She was also associated with the Dao sect. He hadn't expected that she had now become an inner disciple and had reached the 5th level of spirit movement. Her appearance had also changed somewhat. So he hadn't recognized her right away. Ah, I remember now. What was your name again? Hee, my surname is Qin, and my name is Qin Xing. The woman in the light yellow outfit said politely, with a smile on her lips, introducing herself. Ah, senior sister Qin, I apologize. Do you want to lend me some money? Fang Xing looked at her suspiciously, feeling a bit distrustful. This woman and the dark-faced man had been quite hostile towards him before. Although he had tricked Meng Xianxiao later and they hadn't done anything. Their relationship was not exactly good. Why would she want to lend him money? Was she planning to charge him high interest? Qin Xinger smiled slightly and said, It's just 9 spirit stones, merely a small favor to help out. It's not a matter of borrowing or not. As she spoke, she flipped her hand on the long table, and several red spirit stones landed on it, exactly 9. On her index finger, she wore a delicate ring. Presumably a cave ring of some sort, from which the spirit stones were taken. Fang Xing tilted his head to examine this woman, pondering for a moment before saying, Thanks. He had made up his mind. If this woman intended to lend him money at high interest, he would just turn around and refuse to pay back. What could she do about it? Of course, he was a bit cautious. If Qin Xinger knew his true thoughts, who knows how angry she would get. I'll pay you back another day. Fang Xing waved and turned to leave. He wasn't sure what this woman meant by lending him spirit stones. So it was better not to linger. Otherwise, if she really had feelings for him and wanted him to repay her with something more, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? Watching Fang Xing's back, the fierce-looking man beside Qin Xinger asked in confusion, Qin Junior sister, who is this person? Qin Xinger was somewhat cold towards this man and replied lightly, He is an old acquaintance of mine. We interacted when we were in the outer sect. By the way, you might have heard of him. Strictly speaking, he was the first among our batch of disciples to enter the inner sect. Although we are not bad in the eyes of other disciples, we still fall short in front of him. The man named Shen Hujuan was taken aback, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face as he laughed. The first to enter the inner sect? Haha, I see. Could he be the so-called first waste of Qin Yun sect that has been talked about in the sect these days? Qin Junior sister, why belittle yourself? No matter how early he entered the inner sect, isn't he still a waste who squandered a great opportunity? As these two conversed, there was an underlying tension. Qin Xinger did not like that this man always followed her around, flaunting his superiority, so upon encountering Fang Xing, she deliberately pointed out that Fang Xing was the first to enter the inner sect, subtly indicating that Shen Hujuan often boasted too much. You took 3 years to enter the inner sect, yet he entered even earlier than you. However, upon hearing this, Shen Hujuan showed disdain, feeling jealous that Qin Xinger praised Fang Xing and intentionally downplayed him. However, he was so focused on showing off in front of Qin Xinger that he didn't realize his words angered Fang Xing. What the hell, ugly freak? Who are you calling a waste? Do you believe I won't skin you alive? However, there were many rumors, and he couldn't do much about them. But being pointed at in the dark was different from being insulted right in front of him. He clearly hadn't walked far when this ugly freak started cursing him. Did he think I couldn't hear? Which little bastard are you cursing? Shen Hujuan's face changed in anger as he shouted. He was indeed very ugly. But he hated it the most when others called him ugly, especially in front of the woman he liked. Being ruthlessly insulted like that naturally made him furious. Fang Xing tucked the 3 jade books into his chest and put his hands on his hips, saying, I'm cursing you, ugly freak. Don't like it? Want to fight? Shen Hujuan's fists cracked ominously as he growled. Are you looking to die? Fang Xing rolled up his sleeves. Come on, let's see who dies. The atmosphere became tense, on the verge of exploding. Even Qin Xinger was stunned by this sudden situation, unable to interject for a moment to mediate. The elder was at the 9th level of spirit movement, far surpassing both Fang Xing and Shen Hujuan. Moreover, Shen Hujuan was not as fearless as Fang Xing. He knew the rules of the scripture hall. Causing trouble here would definitely lead to severe punishment. So he forcibly suppressed his anger and said to Fang Xing with a sinister tone, You little bastard, wait and see. I will definitely play with you. Qin Xinger helplessly pulled Shen Hujuan and said, Stop it. Then she looked at Fang Xing with regret and said, Junior brother Fang, I'm very sorry. Please give me some face and let this matter end here, shall we? Fang Xing didn't say a word, turned around, and left the scripture hall. Qin Xinger sighed helplessly. Moreover, this was a good opportunity. Just 9 spirit stones had inadvertently put Fang Xing in her debt. She hadn't expected that the reckless Shen Hujuan would ruin her good intentions, and perhaps Fang Xing had already developed a grudge against her. However, Fang Xing leaving directly also relieved her. This little guy's temper was indeed stronger than 3 years ago. At least he knew to avoid conflict proactively. Otherwise, if he really fought with Shen Hujuan, given his cultivation at the 4th level of spirit movement, he would definitely suffer. Chapter 84. Block this bastard. Humph. You can escape this time, but next time you won't be so lucky. Sooner or later, I'll make you suffer. Shen Hujuan was still furious, watching Fang Xing's retreating figure, gritting his teeth and cursing, his eyes glinting coldly as if plotting how to make Fang Xing pay. After cursing, still fuming, he turned to Qin Shinger and said, Qin Junior sister, I'm not saying you, but do you have so many spirit stones that you just give them away to such a little brat? Qin Shinger felt even more displeased and said coldly, who I give my spirit stones to is my business. Shin senior brother, you said you would accompany me to the scripture hall. I've come now, and I need to go read the notes left by the wise predecessors on talismans. You can do as you please. Saying this, she handed over the spirit stones and turned to enter the side hall. Shen Hujuan felt a bit awkward, his anger flaring even more as he hated Fang Xing even more. Was it because that little bastard insulted my looks that Qin Junior sister also disdained me? That little bastard. No one has dared to insult me like that for 3 years. How dare you say that to my face? I will make you pay. That ugly freak actually dared to insult me. I must block this kid and beat him up hard. Fang Xing thought bitterly. And he couldn't help but ponder. Although that bastard was ugly, he was dressed luxuriously, and the robe he wore was quite expensive, indicating he must be well off. Thinking to himself, he couldn't help but chuckle. After more than half an hour, Shen Hujuan and Qin Shinger finally emerged, with Qin Shinger in front, her brows tightly furrowed, not saying a word, and walking briskly. Shen Hujuan followed behind, wearing a, constantly saying something that seemed like an apology. The two did not notice Fang Xing, quickly leaving the square in front of the sutra hall and directly turning onto the mountain path. As they approached, Fang Xing jumped up and shouted, Ugly monster. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Shen Hujuan and Qin Shinger stopped in their tracks at the same time. They looked up and were taken aback, looking at Fang Xing in disbelief. Junior brother Fang, what are you doing here? Qin Shinger asked in surprise, glancing at Shen Hujuan behind her, her brows knitting tighter. Fang Xing jumped onto the mountain path, crossed his arms, and said, I'm here to teach that ugly monster a lesson. Qin Shinger was momentarily stunned, almost doubting her ears. Seeing the serious and angry expression on Fang Xing's face, she suddenly felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It turns out this little brat was just waiting outside after moving so swiftly in the sutra hall. You want to teach me a lesson? Shen Hujuan pointed incredulously at his own nose, finding it somewhat laughable. Fang Xing said, That's right. Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to me, so you won't suffer. Ha ha. Shen Hujuan suddenly threw his head back and laughed. But then his expression turned cold as he said, I've been in the inner sect of Qingyun's sect for 3 years, and no one has ever dared to block my way. You little brat, I was going to let you go for junior sister Qin's sake. But now you've brought this upon yourself. He then turned to Qin Shinger and said, Junior sister Qin, I promised you not to cause him trouble, but he came looking for it himself, so I can't be blamed. Qin Shinger furrowed her brows and said to Fang Xing, Junior brother Fang, you're not a match for senior brother Shen. You should leave quickly. Fang Xing waved his hand and said, It's none of your business. Step aside. Qin Shinger immediately looked displeased and moved aside, no longer speaking. She wasn't very familiar with Fang Xing, and just that one piece of advice was enough. If Fang Xing insisted on being stubborn, it would be his own misfortune. Back mountain. Fang Xing thought for a moment and realized he indeed needed a quiet place. So he directly agreed. Let's go. Whoever doesn't go is a grandson. Saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the foot of Feisher Peak. He knew there was a vast, secluded valley there, rarely visited by people. Qin Shinger felt a bit speechless, thinking to herself, Isn't this just asking for trouble? If he were to suffer here, he could still seek help from the elders, but if he went to that valley, it would be like calling for heaven and getting no response. But seeing Fang Xing walk so quickly, she frowned and followed. Shen Hujuan, meanwhile, wore a cold smile, deliberately lagging behind a bit, keeping an eye on Fang Xing to make sure he didn't run away. He had originally wanted to teach Fang Xing a lesson but found it inconvenient to act in front of the elders in the sutra hall, especially with Qin Shinger nearby. He didn't want to give her the impression of bullying a child. Later, when Qin Shinger showed displeasure, he was so scared that he kept assuring her that he would not cause trouble for Fang Xing anymore. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he didn't expect Fang Xing to deliver himself right to his doorstep. Shen Hujuan truly felt he had hit the jackpot. Brother Hujuan, where are you going? Upon reaching the foot of Feisher Peak, they found 4 or 5 inner disciples washing refining water by the river. One of them, a man with a purple crown and an imposing demeanor, stepped out from the crowd and smiled as he asked, "Haha, Brother Morong, I'm having a bad day. Ran into a kid who wants to take me to the back mountain and beat me up." Shun Hujuan felt extremely relaxed upon seeing the purple-crowned man, laughing as he approached to greet him. The purple-crowned man was taken aback and then laughed. "Oh? Who is so blind?" He then realized it was a well-known figure. Shun Hujuan pointed at Fang Xing and whispered something to the purple-crowned man. They both burst into laughter, seemingly finding it very amusing. Fang Xing watched coldly from the side, not in a hurry, secretly calculating in his heart. Since such an interesting event was happening, he couldn't miss it. And he wanted to see Brother Hujuan's might in the hall. The purple-crowned man glanced at Fang Xing with a smile and then walked alongside Shun Hujuan. The inner disciples by the river, eager for entertainment, quickly started asking each other about the conversation between the purple-crowned man and Shun Hujuan. Those who heard it informed others. And soon the crowd grew larger, all following to watch the spectacle. Haha, this legendary waste really knows how to stir up trouble. Just got kicked out of the stone forest, and now he's messing with Senior Brother Shun. Although Senior Brother Shun practiced talismans, he specialized in combat talismans, and his personal strength was astonishing. He was preparing to participate in the assessment at the end of the year to enter the Fengdiang Hall. Though he was at the 5th level of spirit movement, his combat power was far beyond that of an ordinary 5th level practitioner. This little brat was only at the 4th level of spirit movement. Provoking Senior Brother Shun would surely lead to suffering. Since we have nothing to do, why not place a bet on this fight? Pa, betting is easy, but who would bet on that kid with a head like a doorstop? I bet he gets knocked down in 3 moves. Good idea. I'll put 10 spirit stones on him, getting completely beaten in 3 moves. In no time, Fang Xing and Qin Shinger were in front, Shun Hujuan and the purple-crowned man in the middle, and behind them. A dense crowd of inner disciples, more than a dozen, excitedly started a betting game. Junior Brother Fang, if you regret it now, it's not too late. Qin Shinger heard the commotion behind her and stepped forward to whisper to Fang Xing. Who said I regret it? I can't wait. Fang Xing said nonchalantly. Qin Shinger sighed and said, I saw what happened in the Sutra Hall just now. You were actually copying the basic spell manuals. It's clear you've wasted 3 years. You can't even perform basic spells. Senior Brother Shun has been in the inner sect for 4 years. His cultivation is profound, and he has trained formidable talismans. You are not his match. Qin Shinger had a complex look in her eyes. She wanted to ignore Fang Xing's affairs, but felt that this incident was ultimately caused by her. Moreover, Shun Hujuan had a good reputation, leading such a large group of people to watch him teach Fang Xing a lesson. On the other hand, Fang Xing, though young, was silently walking forward amidst the mockery of the crowd, making her feel somewhat pitiful. Fang Xing, however, wasn't thinking that deeply. He appeared honest, but was pricking up his ears to listen to the discussions about the bets behind him. He heard that 4 or 5 people had already wagered that he wouldn't last 3 moves against Shun Hujuan, and he became furious, scratching his ears and feeling around his body, only to realize he had no spirit stones left. He was suddenly anxious, scratching his head in distress. Qin Shinger thought Fang Xing was scared and was about to persuade him again when Fang Xing turned around and whispered, Do you have any money? Qin Shinger was slightly taken aback and smiled. I can persuade him. You don't need to spend money to apologize. To hell with that. I want to use money to bet on myself to win. Fang Xing said dismissively. Qin Shinger was momentarily stunned, suddenly feeling she couldn't understand this kid. Do you have money? Just lend me 1,000 spirit stones, and I'll bet it all on myself to win. Fang Xing heard the people behind getting more and more excited about the bets, and felt even more eager. 1,000. Qin Shinger was speechless, thinking this guy really dared to ask for a high price. Even if she did have 1,000 spirit stones, she wouldn't waste them like that. Chapter 85, Betting. Fang Xing saw that Qin Shinger didn't trust him, so he slyly approached her, revealing a demon core in his hand and grinning. Are you still worried I can't pay you back? This demon core is worth quite a bit. How about this? You lend me the spirit stones, and if I really lose, I'll use this demon core to settle the debt. How about that? Qin Shinger glanced at it and said, a 6th grade demon core is probably not worth 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, right? Fang Xing felt a bit irritated and said, Take another look. He held the cave ring in his hand, swiped with his left palm, and suddenly had 3 or 4 demon cores in his right hand, glowing with spiritual light. Qin Shinger's eyes widened suddenly, and she instinctively gasped. 6th grade demon cores, 7th grade demon cores, wood attribute demon cores, gold attribute demon cores. My heavens. Where did you get these? These are all high-quality demon cores. If taken to the Taoist sect or sold directly to disciples of Qixiao Valley, they could be worth a lot of money. Generally speaking, demon cores have fixed prices. A 3rd grade demon core is worth 50 spirit stones. A 4th grade core is worth 150, a 5th grade core is worth 450, and a 6th grade demon core is worth 1,350. Each grade up triples the value. It can be said that the few demon cores in Fang Xing's hand would be an astonishing wealth even in the inner sect. Originally thinking Fang Xing was a poor kid who couldn't even gather 300 spirit stones. Seeing so many demon cores was like a beggar suddenly pulling out several priceless jewels, leaving Xianxiaer in shock. I killed the demon beasts myself to earn these. I ask you, will you lend me some? Fang Xing put away the demon cores and said impatiently. He was actually quite helpless. These demon cores were needed for cultivation but couldn't be exchanged for money. Xianxiaer took a long breath, looked at Fang Xing seriously, and asked, "Did you really kill those demon beasts?" Fang Xing replied, "Could it be you who did it?" Xianxiaer asked in confusion, "Then why don't you use these demon cores to place a bet?" Fang Xing, very impatient, said, "I keep them for a purpose. Do I need you to teach me?" Xianxiaer was speechless and didn't ask further. She straightforwardly said, "All right, I don't have 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, but I can come up with 10 middle-grade spirit stones. However, we need to agree on a 50-50 split." Fang Xing was taken aback and then whispered, "Why should it be like that? You give me the spirit stones, and I'll place the bet myself." Xianxiaer huffed, "I won't lend them. Either we cooperate, or we part ways." Fang Xing ground his teeth in frustration, glaring at Xianxiaer. However, Xianxiaer was unafraid, pouting her lips and acting as if no one was around. After a while of sulking, Fang Xing finally spoke up. "How about 28% for me?" Xianxiaer shot back, 46. Fang Xing countered, "Fine, 37. I take 7. You take 3. After considering it, Xianxiaer said, "All right, I'll take a loss this time, but if I lose, you must return those spirit stones to me." With a smile, she turned to place her bet, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her backside. She had been slapped. "You." Xianxiaer's face turned red with anger as she turned to glare at Fang Xing. Fang Xing acted as if nothing had happened and said, "I won't do any losing deals. If you take advantage of me, then I'll take advantage of you. That's fair." Xianxiaer really wanted to go up and give this little brat a beating, but she gritted her teeth and just shot him a fierce glare before turning to leave, leaving behind a resentful remark, "I'll bet on you losing. Anyway, if I lose, it's still your loss." Fang Xing didn't care at all, making Xianxiaer grind her teeth in anger. However, she wasn't really mad. The main reason was that Fang Xing was too young, looking only 13 or 14, 7 or 8 years younger than her. If he were her age, she might have really fought back. This time, after seeing Fang Xing's pile of demon cores and his confident expression, she suddenly thought of the incident in the purple bamboo forest. This little brat was definitely not someone who would easily suffer losses. Although he might not be calculating every move, he must have had some confidence before acting. Since he dared to block Shen Hujuan on the mountain path and cause trouble, he must have some backing. Moreover, Fang Xing had been by the side of the legendary figure Bai Shizu of the Qingyun sect for so long. It was possible that Bai Shizu hadn't passed down his teachings, but it was absurd to say he hadn't taught him anything at all. Therefore, she concluded that Fang Xing was definitely not as simple as rumored and indeed had a chance of winning. Shen Hujuan hadn't seen Fang Xing slap Xianxiaer because Fang Xing's movements were very discreet, a secret learned from his fourth uncle. Otherwise, Shen Hujuan would have been furious. He only saw that Xianxiaer was initially talking nicely with Fang Xing, but suddenly became angry and turned to walk toward the crowd, thinking they had quarreled, which relieved him. "Brother Hu, this little brat is said to have some relationship with the true disciple Su Lingyun. You must be careful." The man in the purple crown glanced at Fang Xing and said indifferently. Shen Hujuan sneered, "I know. I won't take his life. Just teach him a lesson." While the two were talking, they suddenly heard a commotion and gasps from behind. Curious, they called someone to inquire, and that disciple's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. "Qin Shiji wants to bet 10 middle-grade spirit stones on that little brat winning." Shen Hujuan's face changed dramatically, and his eyes turned red. "Does Xinger really want me to lose?" The man in the purple crown also looked doubtful and advised softly, "Brother Shun, don't be too upset. I think Qin Shimi is intentionally trying to provoke you. But it's all right. With the two of us here, no one dares to truly bet against her. How about I go over and bet against her? If I win her spirit stones, you can return them to her yourself. She might even be grateful to you." Shen Hujuan calmed down a bit and nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, Morong Shixiang, I appreciate it." The man in the purple crown approached and smiled. "Qin Shimi, why do you need to be angry with Brother Shen? 10 middle-grade spirit stones is not a small sum." Upon hearing the word angry, Xianxiaer felt a bit displeased. This term was usually used between couples, and she had never thought of having any relationship with Shen Hujuan. She frowned and said, "I'm betting for myself." "What does it have to do with him?" The man in the purple crown shook his head speechlessly and sighed. "You think it has nothing to do with Shen Shixiao. But he doesn't want you to lose those 10 spirit stones. That's why he specially asked me to bet against you. If you lose, I can give you a way out." His tone was genuinely like that of an older brother helplessly dealing with a younger sibling. But treating Qin Shinger and Shun Hujuan like a couple only made her feel even more frustrated. She coldly smiled and said, Morong Shi Xiao. Do you want to bet with me? Then fine, I'll add this purple blooming three-headed phoenix hairpin to the bet. Saying this, she took off a purple phoenix hairpin from her head. It was exquisitely ancient, infused with strands of spiritual energy. If one focused their senses, they would discover that around the hairpin, there seemed to be spirals of spiritual energy, as it contained a gathering formation that could attract a certain amount of spiritual energy to enhance one's cultivation efficiency. Qin Shinger was truly anxious, even taking out such a rare item that couldn't be bought with money to gamble. All right, if I win her, I can return the 10 middle-grade spirit stones. But this hairpin cannot be returned. The man in the purple crown thought of this, smiled slightly, and took out a small wooden box the size of a fist. It's rare for Qin Shimi to have such elegance. Well, I'll use this Qin Long by Yen Dao, which I bought for 100 middle-grade spirit stones, to bet against you. This knife was specially bought for the examination at the Feng Tian Hall to increase my strength. It won't disgrace your hairpin, right? When the small wooden box opened, inside was a half-foot-long large knife, proportional to a regular long knife, 3/4 of the handle and the remaining quarter as the blade. The handle was intricately carved with patterns, featuring a coiled green dragon, and the back of the blade was shaped like a blazing flame, while the edge shimmered like autumn water, exuding a chilling aura. Qin Shinger blinked, seemingly struck by the shining blade, secretly thinking, this is indeed a good knife. After hesitating for a moment, she recalled Fang Xing's arrogant demeanor in the purple bamboo forest and the frightening number and quality of demon cores, along with his bright white smile. Gritting her teeth, she said, all right, I'm in.